In the height of summer in Chang'an, the sun blazed like fire, and waves of heat rolled through the city. Yet within the patrol bureau, Lin Bai sat on the interrogation chair, feeling an inexplicable chill. If his hands weren't cuffed, he would have already adjusted the air conditioning a few degrees warmer. Do you know why you've been brought here? The prosecutor's piercing gaze swept over the seemingly composed young man. No idea, Lin Bai replied, blinking innocently, though anxiety churned within him. 7 days ago, he had traveled to this world, and now he was detained by the authorities. Could his secret of being a time traveler have been exposed? Lies. The prosecutor sneered, stroking the small, orb-like creature beside him. My Girafarig tells me you're not being truthful. Lin Bai broke into a cold sweat. A Girafarig with telepathic ability as it was practically a living lie detector. As a devoted fan of Pokemon, his first instinct was to stay far away from such a perceptive creature. This was a fascinating world where humans and Pokemon coexisted. Just a week ago, Lin Bai, an overworked office worker, had been struck by lightning during a storm and found himself as a 16-year-old boy. The Pokemon roaming the streets and alleys made it clear had somehow entered the Pokemon universe. With his extensive Pokemon knowledge, Lin Bai quickly adapted to his new surroundings. He had even passed the trainer certification test and was about to legally catch his first Pokemon when a team of patrol officers descended on him like a pack of wolves, cuffing him and shattering his dream of becoming a trainer. Ask me anything, prosecutor, and he'll answer truthfully. Lin Bai straightened his back, feigning confidence. Another lie. The prosecutor scoffed. Girafarig can sense that every word you say is a fabrication. What do you want from me? Lin Bai was on the verge of breaking down. Against telepathy, any attempt at deception was utterly futile. Just as he was spiraling into panic about what fate awaited him, the prosecutor's thunderous shout jolted him back to reality. What do I want? The prosecutor slammed the table, pointing to 3 thick stacks of files. Do you know how much trouble you've caused the patrol bureau in just 1 week? I haven't had a single night's sleep because of the messes you've created. He flipped open one of the files angrily. On the 15th, at 4:30 p.m., a teenager reported an escaped ostrich from the zoo, claiming it had mutated into a 3-headed creature. That was clearly a Dodrio. The prosecutor was livid. The shared Dodrio company has been operating for over 2 years, and you dare pretend not to recognize one. I do recognize it, Lin Bai muttered weakly. If you recognized it, why file a false report? Do you take the patrol bureau for a joke? The prosecutor's eyes blazed with fury. I never meant to. Lin Bai quickly defended himself. I'm a high school student with a lot of academic pressure. It's normal to get confused occasionally. In truth, it was his first day in this world. Mistaking a Dodrio for an ostrich had been an honest error, but he couldn't understand why it warranted handcuffs. He had already apologized. And another thing. The prosecutor continued his tirade. On the 16th, at 7 a.m., a certain teenager rode a shared Dodrio straight into a jewelry store, crashing into the power room and triggering an explosion caused by a startled electrode. Smoke billowed everywhere. We nearly had to deploy the special action unit, thinking it was a border gang attack. The prosecutor's gaze was sharp as a blade. That was purely accidental. Lin Bai's voice faltered. He silently cursed the out-of-control Dodrio. Despite feeding it a meticulously baked poke puff, it had gone berserk. The shared Dodrio company's investigation shows someone poisoned the Dodrio. The prosecutor's tone turned grave. That's outrageous. Lin Bai immediately adopted a righteous stance. Who could be so heartless as to poison such an adorable Dodrio? It's inhumane. The prosecutor snorted coldly and moved on. Do you know how much effort it took to track you down? Lin Bai's face turned pale. I left my phone number. He instantly regretted speaking. This world was 10 years behind his original timeline, and the number he left was long defunct. Could things get any worse? Fortunately, the prosecutor didn't seem to pick up on the time travel clue. Relieved, Lin Bai asked curiously. So how did you find me? Dodrio can't talk. We enlisted the help of a champion-level trainer Master Lin Tian from Sunny Day Breeding House. The prosecutor took a sip of water, his expression unreadable. His champion-level Gardevoir used Future Sight to pinpoint your location. After all, the power room you destroyed stored surveillance for the entire street. Lin Tian. Lin Bai's thoughts raced before a realization struck him. Lin Bai? Lin Tian. Isn't that my dad? Memories from both lives intertwined. In his previous life, his father was an ordinary veterinarian specializing in neutering cats. In this world, however, he was a champion-level trainer and a renowned Pokemon researcher. So am the second-generation heir of a trainer family. Lin Bai straightened up, exuding newfound confidence. You've been far too rough in handling this case. Master Lin Tian is my father. The prosecutor, unfazed, replied coolly. Yes, we know. It was your father who reported you. He even called earlier to ask if we could hold you for a couple more days. Is he even my real dad? Lin Bai's anger flared. The prosecutor didn't bother arguing further. He slid a bill and a pen across the table. The jewelry damage is 26,000. Dodrio's medical fees are 8,000, and Master Lin Tian's consultation fee is 60,000. The total is 94,000. Sign here. and you're free to go. Lin Bai stared at the exorbitant bill, his lips twitching. Dad charges at 60,000 for 20 minutes? I've barely saved 100,000 in red envelopes over 16 years. That's not my concern, the prosecutor said, clearly enjoying Lin Bai's dismay. I hope you've learned your lesson. If you cause trouble again, we'll have no choice but to. Lin Bai was no longer listening. At that very moment, he had been in this world for exactly 7 days. As his two souls fully merged, a strange phenomenon unfolded. A crimson glint flickered in his eyes, and when he focused on the prosecutor's Jurafaric, streams of astonishing data flooded his mind. Pokemon, Jurafaric, potential, held item, none, type, psychic, ability, telepathy, level, 37 advanced amateur, moves, counter, safeguard, mirror coat, amnesia, encore, charm. The long-awaited perks of being a time traveler had finally arrived. The next morning, the shrill ring of a phone shattered the tranquility, pulling Lin Bai out of his sweet dreams. The boy tossed and turned on the bed, groggily fumbling for his phone, and after some effort, finally found the answer button. Hello. Lin Bai's voice was hoarse and lazy. The mental stress from his recent time-traveling ordeal had severely impacted his sleep quality, and all he wanted was to sink back into his slumber. Hello? What hello? Lin Bai, don't tell me you're still asleep. Get up already. Let's go have some fun. A lively voice burst through the receiver. I'll have fun with you. Lin Bai thought of retorting, but held his tongue after the words circled in his mind a few times. He figured snapping back would only make him more awake. Hey Lin, the results for the rookie qualification exam are out. The voice on the other end grew more excited. Guess what? Can you believe how many points I got this time? No need to guess, it was definitely higher than his own score, or he wouldn't be calling so eagerly. The caller ID displayed Chun Yuan, one of Lin Bai's closest friends, though right now, Lin Bai just wished this dream-disturbing buddy would disappear. Lin Bai buried his head into the soft pillow, trying to escape reality. But Chen Yuan's voice still drilled into his ears. A whopping 554 points. Second in the entire class. Haha, I can apply for the Nova program now. They're even giving out free starter Pokemon. That'll save a ton on breeding costs. How awesome is that? Impressive, impressive. Lin Bai muttered weakly, barely mustering a response. Anything else? If not, of course there's more. Chen Yuan cut him off immediately, his tone tinged with hesitation. I actually called because I need your advice on something important. Lin Bai wasn't surprised though, was always the strategist in their duo. Spit it out. Well, it's not a big deal. Chen Yuan hesitated. My family already prepared a Pokemon egg for me, but since I did so well this time, if I apply for the Nova program, the rewards include a starter Pokemon too. Which one should I choose? Obviously the one your family prepared. Lin Bai blurted out without a second thought. The importance of your starter Pokemon can't be overstated. If you don't want to treat it as a tool to be swapped out constantly, you'd better choose carefully. Do you really think the Nova program's egg can compare to the one your family prepared? Wait. Chen Yuan suddenly paused, his voice filled with surprise. Lin Bai, don't tell me you haven't checked the Education Ministry's website? This year's rewards are different from previous years. Lin Bai barely opened his eyes. Nope, I haven't. What? Did they add a few more 3-star starters this time? Not just that. This year, they're giving out pseudo-legendaries. Pseudo-legendaries? No way. Those words hit Lin Bai like a bolt of lightning, jolting him upright in bed, wide awake. Clutching his phone tightly, he asked in disbelief, pseudo-legendaries? Are you sure you didn't misread? Even if the Longshao of Daxia is running smoothly and the dragon-taming clans are fully cooperating, the increase in pseudo-legendary numbers still wouldn't explain giving them out as starter Pokemon to rookie trainers with uncertain futures. They're notoriously late bloomers. Nobody without significant resources can afford to raise them, let alone wait for them to grow. And what's with this Nova program? They were stingy about giving out 3-star starters in the past, and now they're handing out pseudo-legendaries. I saw the rewards list myself, and there's not just one pseudo-legendary, there are 3 of them. Chen Yuan's voice was brimming with excitement. 3? Which 3? By now, Lin Bai was fully awake. Nothing else mattered anymore, just needed to know the identities of those 3 pseudo-legendaries. The first one is Beldum. Chen Yuan sat in front of his computer, carefully browsing the reward list on the Ministry of Education's official website. 3 rare Pokemon caught his eye. A Beldum bred at the Metagross base of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, known for its high intelligence and friendly temperament. A 3-star Dratini from the prestigious Longshao Dragon Nest. And most intriguingly, a heart-scale Pokemon egg rescued from poachers, confirmed to be healthy and graded at a 3-star level. The final evolutions of these 3 Pokemon are simply perfect. Lin Bai's voice was filled with envy. Metagross combines Psychic and Steel types, Dragonite masters both Flight and Dragon powers, and Camus merges Fighting and Dragon attributes. Each of them is pseudo-legendary, and with their 3-star potential, they could easily reach the level of veteran professional Pokemon. This year's top students are really lucky, Lin Bai remarked sourly. Though his own grades were decent, they were nowhere near enough to earn him one of these pseudo-legendaries. Staring at the reward list on the screen, he felt as if someone had stolen his dream Pokemon right in front of him. I should have never gone electric fishing with you, Chen Yuan complained bitterly. I lost a lot of points because of that. Lin Bai let out a cold laugh. Keep dreaming. Even with those extra points, you wouldn't have made it. Want a pseudo-legendary? Either ask Uncle Chun to throw money at it, or, he paused dramatically, find a breedable Lucario in the mountains behind your family's dojo to trade for one. No way. Chen Yuan rejected the idea firmly. Lucarios are born aura users. They choose their trainers, not the other way around. Right, right. Lin Bai couldn't help but laugh. Didn't the great young Master Chen personally try to bond with a Riolu recently, only to be rejected? Now you're stuck raising ordinary Pokemon. Too bad without a Lucario. Your family's Shingy fist might go extinct. Why not just give up? Your mom's still young, after all. Get lost, Chen Yuan retorted, angered yet amused. The dojo has disciples to carry on the legacy. I don't need to. My dream is to build the strongest rain dance team. Once I master it, it'll crush you in no time. Sure thing, Master Chen. Dream on. Lin Bai yawned and hung up the phone. Back in reality, Lin Bai's attention returned to the Pokemon list on the website. His heartbeat quickened. This must be what excitement feels like. Was there anything more thrilling than capturing Pokemon? He rolled around on his bed like a restless caterpie, torn between choices. Pseudo-legendaries? They might be out of reach for most people, but not for him. After all, his family was steeped in Pokemon heritage. His grandmother hailed from the prestigious Liu family of Kyoto, renowned for their dragon Pokemon. With her ace being a battle-hardened Camus, his father owned a shy Gudra, his uncle was famous for his fearsome Hydreigon, and his mother had both a ferocious Salamence and a Volcarona rivaling even champion-level Pokemon. Still, Lin Bai resisted the temptation to choose a pseudo-legendary. He understood that for a beginner, starter Pokemon with fast evolutions and decent potential might be a better feat, a lesson often emphasized by his grandfather, whose ace was a powerful Sceptile. But even picking a starter Pokemon was a tough decision. The adorable Charmander, the cool sunglasses-wearing Squirtle, the nurturing Bulbasaur, the bond-evolving Greninja, the meme-worthy Rowlet, the fiery Incineroar, the steadfast Infernape. Each one was irresistible. In this world, Pokemon potential was ranked from 1 to 5 stars. 1 star being average, 2 stars good, 3 stars excellent, 4 stars with elite 4-level potential, and 5 stars comparable to legendary Pokemon. Lin Bai stood in front of the mirror, studying his familiar, yet unfamiliar reflection, filled with anticipation for the life ahead. The world of Pokemon, here I come, he declared. So, Dad, Mom, you mean to say you didn't prepare any Pokemon for me? At the Lin family dining table, Lin Bai suddenly stood up, his glass trembling in his hand, nearly spilling the creamy milk inside. He had been eagerly asking about the starter Pokemon his family had prepared for him, only to see his parents exchange a knowing glance and shake their heads in unison. Shaking your heads? Nothing. Lin Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. You're kidding, right? You didn't prepare anything at all. When the answer was confirmed, he scratched his head in frustration, his face full of incredulity. Am I even your real son? The Lin family had always been democratic, but something as important as his future, how could they just leave it entirely up to chance? Seeing their son's restless expression, Lin Bai's father couldn't help but smirk slightly, nodding in satisfaction. His mother, Su Qing, elegantly lifted her teacup to conceal the smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Their son's recent antics at the inspection bureau had been giving them headaches. It was time he learned to think independently. Letting him choose his own starter Pokemon was the first step in their carefully crafted educational plan. Ahem. Seeing Lin Bai lost in thought, his father decided the moment was ripe. Clearing his throat, he said, actually, it's not that we didn't prepare anything at all. It's just that a starter Pokemon is too important for a trainer. The one we pick might not be the best fit for you. So, we decided to leave the choice up to you. Of course, if you have any ideas, we'll fully support you. Now that's more like it. Lin Bai immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Judging by the serious look in his mother's eyes, even a pseudo-legendary Pokemon didn't seem out of the question. Although he possessed the ability of the appraisal eye, finding a high-quality Pokemon among ordinary eggs would still take a lot of effort. Having some help would definitely be a bonus. He picked up his breakfast again and began eating. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed his father's conflicted expression, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Lin Bai chuckled. Dad, what do you think is the best Pokemon to have as a starter? Obviously, Slacketh, his father replied instantly, his tone brimming with pride as he patted his chest. Slacketh evolves into Slaking. I don't need to tell you how strong that is, do I? The Slaking in my team is my absolute ace. There's no one it can't take on. Lin Bai wasn't surprised by this recommendation. Slaking was indeed powerful. As a normal-type Pokemon known for its laziness, it boasted an astonishing base stat total of 670, including 150 HP and 160 attack, making it a true tank and powerhouse. Unfortunately, its truant ability was a fatal flaw, leaving it unmotivated most of the time. Even with his father's dual expertise in training and breeding, he could only temporarily suppress its laziness to unleash bursts of power. Lin Bai didn't think he could do any better, nor did he want to follow in his father's footsteps. Though he had to admit, his dad's slaking was undeniably impressive. Lin Bai softly explained his thoughts, tactfully expressing his refusal. Before he could finish speaking, his father's face darkened. What kind of judgment do you have? You look down on the Leaf King? Do you even deserve to? His father immediately lashed out, his voice brimming with dissatisfaction. Mom, what's your opinion? Feeling helpless, Lin Bai turned to his mother, Su Qing, for support. Though his mom was usually gentle and kind, as the former owner of the Chuan Shu Crimson Lotus Dojo, she held considerable authority when it came to selecting starter Pokemon. How about Charmander? Lin's mom smiled faintly and casually snapped her fingers. As soon as the sound echoed, an orange figure darted in from the entrance seat. Was her starter Pokemon, Charizard. Even though it wasn't their first meeting, Lin Bai was still awestruck by the majestic presence of this elite Pokemon. Its tightly knit, resilient scales shimmered faintly under the light. Its sharp claws exuded power, and the flame at the tip of its tail swayed gently, never extinguishing. But what stood out the most were its intelligent, vertical pupils, which radiated both gentleness and wisdom. This was the Charizard his mom was so proud of, a key member of her team, whose strength rivaled that of Salamence and Volcarona. Instinctively, Lin Bai reached out to touch it, only to be met with a playful glance from Charizard, as if to say, trying to act cute now, are we? Before he could react, Charizard swiftly extended its claw and ruffled Lin Bai's face like it was toying with a bracelet. Hey, Charizard, you messed up my hair, Lin Bai exclaimed, dodging away with a helpless smile. As his mom's Pokemon, Charizard had always shared a close bond with him. Watching the playful interaction between her son and Charizard, Lin's mom nodded in satisfaction and explained, Charizards are known for their gentle temperament, high intelligence, and strong evolutionary potential. With 3 stages of evolution, they reach their final form at level 36, making them an ideal partner for beginners due to their quick growth potential. She stood up and gently stroked Charizard's neck. In response, Charizard lowered its head and rested its chin on her head in a gesture of affection. The close bond between them filled Lin Bai with envy. Charmander is indeed a great choice, Lin Bai thought to himself, nodding subtly. It had already been on his shortlist. Do we have any high-quality Charmander eggs in our breeding center? You don't need to worry about that, his father interjected. Wu Shuchen's your Uncle Wu, my college classmate and former teammate, works at Crimson Lotus Valley. Just last week, he asked if you'd like a Charmander and suggested you go pick one soon before all the good ones are taken. Lin Bai pinched his thigh to suppress his urge to book a flight immediately, reminding himself to think carefully. But the allure of Charmander was undeniable. Plus, among the 3 starter species, Charmanders from Crimson Lotus Valley were considered top tier. Once it evolved into Charizard at level 36, paired with a high-quality Firestone, there was an 80% chance of enhancing its potential to become a 4-star Charizard. And what did 4 stars mean? It meant reaching the elite level. Lin Bai could almost see a clear path to greatness unfolding before him. Forcing himself to calm down, Lin Bai took a sip of water, pretending to be composed, and asked, Charmander sounds like a solid choice. Are there any other recommendations? Noticing her son's slightly trembling hands from excitement, Lin's mom chuckled to herself, but didn't call him out. She continued, your grandparents called, as did your uncle. They've managed to acquire a very rare Pokemon egg. A rare Pokemon egg? What kind? Lin Bai stood in the living room, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. His uncle, Su Chong, a star trainer in the Golden Battle League, was already close to reaching the elite level of the Heavenly Kings. 12 years older than him, this uncle had grown up alongside Lin Bai's mother after their parents disappeared during an expedition. To Lin Bai, this uncle, raised by his older sister, felt more like a brother. He went to the England Isles earlier this year, Lin Bai's mother said with a touch of concern in her eyes as she mentioned her younger brother. In a newly discovered dark-type secret realm in the north, he encountered a group of wild Hydreigons. After a fierce battle, he brought back a dragon egg. Noticing her son's fingers trembling slightly, Lin Bai's mother smiled gently. How about making Dano your starter Pokemon? Absolutely, Lin Bai screamed internally. Although Hydreigon had a ferocious appearance, a volatile temperament, and a critical weakness to fairy types, it was undeniably a pseudo-legendary Pokemon. As a special attack powerhouse, a fully evolved Hydreigon was incredibly versatile in battle. His uncle, Su Chong, had dominated the arena with it. However, the evolution process was notoriously slow, requiring level 50 for its first evolution and level 64 for its final form. This meant a long development period and a massive investment of resources, rendering it difficult to become an effective combat partner for a considerable time. A Dano won't work. Despite the pain in his heart, Lin Bai firmly declared, at least for now, it's not the right choice for me. You can resist that. Lin Bai's father raised an eyebrow in surprise, reassessing his son. Knowing how to make tough decisions looks like you're starting to grow up. Lin Bai's mother nodded with satisfaction. As long as you know what you're doing. As for his grandparents, They hadn't suggested any specific Pokemon. Instead, they advised Lin Bai to seek guidance whenever he had questions and to feel free to call them for advice, cautioning him not to isolate himself. This attitude didn't surprise Lin Bai. His grandmother, a professor in the battle department at Imperial University, hailed from the prestigious Dragon Master family, the Liu clan of Kyoto. However, unlike other proud dragon trainers, she advocated for tactical diversity and embraced all Pokemon types. In her eyes, choosing a starter Pokemon was a personal decision that didn't require external interference, a testament to her stubborn nature. His grandfather, a retired forest ranger, believed even more firmly that raising a Pokemon should not be about being overly selective. He scoffed at the idea that potential determines the limit, and often emphasized that bonds could create miracles. This almost mystical philosophy still felt a bit out of reach to Lin Bai at this stage. Now, the choices seemed clear. Should he head straight to Charizard Valley to pick a Charmander, or visit the daycare center or Pokemon store first to scan the options? Lin Bai found himself hesitating. Neither option felt entirely satisfying. He yearned for a choice that would truly excite him. Just then, his father spoke up suddenly. Son, what do you think about bug-type Pokemon? Scyther, the mantis Pokemon, are you interested? To the north of the city, in an unremarkable corner of the back mountain, stood the sunny breeding house. The area was overgrown with weeds. Lin Bai followed his father to a structure resembling a bunker. He watched as his father exerted force to slowly pull open a heavy metal door, which was even thicker than those of bank vaults. The door creaked and groaned under the strain. Isn't this a bit excessive? Lin Bai muttered to himself, astonished. As a member of the Lin family, he was no stranger to this heavily guarded, massive warehouse. It housed invaluable resources for creatures known as spirits, along with various mysterious devices salvaged from ancient ruins. Standing at the entrance of the vault, Lin Bai's thoughts drifted to the origins of this world of spirits. A few centuries ago, mysterious realms had suddenly appeared and merged with Earth, marking the beginning of humanity's exploration of the spirit world. Modern technologies like spirit balls and spatial backpacks were reverse-engineered from remnants of machinery and documents found in these ruins. This made Lin Bai wonder, could these secret realms possibly be fragments of the Pokemon world from animated stories? Though no traces of humans remained in these ruins, the remnants of their civilization still held immense research value. His gaze fell on a rusted, deformed medical pod before him. The faint glow of its display screen caught his attention. Spirit Medical Pod status, 7, severely damaged. Function, upon activation, it can cure spirits' abnormal conditions, restore substantial energy, and provide both physical and mental healing. Noticing the awe and amazement in his son's eyes, Lin Bai's father smiled proudly. The treasures in this vault were the result of decades of meticulous collection, a testament to his life's work and dedication. Lin Bai's eyes scanned the depths of the vault, where at least 100 damaged medical pods were piled. How many spirit centers did you raid for this? He thought, rubbing his hands together in excitement. He was already planning how he could start his own treasure-hunting endeavors from his father's collection. But for now, he needed to rein in his enthusiasm and focus on the real purpose of their visit. Dad, where's the spirit egg you mentioned? The one that was losing vitality and deemed beyond saving, but recently started showing signs of recovery. Lin Bai asked, recalling the strange story his father had shared over breakfast. As it turned out, half a year ago, on a rainy day, Lin Bai's father had discovered a damaged spirit egg deep in the forest while making his routine patrol of the back mountain. After some investigation, he learned it had been left behind by a scyther fleeing from poachers. At the time, the egg was already cracked, and its vitality was leaking away through the fractures. Guided by his principle of never giving up on any spirit, Lin Bai's father brought the egg back to the breeding house and cared for it diligently, though to no avail. Eventually, he gave up and locked the egg away with the other items in the vault. Yet recently, while organizing his collection, he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. The egg had begun to change. At this moment, the mysterious egg suddenly showed signs of life again, as a pure bug-type energy gently seeped out from the surface of its shell. Lin Bai stared at the miraculous egg, his brows slightly furrowed. By all accounts, his father's expertise was beyond question. If he had declared it unsalvageable, then conventional methods were indeed of no use. But why had the egg revived so miraculously? As he pondered, Lin Bai suddenly noticed a layer of white frost forming on the glass cabinet. He reached out to touch it, but the bone-chilling cold made him instinctively withdraw his hand. The temperature here was astonishingly low, comparable to that of a cold storage unit. Haha, no need for air conditioning in the vault, Lin's father chuckled, pointing to the shadow at Lin Bai's feet. Following his father's gesture, Lin Bai was startled to see a face wearing a snow-white mask emerge from his shadow. Mi-woo, with a soft, melodious cry, a frostless gracefully slid out from the shadow, circling around Lin Bai with an elegant, airy motion. So it was you, Frostless. I thought you had gone to class with Grandma, Lin Bai said, reaching out to touch the icy ribbons floating around Frostless. Tiny crystalline ice flakes fell onto his palm, bringing a cool, refreshing sensation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Isn't the bunker at the entrance the domain of the Onyx? And the nearby Corviknight and Talon Flamerant they supposed to be the vault's guards? Half correct, Lin's father replied cryptically, without offering further explanation. Instead, he crouched down and knocked on the floor, as though tapping on an invisible door. In an instant, the shadows beneath the shelves and glass cabinets began to twist and merge, forming a massive black vortex. Linbai instinctively stepped back, but Frostless gently supported him with her frosty touch. Before he could fully register the cold sensation, two giant hands emerged from the vortex, followed by the towering figure of a pitch-black giant. Its gaping maw, located on its abdomen, opened and closed faintly, emitting what sounded like the wails of tormented spirits. Linbai took a closer look and couldn't help but gasp. It was a Dusk Noir of Elite 4 caliber, with 4-star potential, equipped with Steer Choice Band, possessing the Frisk ability, and leveled as high as 76. It had mastered powerful moves like Fire Punch, Ice Punch, and Thunder Punch. You've got a sharp eye, recognizing its level at a glance, Lin's father said, a fleeting hint of surprise crossing his face before he proudly patted the Dusk Noir. This is my Pokemon. It has spent years traveling between the spirit world and the physical realm, rarely making an appearance. It is the true guardian of this vault. An Elite 4-level Pokemon with the Frisk ability. Linbai murmured to himself, deeply impressed. No one could escape its detection. Even if someone had the means, it would be far wiser to explore a secret realm for treasures than to take such a risk. With mixed feelings, Linbai followed his father deeper into the vault. As they ventured further, the profound heritage of the Lin family gradually unveiled its mysterious depths before the young man. He spotted a few corroded high-grade spheres, their surfaces mottled and edges peeling with a layer of paint flaking off. Nearby, a pile of broken potion bottles lay scattered. Though they had been repaired, the cracks were still clearly visible. Linbai glanced over them and made a quick mental assessment check. As his gaze moved further, a few pristine white beach shells came into view. Faint energy fluctuations emanated from their surfaces, forming a hazy glow. Next to the shells, several pearl-like orbs from clamshells shimmered with a silvery brilliance. These rare pearls, known for enhancing mental strength, held considerable value. What truly caught Linbai's eye, however, were two particular items: a pair of finely crafted antique wrist guards and a brand new, bright yellow metal box, its surface gleaming with a fresh metallic sheen. Protective gear and a power amplifier. On Blue Star, these items were exceedingly rare and precious. To this day, their full functionality remained a mystery, let alone the possibility of mass production. Linbai silently resolved to seize an opportunity to borrow these treasures for himself. What an unexpected surprise. Before even putting his appraisal skills to use, he had already discovered a flaw in his father's collection. Scanning the room, he saw an array of dazzling collectibles, most of which were black tech devices from the world of elves. Unfortunately, many were heavily damaged and beyond repair, explaining why his father had stored them here. Finally, his father came to a stop in front of a particular shelf. It displayed several fossils of ancient elves, but among these fossils, a peculiar elf egg stood out. Its greenish-blue shell was intricately patterned with silver-white lines. Linbai immediately began analyzing the egg. Scyther's potential: type, bug, flying. Gender, male. Ability, technician. Moves. His eyes widened in shock. 4-star potential? Technician ability? This level of elf egg was practically priceless on the market. It symbolized the birth of a future champion. Even in families with 2 champion-level trainers, such an egg was an exceedingly rare treasure. However, what stunned Linbai even more was the item beneath the egg. He didn't even need to use his appraisal ability to recognize Ida's seemingly ordinary, dust-covered stone brick faintly glowed with an emerald sheen. This was no ordinary ancient stone. It was unmistakably the exclusive artifact of the creator god Arsuith's insect plate. Under the dim light of the secret storage room in the back mountain, Linbai suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining as he looked at his father, who was sorting through items. Dad, I think when it comes to choosing a starting Pokemon, fate is very important. Lin's father paused his movements, turned around with a puzzled expression, and asked, Instead of directly answering his father's question, Linbai continued speaking on his own. Grandpa once told me that only unambitious trainers blame their lack of success on their Pokemon's potential. A true trainer has a sincere heart that naturally resonates with their Pokemon. Trainers like that are never limited by their Pokemon's innate talent. As he spoke, Linbai's gaze grew distant, his tone carrying a hint of nostalgia. I didn't really understand this before. But soon, his eyes regained a determined gleam. Today, I finally get it. For someone like that to meet a Pokemon like this, it takes fate. And I feel a strong connection with this Pokemon egg. Before he even finished speaking, Linbai had already scooped up the Pokemon egg in his arms. Under his father's astonished gaze, he solemnly declared, I've made up my mind. My first Pokemon will be this one Scyther. What? What did you just say? Lin's father was stunned for a moment before finally processing what had heard. He frowned slightly and said, "That's a bit of a rash decision, don't you think? Also, this whole fate and resonance thing, did Grandpa really say that?" He thought for a moment, trying to recall. How come I, as his son, have never heard him say that? Although, it does sound like something he'd say. Suddenly, Lin's father's gaze shifted to something behind Lin Bai. A knowing smile played on his lips as he asked, "But more importantly, what does this have to do with the tablet you're hiding behind your back?" Huh? He noticed. Lin Bai froze instantly. He looked down and realized that, despite trying to block it with his body, a corner of the tablet was still exposed. As it turned out, while grabbing the Pokemon egg, he had also tucked the tablet under his arm, thinking his movements were seamless. Yet his father's sharp eyes had caught on. Lin Bai found himself in a dilemma. If he gave up the tablet, his dad might not press further. But if he insisted on keeping it, his dad would immediately realize it wasn't just an ordinary object. Then again, opportunities to snag something valuable from his father were rare, especially something as priceless as the bug plate. There was no way he could let this slip by today. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bai plastered a bright smile on his face. "Oh, this tablet? I need it for something. My desk has one leg that's shorter, so I thought I could use this to prop it up." Suddenly, he pointed behind his father and shouted, "Dad, look! There's a glowing orb behind you." A glowing orb. Lin's father instinctively turned to look, scanning the area for anything unusual. But there was nothing. By the time he turned back, Lin Bai was already 10 meters away, sprinting at full speed. Watching his son's frantic escape, Lin's father's mind raced to process what had just happened. He couldn't believe it. Lin Bai had actually dared to blatantly snatch something right in front of him. His eyes swept over the now empty spot on the shelf, and he instantly realized what was missing. His eyes widened in disbelief. What the? He double-crossed me. And he's so skilled at it too. As Lin Bai's figure grew smaller in the distance, Lin's father was nearly choking with fury. He roared, "Duskmoor, grab him for me. Use mean look." The man truly lived up to his reputation as a seasoned veteran, reacting and issuing commands in less than a second. But it was already too late. "Snow Enchantress, use your substitute to block for me. Then cast a binding spell to trap the Dark Knight's spirit." Lin Bai's speech was rapid and his thoughts were clear. He had already connected with his allies in the organization, and the Snow Enchantress was the most critical part of his escape plan. This icy fairy, notorious for her lack of principles, cared only about money and not people. She had no qualms about going after Lin Bai's father. Mew. The Snow Enchantress gracefully caught up with Lin Bai, waving 3 slender fingers in front of him. Lin Bai instantly understood her demand: 3 tubs of ice cream. As an ice-type spirit, the Snow Enchantress had an irresistible obsession with human ice cream. However, for her health, Lin Bai's grandmother only allowed her 1 tub per week. Even when Lin Bai secretly snuck her extra ice cream, he would inevitably face a scolding if caught. 3 tubs? That's way too much. Lin Bai calculated in his mind. This meant enduring 3 rounds of punishment. Wasn't it just 1 tub last time? Mew. The Snow Enchantress pushed her luck, raising a 4th finger. Now it's 4 tubs. Lin Bai glanced at the immobilizing energy wave closing in behind him, then at the stone tablet in his arms. Gritting his teeth, he gave in. "Fine, 4 tubs. I'll deliver them right after this." Mew. The Snow Enchantress daintily extended her hand, and Lin Bai lightly clapped it. The deal was struck. In an instant, she flipped backward like a phantom, positioning herself directly in the path of the immobilizing wave. A bone-chilling frost rapidly spread outward from the Snow Enchantress. Snow flurry. With a resounding boom, an eruption of countless snowflakes exploded into the air, surging wildly. Not only did it completely block the immobilizing wave, but it also erected a towering snow wall in the middle of the vault. "You're calling this a snow flurry?" Lin Bai gasped. The blizzard attacks of other spirits paled in comparison. There was no doubt this was his grandmother's spirit, and her power was extraordinary. Clearly, the Snow Enchantress had ignored Lin Bai's instructions, opting for a more direct and effective method to aid his escape. This scene left Lin Bai's father utterly dumbfounded. Behind the snow wall, there was no movement. Since building the vault, he had never encountered a more absurd thief, and it was his own son. Taking advantage of his father's stunned state, Lin Bai exhaled in relief, clutching the jade tablet and the spirit egg tightly as he made a swift escape. At the vault's entrance, an onyx emerged from the ground, curious about the commotion. In the nearby forest, flocks of corviknights and talonflames stirred and began circling above the vault. Upon recognizing Lin Bai, they ceased their interference. Lin Bai skillfully leveraged his rapport with the creatures, even persuading his mother's talonflame to carry him towards Su Qing's location. Meanwhile, Lin Bai's mother was in the breeding house's main hall, meticulously inspecting the spirit eggs for sale. "Manager, this quarter, our breeding house has acquired a total of 3,712 spirit eggs." The shop assistant quickly stepped up to Lin's mother, holding a notebook and carefully reporting the latest inventory of Pokemon eggs. Her voice was clear and professional. "Currently, We have 1,500 unverified loose Pokemon eggs, and another 1,500 that have been verified but are of ordinary quality. As for the ratings, there are 500 one-star eggs, 185 two-star eggs, and 27 three-star eggs. Lynn's mother nodded slightly, signaling her to continue. The assistant flipped through last year's sales records and added, including last quarter's inventory, we now have a total of 4,532 Pokemon eggs available for rookie trainers to choose from. Based on data from previous years, this quantity should be sufficient to meet this year's demand. All right. Lynn's mother, though already familiar with the numbers, found that having precise data was always reassuring during the upcoming shopping season. Suddenly, she remembered an important matter. According to the Pokemon Association statistics, the number of trainers has been growing exponentially in recent years. This year's rookies might hit a record high. Make sure you're fully prepared. Understood, the assistant replied with a firm nod. After a moment of hesitation, the assistant cautiously suggested, by the way, Lin Gongzi has reached the age to start capturing Pokemon. Should we set aside the three-star eggs in the store for him to look at? Lin's mother pondered briefly. That might be a good idea. Lin's mother was well aware of the quality of the newly arrived Pokemon eggs this quarter. A few of them were indeed quite good, not as exceptional as the three-star Charmanders from Charizard Valley, but definitely not ordinary. If Lin fancied one, it would be fine to let him choose. After all, with the Lin family's resources and foundation, even a Pokemon with ordinary potential could be trained and nurtured to reach 3-star or even 4-star levels. Lin certainly had the luxury to be selective. Mom, help me. A familiar cry suddenly interrupted Lin's mother's thoughts. Su Qing looked up to see a massive Talonflame hovering above the breeding house. Its powerful wings stirred up waves of heat, scattering fallen leaves and creating a vacuum-like space at the entrance of the facility. Standing triumphantly on the Talonflame's back was Lin Tian, her husband, holding a struggling teenage boy by the collar. The Scyther egg was about to hatch. Lin stood at his desk, his gaze fixated on the delicate elf egg pressed against the jade insect tablet. This egg, which should have hatched long ago, had finally reached its critical moment. For days, Lin had stayed by these two treasures, not venturing a step away, his eyes gleaming with pride. As he thought back to last Saturday's treasure hunt fiasco, Lin couldn't help but chuckle. At the time, he had been soaring freely through the skies on his Talonflame, savoring his victory. But before he could fully enjoy the moment, a vast, overwhelming psychic force suddenly froze him and his Talonflame midair. The attack was swift and merciless, and it was in that moment Lin realized his father had been planning this all along. While Dusknoir and Frostless kept him occupied, his father had commanded a champion-level Gardevoir to teleport to a vantage point and capture his disobedient son. Did you really have to go this far? Lin had muttered in exasperation, half amused and half defeated. His father's competitive streak was clearly off the charts. The outcome of this father-son showdown was inevitable. Lin was caught on the spot. However, his father's victory wasn't without its blemishes. The customers waiting at the store entrance to choose their starter Pokemon weren't frightened. Instead, they enthusiastically took out their phones to record this family drama. In the end, Lin Bei's furious mother, Su Qing, delivered a scathing lecture to both her combative husband and son. Under the dual pressure of his parents, Lin decided to reveal part of the truth. He explained to them that he had awakened a kind of psychic ability that allowed him to analyze objects' information. This explanation made perfect sense in the world of Pokemon after all. If Pokemon were real, why not psychics? Moreover, each province in Xia had its own psychic association. Though his parents were skeptical, Lin Bei's mother quickly softened when he promised to use his ability to help her spot rare bargains while shopping. Despite his father's strong objections, it was clear who held the real authority in the household. Ultimately, though Lin Bei's father had captured his rebellious son and preserved some semblance of paternal dignity, he still lost one of his most prized possessions. Under his mother's decision, the Jade Insect tablet was entrusted to Lin Bei, ostensibly to help him develop his powers. This arrangement left Lin overjoyed. His mother always knew how to make things happen in her favor. Staring at the Jade Insect tablet on his desk, Lin let out a soft sigh. While it seemed unlikely he'd get his hands on any of his father's other collectibles anytime soon, the trade-off was worth it. This tablet could significantly enhance the power of Bug-type moves and even teach a Pokemon the Bug-type move Judgment Gleam. For such a miraculous artifact, the cost was justified. For now, though, the tablet remained in an unactivated state, lying quietly as it awaited its master to unlock its full potential. In its dormant state, the Jade Insect tablet serves as a faint source of Bug-type energy, slowly releasing its primal energy. This energy can directly enhance the potential of Bug-type Pokemon and accelerate their growth. When activated, these effects become significantly amplified. Lin held the Jade Insect tablet in both hands, feeling a surge of heat radiating from his palms. His eyes glimmered with disbelief. This tablet was truly priceless. Not only had it replenished the lost primal energy of the Scyther Pokemon egg, but it had also elevated its potential to a 4-star level. These two benefits alone made the tablet's value immeasurable. Right. Mom's Volcarona seems to be stuck at the champion-level bottleneck. Lin Bai's eyes lit up as he pondered whether he should lend the tablet to his mother for a while. Perhaps it could help her Volcarona break through to become a champion Pokemon. However, he quickly furrowed his brows. The tablet's activation conditions were still a mystery. Staring at the tablet in his hands, Lin Bai first showed a look of yearning, then smiled with acceptance. This is enough. I shouldn't be too greedy. If the tablet were in its activated state, it wouldn't have ended up in my possession in the first place. Yet, a new concern emerged in his mind. Now that he had the bug-type tablet, did it mean he could only capture bug-type Pokemon in the future? This thought left Lin Bai conflicted. While focusing on bug types with the tablet's boost would undoubtedly yield great results, he didn't want to be restricted by this attribute. After all, in this rare opportunity to live in this world, it would be a shame not to capture all the Pokemon he admired. As Lin Bai wrestled with this happy dilemma, a crisp cracking sound interrupted his train of thought. He snapped back to reality and noticed that the fine cracks on the Pokemon egg before him were rapidly spreading. It's hatching. Lin Bai held his breath, his eyes fixed on the egg without blinking, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Although he had initially chosen the Scyther egg for its potential and connection to the Jade insect tablet, over the past few days, he had indeed developed a strange bond with it, just as he had told his father. Late at night, he often woke up to the sound of insect chirps, and every time he did, the egg would be glowing intensely. These coincidences further convinced him that he and this Scyther shared an unexplainable connection. Crack, crack. The sound of the eggshell breaking continued as fragments fell onto the desk. Amid the emerald glow of energy, a spirited yet slightly immature chirp echoed. Cha! With a crisp collision sound reverberating through the room, a large portion of the eggshell fell away. The energetic little creature inside was fiercely breaking free, displaying remarkable vitality. Finally, with the last piece of shell shattering, a tiny, jade-like Scyther emerged from the egg and leapt straight into Lin Bai's arms. Cha-cha! The little one let out soft chirps, its body covered in a jade-like exoskeleton. Its small, scythe-like forearms rested cautiously on Lin Bai's arm. It blinked its large, sky-blue eyes, tilting its head to gaze at the boy in front of it, looking utterly adorable. At this moment, Lin Bai felt as though his heart was melting. He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out, as if an invisible hand was gripping his throat. Right in front of him, the Scyther gazed at him silently with its deep, compound eyes. Its scythe-like forelimbs swayed gently, as though it wanted to etch every expression on the boy's face into its memory forever. To the Scyther, death was never the most terrifying nightmare. What truly filled it with fear was the endless years it spent trapped in the sealed chamber. The damage to its Pokemon egg had caused it to miss its normal hatching time, while the energy from the Jade insect tablet had granted it a faint consciousness. This premature awareness became a torment like an abandoned infant. It endured endless darkness and silence alone in the sealed chamber, day after day, year after year. Until one day, the appearance of a boy completely changed its fate. Not only did the boy rescue it from the darkness, but his gentle words and thoughtful care also warmed its heart. Although it didn't understand what a trainer was, or the concept of a starter Pokemon, it knew one thing for sure. This boy named Lin Bai was its only family in this world. Cha, Scyther chirped softly, as if to reassure Lin Bai. Don't worry, I will always be by your side. At this moment, Lin Bai felt an inexplicable pull, and his trembling hand instinctively reached forward. I. He took a deep breath, finally uttering the words he had rehearsed countless times in his mind. I am Lin Bai. From this day forward, we are partners in battle and in life. Please take care of me, Scyther. Lin Bai solemnly extended both hands. Scyther gazed at the hands that carried so much hope, then carefully placed one of its sharp scythe-like limbs gently into Lin Bai's palms. Cha! This clear, crisp chirp seemed to echo. Pleased to meet you, Lin Bai. All right, since everyone is here, let's officially start the family meeting. In the backyard of the Qing Tian breeding house, Lin's father cleared his throat and directed his gaze toward Lin Bai. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns across the yard, adding a warm touch to this special family gathering. First, let's welcome the newest member of our family, Lin Bai's new partner Scyther. Cha! As soon as the words left his mouth, the bright green Scyther, perched atop Lin Bai's head, stood up and waved its forelimbs to greet everyone. Its lively energy brought laughter to the group. This was a tradition in the Lin family. Every Pokemon was welcomed as a cherished family member in a formal ceremony. However, the heartwarming atmosphere didn't last long. With a swift leap, the little Scyther jumped off Lin Bai's head and began its exploration journey. Scyther, that's Dad's money tree, and cut it. Wait, that's Mom's cherry blossom tree. Hey, leave Salamance's horns alone. You're risking your life here. Lin Bai chased after it relentlessly, sweat forming on his forehead. This little wrecking ball had just last night turned the succulent plant gifted by his middle school classmate into delicate artwork and had also transformed his carefully styled bangs into a buzz cut. Every day, Lin Bai found himself locked in a battle of wits with this over-energetic creature. Unbelievable. This is just a newly hatched Pokemon, Lin's father said, his eyes fixed on the nimble green figure with amazement. Such rapid development and near-perfect physique, this is a rarity even in my decades-long breeding career. Lin's mother, her gentle gaze filled with astonishment, couldn't hide her surprise either. This Scyther was only on its second day since hatching, yet it was already nearing the end of its infant stage and about to enter its growth phase. Even among bug-type Pokemon, known for their fast development, the shortest-lived like Caterpie required at least half a month in their infant stage, let alone dragon types. From the moment it hatched, this little Scyther displayed extraordinary vitality. Unlike other infant Pokemon that often slept for long periods, it was brimming with energy, using its sharp forelimbs to explore everything around it. Even more astonishing was its appetition. Its first day, it downed 6 bottles of Moo Moo milk in one go, leaving Lin Bai utterly speechless. If it weren't for Lin's father insisting on observing it for a few days, this little one would already be in training. Poor Lin Bai had been forced into the role of a full-time caretaker, constantly carrying a milk bottle around his neck. Whenever the Scyther got tired of playing, it would gaze up at him with its big, watery blue eyes, silently pleading for milk. Faced with such an irresistible weapon, Lin Bai always gave in without a fight. Scyther, you eat so much. How am I supposed to afford you with my measly allowance? Lin Bai held Scyther in his arms, deliberately pacing back and forth in front of his parents with a feigned look of distress. All right, just say it straight to my face, his father said, glancing at him and waving his hand in resignation. But I'm not the one in charge of the money here. If you want your allowance increased, you'll have to ask the boss of the house, your mom. It's not about increasing my allowance, Lin Bai quickly corrected, but rather allocating me a development fund. He understood the importance of justification. If you want money, you need a legitimate reason. Lin Bai's mother, who was crouched on the floor grooming the Ninetales fur, didn't even look up as she said, training Pokemon does cost money. So how much are you asking for? Lin Bai raised 2 fingers. Seeing neither of his parents respond, he deliberately waved his fingers in front of them. 2,000. His father chuckled. That's not too bad. We could discuss that. Lin Bai shook his head. 20,000. His mother finally looked up, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. That figure seemed excessive to her. For an average rookie trainer, 20,000 a month might barely suffice, but Lin Bai was a different case. The Lin family ran a breeding house, giving them access to Pokemon food, medicines, and training equipment at cost price, saving them 90 of the expenses. Lin Bai already received 5,000 a month as an allowance, so another 20,000 seemed extravagant. After all, the Lin family valued frugality. But Lin Bai shook his head again. Not even 20,000? His father was shocked. You little rascal, you can't possibly be asking for 200,000, can you? Wrong, Lin Bai declared, dropping a bombshell. I want 2 million. Dream on, his father roared in anger. Lin Bai's mother, Su Qing, stood up and looked seriously at her son. She knew Lin Bai too well. He wasn't wasteful or foolish, and he should understand that 2 million was out of the question. Don't get worked up yet. Let me explain, Lin Bai said with a grin as he gently pushed his father back into his seat and poured his mother a glass of water. I do want 2 million, but not per month or even per year. This would be the total amount to cover the next 2 years of high school and 4 years of university. After that, I'll take care of my own expenses. You won't have to worry about me anymore. This decision wasn't made lightly. Despite his youthful body, Lin Bai's soul carried the experiences of a 28-year-old weathered by life. Being supported by family was certainly easier, but it came at the cost of independence. On the other hand, being self-reliant meant taking on responsibility, but gaining control over his own life. With 2 million in starting funds and the benefits of the family breeding house, he could stretch the money to last through university. Plus, with the help of his eye of data, he could potentially earn more through ventures like identifying rare Pokemon eggs or stones, even while still in high school. Just 2 million? Lin Bai's mother asked, surprised. I have to remind you that raising Pokemon happens in stages. As a rookie, you'll only need basic food, medicines, and simple equipment. But to advance, you'll require expert training manuals, association move guides, premium berries and their derivatives, regular maintenance massages, elemental stones, and Pokemon gear, none of which come cheap. 2 million won't stretch far. If you don't ask now, the family would naturally increase your funds once your training progresses. Exactly, his father chimed in. And let's be clear about this, when your Pokemon come to me for care, they'll still charge you. Unless you tell me about that slab of stone. I've made my decision. Lin Bai abruptly stood up, cutting his father off. 2 million. No more, no less. I won't regret it. His eyes burned with determination. I will become the strongest Pokemon trainer in the Nayano, the world. Cha-cha. Scyther, though not fully understanding the conversation, raised its scythes in excitement. cheering on its trainer. Watching this scene, Lin Bai's parents fell silent, lost in thought. They were reminded of their own youthful days, full of ambition and dreams, when they had first embarked on their journey as trainers. Without realizing it, their son had grown up. All right, Scyther, I'm awake. Stop poking my stomach already. In the small courtyard behind the breeding house on the hillside, Lin Bai groggily opened his eyes, feeling a faint, sharp pain on his stomach. A lively Scyther was buzzing its wings, hovering around him, occasionally prodding his abdomen with its forelimbs to remind him of his promise to take it out for morning training. Golden sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting radiant patterns onto the wardrobe. While pulling on his clothes, Lin Bai impatiently nudged the excited Scyther beside him. I get it. Stop rushing me. I'm almost ready. The growth rate of this Scyther was astounding. After numerous examinations by his breeder father, it was confirmed that the creature had officially entered its growth phase, nearly 20 kilograms in weight and over half a meter in length. At this rate, it would reach the average height of 1.5 meters within 2 weeks. It was the perfect time to begin systematic training and potential development. As Lin Bai opened the door, a field of purple agapanthus came into view, accented by clusters of colorful lantana blooms to the east. This was the handiwork of his mother's diligent floral companion, Sakura Sprite. The vibrant summer morning flowers attracted flocks of beautifly and vivillon, fluttering gracefully over the garden. Daruma, the Darmanitan in the yard, was startled awake by the sound of the door. It propped itself up on its strong arms, glanced at Lin Bai, and, recognizing him, lazily collapsed back onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The courtyard was unusually lively this morning. Volcarona was lounging on a recliner on the balcony, Salamence was coiled up asleep on the living room carpet, and other Pokemon were sprawled across the sofa in various positions, snoring away. While Lin Bai's parents' Pokemon usually stayed active in the mountains behind the house, this warm and bustling scene filled him with a sense of comfort far beyond the cold emptiness of his duplex apartment. Scyther, let's train hard today. Lin Bai stretched energetically, exchanging a fist bump with the little Scyther perched on his shoulder. The little one chirped a cheerful cha-cha in response, brimming with enthusiasm. As Lin Bai jogged, he quietly reviewed Scyther's stats. Aptitude: held item, none. Type: bug, flying. Ability: technician. Level: 5 beginner. Moves: Leer, quick attack, vacuum wave, focus energy, reversal, steel wing. Watching Scyther's agile movements beside him, Lin Bai nodded in satisfaction. Its 4-star aptitude was well deserved from the very start. It had mastered Leer, though it initially used it to glare at Lin Bai for withholding its 4th bottle of Moo Moo milk. During its infancy, it had naturally learned quick attack and vacuum wave. With last night's level up, it had also acquired focus energy, rounding out its basic move set. As for reversal and steel wing, those were likely inherited moves. However, whether its parent was a Heracross or an Escavalier remained a mystery. Shaking off the thought, Lin Bai refocused on the task at hand. According to Dad's theory, the training focus before level 15 is crystal clear: prioritize mastering the Pokemon's own skills, with everything else being secondary. At this stage, even using Pokemon potions is not recommended. In this world, the mainstream cultivation resource is a special energy potion made by diluting the extract of berries. This approach stems from a simple reality: economic pressure. With top-tier berries in short supply, consuming them directly has become a luxury. Turning them into a solution for multiple uses not only maximizes their effects, but also significantly reduces the cost of cultivation. Lin Bai watched the Scyther thoughtfully. Although the crystallization of active ingredients in berries has been discovered, this groundbreaking achievement has not received the attention it deserves. He shook his head lightly, realizing that the development of energy cubes still had a long way to go. He couldn't help but wonder, if things continue at this pace, will berry potions eventually surpass energy cubes? For now, however, the value of energy cubes remains irreplaceable. With the acquisition of the Jade Bug Slate, Scyther's potential is gradually being unlocked. But to sustain this growth, a highly effective Pokemon food energy cubes are the best choice. Lin Bai looked around, deeply aware that this world's Pokemon technology was far from reaching its peak. Whether it's the development of Pokemon abilities, research on evolution methods, or the cultivation and application of berries, not to mention Mega Evolution, Z-moves, Dynamaxing, and Terrestrialization, these areas remain largely uncharted. He clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. Having early access to this information, combined with his keen insight, was undoubtedly his greatest advantage. But everything ultimately comes down to improving Pokemon strength. Despite the harmonious facade of the Pokemon League and society, strength remains the core value. This understanding only fueled Lin Bai's desire for power even more. He took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to think calmly. In Xia, a trainer's growth typically follows one of two paths: traveling or advanced study in an academy. Given his current strength, traveling would be too risky. Therefore, getting into a top-tier trainer school became the inevitable choice. According to the current standards, he would need to raise his Pokemon to at least amateur intermediate level within 2 years to have a chance at entering a quality Pokemon university. Watching the playful Scyther, Lin Bai's thoughts became clearer. To get into the very best schools, amateur intermediate level alone might not be sufficient. This year, the admission standards for Moda University, Imperial University, and Jingxing University required 2 amateur intermediate level Pokemon, with most admitted students having their main Pokemon close to amateur advanced level. As he passed by a supermarket, Lin Bai decided to buy a notebook on the way back to record Pokemon data and various cultivation ideas, preparing for the road ahead. Just then, his phone buzzed with a group message. It was a notification from his homeroom teacher. To promote the growth of novice trainers, the school would continue the elite system by holding a small competition to select outstanding students for the training class. The competition offers generous rewards, including cash prizes, move manuals, and special items, with the champion allowed to choose one item from the school's special collection room. The teacher specifically mentioned that last year's champion selected a rare evolution stone worth $1 million, and that was just the tip of the iceberg of the collection room's treasures. Seeing this message, Lin Bai's eyes lit up with excitement. The collection room. I can choose anything. His mind immediately raced to the possibility of obtaining a second slate. He looked at Scyther with determination and made up his mind. Our first goal will be to win the competition and claim the championship. Collection room. Here I come. Thud, thud, thud. At the dining table, the Scyther was greedily sucking on a milk bottle almost as big as itself. Lin Bai sat nearby, anxiously running his hands through his already messy hair, his eyes fixed on the alarming string of numbers in the cultivation notes. These expenses. Lin Bai meticulously calculated every item. Just the nutritional supplies alone were staggering. High-quality Moo Moo milk, considered the best nutritional supplement for Pokemon, cost 120 yuan per bottle, including transportation fees. His Scyther needed 2 bottles a day, one in the morning and one in the evening, which added up to 15,000 yuan a month. Add to that the mandatory 3 to 5 orange berries each day. Though mass cultivation had reduced the cost to about 10 yuan per berry, it still amounted to nearly 2,000 yuan monthly. Additionally, protein-rich human foods like beef and spinach, proven to be beneficial for growing Pokemon, cost another 3,000 yuan per month. Lin Bai quickly totaled it in his head: 20,000 yuan. And that was just the basic expenses for raising a single Pokemon during its early development stage. He glanced at the cheerful Scyther enjoying its meal and let out a bitter smile. How much would it cost to raise a champion-level Pokemon? The thought crossed his mind briefly, but he quickly dismissed it. Resolutely, he picked up his pen and began drafting an intense training plan, determined to turn every penny spent into real strength. Just then, his phone rang abruptly with a familiar tune. Dun 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 dun. From the other end of the line came Chun Yuan's unmistakably cheeky voice. Lin Bai, how's your Scyther's training going? Want to have a friendly match with my Squirtle? Let me show you what a real beating looks like. In the background, the faint, crisp cry of a Squirtle could be heard. Your Squirtle's already in its growth phase? Lin Bai asked, a little surprised. Of course. Chen Yuan's voice was filled with pride. I hatched its egg in my mom's secret realm. The temperature and humidity there speed up Pokemon egg development. Plus, with the exclusive berries from the orchard, it entered its growth phase just yesterday. Lin Bai nodded. Although his Scyther had hatched a bit later, its rapid growth had already caught up in progress, so he wasn't falling behind other trainers. Have you even trained it yet? Don't tell me it hasn't mastered the basic skills, Lin Bai questioned. My Squirtle could crush yours without any training. Chen Yuan's tone wavered slightly, though he tried to sound confident. By the way, you haven't registered at the Trainers Association yet, have you? Want to go together this afternoon? Lin Bai glanced at his cultivation manual, closed it, and replied, This afternoon works. Great, Chen Yuan said excitedly. I can't wait to see your Scyther. Honestly, I never expected you to pick a bug-type Pokemon. Lin Bai chose to stay silent on the misunderstanding. Oh, and one more thing, Chen Yuan added. There's a challenge match at my family's dojo this afternoon. The master of Tianjin 8 Trigram Palm, Chung Yuan, will be there. Want to come watch? What's the best martial art style for a Scyther? Lin Bai's eyes lit up as he held his phone. On the other end of the line, Chen Yuan was saying, Bagua Zhang would be a great choice. Its swift and fluid movements, coupled with fierce strikes, align perfectly with Scyther's combat style. Really? Lin Bai straightened up, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Incorporating traditional martial arts into Pokemon training was a dream shared by many trainers, but few could truly achieve it. The renowned martial arts schools were undoubtedly the elite in this endeavor. In Lin Bai's training plan, aside from the usual stamina and move practice, he placed special emphasis on improving reaction speed and physical coordination. Martial arts training fit this goal perfectly. Can I watch the matches? Lin Bai asked cautiously. I thought sparring sessions between schools were usually closed to outsiders. That's ancient history. Chen Yuan laughed heartily. Besides, you're not really an outsider. Meet me at 1 p.m. at the Central Association building downtown. After hanging up, Lin Bai jotted down notes in his notebook while munching on a piece of bread, preparing to look up more information about Baguazhang. Lin Bai, are you heading out today? His father, Lin Tian, walked out of the dining room holding his breakfast, dressed, and ready to go. If you're going out, don't forget to pick up the delivery. It's the starter gift from your grandparents. What? Lin Bai's eyes lit up, but then he mischievously asked, can I return the package and ask Grandpa and Grandma to get me something else? Keep dreaming, Lin Tian said, rolling his eyes. If you dare do that, I won't stop you, but you know your grandma's temper shed ride a dragonite here overnight just to teach you a lesson. The thought of his fiery-tempered grandmother sent a shiver down Lin Bai's spine, but he quickly came up with another idea. I remember Uncle gave me a high-quality evolution stone that boosts Scyther's defense stats by 50 each. So, what do my dear parents have in mind? Lin Tian, casually scrolling through his phone, replied absent-mindedly. Your mom's got a set of advanced training gear for you. It's a product developed by one of the companies we invested in, reliable technology, excellent quality. Lin Bai's heart leapt with joy. Advanced training gear was exactly what he needed, but even second-hand units on the market cost 800,000 yuan, far beyond his budget. This gift would save him a significant expense. Eyeing his relaxed father, Lin Bai cleared his throat and began to butter him up. Since mom's already so generous, I'm sure my most esteemed, most admirable father has prepared a gift for Scyther worth no less than 1,000,000 yuan, right? Hearing the blatant flattery, Lin Tian looked up, smirking at his son's fawning expression. He stood up, patted Lin Bai's shoulder, and pulled a crumpled invitation card from his back pocket. Lin Bai took the card, puzzled, and read the words on it. Dawn Corporation Annual Gala? What's this? Lin Bai looked at his father with confusion, his brows slightly furrowed. Although their family ran a breeding house, he was well aware that the family had other investments outside of it. Lin's father sat gracefully on the sofa, picked up his teacup, and took a small sip. His tone was calm as he said, Dawn Group is one of our largest investments. To put it simply, we're shareholders of the Dawn Group. This revelation made Lin Bai thoughtful. As the descendant of a top-tier trainer, he always believed that their family couldn't rely solely on the breeding house for income. There had to be other ventures supporting them. Yet, this was the first time he had heard of Dawn Group. All he knew about it was that it was a rapidly growing new enterprise specializing in the production of Pokemon-related tools. What does the annual meeting have to do with me? Lin Bai's eyes suddenly lit up as he blurted out excitedly. Don't tell me you're giving me shares. Dream on. Lin's father shot him a sharp look, cutting off his daydream. Shares. Keep dreaming. I'm asking you to participate in the annual meeting's exchange battle. The participants are all children of shareholders and executives, and their skills are nothing to scoff at. At this point, Lin's father smiled meaningfully. More importantly, the prizes for the competition are rare treasures from the group's warehouse. He gave Lin Bai a knowing look. Isn't scavenging for treasures your favorite thing? Instead of eyeing your old man's collection, why not take advantage of the group's resources? Oh, and during the winter break, there's another competition sponsored by our breeding house, which you'll need to show up for. You're just using me as free labor. Lin Bai pouted, clearly displeased. Although participating in battles to gain experience was already part of his plan, since it was his father suggesting it, there was no way it would be that simple. Fine. Lin's father sighed helplessly, giving in to his son's resistance. How about this? If you win first place in either of these two competitions, you can pick one item from my collection or receive 500,000 yuan in breeding funds. Deal. Lin Bai's eyes lit up as he eagerly extended his pinky to hook his father's. At the same time, his other hand discreetly pressed the stop button on his phone's recording app. The smoothness of his actions made it clear this wasn't the first time he had done this. The Chin-style Xingyi Martial Arts Academy is a prestigious and well-established martial arts school with a rich heritage. Built against the mountainside, the academy gained fame long before the arrival of the mystical creatures, with disciples spread far and wide. Remarkably, even under the influence of the new cultural wave brought by these creatures, the academy has not declined but instead flourished. This success is largely credited to its current master, Chinchua Martial Arts Grandmaster, who is also a fighting-type elite trainer. Notably, Master Chun was a close friend and college roommate of Lin's father, sharing not only the college team, but also the same dormitory. Lin Bai stood before the academy's entrance, his gaze sweeping over the pair of weathered, fierce stone lions that had guarded the gate for over a century. Tilting his head back, he stared up at the towering stairs that seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky. At the top stood a dark green wooden door adorned with a plaque inscribed with the words, Honor, Martial Virtues. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, Just how many steps does your academy have? Why can't I see the end? Chen Yuan yawned lazily and replied nonchalantly. Who's ever counted? 7 or 800, maybe 3 or 4,000. Anyway, it takes at least half an hour to get to the training field. Noticing Lin Bai's astonished expression, he added, The academy is built on a mountain, you know. Ancient martial sects are all like this, living in seclusion is kind of their thing. Is it really okay for you to talk about your father like that? Lin Bai muttered, somewhat speechless. Chen Yuan simply snorted softly and said no more. It was already 2:30 p.m. The two had just completed their registration as rookie trainers at the Trainer Association and were now preparing to climb the mountain to watch a sparring match between the academy and practitioners of Tianjin Baguazhang. Let's hurry up, or we'll miss it, Lin Bai said eagerly, pulling Chen Yuan toward the stairs. No rush. These days, they don't actually fight. They're probably still exchanging pleasantries, Chen Yuan remarked, though he followed along. Under his arm squirmed a small blue turtle, clearly unhappy. Squirtle, Squirtle, I can walk on my own, the little turtle protested indignantly. By the time they finally reached the training field, an intense battle was already underway. A blazing infernape, its fiery tail burning fiercely, was locked in combat with a rotund, yellow wand-brown Pachirisu. Infernape, use agility and then brick break. Pachirisu, counter with quick attack and mock punch. At the trainer's commands, Pachirisu's body sparkled with electric energy as it dashed forward like a yellow lightning bolt. Its rapid mock punch aimed straight at Infernape's face. The Infernape, moving with ghostly agility, left afterimages in its wake as it sidestepped to the right. It crouched low, gathering energy into its hand, which glowed with a blinding white light as it swung a ferocious brick break at Pachirisus' neck. Whoa, Pachirisus in trouble, Lin Bai exclaimed in alarm. But in the next moment, Pachirisu displayed remarkable adaptability. Remaining calm, it increased the speed of its mock punch even further. Pachirisu cut through its center line. Its trainer commanded. Determination flashed across Pachirisus' adorable face as it landed a precise strike to Infernape's elbow, not only neutralizing the brick break, but also disrupting its rhythm. Pachirisu, follow up with a diving elbow strike. Infernape, use heat wave to blow it away. In an instant, the two small creatures clashed fiercely once more. This time, Babu the Diglett was swept away by the scorching air currents. Enduring the pain, it quickly extinguished the flames on its body. Across from it, the Infernape wasn't faring much better. One of its arms had gone nearly numb from the recoil of its mock punch. Although the subsequent tackle failed to hit a vital spot, its body was briefly paralyzed, with faint sparks flickering across its fur. It was the initial thunder wave, Lin Bai observed, instantly grasping the situation. Chen Yuan nodded in agreement, a slight smile on his lips. It seems this battle is far from over. Rising slightly on his tiptoes, he cast his gaze to the other side of the battlefield. I'm curious, was the trainer capable of matching senior brotherly like this? Is the trainer of this Babu the Diglett really that strong? Lin Bai asked casually. Strong? That's an understatement. Chen Yuan, catching the nonchalant tone in Lin Bai's voice, felt compelled to explain urgently. Senior brotherly Bo is the captain of the school team this year and has already been pre-admitted to Jing University. Among our martial arts academy's current generation, he's one of the top talents. Lin Bai frowned slightly, analyzing. From this fight, it seems Babu the Diglett is overly fixated on combining techniques with martial arts, which has caused it to miss key opportunities. That tackle failed because the opening elbow was too slow. Otherwise, it could have at least disrupted Infernape's heat wave, if not dealt a critical blow. Chen Yuan was at a loss for words. Although he had noticed the tackle's lack of follow-through, Lin Bai's professional assessment left him with little to say. Instead, he jokingly suggested, Master Lin, since you know so much, why not step up and spar with my senior brother later? Give him a few pointers. Lin Bai awkwardly rubbed his nose, clearly unwilling to invite trouble. His scyther, however, seemed to take the suggestion seriously, waving its blades eagerly. He's absolutely right, a clear, feminine voice chimed in from behind them. Lin Bai turned to see a young woman in martial arts attire smiling at them. Behind her stood a towering, imposing Pingoro, a blade of grass in its mouth, arms crossed, exuding a roguish air. Judging by its robust muscles and sleek fur, it was undoubtedly formidable. Senior sister, Chen Yuan greeted respectfully with a bow. This was Han Ying, the heir to the Xingyi Martial Arts Academy, a prodigy so exceptional that Master Chen had abandoned plans to groom his own son as successor. She was a fearsome figure who left her junior disciples struggling to keep up. So, this is the son of Master Lin Tian? Not bad, Han Ying said as she approached, glancing at the arena with a slight frown. Li Bo still has a long way to go. He has talent, but he's way too rigid. Turning to Lin Bai, she smiled and asked, What's your take on traditional martial arts, Lin Bai? Seeing the eager Pingoro behind her, Lin Bai hesitated but forced a smile and gave her a thumbs up. Traditional martial arts are amazing. Xingyi is even more amazing. Thaha. Chen Yuan couldn't hold back his laughter, wishing he could record this moment and share it in their class group chat. Teasing kids is just too much fun, Han Ying said, doubling over with laughter. Amid the cheerful atmosphere, Lin Bai stood awkwardly, silently vowing revenge. Seriously? Using me for laughs? They'll remember this. Senior sister, the match is over, right? My dad should be up next. Chen Yuan tactfully changed the subject. You're right. It's time for them to take the stage, Han Ying replied, her expression turning serious. She pointed toward the higher levels of the martial arts hall. I came to take you two to the inner chamber. With that, she strode forward, motioning for them to follow. Meanwhile, Lin Bai continued stewing in silent resentment. Haha, old Chen, you rascal. How is it that you're still not aging? A booming laugh erupted from the inner hall, shaking the doorframe slightly. This voice belonged to Chung Yuan, the head of the Bagua Palm sect. That single laugh alone was enough to reveal the depth of his inner strength and the domineering force of his energy. As the group ascended the steps, they were greeted by the sight of two burly men standing in the center of the inner hall, their clothes slightly disheveled. They had just finished an intense sparring session and now stood facing each other. Around the hall, a circle of disciples dressed in martial arts robes quietly observed. Their black and white uniforms clearly divided them into two factions. Lin Bei's gaze fell on Han Ying's snow-white robe, and he immediately understood this must be the standard attire of the martial arts school. Chung, your palm strikes are as powerful as ever, said the man in white. Qin Shou, father of Chun Yuan, shaking the dust off his sleeve with a smile. I'm getting old. Master Chung waved off the compliment modestly. Back in the day, one palm strike from me could stop a rampaging toros. Now, even a Mareep standing still gives me trouble. As the two elders exchanged pleasantries, Qin Yuan leaned close to Lin Bai and whispered, these two old guys are at it again, talking nonsense. What do you mean? Lin Bai asked curiously. Isn't it obvious? Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow and explained. Uncle Chung might seem all bold and hearty, but he's actually incredibly petty. If you really believe his claim that his skills have declined, he'll show up the next day to challenge your dojo. My dad's not much better, just a bit more subtle. Head sends senior sister to block your door. If she knocks everyone in your dojo down, you might as well shut it for good. But if you dare to gang up on her, my dad will definitely ambush the other masters at night. That's wild, Lin Bai exclaimed, but then noticed Qin Yuan giving him a strange look. My dad said it was Master Lin who taught him all this, Qin Yuan added quietly. Seriously? Lin Bai suddenly realized why it all felt so familiar. It was clearly a family tradition. Meanwhile, the two masters on the dais had shifted their conversation to the younger generation. So, your nephew is starting out as a rookie trainer this year? That means he's the same age as my daughter, Master Chung remarked, his gaze falling on Lin Bai. Really? That's quite the coincidence. Qin Shou's eyes scanned the black-clad students before settling on a petite girl with delicate features surrounded by others. Perched elegantly on her shoulder was a Ralts. Suddenly, Qin Shou's gaze shifted to Lin Bai, and he made a suggestion. By tradition, before the disciples exchange skills, the two of us should have a demonstration match. But my ace, Lucario, and your ace, Min Shao, have probably grown tiresome for the audience. How about we mix it up this time? Oh, Chung Yuan's interest was piqued. Which Pokemon in my team would Qin Master like to spar with? Scyther, Qin Shou said, his tone meaningful. He remembered that Chung Yuan's team included a particularly formidable Scyther, a top-tier Pokemon even at the Elite Four level. Unfortunately, Chung Yuan didn't train Turtle-type Pokemon, so the advantage would fall to Lin Bai instead. Chung Yuan noticed that among the two newcomers, one was accompanied by an energetic Scyther. He immediately caught on and, thinking of his own daughter, smiled. Scyther will do. Then, pointing at Qin Shou, he added, but he'll pick your Pokemon to that Galade of yours, the one famed for its impeccable swordsmanship. It's time for it to come out and play. Qin Shou glanced at the little girl with the Ralts on her shoulder and agreed readily. The two masters then stepped down from their seats. Chung Yuan called out loudly. Scyther, step forward and meet your opponent. The formidable Master Chung hurled a pokeball with a swift motion. As a dazzling white light flared, a massive Scyther with a scarred body appeared in the arena. Cha! The Scyther slashed its twin blades horizontally, its sharp forelimbs carving a deep gash into the ground with an intimidating aura. A Scyther at champion level. Lin Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was a rare opportunity to witness a master-level battle up close, where every detail, invisible in videos, unfolded vividly before him. Han glanced at the lucky boy, a faint smile playing on her lips. Galade, enjoy this fight. Qin Shao's pokeball traced a graceful arc through the air. As streaks of white, green, and blue light intertwined, a Galade with blade-like elbows landed firmly on the ground. In an instant, the air thickened, and even the dust seemed to hang suspended, a result of the collision between flying-type energy and psychic power. Two flashes of light collided in the blink of an eye, the deafening clash of metal reverberating through the arena. Lin Bai struggled to keep up with the action, his gaze darting after the two figures streaking across the battlefield. Each collision sent out ripples of energy. The Scyther's wings vibrated at an incredible speed as it weaved through the dense barrage of psychic blades, its twin sides slicing through the air with sharp, resonating streaks of white light. That's an air slash combined with consecutive strikes, Lin Bai exclaimed in awe. The Scyther's speed was unparalleled, clearly enhanced by moves like Aerial Ace or Quick Attack. In that moment, the true essence of the Pokemon world revealed itself to him. Moves could be used with such fluidity and creativity. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Master Cheng's veins bulged as he entered a deep state of resonance with his Pokemon, his body bruised and trembling. Meanwhile, Chen Cho stood enveloped in an aura of blue fire, a testament to his mastery of aura. Galade, teleport followed by sacred sword. Chen Cho commanded. Just as the air slash was about to strike, Galade's psychic energy surged, its twin blades glowing with a golden hue. This was the moment Chen Cho had been waiting for. However, the roaring wind suddenly solidified into ropes, binding Galade tightly. How naive. Do you think the wind can stop the flow of psychic energy? Chen Cho sneered. It doesn't need to stop it. Cheng Yuan's laughter echoed through the gale. It just needs to hold you for an instant. Before his words had fully settled, the wind accelerated air slash hurtled toward the immobilized Galade. Boom. The deafening explosion sent fragments of rock flying and dust billowing into the air. When the dust finally settled, Lin Bai crawled out of the dirt, brushing off the dirt from the little scyther by his side. In the center of the battlefield, the scarred scyther lay collapsed in a pit, while Galade panted heavily near a massive crack in the ground. Looks like Galade won, Qin Yuan said excitedly. No, Master lost, a cold female voice interjected. At the critical moment, the scyther held back part of its strength to allow Galade to escape. It was just a sparring match, there was no need to go all out. But Galade's sacred sword struck the already exhausted scyther with full force. The girl, hailed as the rising star of the martial arts world, had a glint of battle spirit in her eyes. Beside her, her Pangoro casually swiped its paw, effortlessly tearing through an oncoming gust with dark-type energy. Lin Bai cradled the captivated little scyther in his arms, his eyes brimming with passion for Pokemon battles. Scyther, it looks like we've got a long way to go. But one day, we'll defeat every opponent together. Cha-cha. In the small courtyard behind the breeding house, Lin Bai was engrossed in flipping through an old, yellowed notebook, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for knowledge. This notebook, detailing the habits and characteristics of wild scythers, was a gift from his grandparents to mark his new journey. It was a precious breeding guide that combined his grandfather's years of training insights with his grandmother's professional expertise, with every page brimming with valuable experience. Lin Bai's fingers gently brushed over the aged pages as he recalled a recent phone call with his grandparents, a faint smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. His grandfather, Lin Bing, a legendary figure who emerged from a military background, had transitioned into a ranger after retirement. Not only did he rekindle his dream of being a trainer, but he also managed to win the heart of the eldest daughter of the prestigious Dragon Master family, the Liu family. Such a remarkable life story was something even Lin Bai's parents, both elite 4-level trainers and master breeders, could hardly rival. However, time spares no one. His aging grandfather could no longer keep up with the pace of Pokemon battles and had to release several Pokemon, including a few scythers eager to grow stronger, back into the wild. As Lin Bai studied the notebook, he continuously revised his breeding plans, specialized fungi to promote wing growth, easily absorbed calcium tablets to help form a sturdy exoskeleton, and moist oak shavings to aid digestion. He opened the online shopping app on his phone, his fingers swiftly scrolling as he added these items to his cart one by one. Thinking about the wild scyther's habit of sharpening its blades on trees, Lin Bai couldn't help but rub his backside. Just a few days ago, the young scyther had shredded his mother's cherished Gracidia flowers into pieces. That genetic prank had earned him a good scolding. At that moment, the young scyther was standing smugly nearby, swinging its sharp forelimbs at the furniture as if showing off its renovation skills. Seeing its energetic demeanor, Lin Bai's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Since you're so full of energy, let's do some special training. Changing into his sneakers, Lin Bai led the scyther toward the outdoor training ground. Thanks to his parents' status, they had built a private training facility in the back hills. While it wasn't as sophisticated as an official training ground with all-terrain fields, the well-lit outdoor arena was more than sufficient for his current needs. Walking westward along the maple-lined path and through the dense forest, the spacious training field came into view. Even as dusk fell, the area remained brightly illuminated, ready to host the next training session at any time. Although there were no other trainers around, the place was unexpectedly lively. The open-air plaza had transformed into a bustling battleground since Dad had forbidden Pokemon from fighting in the back hills. Any Pokemon with disputes to settle would come here for a showdown. The area was already surrounded by all kinds of curious Pokemon, their dense crowd making Lin Bai and Scyther, who had just arrived, feel overwhelmed. At the entrance to the plaza, a towering onyx served as the gatekeeper, requiring each wild Pokemon to pay a berry as an entry fee. These berries were put to good use. They all came from the orchard in the Lin family's back hills anyway. All right, stop staring. Lin Bai tugged at Scyther, who was still mesmerized by the Heracross duels. You're just a little one. You can't participate yet. Before leaving, he reminded the onyx at the gate. Battles are fine, but keep them under control. If the training grounds get damaged, a few berries won't be enough to hire Girder for repairs. In a corner of the field, Lin Bai pulled out a notebook and carefully drew a simple chart. First, we need to do a full physical assessment. That way, we can plan your training more effectively. As he spoke, he guided Scyther onto an electronic scale. Height, 62 centimeters, weight, 21 kilograms. Linbai noted down the data with a smile. Little Scyther, you've grown quite a bit. Cha-cha, Scyther excitedly waved its sharp blades, its eyes brimming with anticipation. Its dream was to one day grow as strong as the powerful Scyther it had seen that afternoon. Linbai continued his observations. Energy level is still at 5, which is expected since you just leveled up last night and didn't do much training today. Activating his data analysis ability, he noticed something unusual. Huh? You've learned Fury Cutter? Looks like that battle this afternoon left quite an impression on you. Cha! Scyther responded enthusiastically, demonstrating its new move. Its blades flashed a silvery light, and though its movements were still a bit clumsy, they carried a certain determination. No need to dwell on proficiency for now. Linbai quickly jotted down the details, calculating in his mind. Being able to execute the move is already great. Next, let's directly test your physical capabilities. He pointed to a nearby track. Come on, let's start with a 100-meter dash as a warm-up. You'll do it 4 times. The first time using only your legs to build explosive power. The second time relying solely on your wings to feel the energy flow during high-speed flight. The third time combining your wings and legs to learn coordination. And the last time giving it your all, trying to incorporate quick attack. Got it. Faced with this barrage of instructions, Scyther simply blinked its innocent eyes, looking utterly confused, as if to say, I'm just a baby. All right, Linbai sighed, rubbing his forehead. Just follow my lead. First, like this, no wings, only legs. He exaggerated his movements, flapping his arms like wings before tucking them behind his back. As he was pondering the next step, he turned around to see Scyther mimicking him, clumsily flapping its blades. Under the bright lights of the training field, the pair looked like 2 awkward, flapping chickens. Cha-cha. Scyther tilted its head, asking in confusion, am I doing it wrong? No, you're doing great, Linbai replied, both amused and exasperated, sighing inwardly. Training Pokemon is truly a long and challenging journey. Unacceptable, still unacceptable. Linbai stood at the edge of the open-air training ground, gripping his notebook so tightly that it was slightly deformed. He stared at the stopwatch, his brows furrowed. 42 seconds for this lap didn't even break 40. Even for a simple jog, that's way too slow. The Scyther drooped its head, its emerald green body trembling slightly as it let out a soft, aggrieved cha sound. But Linbei's gaze remained stern as he quickly jotted down notes in his notebook. It was the first official day of training. Thanks to the foundational exercises from the night before, the Scyther already understood Linbei's every command with precision. Yet Linbai clearly demanded more. This was the 57th sprint since dawn, and now, as the sun reached its zenith, the training ground was empty save for the 2 of them. But every attempt ended the same way. The stopwatch mercilessly displaying times over 40 seconds. Seeing the young Scyther's dejected posture, Linbei's voice turned sharp. Don't give me that look. Show some spirit and determination. What did I say this morning? Today, you must finish 400 meters in under 40 seconds, not a second more. If your training is always just good enough, you'll be left far behind by other Pokemon when it matters most in the arena. The Scyther pressed its lips together, pushing its exhausted body back toward the track. Linbai watched, his expression softening slightly. Quietly, he reached into his backpack, pulled out an oran berry, and knelt down, feeding it to the Scyther piece by piece. Little Scyther, look, Linbai said gently. Your times have already improved so much since the first try. You're so close to breaking 40 seconds. He then took out a photograph of an elite-level Scyther, its scarred body a testament to countless battles. Pointing to the marks, Linbai continued. See these scars? They're the price of proving strength in the arena. One day, you'll be even stronger than this one. Cha! The Scyther's spirit reignited as it focused intently on every scar in the photo, etching them into its memory. Cha-cha! It'll break 40 seconds. It quickly finished the berry, shook its heavy blades, and returned to the track, assuming its starting position once more. You've got this, Scyther. I know you can do it this time. Linbai called out with encouragement. The emerald figure darted down the track once more. Linbai observed closely, calculating in his mind. From dawn until now, the Scyther's time had improved from 50 seconds to just over 4, significantly for a first training session, yet still far from the goal. He had originally planned to wrap up endurance training quickly and move on to more critical skill-based drills, but reality had dealt him a harsh lesson. At that moment, Linbai truly understood why high-level trainers were so rare. Exceptional potential alone wasn't enough to ensure a Pokemon's success in the long run. 41.7 seconds. Linbai forced a faint smile as he looked at the panting Scyther and said, your speed has improved a bit. You're almost there. But deep down, he knew this was just a normal fluctuation in performance. The 40-second barrier remained as unyielding as ever. Not wanting to pass on his anxiety to the already exhausted Pokemon, Linbai said softly, let's take a break for now. He led the reluctant Scyther, whose eyes were full of determination, to the grassy area beside the track and sat down. It was then that he noticed the Pokemon's legs trembling uncontrollably, its energy completely drained. Relying on berries alone isn't enough to replenish stamina, Linbai murmured, jotting down this observation in his notebook while recalling the energy cube recipes stored on his computer. A sense of urgency began to grow within him. Scyther, it's your first day of training. How do you feel? Linbai asked, noticing the Pokemon's head drooping beside him. Cha-cha training is fun. Scyther forced a weak smile, sensing its trainer's unease and trying, in its own innocent way, to offer comfort. Seeing Scyther's cautious expression, Linbai felt a pang in his heart. Gently, he wiped the sweat and dust from the Pokemon's forehead. Honestly, you've done really well today. It's me who's been too impatient, overestimating myself and rushing things. Cha, that's not true. Scyther flapped its wings anxiously but collapsed to the ground due to its weakened legs. Even so, it gestured wildly, trying to convey its thoughts. Though Linbai couldn't fully understand the meaning, he saw everything in the Pokemon's worried and flustered expression. How ironic, he thought to himself with a wry smile. A little one not even a month old is comforting a 20-some-year-old guy like me. But he couldn't bring himself to laugh. Instead, he blinked hard and took a deep breath to steady his emotions. After a long silence, Linbai slowly stood up, his gaze resolute. I understand now, Scyther. What's a few failures? If we want to surpass everyone else, how could it be easy? Without putting in 10, even 100 times more effort than others, without years of unwavering persistence, what right do we have to defeat opponents who are also giving it their all? If once isn't enough, we'll try twice. If twice isn't enough, then 3 times, 4 times, or even 10,000 times. Linbai's eyes burned with determination as he extended his hand to Scyther. Let's run again. This time, we will succeed. Under the noonday sun, Scyther stared blankly at the sweat-soaked hand before it. Slowly, it placed its scythe-like arm onto Linbai's palm. As Linbai tightened his grip, it felt as though the hearts of the human and the Pokemon were connected in that moment. They could feel each other's breath, hear the rhythm of each other's heartbeat, and the sound of blood rushing through their veins echoed in their ears. No words were needed. Together, they stepped back onto the track. Bang! With the sound of the starting gun, Scyther shot out like an arrow from a bow. At the very moment it took off, Linbai caught a faint glimmer of white light in his eyes. He saw Scyther's level jump from 5 to 6. A surge of intense bug-type energy erupted, enveloping Scyther like flowing green flames. With the support of flying-type energy, the surrounding airflow appeared as silvery rivers in Scyther's vision, propelling it forward faster and faster. 36.9 seconds. Linbai's jubilant shout rang out as Scyther collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. In a faint voice, it murmured, I finally did it. Inside the breeding center office, Lin's father paced back and forth irritably, occasionally glancing at his son, Linbai, who was lounging in the office. Why are you still here? Lin's father asked with a helpless expression. I already told you, the Scyther is fine. It just fell asleep from exhaustion after training it didn't pass out from overexertion. Look, he pointed at the fruit platter on the desk. 1 oranberry, 1 pechaberry, and it'll be back to full strength in half an hour. If you're still worried, throw in a lumberry to wake it up. Now get out of here, I've got work to do. But we haven't had lunch yet. Linbai mumbled, clutching his stomach and putting on a pitiful expression. If the Scyther could eat high-grade berries, it wouldn't have to push itself so hard in training. Fine, it'll add a custap berry. Lin's father sighed in exasperation, defeated by his son's whining. He motioned to Gardevoir to fetch the berry from storage. Custap berries weren't like the common oranberries. They contained unique nutrients that greatly benefited bug-type Pokemon. Even his wife's Volcarona required a steady supply of custap berries to maintain peak condition. These high-grade berries sold for around 30,000 each on the market, and even then, they were hard to come by without waiting in line. Custap berries are great, but Scyther's wings cramped up this morning. I'm worried about the afternoon. Linbai continued to complain. That's because you're pushing it too hard. Lin's father snapped, cutting him off. Watching his son's exaggerated expression, he eventually sighed in resignation. Gardevoir, grab a citrus berry for these 2 troublemakers as well. Honestly, what did I do in my past life to deserve this? Gardevoir giggled softly, covering her mouth with a graceful hand. A faint pink psychic glow surrounded her, and in a flash, she reappeared in the office, now holding a vibrant green custap berry and a sky-blue citrus berry. Happy now? Now get out of here, I've got work to do, Lin's father said impatiently, waving them off. Actually, Dad, there's one more thing I wanted to discuss with you. Linbai hesitated, feeling a bit guilty as he saw how generous his father had been. But recalling how exhausted Scyther looked that morning, he mustered up his courage to speak. One more thing. Lin's father stood up in disbelief. What else do you want now? I swear, you're like a weasel, your eyes light up green every time you see me. 2 high-grade berries aren't enough. They're enough, they're enough. I'm not talking about berries, Linbai quickly clarified. cautiously moving behind his father to massage his shoulders. When he noticed his father's expression soften slightly, he tentatively said, "I remember we have an old centrifugal crusher in the family vault, right? It's in pretty good condition. Honestly, it doesn't have much collectible value, so why waste space keeping it there? What? Do you have a plan for it?" Lin's father turned to look at his son, his gaze turning curious. He remembered that centrifugal crusher Wellet was a piece of machinery they had unearthed from a secret realm 3 years ago, still in pristine condition without a speck of rust. The discovery had caused a stir in the scientific community at the time. After all, the last person to unearth similar machinery had gone on to dominate the market by producing pokeballs, founding the multinational Sylph company. For a time, top research institutes from all over scrambled to submit applications, all eager to catch a glimpse of this mysterious machine. In the end, the Hanhai Research Institute in Magic City succeeded in bringing the heavily guarded machine into their laboratory, thanks to the endorsements of several academic heavyweights. However, this much-anticipated machine quickly became the laughingstock of the academic community. After thorough inspection, experts were disappointed to find that the seemingly intact machine was surprisingly simple in structure, merely a combination of a shredder and a high-speed centrifuge. To make matters worse, its centrifugal precision was even inferior to the standard equipment of Blue Star Laboratory. 6 months later, in an attempt to save face, the academic heavyweights were forced to disband the joint research project. The once coveted Mystic machine was eventually auctioned off at a mere 550,000 yuan. The buyer of this machine was none other than Lin Tian. A meticulous researcher, Lin Tian conducted another round of detailed inspections after acquiring the machine, but he too found nothing of value. Losing interest in this ordinary device, he locked it away in a storage vault, where it gathered dust. It wasn't until last week, during Lin Bai's visit to the vault, that a casual glance brought the machine back into the spotlight. To him, this was no ordinary device. It was unmistakably the renowned berry crusher of the Pokemon world, or, as he preferred to call it, the energy cube maker. That machine was really just ordinary, Lin's father said, frowning as he tried to recall every detail. So many experts examined it, and none of them found anything special. He looked at Lin Bai suspiciously. "Did your superpowers awaken again?" Lin's father had always dismissed the idea of superpowers. But seeing the astonishing growth rate of Lin Bai's scyther, he couldn't help but reconsider the possibility. Thinking back to how he might have bought a hot potato, he felt a pang of regret. What's so special about that centrifuge, anyway? Lin's father pressed further. The experts at Hanhai Research Institute inspected every single screw. Seeing his father's puzzled expression, Lin Bai knew he was overthinking it. This time, it really wasn't because of the Eye of Data, he explained. The main reason is that cylindrical interface, which allows 4 trainers to operate it simultaneously. I know it all too well. Noticing his father's skeptical look, he quickly added, "I've been studying berry nutrition lately and needed a centrifuge. Since we already have one at home, why bother asking you to borrow the lab's equipment? So your idea of handling it yourself is raiding my storage vault?" Lin's father said, both angry and amused. "That's a piece of equipment worth over 550,000 yuan. Fine, they'll buy it from you," Lin Bai said eagerly. To him, this berry crusher was crucial to improving his Pokemon's training efficiency, had to have it no matter what. Lin's father fell silent, gazing deeply at his son. He recalled how he had purchased the machine in the first place, hoping to uncover details the experts might have missed. Instead, it had only made him a laughingstock in the industry. After a long pause, he finally relented. "Go to the vault entrance tonight," he said weakly. "The Dusk Noir will bring that useless machine out. For now, take your Pokemon and get out of my sight." "Got it." Lin Bai leapt up like a spring, scooped up his Pokemon, and bolted out the door. On his way out, he didn't forget to grab a few berries from the table. His frantic, almost comical exit left Lin's father shaking his head with a mix of exasperation and amusement. At night, under the warm indoor lighting, the scyther finished a day of intense training. After washing up, it relaxed and sat leisurely on the jade-green insect stone slab. Holding Lin Bai's learning tablet in both hands, its nimble forelimbs swiped across the screen with ease. It was particularly captivated by a game called Fruit Ninja on the tablet, though Lin Bai had set a strict prerequisite completing 30 minutes of Chinese character practice before unlocking the game. Lin Bai always explained with a serious demeanor that this was a necessary step to help the scyther better understand its trainer's commands. Not far away, under the desk lamp, Lin Bai was meticulously recording the day's training data. He carefully analyzed the scyther's physical stats. Although the jade-green insect stone slab provided a significant boost, it was clear that progress wouldn't happen overnight. Fully unlocking the scyther's potential would still require continuous training. However, the surprises brought by the stone slab were far from limited to physical growth. It also enhanced the Pokemon's skill proficiency, with an especially notable boost to bug-type moves. In just one afternoon, the scyther's Fury Cutter had advanced from a beginner level to a basic mastery. With a noticeable increase in its execution speed, it could now complete the move in under 3 seconds. Lin Bai's gaze instinctively fell on the jade-green insect stone slab beneath the scyther, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This top-tier item, capable of helping a Pokemon comprehend the move, Judgment Gleam, was already showing extraordinary effects, even though it had not yet been fully activated. Flipping open his training manual, Lin Bai fell into deep thought. Based on the current progress, he considered reducing the time spent on move training. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, deciding to continue observing whether the slab's effects might diminish as the Pokemon grew. He kept revising his notes, reshaping the original training plan beyond recognition. The day's training results were exhilarating. After the intense regimen, the Scyther's stat strength, speed, explosive power, physical coordination, and neural reaction speed not only reached the expected standards, but even exceeded them. As a 4-star potential Pokemon, Scyther already boasted exceptional physical qualities, and now they had been elevated even further. Lin Bai speculated that this was likely thanks to the stone slab. Although the jade-green insect stone slab had not been fully activated, the high-quality energy it emitted not only met the Scyther's nutritional needs, but also provided ample support for its future growth. This meant that physical training could proceed steadily without excessive concerns. However, Lin Bai found himself stumped on how to further enhance Scyther's coordination and neural reaction speed to more elusive stats to improve. When Lin Bai opened his computer to check his emails, he saw a glimmer of hope for a solution. While he had no leads on improving reaction speed yet, he now had a clear plan for enhancing coordination in 8 trigrams palm training videos sent by Han Ing, his senior martial arts sister. The two martial arts schools often exchanged foundational training methods, though, of course, any true secret techniques would not be included in such videos. The video showed a row of sturdy tree stumps, each 2 meters tall and spaced 1 meter apart, neatly arranged in a straight line. Martial arts students gracefully weave through the stumps with light, agile movements, as fluid and dynamic as swimming dragons. Watching this ancient yet highly effective training method, Lin Bai couldn't help but marvel at its practicality and ingenuity. The familiar bearded martial arts instructor stood nearby, constantly correcting the stances of his disciples. Lin Bai's gaze was fixed on every movement on the training ground, and the image of the nimble Blaziken dodging on the arena involuntarily surfaced in his mind. That Blaziken had skillfully evaded the powerful sonic punch of Babutop's Mach Punch with agile maneuvers. This training method is definitely worth learning from, Lin Bai thought as he observed and quickly jotted down notes in his notebook. For the notoriously fragile Scyther, enhancing its evasion skills was critical. Mastering short-distance rapid lateral movements was not only a fundamental skill, but also the most practical dodge technique in battle. He continued refining the training plan, focusing particularly on the use of its wings. By strengthening its control over flying-type energy and combining it with Scyther's powerful lower limb strength, its movement speed could undoubtedly achieve a qualitative leap. However, when it came to flying-type training, Lin Bai found himself at a loss. He decided to seek advice from his mother, who was well-versed in this field after all. Her Salamence, Charizard, and Talonflame were all masters of aerial techniques. His gaze fell on the ancient jade bug slate, and Lin Bai rubbed his temples. Scyther also needed a supplement of flying-type food. Otherwise, under the nourishment of the slate, its bug-type energy would grow too strong, suppressing the development of its flying-type abilities. This energy imbalance was a headache for him. By evening, Lin Bai stared at the berry crusher that had just been moved into the first-floor study, and his initial excitement froze. Although the machine was simple to operate, producing a qualified energy cube required precise mastery of each berry's base crushing amount, ensuring a perfect 100 pulverization level. How was he supposed to remember all these details? I'm training Pokemon, not cramming for an exam, Lin Bai joked to himself. It seemed that creating quality energy cubes would require a lot of trial and error. But where would he get the berries? Basic berries were manageable, could buy them with some money. However, high-grade berries like lychee berries and lonsat berries were so rare that even spending a fortune might not be enough. As for top-tier berries like Salic and Dragonfire berries, even his parents could only occasionally get their hands on such treasures. Forget it, he'll put the high-grade berries aside for now, Lin Bai consoled himself. Tomorrow, he'll start with low-grade energy cubes for stamina replenishment. Thinking of the box of orange berries he had borrowed from his father's nursery, he felt a newfound confidence. Flipping to the moves section in his notebook, Lin Bai pondered deeply. Real-life Pokemon battles were a completely different ballgame compared to the games. Over the past few days, he and Scyther had stayed up late watching videos of the National College League, the National Youth Tournament, and the World Youth Challenge, aiming to inspire the Pokemon's fighting spirit. While he wasn't an expert, he could at least call himself a seasoned enthusiast. Considering Scyther's species traits, Lin Bai decided to focus on a speed-based offensive strategy. Speed meant not just extraordinary swiftness, but also a perfect combination of explosive power and agility. Moves like quick attack, agility, and aerial ace had to be integrated into its daily movement training. Offense meant maximizing Scyther's destructive power, emphasizing its technician ability to unleash piercing strikes during high-speed movement. This required mastering a wide range of attack moves, learning supplementary skills, and particularly honing its slashing techniques. Moves like Sword's Dance were also essential. Looking at the ambitious training plan, Lin Bai chuckled helplessly. The training load would undoubtedly increase significantly in the future, but the most important thing was still real combat. As a natural-born combat species, Scyther could only truly awaken its battle instincts and develop combat awareness through actual battles. Let's start tomorrow, Lin Bai resolved. All right, Scyther, finish it with vacuum wave. In the plaza of the battle park, an uneven match was unfolding. The emerald green Scyther moved like a phantom, its figure darting unpredictably, evading attacks with such agility that its opponent couldn't land a single hit. Meanwhile, the opposing Pidgey, also at level 7, was utterly exhausted, hovering in midair and gasping for breath. Its repeated attempts to strike had all missed, leaving it flailing like a headless fly. The fight could have ended much sooner. Pidgey's limited arsenal of moves tackle and sand attack posed no threat to the Scyther. Lin Bai had deliberately prolonged the battle, using it as an opportunity to train Scyther's dodging skills. Now he decided it was enough. At Lin Bai's command, Scyther sprang into action. In a flash of green light, it was already in front of Pidgey. Two sharp air blades shot forth from its scythe-like arms, brimming with ferocity and precision. Pidgey, dodge it! The opposing trainer shouted anxiously. Pidgey mustered all its strength, flapping its wings desperately to gain altitude. But Lin Bai's next command was already cutting through the air. Scyther, use Fury Cutter. With a downward slash from its blade, Pidgey had no escape. The strike hit its mark with pinpoint accuracy, the sheer force sending Pidgey hurtling to the ground. The seamless combo left the opposing trainer frozen in shock. It wasn't until Pidgey crash-landed heavily that they snapped out of their daze. Pidgey, are you okay? Come on, get up. Pidgey, stop. Lin Bai interrupted exasperatedly. Could you quit yelling? What? Do you think you're Ash Ketchum or something? He pointed at the unconscious Pidgey sprawled on the ground. Your Pokemon can't fight anymore. That means I win. Friendly advice. While I didn't go too hard, you should probably check its injuries. You don't want it affecting future training. The opposing trainer stood in silence for a moment, then quietly recalled their Pidgey and hurried off without a word. Wow, Lin Bai sighed, shaking his head. Can't handle a little defeat? Some trainer they are. He had already forgotten the days when he first came to the battle park, getting thrashed by older students until his face was as dark as a scorched pot. That's the 4th match, isn't it? Murmured a spectator from the growing crowd. Scyther's stamina is insane, 4 battles in a row, and it hasn't slowed down one bit. Is it really just stamina? With that kind of attack power, no Pokemon can last more than 3 minutes against it. People began recounting Scyther's previous victories. A Paras taken out with a single strike, a Poliwag that didn't even graze Scyther before being knocked out by a series of quick attacks, and the 3rd match, which lasted just a little longer. What was the Pokemon in the 3rd match again? Asked a girl sipping on bubble tea. It was a Galarian Zigzagoon. A boy with glasses replied instantly. That Galarian Zigzagoon was pretty strong. Its combination of knock-off and reversal could overwhelm most Scythers. But against this one, it was completely outclassed, like a toy being played with. Scythers that strong. A young boy's eyes lit up with admiration. When I become a trainer, I'm going to raise a Scyther too. The onlookers simply smiled knowingly. Clearly, the boy didn't yet understand what it meant to envy someone else's Pokemon. If Scyther is this strong, there's no need for everyone to be so surprised. Lin Bai looked at the last fainted Pidgey on the field and nodded in satisfaction. Ah, another fulfilling morning of easy wins, he said cheerfully, taking a small metal box the size of a pair of glasses from his backpack. Gently, he poured out 2 translucent blue cubes that shimmered faintly under the sunlight. These were the fruits of his expensive research low-grade energy cubes made from orange berries. Not only could these pale blue cubes significantly restore stamina, but according to his tests, they also slightly increased a Pokemon's overall stamina, greatly benefiting their growth. Scyther, just 2 cubes for now. We still need to go home for lunch later, he said with mock annoyance, noticing his partner's eager gaze fixed on the box. Although he had successfully created energy cubes, Lin Bai had no intention of replacing regular meals entirely. For one, the pale blue cubes lacked balanced nutrients, and for another, he firmly believed that sharing meals with Pokemon was an important way to build trust and camaraderie. Excuse me, has your Pokemon rested enough? A polite voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts, prompting Lin Bai to turn around. Standing before him was a young man in a school uniform, with 3 Pokeballs prominently clipped to his belt. A school uniform? 3 Pokemon. Lin Bai's eyes lit up. If his guess was correct, this must be a high school seniora trainer working toward their intermediate qualification before graduation, which allowed them to catch a 3rd Pokemon. Wearing a school uniform during summer break, he was almost certainly a member of the school team. Lin Bai's curiosity was piqued. He wanted to see how his Scyther would measure up in the eyes of a seasoned trainer like this. How about a battle? Lin Bai suggested enthusiastically. Of course, the young man replied with a slight smile. If you're ready, we can start anytime. Let's do it now. Linbai stepped confidently onto the battle platform. Scyther, take this seriously. Don't lose. SCY. Scyther shook its head proudly, as if to say, that's impossible. Alright then, my Pokemon is this one. The young man threw a Pokeball into the air. Go, Elekid. Amid a flash of dazzling white light, the crackling sound of electricity filled the air. KRRR. As the light faded, an oval-bodied Pokemon with two plug-like horns appeared on the battlefield, its slightly elongated arms sparking faintly with electric currents. The system instantly displayed the opponent's details, a 3-star Elekid, level 9, novice tier, with the static ability. It had mastered 7 moves: Leer, Quick Attack, Thunder Shock, Charge, Thunder Wave, Cross Chop, and Swift. Linbai's heart sank. A 3-star Pokemon. Not only did it know 7 moves like Scyther, but its move set was formidable: Swift and Thunder Shock for special attacks, and the 100 power Cross Chop on the physical side. Combined with the static ability, which could cause paralysis, and the electric type's double advantage over flying types, this was going to be a tough battle. Are you ready? The young man asked casually, his expression relaxed. Of course. Despite the type disadvantage and level gap, Linbai was brimming with confidence. Their eyes met, and an unspoken rivalry crackled in the air. What an intriguing opponent, they both thought simultaneously. Why is it always like this? From the crowd, a girl in a school uniform pushed her way into the circle of spectators. She had delicate features, her light makeup complementing her refined and elegant demeanor. However, her furrowed brows and downturned lips clearly expressed her displeasure. Why is the captain battling again? Her bright eyes widened in frustration as she complained. Didn't he just promise to take us out for dinner? It's all because of you, teased another girl with glasses, who came up behind her and playfully wrapped an arm around her neck. If Miss Chi here hadn't insisted on touching up her makeup in the restroom, would already be sitting in a 5-star restaurant by now. And look at us now, no dinner for anyone. Hulan, stop messing around. A tall boy approached them with a helpless smile. You all know the captain's habits by now. The moment he spots a battle, he can't resist. And this time, a pretty decent trainer showed up at the battle park, so of course, he couldn't hold back. It's always the same. The girl with light makeup pouted in exasperation. That battle-crazed idiot has made us wait for him so many times. You'll get used to it. The tall boy crossed his arms, his gaze shifting leisurely toward the battlefield. No need to rush. It should be over soon. It's just another easy match, anyway. On the field, the battle was already underway. Scyther quick attack to close in. Linbai immediately opted for an aggressive opening. Against most other Pokemon, he could take his time to strategize since Scyther's agility often left opponents struggling to keep up. But this was a different scenario. Facing an Electabuzz, allowing it to charge up would be disastrous. If Scyther got paralyzed by an electric attack, the subsequent strikes would be overwhelming. Not to mention, with the type disadvantage, just one hit could severely damage Scyther. Electabuzz Swift. The school-uniformed boy remained composed, calmly instructing his Electabuzz to use the newly learned move. This was exactly what Linbai feared most. Not only did Electabuzz possess a pursuit skill like Swift, but the opponent clearly exuded confidence. On the field, Scyther transformed into a green blur, vanishing from its initial position and charging straight at Electabuzz. At the same time, golden stars began to coalesce in Electabuzz's mouth, forming a dazzling projectile that streaked forward with a brilliant trail. Linbai's mind worked furiously. He knew that having Scyther evade the attack could likely dissipate most of Swift's energy. Even if hit, the damage would be manageable. But seeing the subtle, knowing smile on his opponent's face, Linbai realized this school-uniform trainer was a seasoned battler. If Scyther dodged, not only would his quick attack strategy fail, but Electabuzz would also have time to charge up and potentially layer in a thunder wave while Scyther was avoiding the attack. At that point, the battle would fall entirely into his opponent's control, and defeat would be inevitable. Scyther, use Fury Cutter to slice through Swift. Linbai made a bold decision to have Scyther endure the residual damage from Swift Heaton. On the field, Scyther didn't fully understand the command but charged ahead without hesitation, its twin blades gleaming with a frosty white glow. Just as Swift was about to strike, Scyther's blades danced furiously, slashing out a series of sharp arcs. Boom, boom, boom. The collision of moves erupted in bursts of sound, kicking up a cloud of dust. But Linbai's heart began to calm as he realized Scyther had succeeded. A resonant hum of a blade echoed through the arena. Amidst the swirling dust, a vivid green figure shot out like a bolt of lightning. Scyther's twin blades sliced through the air with a chilling gleam, aiming directly for Electabuzz's vital points. Earlier, it had used its Fury Cutter to diminish the power of Swift, and now was the perfect moment to strike back. The crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment, and even Linbai's opponent couldn't help but applaud the brilliant execution of the strategy. The school-uniformed youth, eyes locked on the perilous figure in the arena, felt his blood surge with excitement. He shouted, Electabuzz, our opponent is strong, but we can't afford to hold back. Use our special move Thunder Cross Chop. Electabuzz responded instantly, slamming its fists together in front of its chest. A burst of dazzling electricity enveloped its hands. Thunder Cross Chop was originally a fighting-type move, delivering a powerful cross-shaped blow with concentrated fighting energy, designed to strike critical points easily. However, as a young Pokemon, Electabuzz needed a longer wind-up time to execute a pure fighting-type cross chop, significantly reducing its effectiveness in battle. To counter this, the school-uniformed youth devised a clever strategy: retain the basic fighting energy foundation, but infuse it with more easily accessible electric energy. While this slightly reduced the move's power, it dramatically increased its speed. This tactic caught Lin by off guard. He had assumed that once Scyther closed the distance, victory was assured. He hadn't anticipated his opponent hiding such a trump card. But there was no time to hesitate now. Scyther, use the sliding Fury Cutter combo we practiced on the tree stump yesterday, he commanded. The two Pokemon collided in an instant. With a sharp clang, Electabuzz's electrified palms struck Scyther's charging blades with precision. The crowd erupted into cheers, certain that the battle's outcome had been decided. But the school-uniformed youth's pupils constricted. Something was wrong. Electabuzz sensed that the force behind Scyther's blades was far weaker than anticipated. Electabuzz, dive forward, he shouted urgently, but it was too late. Instead of retreating, Scyther stepped in even closer, executing a breathtaking maneuver to sidestep and spin around Electabuzz, redirecting the force of the impact. It positioned itself at Electabuzz's rear flank with an agility and finesse that left the audience speechless. Such a high-level technique was challenging even for seasoned trainers, let alone a rookie with less than a month of training. Electabuzz, momentarily stiff after using its advanced move, was left vulnerable. Scyther seized the fleeting opportunity, completing its sliding spin with precision. It channeled the rotational force of its entire body into its blades, enhanced further by the damage multiplier of Fury Cutter's consecutive hits and the bonus from its technical mastery. The sheer energy of the strike caused the surrounding air to shriek in protest. Boom! The Fury Cutter landed squarely. Electabuzz was sent flying and crashed heavily into the sandpit in front of it. The arena fell silent, save for the sound of Scyther's ragged breathing echoing through the stillness. Are you really a rookie trainer? Near the Battle Park's milk tea shop, a group of people, having just bonded through a fight, were now sitting in a circle, each holding a cup of milk tea and chatting. This is the fourth time you've asked me that, Linbai said, a bit speechless. Do I look that old? Am I that easy to mistake for a veteran? Not at all, the young man in a school uniform quickly denied. Then, glancing at Linbai's overly youthful face, he just shook his head with a smile. I just find it hard to imagine someone still in their rookie phase mastering such advanced techniques. And not only mastering them, but using them to thoroughly beat me in a battle. The young man in the school uniform helplessly patted his Electivire, its bright fur crackling with static electricity. Only trainers can touch them like this. It's really enviable. Linbai instinctively retracted his hand. The young man introduced himself as Bai He, captain of the Chang'an High School battle team, known for his exceptional skills. But what made him even more famous was his notoriously terrible Lucca was a magnet for misfortune. Honestly, I wasn't confident in pulling off that technique, Linbai admitted, feeding a mango-flavored popsicle to his Scyther. He sighed. After all, it was only last night during training that Scyther barely managed to execute it. I thought it would take a lot more practice to use it in actual combat. But today, Linbai glanced at Bai He with a look full of sympathy. I didn't expect it to work so spectacularly today and completely catch my opponent off guard. Bai He was equally at a loss for words. In the National High School League, whenever he drew lots, it was always a terrible matchup against an almost unbeatable opponent. At this point, he had handed over the responsibility of drawing lots to his vice-captain, focusing solely on the battles themselves. Yet even in battles, his bad luck seemed to persist. A girl with glasses burst into laughter, covering her mouth. The captain's luck is legendary. It's something no one else can ever hope to emulate. She then began recounting Baihi's unlucky incidents in vivid detail, rattling them off like a well-rehearsed list. The girl, who introduced herself as Hulan, seemed to be quite talkative. Amid the lively atmosphere, however, the tall young man in the group noticed something others didn't. A refined-looking girl seemed uninterested in the topic. In fact, she wasn't particularly keen on Pokemon battles at all. If it weren't for her father being the team's coach and a certain someone on the team, she wouldn't have participated in any competitions. All right, time's up for our reservation, the tall young man said, tapping the table and pointing at his phone. Then, turning to Linbai, he smiled politely and asked, Junior, would you like to join us? Linbai shook his head without hesitation. After exchanging contact information with Bai He, the group waved goodbye and left. You were amazing today, Scyther. As the group disappeared into the distance, Linbai couldn't hold back his excitement anymore. He lifted Scyther into his arms, his eyes brimming with pride. He wasn't exaggerating. The sliding step was just an idea he had come up with during training. Inspired by TV shows where swordsmen would perform a sleek forward slide, sheath their swords, and leave their opponents collapsing behind them, He had fantasized about Scyther doing something similar. It was mostly a playful experiment during their free time. But to his surprise, it actually worked. In battle, Scyther executed a spinning slide that not only maintained its speed, but also absorbed most of the impact from Electivire's cross-chop. This allowed it to survive the devastating move and turn the tables with a counterattack. Kachacha, Scyther gently pressed its small claws together, signaling Lin Bai to stay composed. Defeating the yellow-skinned plug monster was naturally a given for his super invincible, universe's #1, mighty flying Scyther. Lin Bai looked at the proud little creature perched on his shoulder and couldn't help but smile. This was the future champion, destined to rival the king-level flying Scyther and even defeat Master Chen's Galade. A mere yellow-skinned plug monster wasn't even worth mentioning. Suddenly, the flying Scyther let out a low, painful cry and curled its body slightly. It turned out that its overexcitement had aggravated its abdominal wound. Why hasn't your wound healed yet? Didn't I spray the medicine on it? Lin Bai quickly and carefully picked up the flying Scyther, his brows furrowed in concern. He hurried toward the nearby Pokemon pharmacy, his steps brisk but steady, careful not to jostle the little creature in his arms. Inside the pharmacy, a young woman in a white coat stood behind the counter, flashing a professional yet sweet smile. Hello, how can I assist you today? Lin Bai gestured to the flying Scyther in his arms. Do you have any more effective wound medicine? Oh, and a few bottles for treating abnormal statuses too. The young woman nodded in understanding and guided Lin Bai toward the medicine shelves on the right. Rows of various medicines, neatly arranged in transparent glass cases, came into view. There's so much to choose from, Lin Bai exclaimed, scanning the shelves with surprise. In the Xia Kingdom, the Pokemon medicine industry had never been monopolized by any single company. The fiercely competitive market drove pharmaceutical companies to continually develop new products to capture market share. Among them, Nanzhou Pharmaceutical, Lianqing Pharma, and Henghua Pharmaceutical stood out as industry leaders due to their high-quality products, though none had achieved an overwhelming dominance. Lin Bai picked up 3 bottles red, white, and blue and squinted at the densely packed ingredient lists on the back. To an ordinary person, these professional terms might as well have been ancient scripts. He couldn't help but think of the magical potions in cartoons that could heal instantly with just one spray. But he quickly shook his head and laughed at himself. Such thoughts were naive. After all, the technology behind wound medicine was far more complex than that of energy cubes. Never mind, he'll just buy one of each and test their effectiveness. Having recently received funding for his training, Lin Bai was currently quite well off. His mother, wanting to encourage his independence, had even transferred an extra $1 million to him. Now, with $3 million resting in his account, he felt confident, though he wasn't sure if it would be enough to support this little money-draining creature. As Lin Bai teased the flying Scyther on their way back, a commotion broke out near the pharmacy counter. A middle-aged man was in a heated argument with the young woman in the white coat. Lin Bai pretended to browse the medicines, his ears perked up to catch the conversation. Sir, I'm sorry, the young woman patiently explained. The product you've selected is Nanzhou Bei's premium full recovery medicine. Due to the scarcity of raw materials, this price is consistent across all pharmacies nationwide. The middle-aged man didn't say a word, stubbornly pointing at the full recovery medicine. It was clear that the cash in his hand was far from enough to cover the price. Suddenly, he opened his mouth in desperation, but all that came out was a fox-like whimper. It turned out he was deaf and mute. The young woman in white looked troubled. The full recovery medicine cost over 20,000, while the man's cash totaled no more than 3,000. If it were only a matter of a few dozen yuan, she might have been able to help, but a shortfall of nearly 20,000 was beyond her means. Several months' salary wouldn't even cover it. In this difficult moment, a pair of young hands lightly tapped the counter before placing down a gold card. Charge it to my card. They'll cover the cost for him, Lin Bai said with a smile. Although he wasn't one to meddle in others' affairs, this scene had piqued his curiosity. Watching the middle-aged man hurriedly leave, Lin Bai's eyes gleamed with a trace of intrigue. A Zoroark that accidentally wandered into the human world? Lin Bai mused with a faint smile. And it even knows how to shop. How fascinating. In the clearing behind the mountain, Lin Bai was intently guiding the training of the Scyther. Scyther, use quick/combo on the tree stump in front of you. Scyther's eyes gleamed with determination as it nodded firmly in response. It quickly assumed its starting stance and charged at the target with full force. However, just as it was about to execute a critical turn, its footing faltered, and it lost balance, crashing heavily to the ground. Sigh, another failure. Lin Bai rubbed his temples. Ever since the last battle with the Electabuzz, Scyther had been unable to replicate the perfect quick/combo it had performed that day. It seemed that the success back then had indeed been a stroke of luck. Lin Bai quickly walked over to Scyther and gently helped it up. Don't be discouraged, Scyther. If you can do it once, you can do it again. Let's keep practicing the basics. Sooner or later, you'll master this move. Cha! Scyther's eyes reignited with hope, and it immediately returned to the tree stump to resume training. The row of training stumps had been prepared with the help of slaking. At that time, Lin Bai had persistently pestered it until it reluctantly went into the forest to select a few appropriately sized trees. With a powerful swing of its arms, Slaking effortlessly snapped the trees in half, crushed all the smaller branches, and divided the trunks into evenly sized sections. It then chose an open area and, with brute force, drove the massive stumps, each as thick as a barrel, into the ground one by one. The sight left Lin Bai utterly speechless. Such raw, overwhelming strength few opponents could likely withstand Slaking's hammer-like arms in a battle. No wonder it was a level 79 Pokemon. Its mere presence exuded an intimidating aura. As Lin Bai watched Scyther training, he couldn't help but ponder its future development. This morning's assessment showed that Scyther had reached level 8. With the newly acquired EXP share, its leveling speed shouldn't be too slow. There were still 2 weeks until school started, and by then, Scyther should be around level 12. With the right combination of energy cubes, consistent training, and practical combat, reaching level 20 before winter break seemed entirely achievable. At that point, Lin Bai could participate in the Trainer Association's Intermediate Amateur exam, with the chance of obtaining a second Pokemon before turning 18. Additionally, once Scyther reached level 20, it would be time to consider evolution. Scyther had 2 possible evolutionary forms, Scizor and Cleaver. Although their base stat totals were the same, their stat distributions varied significantly. Scizor, with its bug steel typing, boasted exceptional physical attack and defense stats, but had lower speed and a glaring 4 times weakness to fire. Cleaver, on the other hand, was bug rock type, with similarly impressive physical attack, more balanced defense and speed, and access to its signature move, Stone Axe. Speaking of which, Cleaver hasn't been officially discovered yet. Lin Bai muttered to himself. The rare black augurite required for its evolution shouldn't only exist in the Hisui region, right? In fact, even Scizor's evolution method wasn't entirely understood by humans. Yet nature always finds a way. Wild Scizors could still be observed in considerable numbers. Just as Electabuzz evolves by attracting lightning during thunderstorms, or Magmar leaps into lava upon reaching a certain level, wild Scythers have been known to find unique ways to evolve without the artificial aid of a metal coat. For instance, red Scizors with metallic pincers have been discovered in the Steel-type Secret Realm in the northwest. Similarly, Steelix, which also requires a metal coat to evolve, has been sighted in the wild, although its exact evolutionary process remains a mystery to this day. As for the Cleaver Mantis, no wild individuals have ever been discovered. Not even its Hisui region form has made an appearance. Lin Bai studied the bold and valiant figure of the Cleaver Mantis in the Pokédex and couldn't help but nod to himself. Its sharpness ability, combined with moves like Aerial Ace, X-Scissor, and Close Combat, truly delivered explosive damage. However, compared to it, he preferred that flash of red lightning the Scizor. As the only member of the Mantis family capable of Mega Evolution, Scizor not only boasted the highest usage rate, but also stood out as one of the rare powerful Bug-type Pokemon, practically the face of the Bug-type category. Lin Bai's gaze followed the agile movements of the Scyther. It darted effortlessly between tree stumps, its actions precise and flawless. If it doesn't want to evolve, that's fine, Lin Bai thought. Even without a change in base stats, Scyther isn't necessarily weaker than its 2 evolved forms. Its main drawback is its weaker resistances. Scyther completed another round of stump training, its movements growing increasingly swift, gradually overlapping in Lin Bai's mind with the image of a Bagua practitioner. It's actually starting to show some real skill, Lin Bai thought in surprise. He hadn't expected much from trying to incorporate Bagua Palm into Pokemon battles. After all, combining martial arts with Pokemon combat typically required years of research and development. For him to achieve such results as a beginner, armed only with a single online video, was truly unexpected. Thinking back to the battle with the Electabuzz and the 7 moves Scyther had mastered, Lin Bai couldn't help but furrow his brows. If they were to face off again, their chances of winning seemed slim. The opponent not only had a level advantage and a type advantage, but also a more versatile move set. In contrast, Scyther really only had Fury Cutter as a somewhat reliable option. This won't do, Lin Bai thought to himself. We need to focus on improving Vacuum Wave. As its only ranged attack, the short-range Scyther relies on it entirely when facing special attackers. If it could be seamlessly combined with Fury Cutter to unleash layer upon layer of sword energy, it would be even better. Besides that, Steel Wing, though a Steel-type move, could train its wings and boost its defense, making it equally indispensable. Finally, there was Reversal, a move that became more powerful the lower the user's HP, a true trump card. Suddenly, Lin Bai's eyes lit up. I get it. That day in the arena, the reason Scyther was able to execute the sliding Fury Cutter was that, after taking the swift attack, the fighting-type energy must have unconsciously triggered Reversal, allowing it to perform a move it wouldn't normally be capable of. Scyther. A pair of sharp scythe-like blades lightly poked Lin Bai. Following Scyther's indication, he spotted a pink Audino timidly hiding behind a tree not far away. Lin Bai glanced at his phone. It was already noon. This shy little Pokemon must have come to call them for lunch. Let's go. Lin Bai patted his shoulder, and Scyther immediately leapt excitedly into the air, landing steadily in its designated seat. You're almost a meter tall. It's time you started walking on your own. Scyther. Scyther ignored him entirely and, in retaliation, swung its scythe blades, sending a strand of black hair drifting to the ground. Hey, that was my freshly grown bangs. Lin Bai touched his now bare forehead, gritting his teeth. Just wait, there's extra training this afternoon. At the dining table, Lin Bai was devouring his meal, the sheen of oil glistening at the corners of his mouth. These past few days, he had been preoccupied with the idea of asking his mother's Pokemon to teach his Scyther some flying techniques, but she had been nowhere to be found. Dad, what's Mom been up to lately? Why hasn't she been around these past couple of days? Lin Bai asked, his words muffled by the food in his mouth. She's out on a mission, his father replied, pushing an empty plate of vegetables toward him. Eat some greens, don't just focus on the meat. I'm still growing. I need plenty of protein. Lin Bai chuckled, continuing to wolf down his meal. His father shook his head in resignation, unwilling to argue with his son. He was engrossed in reviewing the experimental data in his Hansa, rather intriguing research project recently assigned to him by the Alliance military. Is it about the evolution conditions of Magikarp? Lin Bai suddenly looked up and asked. His father glanced at him with a hint of surprise. This kid had never shown any understanding of such technical topics before. Why the sudden interest in such an obscure subject? Still, he didn't overthink it. Showing curiosity was always a good sign. Wild Magikarp evolve under the leadership of Gyarados during a specific season, when they leap upstream and over waterfalls. That exact moment of surging against the current and jumping over the falls is when their evolution takes place, his father explained. While this discovery has been made public, turning it into a systematic cultivation method remains a mystery. Even Dr. Yan is at a loss. Mentioning Dr. Yan, Lin Bei's father added, he's a leading authority in the field of evolutionary biology in the country and has been working with the military for years. But even he couldn't explain why Magikarp evolves after leaping over a waterfall, so the research had to be shelved. Magikarp climbing a waterfall to become Gyarados? That sounds way too fantastical, Lin Bai muttered under his breath. His father continued, to this day, the evolution of Gyarados remains a high-priority research topic for the military. Different regions cultivate Pokemon suited to their landscapes. The northern plains focus on Braviary and Rapidash, the western deserts favor Mudsdale and Skarmory, and the southern jungles specialize in Pidgeot and Sceptile. In the eastern waterway regions, amphibious Gyarados would be the ideal choice, but their numbers are far too limited. So, Dad, do you have any ideas about this problem? Lin Bai pressed. His father shook his head. Despite personally observing wild Magikarp's evolution process last year and poring over extensive research, he was still at a dead end. Seeing his father shake his head, Lin Bai feigned a disappointed sigh, though a sly smile crept onto his lips. He had already figured out the answer. While Magikarp can evolve at level 20, their naturally dim-witted nature makes them focus solely on eating rather than training or leveling up, leaving most unable to reach the level required for evolution. Only under the guidance of wild Gyarados, as they repeatedly climb waterfalls and build energy, can they finally achieve evolution. Even in the animated series, Jameis' infamous kick proved a Tanger can also trigger Magikarp's evolution. Lin Bai fell into deep thought. From this discovery, it was clear that Magikarp's evolution path was indeed unique. Even at level 20. It had to awaken self-awareness and actively tap into the latent power within its genes to transform into Gyarados. This was far more challenging than simple automatic evolution or evolution through stones. With this realization, a bold idea emerged in Lin Bei's mind: would secretly study this topic and catch his so-called expert father off guard. He wanted to prove that, compared to his father, who was a self-proclaimed amateur, he himself was the true scientific genius. The thought made Lin Bai chuckle to himself. What's so funny, huh? His father shouted angrily. Already frustrated by recent setbacks in his research, Lin's father had been trying to share some knowledge with his son. Seeing Lin Bai chuckling after hearing about his struggles only added fuel to his irritation. I wasn't laughing at you, I swear. Lin Bai quickly waved his hands, trying to change the subject. By the way, what's Mom been up to lately? Haven't seen her around for days. You just asked me that earlier, didn't you? His father's face darkened. And you still claim you weren't laughing at me? Well, you didn't answer me earlier. Lin Bai retorted confidently. What's wrong with asking again? Is it some classified mission that even your own son can't know about? Lin's father shot him a glare but decided not to press the matter further. He put down the documents in his hands, his enthusiasm for research already dampened, and started chatting casually. It was classified before, but it's been declassified now. A public secret realm appeared on the western border. At first, it didn't seem special, but then a hunting company unearthed a stone tablet with numerous inscriptions on it. A stone tablet? With inscriptions? Lin Bai sat up straight, his interest piqued. In this world, the existence of Pokemon was shrouded in mystery, and humanity's only way to understand them was by deciphering murals and inscriptions found in secret realms. A stone tablet with inscriptions was invaluable beyond measure. A public secret realm. Linbai frowned in thought. Doesn't that mean whoever's strongest gets to claim the tablet? But what does this have to do with Mom? She's not even responsible for this kind of thing at the association. That's true. His father sighed, putting his phone down with a helpless expression. But the association is seriously understaffed right now. This year has been nothing but trouble. He began to list the current situations. Turmoil in the northern snowfields with suspected sightings of a legendary Pokemon, prompting the northern champion Galhan to investigate alone while associations coordinated defenses. The discovery of a special large secret realm in the south with many new Pokemon forms, overseen personally by the southern champion Shilongxing. The eastern region's sunken ship island was about to emerge in July, requiring 247 maritime patrols, as it was the world's largest black market trading hub, and ongoing wars in the western small nations had association members busy mediating conflicts. There are only a handful of trainers at their peak strength who are up to the task, his father said with a bitter smile. Deciphering inscriptions is the specialty of the Chang'an Research Institute, so the tablet will eventually be sent to this city. Naturally, it falls to the top trainers here to handle the situation. As Lin Bai absorbed this information, he could almost see a grand, vivid tapestry of events unfolding before his eyes. The world was so vast and full of wonders, yet he was still just a weakling. It was both thrilling and frustrating. More training. We're stepping it up this afternoon, Lin Bai declared, slapping the shoulder of his scyther, who looked utterly baffled. SCY. Scyther pushed Lin Bai's hand away in irritation. It was already exhausted, and now more training? Fine, then Scyther secretly made up its mind tonight. It would practice its slicing skills on Lin Bai's most treasured comic books. Hunters are a unique profession in the world of elves. City hunters specialize in resolving problems caused by elves in urban areas. Wild hunters operate in the outskirts and wilderness, capturing elves and gathering resources, while abyss hunters are stationed near mysterious realms, dedicating their lives to exploring these enigmatic places. In Xia, anyone can apply to become a hunter as long as they abide by the law. Wang Hai was one of the registered hunters under the Xia Hunter Association. Initially, he only aspired to be a modest wild hunter. However, as elves became more deeply integrated into human society, and with the establishment of numerous nature reserves for elves by the League, the livelihood of wild hunters became increasingly challenging. Just as he was on the verge of unemployment, someone informed him of the lucrative opportunities for wild hunters in the border regions. After careful consideration, Wang Hai ventured to the expansive, pristine forests of the western frontier. Not only was the scenery breathtaking and resources abundant there, but he also found he could earn extra income by trading supplies across the region, leading a rather comfortable life. One early morning, a deafening explosion jolted Wang Hai awake from his sleep. He immediately mounted his Pidgeot and took to the skies to investigate. On the southern horizon, a massive mushroom cloud was slowly rising, an awe-inspiring sight. This is insane. Wang Hai's eyes widened in shock. What kind of elf could cause this level of destruction? As a professional level trainer, he knew exactly what such an explosion implied. Waves of heat rolled in, ruffling his hair. After weighing his options, Wang Hai decided to hide his goods in the underbrush before flying directly toward the explosion site atop his Pidgeot. As he traveled, the once quiet forest suddenly came alive. More and more trainers soared into the sky on their flying elves, their expressions fierce and determined. These were all hunters active in the area, eager not only to uncover the cause, but also to capture the powerful elf responsible for the explosion. As Wang Hai approached the epicenter of the blast, he signaled his Pidgeot to slow down. A significant number of hunters had already gathered at the site, but all maintained a cautious distance, unwilling to venture too close. Wang Hai focused his gaze and gasped. A massive crater, spanning hundreds of meters in diameter, had been carved into the dense jungle. The surrounding land was charred black, and thin wisps of smoke still rose from the scorched earth. What kind of powerhouse could pull off something like this? It must have been an elite-level elf to cause such devastation. That's nonsense. I'm elite level myself, and I couldn't even come close to this. Even an ordinary champion-level elf might struggle to achieve this, an experienced hunter analyzed. The destructive force here is bordering on champion grade. Ridiculous. General Duan's Bisharp can split mountains with a single strike. This is nothing compared to that. And you do realize General Duan is a champion, don't you? This crater could bury your entire family. As the crowd debated heatedly, a seemingly insignificant mound of earth near the edge of the crater suddenly collapsed. With a thunderous rumble of shattering rocks, an invisible barrier dissipated in an instant. Suddenly, a blue salamence shot up into the sky, its blood-red wings gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. Amid the aftermath of the explosion, the dragon hovered in midair, completely unscathed. Its overwhelming presence made every hunter present gasp in awe and fear. Perched on the salamence's back, a woman clad in a sleek combat suit leaped gracefully to the ground, walking with poise toward the massive crater left by the explosion. She pulled a jet-black metal case from the scorched earth, astonishingly intact despite the blast. With an expressionless face, the striking trainer inspected the case as the surrounding hunters held their breath, too intimidated to make a sound. Adding to the tension, a volcarona hovered above the crater, radiating like a second sun. Its 6 fiery red wings spread wide, scattering scorching scales that burst into flames midair, creating relentless waves of fire. A volcarona of near champion level, its sheer power left the opportunistic hunters frozen, too terrified to even reach for their water flasks, knowing any sudden movement might incite the wrath of this godlike being. It seems this really is the artifact inscribed with the secret texts, Lin Suching murmured, brushing stray strands of hair from her forehead. To think they even sent 2 elites as escorts. They certainly made me work for it. Her gaze swept over the crater, where a neat row of skeletal remains lay awaiting her inspection. Salamence, the hard work isn't over yet, Suching said gently, stroking the dragon's horns. The earlier explosion had been blocked by Salamance's protectability, a testament to their bond. With a resigned glance at the secure case, Salamence lowered itself, picked up the box with its jaws, and placed it on its back. Carrying its trainer, it soared swiftly toward their homeland. She just left like that? One hunter asked, unable to hide his frustration. What else did you expect? Another grizzled veteran chuckled. The fact she didn't incinerate us with a blast burn on her way out is a mercy. If you're feeling bold, go ahead, chase her down and take it. Yeah, sure, he'll do that, the man muttered, clearly bluffing as he remained rooted to the spot. Before long, the crowd dispersed, leaving the area eerily silent. Meanwhile, deep beneath a nondescript city in a small southeastern nation, an opulent underground world thrived. This hidden realm was a hub for contraband, rare Pokemon with high potential, and all manners of exotic treasures. At its helm stood the underground emperor, Kriya. What did you just say? The artifact is gone. How could you lose it? Kriya roared, his fury erupting like a volcano. His emotions had been on a roller coaster. His team had just unearthed a priceless, ancient inscribed stone, only for it to be snatched away in a public area by a trainer from Xia. The entire team, including 2 top-ranking executives, had been annihilated, leaving nothing but bones behind. The operation had not only cost them their prize, but also dealt a severe blow to Lingdu Corporation's strength. Who on earth dares to cross us like this? Kriya's rage was palpable, his fists slamming onto his desk. Over the years, few had dared to challenge him, let alone escape unscathed after stealing from him. Just as he was about to explode further, his secretary leaned in and whispered something in his ear. Kriya's expression darkened as his fists clenched tighter, slamming down once more with renewed force. That crazy woman again. Damn it, did I desecrate her ancestors' graves or something? Why is she always targeting me? Despite his Nordic roots, Kriya had studied in Xia, and his curses were impressively fluent. Find me someone suitable, anyone. I need to teach that lunatic a lesson. Kriya bellowed at his subordinates. The remaining 3 top executives exchanged uneasy glances, silently shaking their heads. Everyone knew Suching's power was beyond what the 3 of them could handle together. And now that she had returned to Xia, a country protected by 5 champions, retaliation seemed suicidal. The last person who had dared provoke Xia had ended up with their entire family queuing in the afterlife. Just then, a hesitant voice emerged from the back of the room. Boss, I might have someone in mind. Senior Operative Shadow Fox Sokka could be up to the task. The scorching midday sun beat down on the public battle arena in the city, its vast, open space occupied by only 2 teenagers. One of them, clearly reluctant, was being impatiently pushed toward the center of the field by the other. Chen Yuan, are you out of your mind? Dragging me out here at noon? Lin Bai wiped the sweat off his forehead, his face full of irritation. The sunlight poured mercilessly onto the dilapidated arena, which didn't even have a shade. The harsh glare made it nearly impossible for him to keep his eyes open. Chen Yuan, though also panting from the heat, stubbornly insisted on bringing Lin Bai to this spot. His eyes swept thoughtfully over the several-meter-high chain-link fences surrounding the area, and he nodded to himself. This is the place. What's the matter, young Master Lin Bai? It's just a little heat. Don't tell me you're that delicate. We could have gone to an indoor arena, but no, you just had to come to this dump, Lin Bai grumbled. Chen Yuan crossed his arms, a teasing smirk playing on his lips. What's the matter? Winning streak at the battle park got to your head? Feeling invincible now? What are you even talking about? Lin Bai shook his head, exasperated. He knew full well that while he had been doing well at the battle park, there weren't many truly skilled trainers there. The only formidable opponent his age had ever faced had nearly defeated him. Chen Yuan pulled out his phone and opened a chat with his senior from the same training school. My senior, who's on the first high school team, said you beat their captain? That happened, Lin Bai admitted, though he knew luck had played a role in that victory. See? You're getting cocky, Chen Yuan declared dramatically. Challenging upperclassmen like it's nothing. If that's not arrogance, what is? Today, I'm going to put you in your place. As he spoke, he had already pulled out a pokeball, his eyes gleaming with determination. If you wanted a battle, you could have just said so. Did you really need all this build-up? Lin Bai retorted, unfazed. He reached for the pokeball at his waist, which held his scyther. Although Scyther hated being confined, it would prefer the pokeball to the punishing midday sun. Just as Lin Bai was about to toss his pokeball, he suddenly turned to Qin Yuan with a sly smile, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Since you're the one challenging me, shouldn't there be some kind of wager? A wager? Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes, instantly on guard. He knew Lin Bai too well. Behind that sunny exterior lurked a devious mind. Whenever Lin Bai wore that expression, it was a sure sign of trouble, usually at Qin Yuan's expense. Nothing much, just some ordinary berries, Lin Bai said with a grin. How about citrus berries? Your family's orchard must have plenty of those, right? Of course, Qin Yuan agreed without hesitation. His mother was a grass-type specialist who managed a vast orchard of berries. Citrus berries, known for aiding digestion, weren't exactly rare or valuable. Even if he lost, parting with a few berries wouldn't be a big deal. That said, if there was a wager, Qin Yuan had no intention of losing. Lin Bai's eyes were fixed on the pokeball containing the scyther, a glimmer of anticipation shining within them. If you lose, you have to teach me Scyther's spinning charge move, Qin Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Lin Bai suddenly understood. No wonder Qin Yuan was so eager. He had been planning this all along. What surprised Lin Bai even more was how detailed the information about Bai's sliding slash technique during his defeat had spread. All right, Lin Bai agreed without hesitation. After all, it was just a derivative technique from Bagua Palm. At most, he'd provide a video later. As for having Scyther personally teach it, that would have to wait until he mastered it himself first. Although Lin Bai had figured out the key to turning the tables, he hadn't yet developed a better training method. He couldn't possibly put Scyther in a near-death state before every practice session. This issue required long-term planning, but for now, he needed to secure the berries he was after. Watching Qin Yuan's eager expression, Lin Bai could almost see piles of citrus berries waving at him. Scyther, it's time to meet an old friend, he said as he threw the pokeball with force. Cha! With a graceful arc and a brilliant flash of light, the emerald green scyther landed steadily on the battlefield. It brandished its sharp scythes, its eyes blazing as it fixed its gaze on its opponent, exuding an intense fighting spirit. Squirtle, we can't lose today, Qin Yuan declared with equal determination as he tossed his pokeball high into the air. A water blue figure leaped out. A cute, chibi-style turtle made a stylish entrance. Its small fists clenched tightly as it struck a battle-ready pose. But when it saw that its opponent was Scyther, it couldn't help but feel a jolt of fear. In just half a month, Scyther had undergone an astonishing transformation. Its entire body radiated sharp battle energy, and its twin blades gleamed with a chilling, cutting edge. What the heck? Have you been feeding your Scyther pig feed? How did it grow so fast? Qin Yuan exclaimed, staring at the over-maternal Scyther, then glancing at his Squirtle, who barely reached its opponent's knee. Sensing Squirtle's hesitation, he quickly shouted, Squirtle, don't be afraid. Use our combo move, Iron Defense, and withdraw. Hearing this, Squirtle regained its composure as a metallic sheen spread over its body like liquid, transforming its aura. Rather than attacking, it retracted its limbs and head fully into its shell. What kind of strategy is this? Lin Bai chuckled. Hiding in a shell during a battle? Hoping to tire out Scyther. He then commanded, Scyther, focus your energy and prepare for quick attack. Cha! Scyther's eyes burned with fierce determination as an invisible energy gathered around its body. Its sleek blades tilted slightly, ready to strike at any moment. Qin Yuan remained calm, continuing to direct his Pokemon. Squirtle, use Euroball with full force. Squirtle. The round shell began to spin slowly, its speed increasing until it whipped up gusts of wind and transformed into a high-speed spinning top. Euroball? What can you hit from such a distance? Lin Bai maintained a calm exterior, but unease began to creep into his thoughts. Knowing Qin Yuan's personality, he wouldn't make a move without a plan. Scyther, use quick attack to move unpredictably around Squirtle. Lin Bai decided to wear down his opponent's stamina before testing with Vacuum Wave. But Qin Yuan's confident smile hinted at a trump card. The battle's over, Lin Bai, Qin Yuan suddenly shouted with excitement. Squirtle, unleash our ultimate move. Super high-pressure Hydro Euro Ball. What kind of ridiculous move is that? The name's way too long, Lin Bai muttered with a twitch of his lips. In the next moment, the battlefield underwent a dramatic shift. From the spinning shell erupted a thick jet of water, propelling it with explosive force toward the wire fence. Lin Bai watched in stunned disbelief as the spinning Euro Ball struck the fence, gaining friction and rebounding with incredible momentum. Within seconds, the battlefield was filled with the chaotic remnants of the spinning attack, leaving Scyther bewildered and surrounded by the afterimages of the Euro Ball. Accept your first loss, Lin Bai. Losing to me is an honor, Qin Yuan declared triumphantly, raising his head in victory. At this moment, the outcome was clear. Qin Yuan had won. Lin Bai, how are you going to counter my Squirtle's ultimate move? Qin Yuan stood on one side of the battlefield, hands on his hips, his eyes gleaming with confidence. At the center of the field, Scyther stood ready, But in Chun Yuan's mind, he could already see it collapsing to the ground and the look of defeat on Lin Bai's face. However, Lin Bai's furrowed brow suddenly relaxed. His gaze swept across the old wire mesh surrounding the area, and a thought struck him. In recent years, with changes in battle regulations, enclosed battlefields had become rare. Clearly, Qin Yuan had gone to great lengths to prepare for this fight. The fault is mine, Scyther, Lin Bai said, looking at his slightly bewildered partner in the middle of the field. We've been too complacent lately and forgotten one of the most basic principles of Pokemon battles: never underestimate your opponent. SCYY. Scyther nodded solemnly, as if to say, you're absolutely right. Lin Bai's eyes shifted to the spinning Euroball on the opposing side, gradually picking up speed. A small smirk appeared on his face. But tell me, Qin Yuan, how long can you and Squirtle keep this up? Qin Yuan's confident smile faltered slightly. As a level 9 Squirtle, even with rigorous training and its newly mastered spinning Euroball technique, its endurance was limited. The high-speed rotation would soon cause it to lose balance. But did that matter? A single hit would be enough to take down Scyther. Squirtle, adjust your angle and go all out against Scyther. Qin Yuan commanded without hesitation. Squirt, squirt. The spinning Euroball tilted slightly, adjusting its rebound trajectory as it closed in on Scyther. Faced with the increasingly dense afterimages, Scyther could only retract its blades and assume a defensive stance. Pointless resistance, Qin Yuan thought smugly. Then, Lin Bai suddenly shouted, Scyther, aim at the ground and unleash Fury Cutter and Air Slash with all your strength. Although puzzled by the command, Scyther immediately sprang into action. Its blades glinted with a sharp, icy light, carving deep trenches into the ground with rapid, powerful strikes. Lin Bai's smirk widened. This battlefield had more than just the old wire mesh. It had a fatal flaw: the poor, sandy surface. Qin Yuan's eyes widened in shock as he noticed the trench-like grooves forming on the ground. The realization hit him like a ton of bricks. With no roof over the battlefield, only elastic wire mesh on the sides, Squirtle's spinning Euroball could adjust its direction, but only slightly. At such high speeds, even a minor deviation could send it careening off course or worse, out of bounds. This meant the Euroball's trajectory had to be nearly perpendicular to the wire mesh, moving in a straight line like a bullet on the battlefield. And on a battlefield, there are more ways to dodge bullets than just hitting the ground. You can also take cover in trenches. The scythe-like blades of Scyther carved a deep trench into the sandy ground, creating a makeshift battlefield barrier that completely shifted the tide of the fight. Beads of sweat formed on Qin Yuan's forehead, but his determination remained unshaken. He took a deep breath and shouted toward the field. Squirtle, stay calm and keep closing in. Squirtle's spinning shell attack whistled through the air, rapidly approaching Scyther. Qin Yuan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with focus. Squirtle, go all out. Scyther, retreat into the trench immediately. Lin Bai commanded decisively. Just as Squirtle was about to crash into the ground, Qin Yuan abruptly changed tactics. Cancel the rapid spin. Lin Bai's lips curled into a faint smirk. Stopping a high-speed spinning move like that on a dime? Impossible, especially in the middle of an acceleration. But against all expectations, as Scyther emerged cautiously from the trench, Qin Yuan suddenly shouted with a burst of energy. Now, Squirtle, adjust the water gun's angle. What? Lin Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. There was no way Squirtle could execute such a precise maneuver after canceling rapid spin. It should have been exhausted. Yet, a miracle unfolded. Squirtle's torrent ability activated, unleashing a ferocious jet of water that struck the upper right corner of the wire mesh, perfectly altering the trajectory of its attack. Squirtle. With a resounding cry, Squirtle, still carrying the residual momentum of its spin, slammed forcefully into Scyther's defensive stance. Though Scyther managed to raise its blades in an attempt to block, the sheer force of the impact was overwhelming. A thunderous crash echoed as the sandy battlefield erupted in waves of dust and debris. The two trainers instinctively covered their mouths and noses, their eyes locked on the center of the chaos. While the attack had slightly missed its mark, the accumulated speed and power still inflicted severe damage on Scyther. Meanwhile, Squirtle, having canceled its spin, absorbed part of the impact through its rotation, but was visibly injured as well. As the dust began to settle, both Pokemon lay motionless in a deep crater carved into the ground. Squirtle, get up. Scyther, you can do it. The trainer's urgent cries broke the tense silence. A moment later, a faint chirping sound emerged from the crater. Qin Yuan's expression darkened, while Lin Bai leaped into the air, ecstatic. Scyther, battered and scarred, slowly pushed itself up on shaky legs. Its blades hung limply at its sides, and its breathing was labored. Despite its severe injuries, it turned to face Lin Bai with unwavering resolve and gave a slow, deliberate nod. Trainer. Lin Bai clenched his fists, his voice trembling with emotion as he declared, this victory is ours. On a midsummer afternoon, two trainers and their two Pokemon sat in a row on a bench under the shade of a tree, enjoying ice cream. Chen Yuan stared at the ice cream in his hand, his brows furrowed. How could I have lost? The thought lingered in his mind. Beside him, Squirtle was carefree, holding a melon-flavored popsicle with its tiny hands, happily licking it with its small tongue and occasionally letting out a satisfied cha-cha. Opposite them, Scyther sat with its bladed arms wrapped in bandages, rendering its sharp scythes unusually clumsy. It looked longingly at Linbai, signaling for him to share. Not only that, the greedy Pokemon also eyed the grape-flavored milkshake in Linbai's hand with great interest. You're too greedy, Linbai said with a helpless smile. Still, he left half of the milkshake, grabbed a new spoon, and carefully fed Scyther. The heartwarming scene immediately caught Squirtle's attention. Squirtle, Squirtle, it turned its head, gazing at Chen Yuan with wide, watery eyes full of expectation. Linbai, stop spoiling my Pokemon. Chen Yuan complained while enjoying his ice cream. You're pampering Scyther, too much spoiling isn't good. Linbai merely smiled faintly and didn't argue. In his opinion, the word spoiling was far too harsh. Scyther had always been a reliable and diligent partner, fearlessly charging ahead in battles, never questioning his trainer's commands, and training with dedication, even pushing itself harder when it hadn't reached its goals. With such a Pokemon, what was there to complain about? Spoiling? Linbai thought to himself, I don't care, I enjoy it. Squirtle, realizing that Chen Yuan had no intention of sharing, glanced enviously at the close bond between Scyther and Linbai. Finally, it resigned itself and turned back to focus on its popsicle. The bump on its head and the bruise around its right eye made the little creature look especially pitiful. Chen Yuan sighed and offered his ice cream to Squirtle. Here, take it. I can't eat cold things, I have a toothache. Squirtle, Squirtle. Squirtle eagerly accepted it, now holding both the original popsicle and the newly acquired ice cream. It nuzzled its round head against its trainer's chest, expressing its gratitude. Hey, don't rub off the medicine I just applied, Chen Yuan said with a laugh, gently pushing Squirtle's head away. His gaze fell on the bump on its head, and he couldn't help but sigh. I shouldn't have pushed for that move. Squirtle's still too young, the recoil from Euroball was too much. Linbai nodded in agreement. Scyther glanced at its own bandaged blades and then at the lump on Squirtle's head, its expression seemingly questioning. Who's really more injured here? Besides, your move takes too long to set up, Linbai commented kindly. If we battled again, I definitely wouldn't give you the chance to execute that combo. And how would you stop me? Chen Yuan retorted with a cold snort, a smug look on his face. I maxed out my defense right from the start with iron defense and withdraw. But that's just physical defense, Linbai countered without hesitation. Your Euroball combined with repeated rebounds already drains Squirtle's stamina. It can only manage one attack. If I had used a special attack earlier, Squirtle wouldn't have had enough energy to last until the moment of impact. He continued analyzing. Plus, Euroball isn't polished enough, the setup is too slow. The acceleration from the rebounds also takes time. If I targeted these weaknesses, Squirtle wouldn't stand a chance. Faced with such sharp analysis, Chen Yuan was left speechless. In the end, he could only stubbornly retort. Well, your Scyther didn't come out of it unscathed either. Once I master this move and add a few more skills, this combo technique will definitely become even stronger, Chen Yuan said confidently. Linbai, observing the spirited young man in front of him, analyzed seriously. I suggest you streamline your combo technique. First, the setup takes too long and can be interrupted easily. Second, your Pokemon's level is still low, and it doesn't have enough energy to sustain multiple moves in a combination. Lastly, the more skills you combine, the harder it becomes to execute, and the higher the likelihood of making mistakes. As he spoke, Linbai's gaze shifted to the Squirtle that was happily playing nearby. His tone softened as he remarked. That being said, this Squirtle is indeed impressive. Judging by its potential, it should be a top-tier 3-star Pokemon. Of course, at the mention of his partner, Chen Yuan's eyes lit up, and he spoke animatedly. I personally picked it out. But do you know what made me fall in love with it the most? What? Linbai asked. Its aura, Chen Yuan said, gently stroking the smooth head of the Squirtle. Recalling the day he selected the Pokemon egg, he explained with a smile. It was just an ordinary egg among the 3-star ones collected by the dojo. But I recognized it instantly because our auras were drawn to each other. Linbai thought of Uncle Chun, whose body would radiate blue aura energy during battles, and was secretly amazed. As an aura master, it made sense that Uncle Chun could help his son awaken his own aura. Suddenly intrigued, Linbai asked, so, can this Squirtle use Aura Sphere? His data eye hadn't detected that skill in the Squirtle, but beyond Lucario, the ability to use Aura Sphere was often the hallmark of a Pokemon with an aura affinity. It can't use Aura Sphere yet, Chen Yuan replied, shaking his head. Then it's just a matter of time before it awakens the skill, right? Linbai pressed. My dad says that once Squirtle's aura becomes strong enough, it will naturally awaken the ability. Chen Yuan said eagerly, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Linbai. When that happens, you'll be the first to experience the power of its Aura Sphere. Humph, Linbai scoffed. but then reminded him. You should focus on the bet first. The bet? Chen Yuan asked, puzzled. Isn't it just a few regular berries? What? Are you afraid I won't pay up? I am a little worried, Lin Bai said bluntly, a sly smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Because I'm not asking for just a few berries, I want a few crates, hundreds of them. What? Are you planning to open a berry shop? Chen Yuan was completely stunned, feeling as though he was about to get thoroughly fleeced. I won't sell them. I'll use them myself, Lin Bai replied. Glancing around to ensure no one was listening, he lowered his voice mysteriously. It's for a research project. I've had some ideas recently, and these berries are key to my experiments. Research? You. Chen Yuan pointed at Lin Bai, bursting into laughter. You doing research? Don't tell me you're trying to fool me with that excuse. Just last semester, you were shaking my chair during exams, begging me to give you the answers to save your skin. Lin Bai's face turned bright red with frustration. In truth, the berries he wanted, especially persim berries, were crucial for crafting green energy cubes that could enhance intelligence. He planned to use these cubes to feed his Magikarp over an extended period, testing whether it could develop independent awareness without a Gyarados to lead it. If successful, the Magikarp could train independently and unlock its latent potential to evolve, solving the age-old problem of Magikarp evolution once and for all. Watching Chun Yuan's smug expression, Lin Bai gritted his teeth in determination. Just wait. Today, you look down on me. But tomorrow, it'll be so successful you won't even be able to reach my level. Sunny Day Breeding House is located in the outskirts of Chang'an. Though its exterior appears unremarkable, it is highly reputed within the industry. Not only does it boast 2 top-tier trainers from the association, but it is also renowned for the exceptional quality of its Pokemon eggs. Each egg is carefully selected by master breeder Lin Tian, ensuring unparalleled quality. Many customers have even stumbled upon rare 2-star or 3-star Pokemon in the bulk section, further enhancing the breeding house's reputation and bringing prosperity to its business. On this particular day, Lin Bai, as usual, returned to the store after dropping off his scyther at the training grounds. Hearing the hum of machinery coming from the lab, he confirmed that his father had already started working and quietly slipped into the shop. It was currently the off-season following the rush of novice trainers, and the store was unusually quiet. At the cashier's counter, a slim young woman was intently wiping down the display case. Her name was Lu Pingping, a recent university graduate who had majored in Pokemon egg care and maintenance. She had been working at Sunny Day Breeding House for over 3 years, taking care of the Pokemon eggs and handling sales. Pingping, are you busy? Lin Bai's voice startled Lu Pingping, who turned around in surprise. Lin Bai, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be training your Pokemon in the mountains today? Although Lin Bai was the boss's son, the fact that he remembered her name caught her off guard. Lin Bai got straight to the point. Pingping, one of my classmates wants to raise a Gyarados. I wanted to check if we have any high-quality Magikarp eggs in stock. In truth, his visit was related to his research on Magikarp evolution. A few days ago, he finally received the berries promised by Chen Yuan. After repeated experiments, he successfully created a pale green energy block the previous night. This special block, made primarily from citrus berries and supplemented with oran and pecha berries, not only aids digestion, restores energy, and boosts appetite, but, most importantly, enhances intelligence and mental strength, making it a perfect evolution aid for Magikarp. Lu Pingping thought for a moment, her expression puzzled, before shaking her head. As for Magikarp, you might find some overlooked in the bulk section, but there aren't any in the premium section. She added, about half a month ago, the store manager did transfer over 20 high-quality Magikarp eggs from the main store, but they were taken directly and never made it to the sales floor. Lin Bai nodded in understanding, knowing those were likely used by his father for experiments. Even for a 3-star Magikarp, the difficulty of evolving into a Gyarados made its price significantly lower than other Pokemon. Does the main store still have any high-quality Magikarp eggs? He asked, pressing further. Although the Lin family ran a breeding shop, most of the Pokemon eggs they sold were sourced from regional distributors for resale. Standing behind the counter, Lu Pingping looked at Lin Bai, who appeared slightly disappointed, and gently shook her head. Although the main store sources its stock from all over the place, nobody really wants to buy the eggs of less popular Pokemon like Magikarp. Naturally, they don't keep them in stock. Lin Bai frowned slightly, surprised to encounter a bottleneck so early in his plan. If he settled for low-quality Magikarp, the credibility of his experiment would be significantly undermined. Just as he was lost in thought, Lu Pingping's eyes suddenly lit up. It's not impossible to get a Magikarp, she said, counting on her fingers. You could ask the store manager to request stock from the main store, and it would be here within a month. But I think there's an even better option. She smiled mysteriously. Do you know where you can find the most high-quality Magikarp? The ocean, Lin Bai guessed hesitantly. Exactly, Lu Pingping said enthusiastically, explaining. Wild Magikarp that evolve into Gyarados become the new leaders of their groups. Once their mission is complete, the old leaders swim to the river mouths, joining other Gyarados to roam the crashing waves together. As a native of the southern coast, Lu Pingping's eyes sparkled with evident pride as she continued. You could head to the coastal docks. There, you'll find plenty of water-type Pokemon waiting to be fed or captured every day. Her words were like a revelation to Lin Bai. Instead of fixating on Pokemon eggs, why not go straight for a fully grown Magikarp? Although Chang'an was far from the coast, the Wei River, a major tributary of the Yellow River, was right nearby. Visiting a fish farm to pick a Magikarp was entirely feasible. Thank you for the advice, Pingping, Lin Bai said politely before turning toward the section filled with Pokemon eggs. Since he was already there, he figured he might as well try his luck to see if he could find a near legendary-level Pokemon among the loose eggs. Although such opportunities were becoming rare, there were still occasional lucky buyers. After all, both sellers and seasoned buyers were often able to identify an egg's origin based on its external characteristics. Last year, in Jianghai City to the east, someone purchased a mini dragon egg from a Pokemon retail store, making headlines in the local news. Lin Bai stood in front of the Pokemon wall, his gaze intently scanning the rows of Pokemon eggs, silently hoping to find a Noibat egg that would satisfy him. His eyes skimmed quickly over the information cards. Pidgey, 1-star potential, ability. Big Pecs. Ekans, 1-star potential, ability. Intimidate. Zubat, 1-star potential, ability. Inner Focus. Magnemite, 2-star potential, ability. Magnet Pull. EV, 1-star potential, ability. Run away. Lin Bai carefully examined each Pokemon egg until his eyes began to feel strained. On this Pokemon wall, he found a total of 8 2-star potential eggs, and only 1 3-star potential egg of fighting-type Tyrogue with the ability Guts. While the overall quality of the Pokemon wall was decent, there were no particularly rare species or any 4-star potential Pokemon. Feeling slightly disappointed as his initial excitement waned, Lin Bai decided not to miss any opportunity and turned to inspect another Pokemon wall. Just as he was about to give up hope, one particular Pokemon egg caught his attention. The information card displayed clearly: Duraludon, 3-star potential, steel and dragon dual type, male, ability, heavy metal. Duraludon. Lin Bai's heartbeat suddenly quickened. As the signature Pokemon of Raihan, the strongest gym leader in the Galar region, Duraludon was renowned for its steel-like, fortress-like body. Even more thrilling was the fact that it later gained and evolved form the pseudo-legendary Duraludra. Its endurance paired with its crushing attacks made it a fearsome opponent for anyone who dared face it. On Blue Star, Duraludon primarily inhabited regions in Western Europe and was extremely rare. But what truly captivated Lin Bai was another fact. To date, no one in the Pokemon world had discovered the conditions for its evolution. Lin Bai's eyes lit up. This was a golden opportunity to author a groundbreaking research paper. Dad, something terrible has happened. A sudden shout shattered the tranquility of the lab. Lin's father was carefully adding reagents into a vial when the unexpected cry startled him. His hand jerked, causing the solution to spill onto his pants. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, quickly yanking off the now-smoking pants. Hopping on one leg, he rushed to the sink and began rinsing the skin on his thigh with cold water. Just then, the lab door was flung open, and Lin Bai dashed in. What greeted him was a rather awkward sight. His father, impeccably dressed from the waist up, standing by the sink in nothing but a pair of floral boxers, washing his leg. I didn't see anything, Lin Bai declared, spinning around so fast he almost wanted to applaud himself. After all, the dignity of a middle-aged man, some things are better left unseen. However, as he attempted to make a quick escape, a faint pink transparent wall suddenly materialized in front of him. He pounded on it, but it didn't budge. Outside the barrier, a pink little sprite was covering its mouth, giggling. Gardevoir, you're killing me here. Lin Bai groaned in despair as the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder behind him. A strong hand clamped down on his shoulder, pinning the 16-year-old firmly in place. Even in retirement, his dad's training clearly hadn't slacked. Lin Bai, his father said in a voice as cold as a serpent's hiss. You barged into my lab and interrupted my critical work. You'd better have a damn good reason. No time for jokes, Lin Bai blurted out. Dad, this time it's serious. I just got home and found the courtyard had been broken into. Beside him, his scyther nodded vigorously in agreement, clearly furious that its energy cubes had been stolen. Now at level 10, it was itching to teach the intruder a lesson. Broken into, Lin's father released his grip and pointed at the doorway, where Gardevoir stood. The back hill is protected by Gardevoir's psychic field. No Pokemon below champion level could possibly sneak in. And if it were a champion level Pokemon, why bother stealing? Wouldn't it just take things by force? Even so, Lin Bai insisted, but the house is a mess. The sofa's overturned, and a lot of things are missing from the living room. Lin's father pondered for a moment. It's probably just some young Pokemon wandering in out of curiosity. There's nothing valuable in the courtyard anyway. They'll have Slaking notify the Pokemon in the back hill to keep a closer eye on their kids. After all, as the most mysterious human dwelling in the area, the Lin family courtyard had always been a source of fascination for the local Pokemon. Due to the intimidating presence of the ruler of the back mountain, the little sprites only dared to peek from nearby and rarely ventured in. Occasionally, a daring one would sneak in, nibble curiously on a chair leg, and lose interest after finding it unremarkable. But this time, the situation was clearly different. Nothing's missing from the house, but the damage is outrageous, Lin said anxiously. Even the LCD TV has been chewed to pieces. The LCD TV? Lin's father frowned. The sprites from the back mountain never touch stuff like that, let alone cause such destruction. Could it be stray sprites from elsewhere? He decided to inspect the scene himself for clues. Shanai Duo, teleport me back home, Lin's father commanded decisively, placing a hand on Shanai Duo's shoulder. Shanai Duo nodded in agreement and released a gentle, yet powerful psychic force, enveloping itself and Lin's father. In a blink, the two figures vanished from Linbai's sight. Teleportation is so convenient, Linbai muttered enviously, staring at the spot where they had disappeared. He secretly resolved to capture a sprite capable of teleportation in the future. Suddenly, he froze. Hey, Shanai Duo, did you forget about me? Remembering the aluminum steel dragon sprite egg in the lab, Linbai had no choice but to head back. Although he hadn't decided whether to raise it as his second sprite, the egg was worth thorough research whether to let it roam freely in the back mountain or find a skilled trainer to adopt it. On a dimly lit path behind the breeding house, an injured sprite was stumbling forward. Its silver armor was riddled with cracks, dried blood covered its body, and each step came with labored breaths. Yet it moved forward with a determined urgency, as if fleeing from something. Suddenly, it collided with a swiftly moving figure. Linbai stumbled and nearly fell. Annoyed, he shoved aside the scyther snickering nearby and looked down to inspect the culprit that had tripped him. Using a stick, he cautiously prodded the dusty object in the faint light. His pupils contracted sharply. It was a sprite. The system immediately displayed the sprite's information. Name, Aaron. Critical condition. Potential, held item, grade heartstone. Type, steel rock. Gender, male. Ability, heavy metal. Level, 17. Moves, tackle, harden, mudslap, headbutt, metal claw, curse, iron head. The words critical condition sent a jolt through Linbai's heart. Without hesitation, he took off his coat and carefully wrapped the filthy Aaron. Then, holding it close, he sprinted toward home as fast as he could. In the early morning, the Bobo birds arrived punctually outside the window. They landed lightly on the windowsill, chirping in a rhythmic chorus toward the still sleeping Linbai. The bolder ones even hopped onto his bedside, their tiny claws stepping across his face as they pecked at his hair. This was the unique biological alarm clock service provided by the creatures of the mountain behind his house, perhaps not the most precise, but undoubtedly effective, as these little fellows wouldn't leave until they had successfully woken you up. I'm awake, I'm awake. Really? Linbai grumbled, impatiently shooing away the Bobo that was energetically hopping atop his head. He rolled out of bed and quickly threw on some clothes. With practiced ease, he opened a drawer and took out a small bag of nuts. This wake-up service wasn't free, it came with a price. The Bobos had families to feed too. While Linbai couldn't afford to offer them rare fruits, his father had his eye on those. He could manage a bag of ordinary nuts that cost just a few dozen yuan. The Bobos weren't picky. They chirped happily as they grabbed the nuts, stuffing their cheeks full before flying off, satisfied. Cha the scyther groggily opened its sleepy eyes and irritably kicked Linbai. Hey, you stepped on my hand. Linbai protested. Oh, sorry. The apology was anything but sincere, as Linbai smirked and gave Scyther a playful pat on the shoulder. But since you're already awake, why not come downstairs with me? Without waiting for a response, he grabbed Scyther and strode out of the room. The courtyard was unusually quiet today. Yesterday, Linbai's father had left with a heavy expression after handling the scene of an incident. Before leaving, he had treated the injuries of a Lyron and left Linbai with a Gardevoir's pokeball for protection. Linbai had always thought the Lyron was just a wandering creature that had gotten hurt and stumbled into the courtyard in search of food. However, it seemed his father had other theories, though he didn't elaborate before leaving at the crack of dawn to patrol the mountains. In the kitchen, Linbai skillfully swirled oil around a warm pan, ensuring it coated the bottom evenly. Once the oil was hot enough, he deftly cracked open a fist-sized, pastel-colored egg and poured the contents into the pan. This wasn't any ordinary egg. It came from a Chansey with the healer ability, offering nutrition far superior to regular eggs and greatly benefiting Pokemon growth. For Scyther's training, Linbai spent 1,200 yuan daily to purchase these eggs from a doctor who owned a Chansey. This had become Scyther's staple breakfast. As the creamy egg liquid hit the hot oil, it immediately blossomed into golden, fluffy egg flowers, puffing up and releasing an irresistible aroma. Scyther watched intently from Linbai's side, keeping a close eye to make sure Linbai didn't sneak a bite, something he had done more than once in the past. But Scyther was preoccupied this time. One claw carefully held a silvery beldam egg, while the other skillfully rocked a cradle. Resting in the cradle was the Lyron, wrapped up like a mummy. This feisty little creature, the same one from yesterday, had left Linbai covered in bite marks when he treated its wounds. Eventually, he had to place it in the rocking chair originally intended for Scyther, which was the only way to get it to settle down. Scyther, you've really grown up. You're even good at taking care of kids now. Looking at the 90-month-old Scyther, Lin Bai's eyes glinted mischievously. Should I find you a female Scyther so you can have a little baby? Cha! The Scyther shot him a disdainful glance, but its actions were as gentle as could be. One arm lightly rocked the Pokemon egg, while the other rhythmically pushed a rocking chair, an unmistakable image of a dedicated caretaker. Lin Bai turned and headed to the kitchen, skillfully preparing breakfast. He seasoned raw chicken with pepper, searing it to a golden brown. Adding fresh tomato slices and crisp lettuce, he nestled it all between perfectly toasted bread. From the door, he retrieved a bottle of fresh milk delivered by a polipper and set the hearty breakfast on the table. Cocoa. The enticing aroma roused Aaron from its slumber. The little one stared longingly at the table, then glanced down at its own belly, its eyes instantly taking on a pitiful, egg-like expression. The Scyther noticed this scene with sharp perception. After a moment of internal struggle, it reluctantly sliced its sandwich in half and placed a portion in front of Aaron. Haha, looks like you really care about Aaron. Lin Bai chuckled as he magically produced a new plate from under the table, replacing Scyther's sandwich with a fresh one. You still have training today, so you need plenty of nutrition. If it's too much, just let me know and I'll make less. Leave this little patient to me. Carefully picking up Aaron, Lin Bai brought the milk to its mouth. Here, have some milk first. Aaron turned its head away awkwardly, but couldn't help swallowing hard at the sight. Lin Bai didn't press further. Instead, he poured the milk into a shallow bowl and pushed the plate toward Aaron. Eat on your own. If you're still hungry, have some energy cubes. During the meal, Lin Bai flipped through his cultivation notes, pondering the upcoming school term. The class placement system was something he couldn't afford to take lightly. The top-tier Class 1 for aspiring trainers offered the best resources and was the only class eligible for amateur trainer certification slots. Students in other classes would have to wait until adulthood after the college entrance exams to raise a second Pokemon. Class 1, it's where I have to be, Lin Bai resolved firmly. Scyther's growth filled him with pride. Thanks to the enforced training device, its height had reached 1.6 meters, above average, and its level had risen to 11. More importantly, it had mastered and could skillfully execute various techniques. The next focus would be on speed and agility training, as well as developing its technician ability. This unique trait not only boosted the power of low-damage moves by 50, but also significantly enhanced its technical skill and intuition. Scyther's ability to learn Fury Cutter from a manga was the best testament to this. At this stage, Lin Bai could no longer offer guidance on slicing techniques. Scyther had been studying swordsmanship videos online daily, independently expanding its training regimen. While Lin Bai occasionally suggested wild ideas like splitting the heavens with one strike, these were usually met with Scyther's exasperated stares. Finally, Lin Bai had a theory he wanted to test: could the lack of improvement in energy cube quality be due to the standard berry crusher's insufficient precision? With his father away, he decided it was the perfect time to experiment. After breakfast, the Scyther adeptly equipped its mandatory training device and headed to the outdoor training field alone. In addition to the regular physical training, it planned to practice its quick draw slash technique, preparing for a decisive first strike move. Meanwhile, Lin Bai first took care of the stubborn little Aaron, then replaced the fresh incubation fluid for the Alolan Steelix's egg. After tidying up the house, he carried a whole box of berries into his study. Upon entering, Lin Bai cautiously drew the curtains, creating a private atmosphere. Acting nonchalant, he casually tossed Gardevoir's Pokeball into the air. Then, he began peeling and processing the berries with focused precision. Guard! A flash of white light revealed a graceful, pale figure with soft green highlights, a Pokemon resembling an elegant maiden. Gardevoir floated lightly behind Lin Bai, curiously observing his every move. Having just finished breakfast, why was he working on berries again? The question lingered in Gardevoir's mind. Lin Bai pretended not to notice and continued meticulously dicing the berries into evenly sized cubes, arranging them neatly. 2, 3, 7, this is the ratio. He silently recited the recipe for energy cubes, carefully sorting the blue orange berry flesh, orange nanab berry flesh, and bright yellow pinap berry flesh. Before mixing, he used an electronic scale to meticulously weigh everything, ensuring absolute precision. Once confirmed, Lin Bai activated the berry blender, adding the fruit pieces in sequence and setting precise parameters. As the machine roared to life, Gardevoir's curiosity deepened. As Lin Bai's father's trusted assistant, she was well-versed in berry nutrition. These steps were unmistakably for creating a specialized nutritional supplement. But since when had Lin Bai mastered this technique? Gardevoir floated in circles around the machine, attempting to decipher its secrets, but to no avail. Meanwhile, a confident smile subtly appeared on Lin Bai's face. His performance was a success. A few days ago, Lin Bai had noticed that regular berry blenders lacked the necessary precision. Unable to access the advanced equipment in his father's lab, He recalled a conversation during a family dinner where his father mentioned that Gardevoir possessed a unique telepathic ability. Her mastery of psychic power and mental precision surpassed that of other psychic Pokemon, rivaling the accuracy of high-tech instruments. This revelation sparked an idea in Lin Bai's mind. Could such precise control be used to create energy cubes? However, he knew that even as the offspring of a seasoned trainer, earning a Pokemon's trust was no simple task. Thus, he carefully orchestrated this performance to pique Gardevoir's interest. The battle of interests was evidently a success. Gardevoir was completely engrossed, staring intently at the berry crusher, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Lin Bai's lips curved into a confident smile once the energy cubes were ready and Gardevoir had a taste. No Pokemon would be able to resist the allure of such a delicious treat. Ding! A crisp sound echoed as the indicator on the machine gradually dimmed. After waiting eagerly for a few seconds, Lin Bai couldn't contain his excitement and carefully lifted the lid of the machine. He gingerly retrieved the pale yellow energy cubes inside. Instantly, a delightful sweetness filled the study, permeating the air. These energy cubes were specifically tailored for Scyther. The perfect blend of oran and citrus berries ensured rapid recovery of stamina and energy, while the Lepa berry accelerated Scyther's physical growth. Recent data confirmed the outstanding effectiveness of this pale, yellow cube. Even Scyther had praised how it made training feel invigorating and full of strength. The pink and white Gardevoir inhaled deeply, savoring the sweet aroma in the air. Her gaze was locked onto the plate of energy cubes, as though she had been enchanted and frozen in place. Lin Bai picked up an energy cube and examined it closely. Though it was still a low-grade pale-colored cube, its texture was noticeably firmer, and the berry integration was much better than in previous attempts. Even the color appeared purer. Ever since realizing the importance of precision, Lin Bai had handled berries with the care of someone dealing with explosives. At this rate, even with a basic berry crusher, he would eventually be able to produce mid-grade energy cubes, though the pace was still frustratingly slow. Noticing Gardevoir's starry-eyed expression, Lin Bai couldn't help but chuckle. You really want to try one, don't you, Gardevoir? Gardevoir instinctively nodded, then quickly shook her head, her gaze filled with inner conflict. Not really. It's just, it smells a little nice, that's all. If you want to eat, go ahead. Lin Bai generously pushed the entire plate over. After confirming that Gardevoir had taken a bite, he added with a meaningful smile. But, I do need your help with something. You jerk. Lin Bai, you're such a jerk. Gardevoir protested indignantly, puffing up her cheeks. Do you really think you can bribe me, Gardevoir, with a few berry-made candies? It's just a small favor. It won't take much of your time, Lin Bai quickly explained, his voice dripping with persuasive charm. And if the new energy cubes are successfully developed, you'll be the #1 contributor to Lin Hai Group's achievements. Then you'll be able to eat as many as you want. The energy cubes are delicious, aren't they? But their energy content isn't quite enough yet, right? The new ones will fix that. They'll be not only tastier, but also more nutritious. The flavor will far surpass the ones you just tried. Aren't you curious about what they might taste like? Gardevoir hesitated, torn between her pride and the lingering sweetness on her tongue. The unprecedented flavor still lingered, tempting her senses. Missing out on an even more delicious and nutritious cube would indeed be a shame. Watching the scene unfold, Lin Bai couldn't hold back a smile. His father's Gardevoir had always had one fatal weakness: food. Years ago, Lin's dad had lured a wild Ralts out of its group with tasty treats. It seemed that even after all these years, the strategy still worked like a charm. Pokemon really were such simple creatures. In the end, despite her reluctant expression, Gardevoir nodded and agreed to Lin Bai's request. Finally, success. Lin Bai was so thrilled, he nearly jumped for joy. The final piece of the puzzle for creating high-quality energy cubes was now firmly in his grasp. In the open-air training ground, a massive banyan tree stood tall, its dense foliage casting dappled shadows under the sunlight. Beneath the tree, the Scyther stood motionless, like a statue, unmoving and silent. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the leaves to rustle softly. A fresh, tender leaf detached from a branch, drifting gracefully through the air. In an instant, Scyther's scythe-like blade slashed forward, slicing through the air with a sharp, cutting sound, aiming for the leaf. Yet, as the fragments of the leaf fluttered to the ground, his blade remained in its striking pose, a glint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Leaning against the tree trunk, Slaking half-opened his eyes, glanced lazily at the scattered leaf fragments, and then closed them again. This had already been one of countless failed attempts by Scyther today. The level 11 Scyther had developed his own understanding of slashing. It must be fast, precise, and ruthless, with none of these qualities lacking. Unfortunately, at this moment, he clearly had yet to master any of the three. This training method was inspired by Lin Bai's idea from the anime Hajime no Ippo, where the protagonist practiced catching falling leaves under a tree without damaging them in the slightest. Even in the height of summer, a simple shake of the tree could provide the necessary falling leaves for training. While the training method seemed ridiculous, it actually held profound wisdom. After earnestly seeking guidance from Slaking, Scyther was given a complete progression plan. First, he needed to accurately pierce the center of a moving leaf without excessively damaging it, a test of dynamic vision and basic precision. Next came the challenge of meticulously shaving the leaf's flesh along its veins, requiring both accuracy and ruthlessness. The ultimate goal was to slash a falling leaf with lightning speed without leaving a single scratch on it. Lin Bai had initially thought this was pure fantasy until he witnessed a jaw-dropping moment. With a simple flick of Slaking's finger, the flesh of a falling leaf was shaken off completely, leaving behind a flawless skeleton of veins. This event shattered Lin Bai's perception of reality, and from that day forward, he avoided Slaking at all costs, fearing that the powerful being might one day whimsically turn him into a specimen as well. Scyther, however, was utterly captivated by this unique training and became addicted to it. Yet, he had yet to overcome even the first stage. His slashes were so forceful that the mere air currents generated were enough to shred the leaf into pieces, rendering direct contact with his blade unnecessary. His latest failure was caused by this very issue. Cha! Scyther gazed at his scythe-like blades, then slumped to the ground in frustration. Why did he keep failing? He stared at the towering banyan tree before him, lost in thought, wondering when he would finally master the first stage of this elusive slashing technique. Slaking lazily yawned, his half-closed eyes sizing up the Scyther in front of him. The performance of this little Pokemon left him astonished. Boundless energy, a robust physique, and incredible intuition, all wrapped into one. Although it still lagged behind Slaking's prowess during its Vigoroth stage, for a Scyther barely past level 10 with the technician ability, enduring such a challenging training regime was truly unexpected. When Slaking initially proposed this training method, it was intended to make the Scyther give up. But the Scyther, undeterred by setbacks, kept getting back up and practicing day after day. Its sheer determination piqued Slaking's curiosity. Could this guy really complete the first phase of the special training? Suddenly, a deafening baka shattered his thoughts. A powerful gust swept through the forest, scattering countless leaves into the air. On the open training arena stood a dark purple Pokemon with a wide mouth, roaring ferociously. Its back, arms, and legs were lined with thick vents, unmistakably marking it as an Exploud, a Pokemon infamous for its earth-shaking roars. At this moment, it was locked in a tense standoff with a Sharpied, majestic Pidgeot. A regular at the training grounds, this 3-star, level 48 Exploud was renowned for its precise control over its vents, allowing it to soar through the air like a jet. Yet today's opponent, the extraordinary Pidgeot, was no ordinary adversary. As soon as the match began, Exploud started charging power, its vents emitting a piercing whistle. Pidgeot, however, circled loftily above, exuding disdain for its grounded opponent. In the next moment, with another thunderous baka, a booming sound wave erupted. A milky white column of energy shot skyward, a breathtaking sight. Slaking watched with a cold gaze, letting out a dismissive snort. Relying solely on sound wave-based attacks would never lead to greatness. Sure enough, Pidgeot's response confirmed his judgment. With a sudden dive, Pidgeot folded its wings and twisted midair, slicing through the shockwave like a razor through wind. Then, spreading its wings, it gracefully evaded the attack, countering with a precise aerial ace that sent Exploud reeling into the air. Even as Exploud attempted to use its vents to redirect itself, Pidgeot's sharp maneuvers consistently outmatched it, effortlessly unraveling every defensive move. This spectacle left Scyther wide-eyed. Pidgeot's streamlined body moved through the air at high speeds without causing even the slightest turbulence, as if it were gliding through butter. Inspired, Scyther instinctively began swinging its scythes, listening to the whistling wind. With relentless practice, the sharp sound of its slashes grew fainter and fainter until there was only silence, like the deep stillness of calm water. The sun blazed overhead, and sweat dripped down Scyther's face, yet it persisted, tirelessly honing its technique. Finally, as a leaf drifted downward, its blade shot out soundlessly. The leaf quivered slightly, but continued its descent, as if untouched. Scyther stared at the barely visible cuts on the leaf, a surge of uncontainable joy welling up inside. Cha! Success! Just then, Lin Bai's astonished voice came from behind. Whoa! What did I just see? Scyther, did you seriously master some legendary move straight out of an anime? A new world had opened up before it. In the outdoor training ground behind the mountain, an uneven match was unfolding. A Scyther, its entire body radiating a jade-like glow, shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Its twin blades carved a graceful arc in the air and struck precisely at Squirtle's vulnerable neck. Even though Squirtle had activated its iron defense in time, it let out a painful cry and collapsed to the ground. The Scyther stood tall and proud in the center of the arena. Whoa! Chen Yuan rushed into the field to check on Squirtle's injuries. Only after confirming that it was not seriously hurt did he breathe a sigh of relief. He turned to Lin Bai in disbelief. How is the gap this huge? My Squirtle is level 11 too. How could it get taken down in just a few hits without even a chance to fight back? Lin Bai didn't answer directly. Instead, he silently analyzed the details of the attack. Leer to lower defense, quick attack to strike first, followed by Fury Cutter. With the technician ability boosting the power to 75, and the Scyther's leaf blade technique refined to its first mastery level through special training, the precision and penetration of the slash were significantly enhanced. This perfect ambush strike was not only powerful, but also hit the critical spot, leaving Squirtle unable to fight back. After Squirtle regained consciousness, Lin Bai seemed to remember something and asked, "Are you still working on that combo move?" Chen Yuan's expression faltered, and he seemed a bit downcast. "Not anymore." "Why not?" Lin Bai pressed, puzzled. "Weren't you really into it last time?" "Actually," Chen Yuan hesitated but eventually confided, "my dad said I was messing around. He thinks those combo moves are completely useless." "Well, Uncle Chun does have a point." Lin Bai nodded in agreement. But noticing Chen Yuan's disheartened look, he quickly added, "But for a beginner trainer, coming up with combo moves to explore Pokemon skills is already impressive." He gently patted Squirtle on the head. The little one wasn't crying or throwing a tantrum despite its loss, which reminded Lin Bai of Scyther's stubbornness when it first started training. After losing a match in the battle park, Scyther had insisted on training late into the night, forcing Lin Bai to spar with it until both of them ended up with panda-like dark circles under their eyes. Do combo moves really have no future? Chen Yuan's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Of course not. Lin Bai chuckled. Have you heard of Lan He, the champion of the East? Known as the Weather King, with his mastery of storms, thunder, and snow, his core strategy is actually a more advanced form of combo moves. He can not only execute them faster, but also adapt them in countless ways. Many opponents have tried to disrupt his sequences, only to be overwhelmed by his relentless weather assaults and ultimately defeated by his seamless attacks. As he spoke, Lin Bai recalled a classic tournament video. A clear sky suddenly darkened with storm clouds, and violent lightning surged through them like a golden ocean suspended overhead. Torrential rain, heavy snow, and even hailstones the size of fists came crashing down. The challenger, caught in this chaotic weather, resembled a lone boat struggling in a raging sea, teetering on the brink of collapse until all their Pokemon were rendered powerless. That was Lan He's strength, super elite capable of defeating multiple opponents of the same level on open waters. However, Lin Bai snapped back to the present and looked at Chen Yuan. That level of battle is still far off for you. What's most important for now is to solidify your fundamentals. Lin Bai patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder and said seriously, even though your family runs a martial arts gym, you can't just focus solely on physical attacks. Your Squirtle has a rare aura ability, but up until now, I haven't seen it use a single special attack skill. His gaze fell on the Squirtle playing in the distance, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. What a waste of talent. With this aura ability, not learning Water Pulse is such a missed opportunity. Once it evolves into Blastoise, those dual cannons firing aura-empowered hydro cannons would be terrifying to anyone. Not to mention the Super Blastoise's Mega Launcher combined with the aura ability. It'd practically be a walking intercontinental missile. Chen Yuan scratched his head and gave a mysterious smile. Actually, I've been preparing for special attacks for a while now. It's just that its level is still low, and the water-type special moves are still in the training phase. As he spoke, he pulled out a crystal-clear pendant from his pocket. As soon as Squirtle saw the pendant, it happily ran over and eagerly put it around its neck. Then, it grabbed a delicate glasses case from Chen Yuan's backpack and took out a pair of black-framed glasses with blue lenses. Lin Bai was dumbfounded. These were no ordinary items. The pendant was made from swana feathers and strung with 6-tire mystic water drops. As for the glasses, they were none other than the power lens that had been sitting in his online shopping cart. While the glasses might reduce a Pokemon's speed, they significantly boost special attack growth. Both were top-tier Pokemon items, especially the pendant, which was custom-made by an item master and incredibly valuable. This is how you're training water-type power, Lin Bai said, a bit enviously. I've heard your gym also has custom-made combat potions. No wonder your Squirtle's physical attack has improved so quickly. Chen Yuan shrugged indifferently. So what? You can buy this stuff too. Sure, the items are expensive, but they last a long time. And when you're done, you can sell them secondhand. They don't depreciate much. That's true, Lin Bai said through gritted teeth. Although there was a secondhand market, the cost of Pokemon items was still ridiculously high. He was planning to equip his Scyther with a sharp beak to enhance its airflow perception and a life orb to pair with Endure for extreme speed and power training. Just these two alone would cost him most of his 3 million budget. Adding in some high-grade berries, he'd barely have anything left. With this in mind, Lin Bai made up his mind. Chen Yuan, I need to ask you something. Go ahead, Chen Yuan replied, clearly unaware of what was coming. Does your family orchard have any salic berries? Lin Bai finally revealed his true intention. If he was going to invest, he wanted to give his Scyther the best setup. After all, his Energy Cube project was progressing smoothly. Not only had he created the highest grade cubes, but had even occasionally succeeded in making near top tier ones. The only issue was dealing with Guard of War, who was currently the only one capable of substituting for top tier equipment. For now, he had managed to keep her appeased. Chen Yuan froze on the spot, as if someone had hit his pressure point. After a long pause, he finally said with a pained expression, "Lin, please spare me. Last time I got caught stealing 4 crates of spear berries, my mom scolded me for days. She still hasn't noticed the crate of custap berries I swiped a few days ago. If I touch her precious salic berries, you won't see me alive tomorrow. I'll help you train a Gyarados." "Deal. Boss, I'll take number 1, number 6, and number 21. Wrap them all up for me." The bustling Chang'an night market was alive with voices and glowing with lights. 2 teenagers navigated through the lively crowd, one leading and the other following, creating a stark contrast. The boy in front, Lin Bai, moved deftly between the stalls, his sharp eyes scanning the merchandise as he haggled with vendors like a seasoned pro. Behind him, Chen Yuan followed closely, resembling an anxious attendant of a nobleman from ancient times, his face filled with worry. "Lin Bai, are you out of your mind?" This was the 6th time Chen Yuan had said this tonight. He watched as Lin Bai stopped at stall after stall, making bold purchases as if he were buying in bulk. Sure, they'd visited the night market before and bought a few pieces of gamble stones, but never anything on this scale. Who would expect to strike gold in a pile of junk? "You said you were buying materials for research." Chen Yuan stomped his foot in frustration. "My Gyarados is still waiting for you to figure out its evolution." As a diehard fan of rain teams, who wouldn't dream of having a majestic, dragon-like Gyarados soaring through the skies? But the reality was that evolving a Magikarp was harder than winning the lottery. Wild Gyarados were far too ferocious for beginners to tame, and even if one managed to catch one by sheer luck, forming a genuine bond with the Pokemon was nearly impossible. Chen Yuan, like most trainers, had already given up on such an unrealistic dream and resigned himself to raising a Squirtle. But when Lin Bai confidently claimed he could help him raise a Gyarados, Chen Yuan agreed without hesitation. After all, Lin Bai's father was a somewhat renowned Pokemon researcher, so there might actually be a breakthrough in store. The truth, however, was that Lin Bai had come up with his own supposedly viable method for raising a Gyarados that could solve what even Pokemon professors considered an insurmountable challenge. Chen Yuan didn't believe a word of it, not even a punctuation mark. But what if? What if Lin Bai really did stumble upon a miracle? And so, once again, Chen Yuan found himself swayed by Lin Bai's confidence. Not only did he procure a citrus berry for him, but he also handed over his pocket money to support Lin Bai's so-called research project. But now, you're gambling with my money? Throwing my money down the drain. Watching Lin Bai's triumphant demeanor at the stall, Chen Yuan was practically on the verge of cardiac arrest. Yet Lin Bai remained unbothered, a faintly smug smile playing on his lips. The night market does have some hidden treasures. This trip's been quite fruitful. Gambling on stones was a traditional attraction at the night market, with its own unique allure. These raw stones were evolution stone ores excavated directly from secret realms by hunters. Their surfaces were encased in a natural stone shell, and they were infused with a dense aura from the secret realms. Current technology was incapable of detecting the core of these stones. One could only make basic judgments based on their external features, relying heavily on experience. As for their true quality, it all came down to luck. One cut could make you rich, another could leave you broke. That was the thrill of gambling on stones. But for Lin Bai, this method was far too slow. The boy's eyes swept skillfully over the stall in front of him. To him, every stone seemed to turn crystal clear, as if their secrets were laid bare. Lin Bai stood in front of a night market stall, his gaze sweeping over rows of raw stones as he watched the fluctuating data on the detector with an impassive expression. Firestone raw material purity 6.42, Thunderstone raw material purity 2.17, Granite purity 94.96, Sandstone raw material purity 12.58, Sturdy or raw material purity 14.05, another piece of granite purity 88.12. What rotten luck! Lin Bai cursed inwardly. The stalls were either filled with shockingly low purity scrap minerals or blatantly mixed with ordinary granite. What was more infuriating was that this practice of selling regular granite as raw stones from secret realms was all too common in the night market. Without careful inspection, it was almost impossible to discern the fakes from the genuine. After wandering around nearby stalls for a while, Lin Bai finally selected 9 raw stones. To avoid drawing attention, he deliberately included 6 worthless pieces of scrap as a cover. Only 3 of the stones were truly valuable. One was a raw ice stone with a purity of 52.16, rated level by the association. Another was a raw fighting gem with a purity of 42.76, officially rated a level. And the last appeared to be an ordinary piece of secret realm granite. But hidden inside was a comet shard the size of a fingernail. Lin Bai already had a clear plan for these 3 stones. The level ice stone could be sold outright, starting at $500,000. The fighting gem could be handed over to Chen Yuan, who could use his martial arts school's exclusive formula to maximize its potential, and Lin Bai would take a share of the profit. As for the rare comet shard, it was perfect for extorting some cash from his father's secret stash. Lin's father had a penchant for collecting, as evidenced by the private vault at home, and a comet shard was exactly the kind of rarity he had yet to acquire. Still, Lin Bai felt unsatisfied. While the Jade Insect Tablet had almost completely solved 99 of the resource issues for bug-type cultivation, training his Scyther in flying-type techniques was proving to be a major headache. As a Pokemon that relied on speed to survive, Scyther's flying-type abilities not only significantly enhanced its mobility, but also amplified the power of its cutting techniques through advanced flight maneuvers. More importantly, once it evolved into a Scizor or Cleaver, it would lose its flying type, making flying-type technique training during the Scyther stage all the more critical. Unfortunately, he hadn't come across even the most basic flying gems. Chen Yuan, who had been silently supporting Lin Bei's research endeavors, had not only contributed his pocket money, but had even stolen berries twice to help him. Lin Bai had originally wanted to find a high-quality water stone as a token of thanks, but his search had so far been fruitless. Let's check out the shops in the center of the night market, Lin Bai suggested, pointing toward the Lotus Mountain Exotic Stone Pavilion, where the crowd was thickest. They should have a better selection of raw stones for sale. Maybe they've recently restocked, and we can find some high-quality evolution stones. With that, he grabbed the reluctant Chen Yuan and plunged into the bustling crowd. Now, what we're about to auction is a newly unearthed batch of raw stones from the Moran mine, discovered by the expedition team in the hidden ice cavern. The auctioneer's voice echoed through the spacious hall. Lin Bai and Chen Yuan squeezed through the tightly packed crowd, standing on their tiptoes to catch a glimpse of the center of the exhibition hall. Under the bright lights, a host with a neatly trimmed mustache stood on the gleaming marble floor, passionately introducing the items on display. Surrounding him was a circle of transparent display cases, each equipped with professional lighting at the base, showcasing the raw stone's quality in vivid detail. In the corner, a group of seasoned veterans in the stone gambling world had already gathered, carefully scrutinizing the treasures within the display cases. Their gazes lingered most frequently on raw stone number 4, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Judging by its condition, the possibility of it yielding a grade evolution stone was almost certain, while the chance of obtaining a grade thunder stone had them visibly excited. The charged atmosphere was contagious, even causing the ordinary attendees to hold their breath in suspense. Ugh, I should have saved more money, Chen Yuan muttered regretfully, his eyes fixed on raw stone number 4. Lin Bai, however, understood the reality they wouldn't have enough funds to compete for this highly sought-after item even if they hadn't spent money on earlier purchases. The starting bid for the grade raw stone number 4 was already a steep 1.2 million, and its final price was likely to soar past 5 million. If someone daringly gambled on its potential grade quality, the price could climb even higher. Lin Bei's gaze swept across the raw stones in the display cases. Number 1. Firestone, or Purity 48.97, E grade. Number 2. Darkstone, or Purity 55.19, D grade. Number 3. Roundstone, or Quality C grade. Number 4. Thunderstone, or Purity 78.93, B grade. Number 5. Evolutionary Stone, or Quality B grade. Number 6. Waterstone, or Purity 88.15, A grade. Suddenly, Lin Bai's pupils contracted sharply, his expression freezing in place. An A-grade waterstone of exceptional quality? This was a true treasure. In this world, grade evolution stones transcended the realm of ordinary stones. Not only could they create training grounds brimming with elemental energy, but when buried underground for decades, they could even nurture evolution stone deposits of varying sizes. For this reason, grade evolution stones were often regarded as heirlooms, symbols of a family's legacy. A-grade evolution stones, on the other hand, were rare gems just a step below. A purity of 80 qualified for an A-grade rating, and stones with 86 or 87 purity were considered premium within this category, commanding significantly higher prices. The typical auction price for an A-grade evolution stone hovered around 8 million, with premium A-grades fetching up to 50 more. By this measure, the seemingly ordinary raw stone number 6 was worth more than the combined value of all the other raw stones and then some. Sweat beaded on Lin Bei's palms. Thankfully, the outer shell of this raw stone was thick enough to obscure its true quality, even under professional lighting. This had kept its starting price at a mere 200,000, the lowest among all the items. I have to get this, Lin Bai vowed silently to himself. All right. The auctioneer cleared his throat as the auction was about to begin. The mustached host gave a slight smile, his eyes scanning the restless crowd below. It seems everyone can hardly wait, so I won't keep you any longer. Today's small auction officially begins. The first item was brought out by a stunning woman with impeccable makeup. She gracefully circled the display case, showcasing a raw stone in her hands that emitted a faint, heated aura. The host spoke in a deep voice. According to mineral experts, this is a high-quality firestone. The starting bid is 250,000, with a minimum increment of 1,000, 255,000, 260,000, 265,000, 300,000. The bidding came in waves. For an E-grade evolution stone, 300,000 was already a considerable price. However, under the infectious excitement of the atmosphere, the price steadily climbed to 340,000. In the end, a rugged-looking middle-aged man hesitated slightly before stepping up to the stage, swiping his card to claim the item. While the price was somewhat high, it wouldn't be a loss if the stone met expectations. As the auction heated up, Lin Bei's nose caught a peculiar scent. It was faint but distinct, a blend of decayed wood's earthy aroma and the sharpness of mountain pepper. Despite being the son of a trainer and breeder, Lin Bei's theoretical knowledge was far from impressive. However, even before his data-eye ability awakened, he possessed a seemingly useless talent and extraordinary sense of smell. While not as sharp as that of canine Pokemon, this familiar yet strange scent immediately put him on alert. It was the scent of a Pokemon. Among the mix, the decayed wood aroma stood out as particularly familiar. Releasing a Pokemon in such a crowded venue was reckless, to say the least. Instinctively cautious, Lin Bai pulled Chen Yuan aside to avoid any potential danger. Lot 4, the star of today's auction, the host announced confidently. I'm sure any expert in the room can tell at a glance how extraordinary it is. Cut to the chase. Start the bidding already, someone impatiently interrupted from the crowd. The host quickly obliged. All right then, lot 4 starts at 500,000. Minimum increment of 5,000, let the bidding begin. 1.25 million, 1.5 million, 1.52 million. The room erupted into a frenzy, with paddles raised one after another. Chen Yuan stomped anxiously by Lin Bai's side. Though he specialized in water types, a thunderstone was essential for quick strikes in rainy weather strategies. He knew he would need it sooner or later. Lin Bai, however, was deep in thought. The strange scent was growing stronger, both familiar and indescribable. A heavy sense of unease settled over him, only slightly easing when he pulled Chen Yuan to the corner of the venue. 4.65 million, the host exclaimed with excitement. Any higher bids? 4.65 million going once. Going twice. Sold. The final price was slightly lower than Lin Bai had anticipated, but still within reason. While the crowd was still reeling from the staggering transaction, a familiar figure quietly stepped onto the stage, casually tossing a black-painted poke ball into the air. In that moment, Lin Bai finally remembered where he had encountered the scent before. It was similar to that of a Zoroark he once encountered in a pharmacy, a Pokemon that had accidentally wandered into the human world. However, that gray fox didn't carry the same sharp, spicy undertone. The mystery was solved in the next instant, as the figure emerging from the pokeball revealed itself. An overwhelming, malevolent aura swept through the auction hall. Screams and the sound of shattering glass filled the air, stabbing at Lin Bai's eardrums. Warning lights flashed wildly, but they were of no help. The massive Pokemon extended its arm, muscles bulging as if inflated. Its claws, like those of a demon from the depths of hell, effortlessly crushed the display case. It casually retrieved Lot 4, then turned to the terrified crowd with a sinister grin. It's a Grimmsnarl. A level 59 elite tier, Grimmsnarl. What's going on? A robbery? Chen Yuan whispered in disbelief, his eyes wide as he stared from the corner of the exhibition hall. Lin Bei's lips twitched. Did that even need to be asked? The ferocious, menacing look of the shaggy monster practically had the word robbery written all over its face. The crowd erupted like startled birds, letting out suppressed screams and cries as they surged toward the exit. But the narrow doorway couldn't possibly accommodate so many people at once. In an instant, a mass of panicked customers became jammed together, unable to move. The air filled with overlapping screams and wails, plunging the scene into chaos. Come out, Skarmory. Stop him, Excadrill. Glalie, let's go as well. Several trainers pushed against the tide of fleeing people, rushing forward. Their pokeballs arced gracefully through the air, landing to encircle the shaggy beast at the center. Among them were both courageous bystanders and the exhibition hall's security guards, but everyone shared the same confusion. What on earth were these robbers thinking? After all, due to the chaotic management of the night market, the inspection bureau was stationed just around the corner at the end of the street. The moment an alarm was raised, the Lianstone exhibition hall could be completely surrounded in less than 3 minutes, leaving the criminals with no escape. This was faster than turning themselves in. The night market had always been peaceful, with no record of such violent incidents until today. Skarmory, Iron Defense, and Steel Wing. Excadrill, Swords Dance, and Drill Run. Glalie, Harden, and then Tackle. The experienced trainers quickly gave their commands. They didn't dare launch an all-out attack, as a few scattered customers were still trapped inside the hall. Large-scale, destructive moves were out of the question. Their only option was to focus on defense and stall for time. After all, the inspectors were just nearby. 3 minutes should be more than enough. or so they thought. Just as the other trainers hesitated, preparing to release their Pokemon into the fray, a mysterious figure standing behind the shaggy beast flashed a sinister smile. Without a word, he took the fourth primal stone and lightly patted the beast's shoulder. The monster seemed to understand instantly, its gaze growing even more arrogant. It scanned the surrounding Pokemon with disdain, snorting as two jets of hot air burst from its long, pointed nose like boiling steam. In an instant, its fur rippled like flowing water, faintly glowing red, while its muscles swelled even further. Its bulk up, Linbai gasped, his pupils contracting as he crouched in the corner. He finally understood the shaggy beast had no intention of escaping. It was planning to fight its way out, no matter the cost. This is madness, absolute madness. A chilling fear swept over Linbai as he grabbed the still-stunned Chen Yuan. Run! We need to get out of here now. He dragged Chen Yuan toward the exit in a frenzy. The poor guy hadn't yet realized that this wasn't some polite, regulated battle in an arenate was a brutal, no-holds-barred fight. Stick around to watch, and you could lose your life in an instant. But the exit remained hopelessly blocked by the panicked crowd. Lin Bei's mind raced. His eyes darted to the upper level, which was still closed off. Without hesitation, he made a decision. Upstairs. Well, head upstairs. The two teenagers bolted up the staircase, followed closely by a few quick-witted customers. Behind them, the exhibition hall shook with deafening crashes and the frantic shouts of trainers, but it was all in vain. In less than half a minute, the shaggy monster now fully powered Uffad torn through the battlefield with unstoppable ferocity. At the final moment of stepping onto the second floor, Linbai glanced back at the exhibition hall on the first floor. What met his eyes was a battlefield in utter chaos. Shards of steel feathers were scattered all over the ground. The armored bird lay collapsed, unconscious. Its trainer was yelling in a mix of fury and panic, with fragments of shattered steel feathers embedded in his calf, blood slowly trickling from the wounds. The drillbur, though panting heavily and on the verge of collapse, stood its ground, fixing its gaze on its opponent. It used its own body to shield its trainer, blocking the murderous glare of the Grimmsnarl. The most tragic sight was the Glalie. It was already on the brink of death, yet the Grimmsnarl's relentless assault continued. The savage creature raised both fists high, with fighting-type energy surging through its arms, while dark energy boiled within it, erupting like black flames. The two forces merged at its fists, forming a massive black energy hand. Boom! The dual fists slammed down with devastating force, and the Glalie let out a harrowing wail. Its sturdy ice armor shattered inch by inch under the blow, and the intricate floor tiles beneath it were instantly reduced to rubble by the powerful shockwave. Is that a combination move? Lin Bai's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. The fusion of Dark Pulse and Hammer Arm had created a super move resembling a killing intent wave fist. Even with its level 57 strength and incredible defense of nearly 200, the Glalie was defeated in a single strike by the Grimmsnarl, whose body had been honed through intense bodybuilding training. Seeing the cracks spreading across the Glalie's armor, Lin Bai's hands trembled as a memory suddenly surfaced a stolen afternoon at home. His first encounter with the Aaron, its steel armor similarly shattered and broken. Could it be? Lin Bai dared not think further. He didn't even dare to pull out his phone to call the police, fearing that the sound of pressing buttons might draw the attention of the bloodthirsty Grimmsnarl. As his figure disappeared at the top of the stairs, the Zoroark, disguised as a trainer, seemed to sense something, glancing in the direction where Lin Bai had vanished. That familiar face. The Zoroark recalled that anxious afternoon when, lost and helpless in the pharmacy, it was this young man who had extended a helping hand. Unfortunately, there was no chance to repay that kindness now. The Zoroark withdrew its gaze, the warmth in its eyes replaced by cold indifference. It swept its eyes over the remaining trainers, watching their faces pale with terror as their Pokemon lay gravely injured or near death. This outcome was within its expectations. How could flowers from a greenhouse ever compare to the thorns of the wild? The battle was over. The Grimmsnarl burst into laughter, smashing a nearby wall with a single punch as the crowd looked on in horror. When the dust settled, the silhouettes of the Pokemon and its trainer had vanished into the darkness of the night. All right, Lao Lu, I'm aware of the situation now. Lin's father stood in the middle of the living room, his phone pressed tightly against his ear, his brows furrowed deeply. The incident at the experimental lab behind the Qingtian breeding house had clearly escalated to a level that demanded his attention. His phone had been ringing off the hook. This matter is truly outrageous. It's nothing short of trampling on the dignity of the Chang'an Trainers Association. His voice carried a sharp, icy anger, with a hint of menace in his expression. This person must be severely punished. He'll head to the scene with Gardevoir immediately. Lao Lu, see you there. After ending the call, Lin's father turned to look at his son, who was beaming with excitement. He couldn't help but rub his temples in frustration. Lin Bai, really? Sneaking off to the night market to gamble on stones instead of coming home? Are you so rich that you don't know how to spend your money? He scolded while changing his clothes. Forget about coming with me to investigate. That's not happening. Before I leave, tell me everything you saw tonight, in detail. It had been half an hour since Lin Bai got home. At the crime scene, just a minute after Zoroark and Grimmsnarl left, the inspectors arrived and quickly controlled and evacuated the crowd. However, even the most seasoned investigators were at a loss with this case. Illusory Zoroark's transformations were endless, and every disguise was flawless. It could be hiding among the crowd, though it wasn't feasible to bring thousands of people back to the precinct for screening her. It could have transformed into a Pidgey or Butterfree and already blended into a group of wild Pokemon to escape. This rare and cunning Pokemon was giving the inspectors a massive headache. During this chaos, Lin Bai seized the opportunity to strike a deal with the anxious manager of the Lianshan Pavilion. By offering a simple condition, he managed to purchase the number 6 primordial stone at a low price, the condition being that his father would intervene. It was a win-win transaction, with Lin Bai benefiting twice over. After all, given that Zoroark and Grimmsnarl might have infiltrated the breeding house's back mountain, he had already planned to inform his father. And knowing his father, there was no way he would ignore such dangerous intruders. Now, with the inspectors at their wits' end, they had no choice but to turn to Lin's father for help. As a trainer of a champion-level Gardevoir, Lin's father's strength was unquestionable. Gardevoir's immense psychic power, combined with its ability to foresee the future, might provide the breakthrough they needed. But before heading out, Lin's father needed to hear from Lin Bai, the first eyewitness. Under his father's stern gaze, Lin Bai obediently recounted the events and shared his theories. Judging by the injuries on that dying Avalugg, the attack, a malicious wave punch, was not only devastatingly powerful, but also had incredible penetrative force. Remembering the scene still sent chills down his spine. According to the Pokemon physician's diagnosis, Avalugg's icy armor was completely shattered, most of its internal bones were fractured, and even its organs showed signs of hemorrhaging. The injuries were strikingly similar to those of Aaron. Lin Bai furrowed his brow. It's possible that the Pokemon who infiltrated that day included Zoroark and Grimmsnarl. Damn it! When did our backyard become a public park? Does everyone think they can just stroll in? Lin's father cursed in frustration, though it was clear he still had lingering doubts on his mind. Suddenly, Lin Bai broke the silence, his voice tinged with hesitation. A few days before the theft at our house, I saw that Zoroark. What? Father Lin spun around abruptly, staring at his son in disbelief. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lin Bai quickly explained. I ran into it at the pharmacy. It was buying medicine but didn't have enough money, so I helped pay for it. I didn't think much of it at the time, and I certainly didn't expect it to come to our house. His voice trailed off, growing quieter. Father Lin frowned deeply as all the clues started to connect. No wonder only Lin Bai's room had been searched that day. No wonder that Zoroark had retreated so silently in the end. It was all because of Lin Bai's chance encounter. He recalled the intelligence from the association's undercover sources. Lingdu Corporation was suspected of dispatching their officer, Shadow Fox, to retaliate against Su Qing for seizing the stone tablet. The past few days had been uneventful, and he had assumed the information was incorrect. He hadn't expected that the enemy had already infiltrated the Lin family home, using a Zoroark capable of concealing its psychic presence as a scout. Father Lin quickly reconstructed the entire event in his mind. Shadow Fox had recently arrived in Xia country and, lacking supplies, had to send Zoroark disguised to purchase medicine. Later, it was tasked to sneak into the courtyard with a Pokeball, but unexpectedly caught the scent of its benefactor, Lin Bai. The innocent Pokemon became torn between its instincts and its mission, hesitating in Lin Bai's room. At that moment, a stray Aaron searching for food stumbled upon it. A Grimmsnarl intervened, injuring the Aaron, but the resulting scuffle damaged the living room and exposed their presence. Zoroark had no choice but to retreat. Yet one question lingered in Father Lin's mind. Why would Shadow Fox go to such lengths to target a mere grade A number 4 origin stone? With Zoroark on their side, wouldn't stealing it directly have been simpler? A vague sense of unease told him that Shadow Fox had a deeper motive. Taking a deep breath, Father Lin turned to his son. Lin Bai, I need to head out. He tossed a Pokeball, summoning a slothful-looking Slaking with light brown fur. Despite its lazy demeanor, its half-lidded eyes glinted with sharpness. Even a master of illusions like Zoroark would struggle to escape its keen animal instincts. Lin Bai shot a challenging glance at the familiar Slaking, who couldn't be bothered to respond. It lazily flicked a paw, effortlessly catching a berry from the table, displaying its seasoned skill with ease. By now, Father Lin had donned a sleek black hooded outfit, paired with protective goggles and custom-made insulated, fireproof gloves. He released a Gardevoir, whose usual gentle demeanor was replaced by an imposing aura. The very air seemed to ripple under her piercing gaze. One last thing, Father Lin said softly, pinching Lin Bai's cheek, a rare affectionate gesture since his son had grown up. If anything happens, don't be afraid. I'm here. If you're in danger, don't bother calling or texting. Just think of Gardevoir's name in your mind. As long as you're within Chang'an City, she'll sense it and teleport me to you. Remember, I've got your back. With that, The father and son vanished into thin air. Late at night, Linbai lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Beside him, his scyther had already fallen into a deep slumber, snuggling closer to him with an affectionate gesture that reminded him of the little larva it once was. Looking at the now fully grown scyther, which still showed the same reliance as in its childhood, a wave of warmth washed over Linbai's heart. Only when he thought of the slaking sleeping peacefully on the living room sofa did his wildly beating heart finally begin to calm down. That was way too dangerous, Linbai muttered to himself, recalling the events from not long ago. The sudden appearance of Zoroark and the grim snarl, the swift theft of the target item, and their immediate retreat, it all happened with such fluid precision, taking no more than 2 minutes. Yet, in those brief 2 minutes, Linbai had brushed perilously close to death. The cunning shadow fox hadn't even shown itself, orchestrating this textbook heist from miles away. The panicked crowd scattering, the defenses crumbling in an instant, and the robbers leaving with ease, all of it unfolded within 2 minutes. Linbai could still vividly remember the doctor's expression when looking at the injured Avalug, shifting from initial shock to deep sorrow. The sight of the trainers sobbing with their head bowed made it clear to Linbai that Avalug's injuries were far more severe than they appeared. In this real-world Pokemon universe, wounds that severe often caused irreversible damage. Even if it recovered, Avalug might never return to its peak condition. In contrast, Aaron had escaped with its life, merely because the Grimmsnarl had underestimated it. Just then, Linbai's phone buzzed 3 times in quick succession. He unlocked it to find messages from Chen Yuan. "Are you there? Check the class group chat. Someone posted a photo of us at the night market." Opening the class chat, Linbai saw messages flooding in. His classmates were brimming with curiosity about the evening's events. "Guess what I saw while I was at the night market with my uncle?" asked biggest fan of Yanqing Lake crabs, kicking off the conversation. "What? Was there a rare Pokemon?" inquired Sizer enthusiast Flying Cockroach Kylos. "Was it a pseudo-legendary?" chimed in Big Orange is best. "Pseudo-legendaries aren't that surprising. Trust me, once school starts, you'll see plenty of them," replied biggest fan of Yanqing Lake crabs. "Okay, maybe not plenty, but didn't Chen Yuan mention he was planning to pick a pseudo-legendary?" added Crystal Old Lamp. "Forget pseudo-legendaries for now," interrupted biggest fan of Yanqing Lake crabs, before sending a photo. The image showed Linbai and Chen Yuan standing amidst a crowd, being questioned by an investigator. The rare stone shop at the night market was robbed. A mega evolution stone worth millions was stolen, and the scene was left in ruins. More importantly, I spotted Chen Yuan and Linbai nearby. They were at the scene, and even being questioned by the investigator. This message instantly set the group chat ablaze. Speculations ran wild. The shop was robbed, and Linbai and Chen Yuan just happened to be there? They were questioned? Could they have been involved? The discussion quickly went off the rails, drawing out even the quietest classmates, who began tagging Chen Yuan and Linbai relentlessly. Having just turned his phone on after charging it, Linbai saw the frenzy. By then, Chen Yuan had already clarified in the group chat. "It wasn't me or Linbai who stole the evolution stone. We just happened to be there." Linbai quickly followed up with his own message. "It was a trainer with a Grimmsnarl who stole the evolution stone. That's not just any ordinary $1,000,000 evolution stone," Linbai said with a faint smile as he watched the heated discussion in the group chat. 1.2 million was just the starting price. The final bid went up to 4.6 million. Its quality should be at least a grade. He deliberately kept his words vague. After all, the exact quality of the evolution stone and the fact that the trainer was actually a disguised Zoroark weren't details he could casually reveal in the chat. Just as everyone was fervently discussing the evolution stone, a new message popped up in the group. "By the way, how's everyone preparing for the class placement exam?" Hatsune Miku's abominable reminder immediately quieted the lively group chat. Linbai suddenly remembered that school was starting in 3 days. Some people in the group still haven't posted photos of their Pokemon. The bandana-wearing Scrafty broke the silence first. Yeah, added Big Orange. "Are you saving up a big surprise to backstab us?" Squirtle Sage Crystal Old Lamp 7 in 7 out Mantis. The tag members finally couldn't stay silent any longer. The shy Chen Yuan was the first to respond, sending a Squirtle meme. Although he hadn't posted any photos before, everyone had already guessed most of it from his profile picture. Next came Li Yu, whose ID, Crystal Old Lamp, clearly hinted at his love for Chandelure. But he surprised everyone by posting a picture of an adorable Dragapult. "No way. So he's that filthy rich guy." The chat exploded. Dragapult was an incredibly rare species in the Xia Kingdom, found only in small numbers in dragon dens, even rarer than Dratini. When it was Linbai's turn, someone beat him to it and sent a video link. Clicking on it revealed footage of Linbai battling in the training park. His scyther swiftly defeated a Doduo with sharp, precise moves. When was this recorded? Linbai frowned. How did this video spread so widely? It even ended up in the class group. Where's the privacy? While he didn't mind being filmed, seeing the video circulate like this left him both amused and exasperated. "Whoa, Linbai, you actually caught a scyther. This scyther is insane. It's already grown to 1.5 meters, and it moves so fast it leaves after images. How did you train it? Faced with the barrage of questions from his classmates, Linbai responded with nothing more than a mysterious smile. Take me as your apprentice, shouted the student with the ID 7 in 7 out mantis. Get lost, Linbai. The group chat was lively once again. Linbai didn't continue teasing them. Instead, he privately messaged the class vice rep, Wang Shuqing. Vice rep, where did you get that video? The quality is so clear. Why not happy about it? Wang Shuqing joked. With such a strong Pokemon, it's others who should be worried, not you. She sent him a link. This is a compilation of videos everyone's been gathering, along with analyses of Pokemon strengths. Don't blame, might wasn't just me spreading it. Linbai replied with a simple got it, and jokingly threatened to crush her in the class placement battles before opening the link. What greeted him was a massive collection of battle videos, featuring countless rare and powerful Pokemon. Among them, Scyther wasn't particularly remarkable as a species, but his battle video was ranked at the top. So many people have seen it already. Linbai thought, relieved. Good thing I still have a few tricks up my sleeve. Late at night, the city of Chang'an was anything but peaceful. In front of the association's Research Institute building, guards were stationed both openly and covertly, their vigilant figures visible in every corner. Yet above the brightly lit high-rise, an eerie current of air swirled silently, carrying a massive and imposing warrior eagle. This magnificent creature had sharp yellow talons, glossy black feathers, and wings edged with a striking layer of fiery red down. Its noble head was crowned with a tuft of white feathers, a striking resemblance to the North American bald eagle. As one of the most formidable battle familiars of the Free Federation, the warrior eagle was renowned for its fierce combat capabilities. At this moment, it hovered menacingly over the Institute, its intentions unmistakably hostile. Sokka, how's everything going on your end? Asked a burly Caucasian man, his muscular frame tense with anticipation. Beside him stood a middle-aged man with a shadowy gaze, unkempt beard, and a cold, severe expression. This man, emanating an aura of chilling menace, was none other than Sokka, a high-ranking operative of the Lingdu Corporation, known as the Shadow Fox. Though Sokka was usually defiant and arrogant, even he had to lower his head slightly in the presence of his superior, Kirill, a king-tier trainer. Mr. Kirill, everything is in place, Sokka replied confidently. Lin Tian and Lu Jiming, those two king-tier trainers, should have already found the clues I deliberately left behind. These clues will lead them toward the western wilderness of Chang'an. Sokka's eyes burned with determination as he continued. On the path they must take, I've planted bombs loaded with significant amounts of dark-type energy. While the bombs themselves won't harm them, they'll alter the environment enough to prevent that Gardevoir from using teleport. He turned his gaze toward the Institute building and further analyzed. Chang'an has fewer than 10 king-tier trainers. 5 are currently on missions, 2 are bound to critical locations and cannot leave, and the other 2 are now chasing a false lead. That leaves only one newly promoted king-tier trainer guarding the Institute. With the strength you've amassed in the chaotic regions, Mr. Kirill, breaking through their defenses and retrieving the critical data should be a breeze. This was all part of Lingdu Corporation's meticulously planned operation. Half a month ago, Sokka had been ordered to infiltrate Chang'an. Although his first attempt had failed, while preparing for a second operation, new orders arrived from the company. It turned out that the Grand Xia Spirit Alliance had discovered numerous new Pokemon forms in a newly developed southern secret realm. Despite the Alliance's tight security, news of this major discovery had leaked. The foreign powers backing Lingdu decided to exploit the corporation's name to infiltrate Grand Xia and steal the research data. Kirill was appointed as the commander of this mission. After hearing Sokka's report, Kirill nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Begin the operation. With a casual wave of his hand, a gust of wind sent Sokka stumbling aside clearly. The subordinate was not privy to the core mission. Warrior Eagle, use Hurricane to greet our opponents tonight. Kirill commanded, standing tall with an air of arrogance. The majestic eagle let out a piercing cry, its massive wings flapping with explosive force. The air in front of it instantly erupted into a violent vortex, forming a towering tornado that reached skyward. This was the power of a king-tier Championa trainer at the pinnacle of their craft. Their destructive capabilities rivaled natural disasters, and without an equally skilled trainer to intervene, sheer numbers would never suffice to stop them. The association building was eerily silent, with no hint of the impending crisis. Suddenly, a massive tornado roared in, uprooting nearby shrubs and trees, and sweeping parked cars from the open lot into its chaotic vortex. The scene descended into utter pandemonium. At that critical moment, a pair of fiery red, colossal hands broke into Kirill's line of sight. They belonged to an enormous creature, as large as a small mountain, its fur resembling flowing flames Dharma baboon. With its arms spread wide, it tore apart the fully formed tornado with sheer, unbelievable strength, its bulging veins showcasing its raw power. Su Qing. Kirill stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Aren't you supposed to be overseeing the excavation of the steel at the Summer Nation Research Institute within the public secret realm? Faced with this trainer, who stood at the pinnacle of the Heavenly King level, Kirill, despite being far superior to those he had previously encountered, couldn't help but feel immense pressure. Su Qing's delicate features were set in a cold, stern expression, and she ignored his question entirely. With a simple wave of her hand, a salamence, which had been lurking amidst the clouds, revealed itself and dove down like a fighter jet, aiming directly at Braviary. Behind it, a massive orange Charizard followed closely, opening its cavernous maw to unleash hellish flames. In front of Su Qing, a graceful Volcarona danced elegantly, glowing like a miniature sun rising against the night sky. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit alley, Shadow Fox Sokka moved swiftly. He had long been aware of the association's plan to rotate its personnel. The newly promoted Heavenly King had taken the time to visit his parents before departing, leaving behind a brief farewell information Sokka had easily uncovered. Yet, he chose to remain silent and refrained from reporting it. To him, even if Kirill gained access to the research data, it would make no difference. He would still be running himself ragged on the dangerous front lines like a dog. This time, Sokka had decided to be the fisherman who reaps the rewards. A few minutes later, he arrived at the rendezvous point, where a dark gray Zoroark was cautiously hiding in the shadows, surveying its surroundings. Sokka nodded in satisfaction. His reliable partner never let him down. The man and the Pokemon exchanged a knowing glance, and, with perfect synchronization, headed straight for their target. The Chang'an Xingyin Conservation Base was the largest and most comprehensive facility of its kind in the area, known for housing Pokemon with exceptional potential. Pokemon here could only be adopted, not captured, and the adoption process was notoriously complicated. Recently, the base had been the site of a sensational event. A seasoned Tyranitar had laid an egg with a 4-star potential rating. To put this into perspective, just earlier this year, a 4-star Bagon had been auctioned at the Sewell Auction House in the British Isles for a staggering 87 million. Sokka had obtained this information through his meticulously maintained intelligence network. While maintaining such a network required a significant financial investment every year, this was the moment he had been waiting for. A 4-star Larvitar, with the potential to grow into a Heavenly King-level pseudo-legendary, could completely change his fate. With Zoroark providing cover, Sokka easily infiltrated the conservation base and arrived at the door of the incubation room. The thought of finally obtaining the Pokemon egg he had dreamed of made his heart race wildly. Perhaps in the near future, he could even ascend to the throne of the Underground Emperor. However, when he pushed open the door to the incubation room, the sight before him made his blood run cold. "So, you finally arrived, Sokka." A tall, middle-aged man stood there, cradling the sleeping Larvitar in his arms, his eyes filled with a tender affection. Beside him, the unmistakable Bisharp glared at Sokka with icy intensity. In that moment, Sokka's mind went blank. Standing before him was none other than Steel Duanjian, one of the 5 champions known for his lethal aura and ruthless methods. He was also the commander of the Northwest Military, the stabilizing force of the Western Frontier, and the Western champion of the association. Today marked the start of the new school year for the second-year students of Chang'an High School. The campus was bustling with activity as students gathered. Among them, 2 teenagers, Chen Yuan and Lin Bai, walked shoulder to shoulder, chatting casually. Trailing behind them were a sunglasses-wearing, laid-back Squirtle and a nimble, agile Scyther. "So what exactly happened that night?" Chen Yuan asked eagerly, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he pressed Lin Bai for details about the Shadow Fox Gang's attack on the association. Despite the incident taking place in a busy urban area and involving a high-profile battle between legendary-level Pokemon, the association had yet to release any official statement about it. Unable to resist Chen Yuan's persistence, Lin Bai sighed and began explaining. "When that foreign Pokemon master, Kirill, was locked in a fierce battle with my mom near the association sent out a special legendary Pokemon to launch a surprise attack." He paused for a moment. It was a uniquely evolved Decidueye with fighting-type abilities and extraordinary combat strength. Although Lin Bai knew it was a Hisuian Decidueye, the research on it hadn't been published yet, so he kept the details vague. That Decidueye fired 3 arrows in quick succession, catching Kirill off guard and piercing his organs. Lin Bai's tone grew heavy. He's still in the hospital, fighting for his life. Whether he'll make it or not is anyone's guess. When it came to Shadow Fox, a flicker of amazement crossed Lin Bai's eyes. That top assassin from a small southeastern country is indeed formidable, stronger than Kirill, even. But against champion Duanjian, he shook his head. Still no match. Lin Bai vividly described the battle scenes. The moment the Abomasnow entered the field, it was taken down with a single slash. Then Shadow Fox sent out a Beware to use its signature blocking technique, but the Bisharp countered effortlessly with one clean strike, breaking through its defense. Most of these details came from his father, but recounting them still sent chills down his spine. The Beware's arm was severed on the spot. Even if reattached, it would have to retire from battles. Hearing this, Qin Yuan was stunned. He had always known that champions were incredibly powerful, but learning that even a Pokemon capable of mastering advanced techniques, like the Abomasnow from the Lianstone Gym, couldn't withstand a casual strike from the Bisharp was beyond anything he had imagined. But in the end, Shadow Fox still managed to escape, Lin Bai added, his tone turning complex. That guy is ruthless not just to others, but to himself. He and his Pokemon were strapped with special explosives. He released 7 or 8 Pokemon, all carrying bombs, and blew up the conservation base, leaving it in ruins. Even though Champion Duan Jian happened to be in Chang'an at the time, most of his Pokemon were stationed at the border. Plus, fighting in the city was too restrictive. He could only watch as Shadow Fox made his escape. Lin Bai shook his head, his tone shifting to indifference. But you don't need to worry. Except for a severely injured Zoroark, none of the other Pokemon escaped. As for Shadow Fox himself, he was in a pitiful state. Both legs were severed at the roots, and his left arm was shredded into pulp by the explosion's shockwave. He escaped looking like a human stump. Whether he's even alive now is still uncertain. The large amount of blood left at the scene immediately caught the police's attention. A seasoned investigator specializing in the supernatural took action, employing spiritual talismans to launch a relentless pursuit of the killer. Their mission was clear: bring the perpetrator to justice, dead or alive. The case was expected to reach its conclusion within 2 days. Lin Bai and Qin Yuan chatted as they walked into the classroom, and the sight of the familiar desks and chairs stirred up memories for Lin Bai. He couldn't help but smile. After all, he was indeed just a student now. You better focus on preparing for the placement exam. Don't get beaten by someone else before you even face me, Lin Bai teased. Shut up, Qin Yuan retorted, giving Lin Bai a playful nudge. His eyes sparkled with confidence as he declared, my Squirtle is already at level 12. Both physical and special attack skills are perfectly honed. With our synergy combo, even a fully evolved pseudo-legendary won't stand a chance. At his feet, the Squirtle wore a pair of sunglasses like power specs. Its shiny bald head and the mysterious water droplet pendant around its neck gave it the look of a little delinquent. However, its constant drooling somewhat ruined its tough guy image. Lin Bai chuckled as he looked at the gluttonous water-type Pokemon. The reason for Squirtless drooling was simple. The Scyther nearby held a piece of glistening yellow Huanli fruit cube that was just too tempting. This high-quality treat had visibly strengthened the Scyther's physique, and Lin Bai thought it might be time to research new recipes. The classroom was buzzing with activity. A Trico leaned casually against the doorframe, chewing on a blade of grass. When it noticed Scyther's presence, its body tensed momentarily before it nonchalantly averted its gaze. Around, playful Growlithe darted between desks and chairs, mischievously teasing other Pokemon, while its trainer, drenched in sweat, struggled to catch it. Meanwhile, a flock of Pidgey and Fletchling, driven by their natural love for freedom, repeatedly bumped against the windows, unable to distinguish glass from open air. Longtime rivals Zangoose and Seviper were about to fight when their trainers lifted them up, one in each hand, leaving the two Pokemon to glare at each other helplessly. The most eye-catching sight, however, was Liu and the rare Dragapult perched on his head. The shy yet curious Pokemon clung tightly to his hair, making him wince in pain. Watching this lively and adorable group of Pokemon, Lin Bai felt a surge of joy. He was already looking forward to the expressions on their faces when they were defeated by his team. At that moment, the multifunctional blackboard lit up, displaying the match brackets. This placement exam adopted a points system. Winning every match wasn't necessary, as long as participants secured enough points to advance. Out of the 800 second-year students at Chang'an High, nearly 480 had signed up for the competition. The rest opted for practical courses like Pokemon breeding classes. After all, in today's society, many jobs required collaboration with Pokemon, and even those without Pokemon needed to adapt to this way of life. Lin Bai quickly found his name 167th, scheduled for the third match in the afternoon. The early timing surprised him, but with Scyther by his side, he was confident in his chances of victory. The rewards for the competition were exceptionally enticing. Group champions in the top 16 would receive 8,000 yuan, quarterfinalists would earn 20,000 yuan, and semifinalists would not only get 50,000 yuan, but also a move manual. The grand prize was the most tempting of all: 200,000 yuan, 3 rare move manuals, an upgrade item of the champion's choice. Lin Bai's eyes lit up as he read the details. Glancing at his nearly empty balance after purchasing a sharp beak, his fighting spirit ignited. He was determined to win the life orb that his Scyther desperately needed. Chang'an No. 1 High School, the premier high school in this ancient city, boasts a campus with 16 small battle arenas and 1 large arena neatly arranged at its rear. These arenas are sanctuaries where students pour their sweat and passion into battles. With the start of the summer competition, these long silent arenas have once again come alive. At this moment, an intense battle is unfolding in the C-Zone arena. Dingo Hound, use Howl. At the trainer's command, A gray and white dingo-like Pokemon tilted its head back and let out a long howl as dark energy surged and swirled around it. Snow Spirit, use immobilization. The opposing trainer opted for a control move instead of a power-up. An invisible force instantly enveloped the dingo hound, causing the trainer of the Snow Spirit to smile in satisfaction. Snow Spirit, use Icicle Crash. Gasps rippled through the audience. Clearly, no one had expected this Snow Spirit to inherit such a powerful move. Sparkling snowflakes danced in the air, gradually merging and solidifying into a thick icicle as wide as a human arm. However, Lin Bai keenly noticed a brief flicker in the dingo hound's movements. It had already broken free from the immobilization. Yet, the creature didn't counterattack immediately. Dingo hound, use Leer. Just as the Snow Spirit was about to complete its move, the dingo hound's eyes widened fiercely. Dark energy coiled around its opponent, successfully lowering the Snow Spirit's defense. With no way to back out, the Snow Spirit had no choice but to continue its attack. Dingo hound now? Full force tackle. Having already escaped its restraints, the dingo hound surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, slamming into the unprepared Snow Spirit with tremendous force. The opposing trainer froze in panic, unable to utter a word. Boom! With a heavy thud, the Snow Spirit was sent flying, crashing to the ground, unconscious. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause. The dingo hound and its trainer had demonstrated impeccable timing and strategy, showcasing the exceptional skill of Chang'an No. 1 High School's elite students. Lin Bai nodded silently to himself. It was clear that the path to the championship would not be easy. Many opponents posed significant threats. Contestant 167, Lin Bai, please proceed to Arena C for your battle. I repeat. The announcement echoed at just the right moment. Scyther, it's our turn. Lin Bai dusted off his clothes and strode confidently toward the arena. Behind him, his Scyther let out an eager cry, clearly ready for action. On the other side of the arena, a buzzcut boy was already in position, gripping a pokeball with a polite yet reserved smile on his face. However, his expression faltered visibly when he saw Lin Bai approach. The crowd instinctively parted to create a path for Lin Bai. Feeling the curious and admiring gazes around him, a surge of adrenaline rushed through his veins. He recalled something old Lu had once said. This is what it means to be a true man. Isn't that the guy from the top of the video rankings? Yeah, it's him and that powerful Scyther. Whispers buzzed through the crowd as anticipation filled the air. The audience's attention was fixed on the arena. What caught their eyes wasn't Lin Bai himself, but the imposing presence of the Scyther standing beside him, a powerful Pokemon that had already reached level 13, far surpassing its peers in strength. During the customary pre-battle handshake, the short-haired boy's face turned ghostly pale. He had finally recognized who his opponent was and silently cursed his bad luck facing one of the strongest competitors in the very first round. Quickly regaining his composure, he tightened his grip on the pokeball in his hand. Even so, my Zubat isn't afraid of a Scyther, the boy declared, forcing confidence into his voice as he mustered all his strength to throw the pokeball. Come on out, my partner Zubat. Zri! A sharp, piercing cry echoed across the arena. As the white light faded, a small Pokemon with a wide mouth and blue-purple membrane wings appeared in the battle zone. Lin Bai quickly assessed Zubat's move set: Supersonic, Absorb, and Toxica. Well-trained Zubat. Its flying abilities gave it a definite edge in a low-level competition like the Baby Cup. No wonder the short-haired boy seemed so confident. Enjoy your first battle, Scyther. Lin Bai pointed forward. His Scyther, like a loyal knight, instantly flashed to the center of the stage. The fluidity of its movement alone caused many skeptics in the audience to frown in disbelief. Zubat, take to the air, gain altitude, and hit it with a supersonic attack. The short-haired boy decided to adopt a Hitandran strategy. But Lin Bai wasn't about to give his opponent the chance. Scyther, use Vacuum Wave. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Scyther's dual blades were already in motion. Invisible energy began to gather between the two arm blades. With a rapid slash, the energy surged into a 2-meter-wide shockwave, roaring toward the opponent. Dodge it, Zubat. The short-haired boy was wide-eyed with shock. He had never seen a Pokemon at this level unleash such a devastating vacuum wave. This was practically a league above their current competition. Zubat flapped its wings frantically, managing to narrowly avoid the attack thanks to its agility and the distance between them. However, it was clearly showing signs of strain. Yes. The boy pumped his fist in excitement. If this was the extent of his opponent's power, then victory might not be so far out of reach after all. But Lin Bai's next command shattered his optimism. Remaining calm and composed, Lin Bai issued his order. The test is over. No need to waste time. Scyther, continuous vacuum waves. Though the command was simple, the resulting scene left the entire audience dumbfounded. Scyther's blades moved in a relentless flurry, unleashing wave after wave of vacuum energy that filled the entire arena. The milky white shockwaves came one after another, seemingly endless. Zubat was like a fragile leaf caught in a storm, struggling against the onslaught. Overwhelmed by the sheer force of the attacks, it eventually succumbed and lost consciousness. Thud, the battered Zubat fell to the ground, motionless. The entire arena descended into an eerie silence. On the battlefield, an intense showdown was unfolding. Mankey, gather your energy and use Scratch. Squirtle, fall back to create distance and use Water Pulse. At the center of the arena, a round-nosed Mankey faced off against a determined Squirtle. Mankey glared fiercely, exuding an aggressive fighting spirit, while Squirtle responded by immediately using Iron Defense, its shell gleaming with a metallic sheen. Since both Pokémon were relatively low-level and had limited moves, the battle quickly transitioned into close-range combat. Mankey nimbly leapt forward, launching a flurry of attacks. But Chen Yuan's Squirtle was prepared, holding Water Pulse as its trump card. To have already mastered Water Pulse, it seems this little Squirtle has quite the innate aura abilities, Lin Bai, a spectator, thought to himself, nodding in silent approval. Mankey, use Double Team. Sensing the threat of Water Pulse, the opponent switched tactics. In an instant, 4 identical Mankeys appeared on the field, the opponent's last resort. Normally, if the true Mankey couldn't be identified in time, the opponent would crumble under its relentless close-range assault. However, the opponent underestimated this special aura-sensitive Squirtle. With its heightened perception, the real Mankey had nowhere to hide. Squirtle quickly gathered a surge of water energy in its mouth, and moments later, a powerful stream of water roared forth. The rushing waves, accompanied by white foam, struck the far-left Mankey with pinpoint accuracy. With a loud splash, the water pulse exploded on impact, sending the Mankey tumbling several meters away. As the water settled, the Mankey lay motionless, having lost its ability to fight. The referee carefully inspected the 2 Pokémon before raising the flag toward Chen Yuan. The winner is trainer number 214, Chen Yuan, with Squirtle. We did it, Squirtle! Chen Yuan exclaimed joyfully, lifting his partner into the air and planting a kiss on its smooth head. Squirtle, shy under the gaze of the crowd, quickly buried its head into its trainer's chest, nuzzling affectionately and refusing to look up. Another formidable rival, muttered a student on the sidelines, tasked with gathering intelligence. He closed his recording device and marked this match as noteworthy. Xie Jingxin's Absol from Class 1, Wang Nanen's Pachirisu from Class 2, Lu Hang's Onyx from Class 4, and now this Squirtle from Class 6. The frontrunners for the championship were becoming clear. And with the tournament only halfway through, it was evident that this year's competition would be a fierce battle to the end. The intelligence team member couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. As a competitor with championship aspirations himself, he had to admit that these opponents were on a different level. Don't forget about that Scyther, his teammate said, raising an eyebrow and nodding toward the sidelines. There, Lin Bai was high-fiving Chen Yuan in celebration. That terrifying Scyther of his had been utterly dominant in every match so far. Its true strength remained a mystery, as no one had yet been able to push it to its limits. At that moment, the trainer of this monstrous Scyther was showing an unusual interest in Chen Yuan's allowance. What? You're planning to buy Magikarp from the Aquaculture Center? Chen Yuan exclaimed, visibly surprised by Lin Bai's suggestion. Can you even get anything worthwhile from those farm-raised Magikarp? He asked skeptically. The Pokemon eggs from breeding houses and conservation centers have been carefully cultivated over generations to ensure high quality. Catching a wild Magikarp is just a gamble on luck. Such is the struggle of an ordinary person. In this world, there are only 2 paths to becoming a Pokemon trainer. To become an outstanding trainer, there are 2 paths to choose from. The first is a structured route through the standard Pokemon education system, purchasing Pokemon eggs, attending Pokemon high school and university. The second is a more adventurous path, setting out on a journey, encountering and capturing wild Pokemon along the way, and honing your skills through challenging stronger opponents. Of course, capturing Pokemon in the wild comes with significant uncertainties. You might stumble upon a hidden gem yet to reveal its potential, or you might end up with one that looks promising but has already reached its limits. Compared to buying carefully selected high-quality Pokemon eggs, this more gamble-like approach to capturing Pokemon makes many people hesitate. But for you, this won't be a problem, Lin Bai said with a smile, throwing an arm around Chen Yuan's shoulder and pulling out a softly glowing grade water stone from his backpack. Go ahead and follow your own path. Oh, and take this water stone as a gift. Once you get home and crack it open, you'll be thanking me endlessly. Thank you? My foot. Chen Yuan fumed, gritting his teeth. Didn't you use my money to buy this? In the city of Chang'an, the Wei River flowed quietly. As the largest tributary of the Yellow River, it might not rival the coastal regions in terms of the diversity of Pokemon species, but the number of water-type Pokemon here was still significant, especially the ubiquitous Magikarp. Wow, isn't this a buoyant cod? Chen Yuan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he nearly pressed his face against the glass of a massive aquarium at the aquatic center. This rare Pokemon, typically found in the deep sea, was clearly the centerpiece of the shop. Young man, you've got a good eye, the shop owner said with a cheerful grin as he stood up. Not many people recognize such a rare Pokemon. Lin Bai stood nearby with his arms crossed, speaking calmly. The buoyant cod sheds excess flesh to sharpen its mind and body. It's said that this discarded flesh has a mild yet delicious flavor, making it a top-tier ingredient for sashimi. After a brief pause, he shook his head with a chuckle. Although this species originates from the Pasha region, Pokemon migration is a common phenomenon. That's the beauty of the real Pokemon world. Noticing the shop owner gearing up to promote the silvery Pokemon, Lin Bai quickly interrupted. We're actually here for a Magikarp, he said. While the buoyant cod was indeed rare, it was bound to come with a hefty price tag, and Lin Bai, ever budget-conscious, had no intention of splurging. A Magikarp? The shop owner looked the two of them up and down, his expression puzzled. In the aquatic market, Magikarp were commonly traded, but the buyers were usually merchants purchasing in bulk to make Pokemon food. Given its low price, Magikarp were rarely sold individually. One for 10,000, Lin Bai said, holding up a single finger, his expression calm. Please come in. Come in. The shop owner instantly became enthusiastic. Honey, bring tea for our esteemed guests. And fetch my prized Hong Pao tea from Wui Mountain. Here is my breeding base. At a farmhouse-style building along the banks of the Wei River, Lin Bai and Chun Yuan stood at the entrance, stunned by the sight before them. Under the wide, brightly colored steel roof, dozens of professional-grade pools were arranged neatly. Beneath the crystal-clear water, various aquatic creatures swam gracefully. Bright lighting illuminated the entire space thoroughly, while a deep well pumping system operated continuously, delivering a steady flow of fresh water into the pools. The hum of machinery echoed throughout the area. Impressive, isn't it? The owner grinned proudly, seeing the astonished expressions on the two teenagers' faces. Lin Bai curiously looked around, while Chun Yuan muttered under his breath, I thought it was just some small stream or ditch. The owner chuckled, unfazed. What area do you think this is? Using ditches for breeding? That might work for raising a mud king, but when it comes to rare species like barbarous bass and needlefish, you need top-tier facilities. He pointed to a section of pools on the left. The Magikarp you wanted is over there. Let's go take a look. Just as the two were about to follow, a small, deep blue creature suddenly leapt out of the Finneon pool, playfully spraying a stream of water at Lin Bai. He quickly dodged and hid behind Chun Yuan, who, despite wiping his face, stared in shock at the little Pokemon. Boss, you're amazing. You even breed mudkips. The mischievous creature was indeed a mudkip, the initial form of Swampert and one of the starter Pokemon from Hoenn. Watching the lively little mudkip, Lin Bai couldn't resist the urge to touch the orange gills on its cheeks. The owner casually picked up the playful mudkip, letting it spray water all over his face. This little one is special. It's the offspring of the Swampert owned by a local ranger. As he fed the mudkip a small fish from a regular pool, he explained, that Swampert is like the guardian deity of the Wei River banks. Every autumn during the migration season, powerful wild Pokemon come downstream from the Yellow River to hunt. These Pokemon, living in deep rivers and lakes, are extremely wary of humans and will attack at the slightest provocation. It wasn't until the ranger brought this incredibly strong Swampert here to protect the area that the relationship between humans and Pokemon began to improve. After hearing this explanation, the two teenagers suddenly understood. Lin Bai marveled internally. No wonder this Mudkip has a 4-star aptitude. Among the Pokemon he had seen, only Scyther could rival it, of course, excluding those whose abilities had been enhanced by the special resources his parents provided. This Mudkip is clearly different from the Scyther. It possesses extraordinary natural talent and doesn't require nourishment from stone tablets. Lin Bai curiously asked about the Ranger's strength level. Although the Ranger Alliance and the Trainer Association are both part of the Daxiao League, the two organizations don't share information. Lin Bai recalled that his grandfather was a key figure in the Ranger Alliance, and it was rumored that they even had connections with legendary Pokemon. Well, the owner let out a chuckle, avoiding a direct answer. Lin Bai's curiosity was piqued as he remembered the level 47 Poliwrath he had seen before entering the aquatic base. Based on that, he deduced that the Ranger's Swampert must be at least at the veteran level, which would explain how it could produce a 4-star offspring. Sensing the owner's reluctance to discuss further, probably to avoid stirring up interest in the Mudkip, Lin Bai tactfully changed the subject and walked toward the Magikarp breeding pool. 3 shiny Magikarp? Lin Bai exclaimed in surprise as he spotted 3 dazzling golden figures standing out among the vivid red fish, like flowing gold. The owner explained calmly, a lot of people like to collect shiny Pokemon, but shinies from other species are extremely rare and expensive. Most people settle for a shiny Magikarp as a more affordable option. Magikarp are so abundant that they've become a nuisance in many rivers. If you put in the effort, catching a shiny Magikarp isn't too difficult. Lin Bai nodded thoughtfully and activated his data eye. He recalled the majestic red Gyarados from the Lake of Rage in the game, hoping he could raise such a Pokemon himself. The scan results revealed, among the 3 shiny Magikarp, one had the swift swim ability with 1-star potential, Another had the rattled ability with 1-star potential, and the last also had rattled but with 2-star potential. Linbai frowned slightly. Breeding high-potential Magikarp was indeed challenging, but with their sheer numbers, it should be possible to find a 3-star individual. He patiently scanned one pool after another and eventually found only 2 3-star Magikarp. Looking at the dozens of densely packed pools, each containing hundreds of Magikarp, Linbai truly empathized with the struggles of bug catchers and fishermen. The experimental standards required 3 to 5 Magikarp for each star level. While 1 and 2-star individuals were easy to find, locating a third 3-star Magikarp proved troublesome. Would he really have to make another 3-hour trip to this aquatic base? Just as Linbai was about to ask the owner if there were any additional Magikarp, a scene before him calmed his frustration. Chen Yuan was crouched by the shiny Magikarp pool, gently tapping the water's surface to create ripples. The 2-star shiny Magikarp was drawn to him, curiously poking its head out and blowing bubbles. The moment was serene and heartwarming. Linbai, look. This Magikarp really likes me. Chen Yuan stood up excitedly, carefully extending his hand. The shiny Magikarp hesitated briefly before obediently swimming into his hand, allowing him to hold it. Have you made your selection? Chen Yuan noticed the large bucket in Linbei's hand, which held 2 3-star and 5 2-star Magikarp. How about adding this one? He offered the shiny Magikarp in his hands to Linbai. It should meet your standards, right? Seeing the determination in his friend's eyes, Linbai smiled helplessly and nodded. I can never say no to you. He examined the Magikarp in Chen Yuan's arms closely. Despite its usual dopey appearance, it was surprisingly calm, not struggling with splash, but staying still and relaxed in Chen Yuan's embrace. It really gets along well with Chen Yuan. All right then, you'll be the final Magikarp for my experiment. The following afternoon, the familiar arena awaited. Linbai stood on the battle platform, facing his opponent, a refined boy dressed in a school uniform. The boy's immaculate hairstyle and the confident smile playing on his lips were a stark contrast to Linbei's casual demeanor. Well, I didn't expect to run into you this early, the boy remarked, raising an eyebrow. Your Scyther left quite an impression on me. It's a strong Pokemon, no doubt. But today, against my Rock and Psychic-type Lunatone, it doesn't stand a chance. After all, Rock-type moves deal quadruple damage to it. Linbai responded with a faint smile. Against someone like you? Overcoming quadruple damage to win the battle is just basic training. Quadruple weaknesses are practically a hallmark of the strong. The boy's expression darkened instantly. You sure talk big. I just hope your Pokemon is as strong as your words. With that, he turned sharply and walked toward the battle platform. Linbai watched his opponent's tense retreating figure, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Though outwardly calm, he had already memorized Lunatone's stats: 3-star potential, equipped with leftovers, and possessing the levitate ability to avoid ground-type attacks. More importantly, it wielded a formidable set of 9 moves, including Tackle, Rock Throw, and Confusion. Clearly, the boy planned to use a control strategy to counter Scyther. At the referee's signal, the battle began in an instant. Lunatone, use Rock Polish. Scyther, use First Impression. Linbai opted for a swift, decisive strategy. Before the golden-brown glow on Lunatone's body could fully form, Scyther had already struck like lightning. A silver arc slashed through the air as it landed, a brutal slash on Lunatone. Smoke and dust filled the arena, and when it cleared, Lunatone lay motionless on the ground. You've got to be kidding me, the boy exclaimed, stunned. His prized 3-star Lunatone, undefeated in battles of this level, had been taken down so effortlessly. Lunatone is unable to battle. The winner is contestant 167, Linbai, and his Scyther, the referee declared. In the audience, a group of Chang'an High School team members, clad in their blue and black uniforms, watched silently. Among them, a bespectacled young man raised his eyebrows in surprise. That looked way too easy. I thought the rumors about Baihe losing to him were exaggerated. Even so, it's just a low-level Pokemon barely above level 10. If that junior wants to reach where we are, he still has a long way to go, sneered the boy standing at the forefront, his tone dripping with disdain. At the very back of the school team, a tall, composed young man silently observed the scene. In his heart, he believed that this junior might soon stand before him as a worthy rival. He was already looking forward to that day. After the match, Linbai left the campus with Chen Yuan, who had been watching from the sidelines the entire time. The two found a nearby restaurant and chatted over a meal. How's your Magikarp doing? Linbai asked. As a researcher, he understood that even for experiments, it was better to start with other Pokemon. That rare shiny Magikarp deserved some bonding time with Chen Yuan first. Chen Yuan lazily stirred his soda with a straw. Still the same as yesterday. I only just brought it home. He quickly shifted the topic. What about you? What did you think of the Lunatone this morning? At the mention of this, Chen Yuan immediately perked up. Before the match, everyone thought that even if you won, it would be after a tough battle to prove your strength. Who would have guessed you'd one-shot the Lunatone with a single slash right at the start? When did your Scyther become this powerful? Linbai chuckled without elaborating. In truth, Under normal circumstances, even a full power slash wouldn't be enough to knock out the Lunatone in one hit. But that was their secret weapon. After countless practice sessions, Lin Bai and his Scyther had mastered a unique application of the Endure move, transforming it into a strategy-based skill. Every time Scyther entered the battle, it would start with only one-third of its stamina, activating the massive attack boost from Endure. Paired with a critical hit slash, this combination delivered devastating damage. It was a technique they had developed through intense training, but from an outside perspective, these nuanced details were nearly impossible to notice. After lunch, the two returned to the arena. The afternoon opponent was a Magnemite, which made Lin Bai a bit uneasy. Magnemite not only had quadruple resistance to flying-type moves, but also double resistance to bug-type moves. To make matters worse, Scyther's typing was inherently fragile, with 5 weaknesses in total, including a quadruple weakness to rock-type moves. As the match began, Magnemite immediately used Thunderwave, clearly aiming to paralyze Scyther and reduce its speed. Scyther, dodge it. Lin Bai commanded without hesitation. With a flash of its agile form, Scyther easily evaded the Thunderwave. But Magnemite quickly countered with a new move. Magnemite, use Electroweb to restrict its movement. A giant web of blue and white electricity descended towards Scyther. Scyther cut through the web. Lin Bai ordered. The command left the opponent stunned. Do you even hear yourself? I'm using Electroweb. Are you seriously planning to cut through it? In the next moment, Scyther's actions provided the perfect answer. Its eyes focused intently, and with a swift motion of its blades, it sliced the glowing electrical net cleanly in half using nothing but raw physical strength, without relying on any energy-based moves. What the heck? Is this still considered a Pokemon battle? It really just slashed it apart with pure force? Couldn't you at least make it look like you used some energy, so I can save some face? The opponent was utterly dumbfounded. Without missing a beat, Scyther launched into a whirlwind of attacks, unleashing consecutive air slashes that ultimately brought Magnemite down. Not bad today, Lin Bai said, patting Scyther on the shoulder. As they progressed, their opponents were becoming increasingly strong, and even trainers with less experience in strategy were rapidly improving. While many of Scyther's moves had already been revealed in battle, Lin Bai knew that what they had shown was still just the tip of the iceberg. Over the next few days, Lin Bai participated in 9 consecutive battles. Among these, only a Beedrill with the ability to sense danger through its bug sense gave him a bit of trouble. All the other opponents were easily defeated by his Scyther's quick attack and slash, or a combination of Fury Cutter with Vacuum Wave. As the competition progressed, formidable opponents began to emerge. At this moment, Lin Bai and Chun Yuan stood by the sidelines, their eyes fixed on a ferocious Charmeleon in the arena. This Pokemon had recently evolved during the high-intensity battles of the past 2 days. In the real Pokemon world, evolution conditions are far more flexible than in games, and excellent training often accelerates their evolution. Charmeleon's trainer, Zhou Yao, had quickly risen to become a rival on par with Lin Bai. In fact, many believed Zhou Yao's strength had already surpassed Lin Bai's. On the field, the Charmeleon faced a nimble Ledyba flitting through the air. With a deafening roar, fiery energy surged around Charmeleon. It opened its mouth wide, and a half-meter-thick column of flames shot skyward, striking Ledyba with precision. The poor Ledyba fainted instantly under the overwhelming power of the flamethrower. It even knows flamethrower. Lin Bai's eyes gleamed with a mix of surprise and excitement. He vividly recalled that this Charmeleon had already demonstrated moves like Belly Drum and Ancient Power. Combined with the natural acquisition of Smokescreen, Ember, and Scratch after evolution, it was a formidable force in both close-range and long-range combat. Most importantly, its Fire-type Flamethrower and Rock-type Ancient Power posed a direct threat to Lin Bai's Scyther. However, Zhou Yao was not the only strong opponent. There were at least 5 or 6 other trainers of similar caliber, collectively referred to as seed players by the crowd. Each of them far exceeded the skill level of their peers. Even Lin Bai's prized Scyther, if not performing at its absolute best, struggled to stand out among such elite competition. This afternoon would see the final match of the group stage. By then, all participants would have completed 12 battles, and the selection list for the training camp would soon be revealed. Though the official rankings hadn't been announced, participants were already comparing win-loss records in the battle chat group to estimate their standings. The competition had reached a fever pitch. Lin Bai's final match was against a girl named Wang Lingshan. The winner would advance to the top 32 and move on to the elimination rounds. Lin Bai had already infiltrated the battle chat group with a secondary account and was intently studying Wang Lingshan's battle videos, carefully analyzing her Pokemon's capabilities. A level 13 Swablu. Lin Bai was surprised by this discovery. As a Dragon Egg group Pokemon, Swablu reaching such a level in a short time clearly indicated the trainer's immense dedication. In the video, the Swablu flapped its pristine white wings, its figure appearing and disappearing within a shroud of mist. It had mastered an array of sound-based moves like Growl, Sing, Astonish, and Disarming Voice, as well as powerful moves like agility and roost. It could obscure the opponent's vision with mist, weaken their condition with sound attacks, and, in critical moments, evade attacks using agility or recover health through roost while hidden in the clouds. This well-rounded and adaptable strategy was undoubtedly going to be a tough challenge. Faced with the baby elf's white mist tactic, Lin Bai currently had no effective countermeasures. After all, moves like Fog Clear or Physical Hurricane were not yet within his Scyther's skill set. However, such minor tricks would not stump him for long. As he focused on devising strategies for the afternoon battle, a sudden commotion arose from the training ground. Scyther's body began to radiate with a dazzling light, enveloped in a rich, emerald-like energy of the bug type. Leveled up again, Lin Bai nodded with a satisfied smile. Ever since he convinced Gardevoir to craft advanced energy cubes, Scyther's growth had been as unstoppable as a speeding bullet train. In just 1 week since the semester began, the intense training sessions had propelled it up 2 levels, reaching an impressive level 15. This gave Lin Bai even more confidence for the afternoon battle. Lin Bai, have you checked the forum? At that moment, Chen Yuan nudged Lin Bai with his shoulder and held his phone screen up to him. The forum just released a ranking of the 16 seed players. My Squirtle and I are ranked 10th, and you and your Scyther made the list too. But seriously, these people must be blind to rank me so low. Chen Yuan grumbled as his fingers flew across the screen, engaging in a heated argument with their classmates in the forum. Intrigued, Lin Bai started browsing the ranking list. After a series of intense battles, everyone's power levels had become quite clear. At the top of the list was a quiet girl named Xie Xian. Her Abra had exceptional psychic abilities, and as a disciple of the Taiyang Singlia Dojo, she could perfectly integrate her own psychic powers with Abras. This significantly enhanced its psychic strength and endurance, allowing her level 14 Abra to perform at a level 17 equivalent of feat that seemed almost like cheating. The second spot belonged to Zhao Wei and his Onyx. As a member of the Zhao family in Chang'an, known for their expertise in rock-type Pokemon, Zhao Wei had access to unique training methods. His Onyx not only had the sturdy ability, but also inherited the heavy slam move, boasting incredible physical defense that made it a nearly unstoppable force. Lin Bai himself was ranked 3rd, followed closely by Zhou Yao and his Charmeleon at 4th. While some believed Zhou Yao could defeat Lin Bai, the actual battle performances showed that Lin Bai held a slight edge. The list also included a trainer with a Dark-type Absol, a specialist in Bug-type Heracross, a master of Fighting-type Machop, and a trainer skilled with Grass-type Grookey. Additionally, Liyu's Dragapult and Chun Yuan's Squirtle were also featured among the ranks. As Lin Bai scanned the list, a knowing smile spread across his face. He knew that Wang Lingshan, the Swablu trainer, was strong enough to be a seed player as well, but unfortunately, she had faced him too early. It seems the afternoon battles are going to be exciting. Lin Bai thought to himself, anticipation bubbling within. The atmosphere at the competition venue in the afternoon was tense and exhilarating. After round of intense and thrilling battles, the seeded players demonstrated their expected prowess. The results proved the audience's sharp judgment except for a Galarian Meowth, whose borderline strength fell to a Sandshrew. All the other seeded players advanced smoothly. In the stands, the school leadership team was seated in an orderly manner. The diminutive principal sat in the central seat, with a scarred Ursaring behind him exuding an intimidating aura. This Ursaring belonged to the principal, who, before assuming his current role, had been an elite member of a special operations team tasked with handling border insurgents. Next to the principal sat the coach of the school's team. A burly and imposing man, the coach remained silent but conveyed his approval of the players with a simple nod. As an experienced coach, his assessments of the seeded players' abilities were always accurate. In his opinion, this year's freshmen were quite remarkable overall, with 3 to 5 standout individuals who were truly exceptional. What match are we on now? The principal, hands clasped behind his back, turned to ask the grade director standing slightly behind him. The grade director adjusted her glasses. As the person in charge of the class division competition, she was well versed in the schedule. This is the last match of the point-based competition, 167th Lin Bai versus 339th Wang Lingshan. They are using Scyther and Swablu, respectively. Wang Lingshan, Swablu. The principal furrowed his brow, trying to recall the familiar name. After a moment, he nodded in realization. She's the daughter of the Kyoto-based Pei family of dragon trainers. She was born after her mother married a local businessman. Both her parents are formidable trainers, so that Swablu is likely a descendant of their Pokemon. The principal smiled faintly. It seems Wang Lingshan is quite capable. Reaching this stage, Lin Bai must have worked hard as well. Hopefully, he will perform well in this match. This comment left the crowd slightly taken aback. Was the principal favoring Wang Lingshan? Only the school team coach's lips curled into a subtle smile, a glint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. He knew that this year, top universities had implemented major reforms to their early admission policies, a development that had sent shockwaves through higher education institutions. The principal had just returned from a related conference and likely hadn't reviewed the earlier matches. Moreover, Lin Bai had kept a low profile, with an unremarkable family background as the son of a humble Pokemon breeder. In contrast, Wang Lingshan, with her affluent upbringing and apparent talent, naturally drew more attention and favor. However, as Lin Bai stepped onto the field, the crowd instinctively parted to create a path for him. This kind of genuine reverence was the clearest testament to his strength. Lin Bai. During the pre-match handshake, Wang Lingshan's expression was serious, her gaze locked onto her seemingly nonchalant opponent. You're strong. I'll give it my all. Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback. He had expected some sharp words, given the piercing look in the girl's eyes that seemed intent on cutting him down. Give it your all. Lin Bai sneered, maintaining his usual provocative tone. Do as you like. It won't make a difference. Despite the taunt, Wang Lingshan's expression remained completely unfazed. The corners of her mouth twitched ever so slightly, her teeth clenching subtly behind her lips. This minute change in expression betrayed the turmoil within her. Both sides, take your positions. The referee stood at the edge of the field, his sharp gaze sweeping over the competitors. The match begins. Scyther quick slash. Swablu agility. Lin Bai had barely issued his attack command when Wang Lingshan, as if already predicting his move, immediately called for an evasive maneuver. It was a necessary response. Scyther's techniques were limited, and with widely circulated video footage, almost anyone could analyze its strategies. On the battlefield, Scyther's figure disappeared in an instant. A streak of emerald brilliance sliced through the air, its lethal intent making the audience hold their breath. Yet Swablu let out a light chirp, its wings glowing white as its form blurred, effortlessly dodging the deadly strike. Swablu, ascend and use mist. Wang Lingshan commanded calmly. Compared to Scyther's lightning-fast slashes, Swablu's mist strategy was undeniably more intricate and challenging to counter. So she managed to pull it off after all. Lin Bai frowned slightly. Scyther, use consecutive air slash to disperse the mist and locate Swablu. With a flap of Swablu's wings, a dense mist rapidly engulfed the entire arena. Spectators whispered among themselves. This mist is even thicker than yesterday. This was one of the surprises Wang Lingshan had prepared for Lin Bai. She had spent the previous night enhancing the mist with high-quality never-melt ice, making it not only denser, but also longer-lasting. Scyther, expressionless, took a deep breath and crossed its sides in front of its body. A sharp wave of energy radiated outward, even startling the principal seated on the platform. This Scyther had already touched the threshold of the blade dance technique. In the next moment, several brilliant white arcs of energy tore through the mist, shredding it into fragments. Is air slash supposed to be this powerful? The crowd murmured in astonishment. Yet, considering it was Lin Bai's Scyther, it somehow felt plausible. However, even as the mist began to reform, the battlefield remained eerily silent. Lin Bai's lips twitched. Stalling, huh? You're just going to stall. In previous matches, Swablu would often sing within the mist, disrupting its opponent's focus. But against Lin Bai, it had adopted an entirely different tactic, quietly waiting for the mist to envelop the arena once more. So cautious are we? Lin Bai stood at the sidelines, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Opposite him, Wang Lingshan maintained a calm expression, but her hands, clenched tightly at her sides, betrayed her anxiety. This strategy was her own design, yet she still felt uncertain in the face of Lin Bai. The night before, she had sought her parents' advice, and her family had spent hours analyzing Lin Bai's battle footage. Her father had even pulled strings to procure grade never-melt ice from his company, while her mother lent Swablu a dragon fong from her own Pokemon. This unexpected equipment upgrade from a grade throat spray to an A-grade dragon fong had indeed caught Lin Bai off guard at first. After all, the dragon fong, dropped by a champion-level dragon-type Pokemon, was an extravagant addition to this fight. But this detail also underscored Wang Lingshan's determination and the importance she placed on this battle. Her face was taut, her thoughts swirling. Let me be the one to hand you your first defeat, Lin Bai. The white mist slowly floated across the field, and before long, it completely healed the scene. Lin Bai squinted his eyes, deciding to change his strategy. This time continuing to use the vacuum wave would only put him at a disadvantage and exhaust Scyther's stamina too quickly. No moves left. Wang Lingshan frowned, her gaze suddenly turning sharp. Swablu used Sing. Her tactical intent was clear, to weaken Scyther's fighting spirit and, ideally, put it to sleep. However, with the dense white mist swirling around, she couldn't see the situation on the field clearly. Scyther, fight off the drowsiness. Lin Bai shouted at the top of his lungs. Remember your leaf-cutting training. The spectators on the sidelines were puzzled. What did leaf-cutting training have to do with this battle? Lin Bai's lips curved into a slight smile as he explained, Scyther isn't just equipped with a B-grade sharp beak. It also underwent special training under the guidance of a Pidgeot. It has learned to sense airflow changes with its eyes closed and accurately strike flying leaves under a banyan tree. This ability is just as applicable in the current battle. Scyther, close your eyes and feel the rhythm of the wind. While the crowd remained baffled, Scyther had already slashed its abdomen with its dual blades. using the pain to forcibly dispel the drowsiness. Slowly, it closed its eyes, shutting out the noise from the surroundings and focusing on detecting even the subtlest changes in the air. Soon enough, it pinpointed the faint fluttering of feathery wings. In an instant, Scyther shot toward the rear flank like an arrow released from a bow. It turned out the cunning Swablu wasn't by Wang Lingshan's side, but had positioned itself between Scyther and Lin Bai. As the white mist began to dissipate, everyone held their breath, watching the scene unfold. Just as the audience thought the outcome was decided, the principal revealed a knowing smile. Scyther's slash hit its mark with perfect precision, yet Wang Lingshan showed no sign of panic. Instead, she wore a confident smile, as if victory was already in her grasp. Lin Bai's heart sank. Damn it, a substitute. Sure enough, the Swablu that was struck shattered instantly, leaving behind only a few tufts of fluffy white feathers drifting to the ground. From behind Scyther, emerging from the last lingering traces of mist, the real Swablu charged forward at low altitude, skimming just above the ground. It turned out the entire setup had been an intricately planned trap. Last night, as a novice trainer, Wang Lingshan couldn't discern Lin Bai's true strength. However, her parents, with years of trainer experience, sensed from subtle and almost imperceptible details of the battle that their daughter's chances of winning were slim. The Scyther's attacks were so precise they were suffocating, and its slashes, devoid of any unnecessary flair but brimming with sheer penetrative force, left the seasoned trainer couple secretly astonished. After careful consideration, the Wang parents taught Swablu the substitute move, making it practice tirelessly through the night. Although Lin Bai noticed unusual changes in the data and was prepared for it, he overlooked a critical detail when he heard the sound of wings flapping amidst the mist. Swablu could remain completely still on the ground like an ordinary chick. This misjudgment, born from experience, left the entire audience in shock. Flashes from cameras flickered incessantly as everyone tried to capture the moment Lin Bai, ranked third, was about to suffer a crushing defeat. But just then, the corners of the boy's lips curled into a reckless grin. Ha ha, Scyther, what a thrilling battle today. Let's stop holding back. Use slide/combo. Slide/combo? What kind of move is that? The spectators exchanged confused glances, even more puzzled by the boy who always spoke in cryptic terms. Their eyes were glued to the battlefield, afraid to miss any detail. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of killing intent surrounded Swablu. Its feathers radiating an almost fiery momentum. This was a hereditary move it hadn't fully mastered yet. Dragon Rush, with a power of 100. After earlier attempts with Growl, Astonish, and Sing failed to defeat Scyther, Wang Lingshan decisively resorted to this trump card, which was the true purpose behind setting up the substitute trap. In a split second, Scyther moved like lightning, leaving only a whistling gust of wind in its wake. Dragon Rush roared forward, and behind Swablu, a menacing dragon head phantom materialized, its ferocity amplified by the champion-grade dragon fang it carried. To everyone's astonishment, Scyther chose to confront the attack head-on. The principal and the school team coach, seated at the highest point of the audience stands, suddenly stood up, their eyes filled with disbelief. On the battlefield, though Dragon Rush shattered Scyther's combo, it skillfully twisted its body to deflect most of the impact, following up with a thunderous, decisive slash. This strike embodied all of Scyther's strategic advantages: the power boost from its technician ability, the cumulative damage from consecutive hits, the critical hit rate increase from prior focus energy, and the desperate strength unleashed in a life-or-death moment. The vibrating hum of its blades slicing through the air resonated sharply. Boom! Swablu was slammed into the ground, the impact carving out a massive crater. When the dust settled, an exhausted yet proud Scyther stood tall, while Swablu lay unconscious. The arena fell into a stunned silence, with every gaze fixed on Scyther and Lin Bai. The boy let out a long breath and murmured softly, "Good thing I only used 40% of my strength, almost messed that one up." In the evening, after the competition and class assignments were over, Lin Bai walked out of the bustling school campus, only to suddenly notice a familiar figure waving at him from not far away. "Mom!" Lin Bai blinked in surprise. Standing at the school gate, Su Qing appeared no different from the other parents, carrying a chic handbag, wearing stylish sunglasses, and holding an elegant parasol. However, the imposing Charizard standing calmly behind her made her stand out unmistakably among the crowd. "Mom, how come you have time to pick me up today?" Lin Bai quickly stepped forward, skillfully taking the parasol to shield his mother from the setting sun. "What? Are you not happy that I came to pick you up?" Su Qing smiled faintly, lightly patting her son's shoulder. "I watched your match, you know. Your opponent was quite a remarkable Swablu." "But," she added with a mischievous glint in her eye, "being so ruthless to a girl, careful, or you might have trouble finding a girlfriend in the future." Lin Bai rolled his eyes in exasperation. What does that have to do with anything, he thought to himself. Weren't the substitute trap he set up and his counterattack from a desperate position more deserving of praise? Still, from the approving look that flashed in his mother's eyes, he knew she was pleased with his performance. Do you mean I should end up like Dad, getting completely crushed by a girl on the battlefield just to find a girlfriend? Lin Bai joked. If that's the case, I might as well stay single forever. The remark brought a nostalgic smile to Su Qing's face. Back in the day, she had led the underdog Sichuan team on a miraculous run to the finals of the University Cup, where they faced the powerhouse Imperial University. Imperial's pride, the twin stars Lin Tian and Chen Chou, were both defeated by her in the finals, and she even took down their third player. Although Sichuan narrowly lost the championship, Su Qing's legendary performance remained a celebrated tale at Sichuan University for years. Your dad. Su Qing let out a small huff. He was so cocky back then, talking a big game before the match. But losing once was good for him. It made him realize his limits. Lin Bai wisely chose not to continue the conversation. From his perspective, his father didn't just realize his limits. He was so discouraged that he switched careers to become a researcher. Even after falling in love with Su Qing, his father continued to lose in countless challenges against her. Now, while his mother was still climbing the ranks as a trainer, his father had long since dedicated himself to the field of research. By the way, Mom, didn't you just head to the public secret realm 2 days ago? How are you back already? Lin Bai quickly changed the subject. Just 2 days ago, Su Qing had driven off invaders and rushed back to oversee the secret realm overnight. A shocking piece of news emerged from the secret realm. The seemingly unremarkable small-scale realm actually concealed an ancient city. Unlike the few stone tablets discovered earlier, this ancient city contained hundreds of them. This discovery instantly caused an uproar in the elven world. The association quickly took action, coordinating with elite trainers to guard the secret realm. Among them, Suqin Linmu, one of the 4 heavenly kings under the Western Champion, was dispatched due to her convenient geographical location. In the current system of the Xia Nation, the 5 champions are spread across different regions. Except for the central champion, who has no direct subordinates, the other 4 champions each command 4 heavenly kings. For instance, the dragon-type king oversees the capital, while the ghost-type king guards the magic city. This structure, referred to as the 5 champions and 18 kings, has stabilized the chaotic situation that arose after the emergence of mystical creatures. Successfully excavating this ancient city would undoubtedly yield invaluable historical information. I'm off duty today, Suqin Linmu said gently, stroking Lin Bei's hair as she patiently explained. The secret realm is currently guarded by 2 heavenly kings on rotation. I remembered today was the day of your school's competition, so I flew back on Charizard. After watching the match, I feel much more at ease. My son is amazing, no less than his parents. Hearing his mother's praise, Lin Bai scratched his head bashfully. Recalling the rebellious times when he argued with his family due to his mother's long absences, the now mature Lin Bai still felt a twinge of guilt. Actually, if you're too busy, you don't have to make such trips back and forth, Lin Bai said softly, almost inaudibly. What? Are you saying you don't want your mom to come watch your matches? Sukin's heart warmed, and a gentle smile spread across her face. Of course I do, Lin Bai quickly nodded. Although many parents came to watch their kids compete, and the school encouraged such involvement, Lin Bai had always hesitated to ask, knowing how busy his parents were. Suqin playfully pinched her son's cheek before taking the umbrella from him. She then reached into her bag and pulled out a sky-blue stone. Under the sunlight, the stone gleamed with clarity, resembling a cloudless sky. This isn't a great awakening stone, she said, placing it in Lin Bei's hand. Give it to your dad so he can craft a special awakening potion. Once your Pokemon consumes it, they'll quickly master the move, Awakening Power. Turning to Lin Bei's scyther, she lovingly patted its forehead. Your scyther has grown wonderfully. Lin Bai, your training has been excellent. It's time to find some move manuals for it to expand its skill set. Awakening Power may not be particularly strong, but it allows Pokemon to awaken secondary attributes, which is beneficial for targeted training. Finally, Suqin extended her pinky finger and hooked it around her son's. All right, Mom's heading off now. They'll see you at the finals. See you at the finals. Lin Bai replied firmly. In the dimly lit study, Lin Bai focused intently on the scene before him. Standing gracefully in the center of the room was a Gardevoir with a delicate pink and white hue. Her slender fingers were gently raised, and under the control of her psychic powers, a piece of fruit pulp spun and floated in the air. Impurities were meticulously separated, eventually forming a crystal-clear energy cube. Gardevoir elegantly wiped her forehead, though there was no actual sweat. She glanced at the towering pile of fruit pulp on the table and couldn't help but sigh. Ever since mastering the art of crafting energy cubes, orders had been flooding in. Daily rations for Scyther, nutritional supplements for an injured Aaron, and now an additional batch of hungry Magikarp. Noticing the faint fatigue on Gardevoir's face, Lin Bai pondered for a moment before suggesting, how about this? Once all these Magikarp evolve, I'll give you 1 million from the association's reward. He quickly did the math. A 30 million reward, minus the on 1 million plus cost. This split seemed reasonable. However, Gardevoir simply shook her head lightly. Her psychic powers glimmered with a pink hue and a pastel pink phone, brimming with a youthful, feminine charm, floated into the air. As a highly intelligent Pokemon, she not only knew how to use a smartphone, but was also an avid online shopper. Lin Bei's eyes widened as he caught sight of the familiar shopping website on the screen. The overwhelming shopping cart list made his scalp tingle. Clearing the cart? Wait, what even are these? A full set of limited edition dolls. Do you really need these? Before he could finish, a cold glint flashed in Gardevoir's eyes. Though she made no physical movement, the sheer pressure emanating from her maid Lin Bei instantly backed down. Okay, okay, I agree, he relented, as his feet left the ground, and he found himself levitating uncontrollably. Satisfied, Gardevoir gently patted his forehead, just as she used to when they were younger. Lin Bei, now defeated, turned to Scyther with a look of desperation in his eyes. Brother, you've got to step up. We need to reclaim some dignity here. But Scyther was too engrossed in its meal. This is delicious. Oh, that one's even better. Meanwhile, Aaron was diligently working through its food, completely devoid of its usual aloof demeanor. Lin Bei let out a long, exasperated sigh, his thoughts drifting to the awakening stone his mother had sent him. It had since been crafted into 2 vials of awakening serum. Carefully, he stashed one away and held the other in his hand, calling out to Scyther, "Hey, Scyther, come here and try something good." Scyther, ever naive, approached curiously. Lin Bei moved swiftly, grabbing the Pokemon by the neck and carefully administering the serum. He recalled his father's words. The taste of the awakening serum wasn't exactly pleasant. Lin Bei didn't give the Scyther a chance to choose. He directly poured the potion into its mouth. The sudden taste of rust and strong acidity made the Scyther struggle violently, letting out sharp, chick-chick cries, but it couldn't break free from Lin Bei's careful preparation. The moment the potion entered its stomach, Scyther's vision went black, and its consciousness began to fade. Soon, a strange sensation spread throughout its body. Lin Bei watched intently as tiny electric currents began to flicker across its surface. They grew in number, forming a dense electric web that completely enveloped the Scyther. Gardevoir, is Scyther going to be okay? Lin Bei asked nervously, standing up. This turned out to be the awakening of electric-type power, but wasn't Scyther supposed to be weak against electric types? Just as he began to worry, Gardevoir cast a calm glance in his direction before returning to her work, which reassured Lin Bei somewhat. In Scyther's mind, a massive dark cloud appeared, with brilliant lightning streaking through the sky, eventually converging into a golden sea of energy. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, piercing the heavens and earth, struck directly onto Scyther. It felt a numbing sensation throughout its body, and then abruptly regained consciousness. Through Gardevoir's telepathy, Scyther conveyed this memory to Lin Bei. The imagery of thunder and a stormy night left Lin Bei deep in thought. This was likely what had happened the night before Lin's father found Scyther's egg. An egg that miraculously survived being struck by lightning. Perhaps someone or another Pokemon had shielded the egg from a fatal blow at the critical moment. Could it have been its missing parents? Lin Bei kept this painful speculation to himself. Meanwhile, Aaron hid under a desk in the corner of the study, enviously watching Scyther experiment with its newfound power. Time to change the dressing, Lin Bei murmured softly. Carefully, he lifted the heavy Aaron and replaced its association-provided medicinal ointment. After finishing his work, Gardevoir teleported Lin Bei to the pond behind the mountain. Using her energy, she guided several experimental Magikarp to swim toward them, their vacant eyes fixed on the deep green energy blocks in Lin Bei's hand. He tossed the blocks, designed to enhance intelligence, into the water, and the Magikarp scrambled to devour them. Recognizing something as delicious is also a sign of cognitive development, Lin Bei noted, jotting down his observations while pondering the experiment's progress. If these Magikarp could awaken self-awareness and evolve into Gyarados by unlocking their potential through training, it would validate his cultivation approach. Then, he could simply replace the custom energy blocks with commercially available cognitive-enhancing potions and submit the experimental data as it was. The 30 million yuan prize was within reach. The knockout competition arrived as scheduled. Chang'an No. 1 High School, the most prestigious Pokemon academy in the area, upheld its long-standing tradition by inviting people from all walks of life and fellow schools to witness this annual event. The stage was dazzling with star power. The seated players were neatly seated in the front row of the audience, awaiting the upcoming draw ceremony. Chen Yuan scanned the stage with his eyes, then suddenly grabbed Lin Bai's arm in excitement. Lin Bai, look. Isn't that He Feng, the ace of the Steel Blade Club? You're right, and Hua Yun from the Meteor Club is here too. Li Yu, seated nearby, chimed in while gently stroking his Dragapult. He gestured toward the other side of the stage with a tilt of his chin. Lin Bai crossed his arms, and the Scyther standing behind him mirrored his stance. Inviting players from silver-tier clubs to serve as opening guests for a rookie competition, our school really knows how to show off, he remarked with a light chuckle. Pokemon battles had long evolved into a nationwide phenomenon transcending age and region, with an influence far surpassing traditional sports. Beneath the pinnacle of the Pokemon World Cup, there were 3 league tiers: Gold, Silver, and bronze each contested by clubs of corresponding ranks. Lin Bai's uncle worked for a gold-tier club in Shanghai and earned a considerable income. Even the main players in silver-tier clubs were highly skilled professional trainers. Inviting them to perform at a school event clearly required significant investment, whether in money or rare resources. Meanwhile, principals from various high schools in Chang'an began arriving, accompanied by their top students. Lin Bai keenly spotted Bai He among the uniforms of 4th High School, the trainer, who used an electabuzz. Despite the ridicule he faced over his summer defeat by a rookie, Bai He had retained his position as the captain of his school's team, indicating that his true strength likely went beyond what was visible. Bai He also noticed Lin Bai and waved enthusiastically. Lin Bai awkwardly rubbed his nose and nodded in response. Bai He, is that the trainer with the scyther? Asked a young woman standing beside Bai He, the newly appointed coach of the 4th High School team, Yi Bijuan. Though young, she was known for her formidable skills and strict training methods. Yes, Sister Yi. Bai He replied obediently, still reeling from the intense training sessions under his new coach. Yi Bijuan didn't respond immediately, but instead studied the scyther behind Lin Bai intently. It's been raised well, but how it performs in battle will depend on the real test, she remarked thoughtfully. At that moment, a sharply dressed man stepped onto the center of the stage. He was Mo Lin, a host from Chang'an television. After briefly introducing the guests, he raised his voice and announced, "Before the knockout rounds begin, please welcome He Feng, the Iron Cannon of the Steelblade Club, and Hua Yun, the Lightning Wing of the Meteor Club, as they present today's exhibition match." As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. As a regional-level silver club, Steelblade and Meteor enjoy a broad audience and strong fanbase in Chang'an City. At this moment, in the central Grand Battle Arena, the showdown between the two main players, He Feng and Hua Yun, is about to begin, drawing the eager attention of the entire crowd. Come forth, my trump card gearman. Thunder Swallow, spread your lightning wings. With the arc of 2 pokeballs cutting through the air, a flash of white light revealed 2 starkly contrasting figures on the battlefield. A 1-meter diameter gearmon composed of interlocking gears, each embedded with lively, expressive eyes, and the elegant Thunder Swallow, whose deep brown upper feathers contrasted sharply with the vibrant yellow electric glow under its wings and chest. Gearman's gears spun at high speed, emitting a metallic roar, while Thunder Swallow's wing beats crackled with the sound of lightning. Lin Bai, observing from the sidelines, quickly assessed the situation. A level 47 Gearmon facing off against a level 48 Thunder Swallow. Both Pokemon had reached near professional strength levels. Gearmon, use electromagnetic levitation and shift gear. Thunder Swallow, tailwind, and electric terrain. The seasoned rivals skipped the probing phase entirely. Gearmon initiated its shift gear mode to boost its speed, preparing for a turret-style offensive. Thunder Swallow, meanwhile, unleashed electric currents across the battlefield, turning the arena into a radiant golden field. Gearmon, magnetic manipulation with rock polish. Thunder Swallow, Thunderbolt. As Gearmon utilized its opponent's electric terrain to its advantage, the sky suddenly gathered dark clouds. A dazzling thunderbolt struck Gearmon as it darted across the field, erupting in a plume of black smoke. Lin Bai keenly noticed the single feather from Thunder Swallow was attached to Gearmon. It turned out Hua Yun had laid this trap during the opening tailwind move, using the conductivity of the electric terrain to attach a tracking feather to his opponent. He Feng frowned, quickly adapting his strategy. Gearmon, abandon rock polish, condense gravel with your magnetic field, and fire an electromagnetic cannon. Thunder Swallow, lightning blitz. Thunder rumbled once more, and Thunder Swallow's feathers became enveloped in electric arcs, tracing a lightning-like path through the air. The move reminded Lin Bai of Ash's Swallow from the anime, using its signature, Thunder Armor, technique not only enhancing attack power, but also stimulating its overall attributes through electricity. As Thunder Swallow accelerated with astonishing speed, Gearmon had already formed 3 arrow-like magnetic missiles in front of it. The electromagnetic cannon fired with a deafening blast, the projectiles tracing strange arcs midair. Thunder Swallow, upping its speed, skillfully evaded the missile net and charged straight at Gearmon. Just when the audience thought the outcome was decided, the 3 missiles suddenly merged midair, transforming into a massive magnetic sword that precisely intercepted Thunder Swallow's trajectory. The clash of magnetic energy and lightning unleashed a powerful shockwave. As the dust settled, the heavily injured Thunder Swallow fell helplessly to the ground. Lin Bai, don't you know? Qin Yuan and Li Yu exchanged knowing glances. Magnetic manipulation is Gearman's signature move. One trick is all it needs to dominate the field. The knockout round had officially begun. Lin Bai's opponent was a fighting-type Machop, a small yet powerfully built Pokemon skilled in various combat techniques. Its trainer, Qianwu, was a round, chubby young man. Although Machop hadn't been trained for long, and its fighting abilities were still unpolished, it showed potential. As the 2 trainers stood at opposite ends of the battlefield and shook hands, Qianwu snorted disdainfully, his gaze filled with provocation. The forums say I'm no match for you. What do you think? Lin Bei's lips curved into a faint smile. Without directly answering, he calmly replied, your name is Qianwu, but I'm afraid you won't make it into the top 25. Qianwu's face darkened immediately at the remark. Though harsh, it was an undeniable truth compared to the other seeded players. His skills were barely enough to scrape into the top 32. If that lunatone had been a bit luckier, it might have already taken his spot. Let's settle this on the battlefield. Qianwu fumed, squeezing Lin Bei's hand tightly in frustration. Lin Bei remained unfazed, allowing the other to vent before their hands parted. Returning to his platform, Lin Bei pulled out a pokeball, a flash of anger flickering in his eyes. That jerk dared to play dirty. Scyther, make him pay for it. The pokeball trembled slightly, as if responding to its trainer's command. Go, Mac Hop, crush today's opponent. Scyther, give it everything you've got. Both pokeballs flew into the air simultaneously. Once Mac Hop landed, it immediately assumed a karate stance, its signature style. During its growth phase, it had attended karate summer camps and mastered basic moves like karate chop and low kick. However, against Lin Bei's Scyther, these techniques were no more than futile resistance. Scyther, start with quick attack and fury cutter. Lin Bei commanded, opening with a flurry of lightning-fast strikes. Mac Hop, use quick guard. Qianwu's instruction triggered a wave of murmurs among the spectators. Everyone knew this Mac Hop's inherited moves were Thunder Punch and Counter, but it had evidently been hiding the quick guard move. As Mac Hop successfully blocked the attack, Qianwu smirked confidently. But Lin Bei's expression remained calm. With his Data Eye ability, his opponent's tricks were as transparent as glass. Mac Hop, use Seismic Toss. Qianwu finally revealed his strategy. This move was part of a carefully planned tactic. Block with quick guard, seize an opening to grab the speed-focused Scyther, and deliver a devastating Seismic Toss. Qianwu and Mac Hop had practiced this over-thresholder throw relentlessly, leaving Qianwu's shoulder bruised even now. But could such a straightforward strategy truly succeed? Lin Bei scoffed quietly. His opponent's intentions were painfully obvious, requiring no guesswork. Yet, recalling Qianwu's earlier rudeness during their handshake, Lin Bei decided to teach him a lesson and deliberately withheld any commands. What's going on? Has Scyther's trainer frozen up? Why isn't he ordering his Pokemon to dodge? The spectators buzzed with confusion. Even the officials on the chairman's platform shook their heads in disappointment. If Scyther's trainer had such poor composure, it would be a waste of such an outstanding Pokemon. Meanwhile, Qianwu was overjoyed, his face lighting up as Mac Hop successfully lifted Scyther over its head. He jumped up in excitement. Using all its strength, Mac Hop tried to slam Scyther forcefully onto the ground. At that critical moment, Scyther's body twisted nimbly, and its slender legs landed firmly on the ground. What? The audience erupted in astonishment, with everyone rising to their feet. What Scyther had just displayed was clearly a more refined judo technique than Machop's raw power. Lin Bai's lips curled into a small smile. Ever since mastering the movements of Bagwazang, Scyther had developed a deep interest in martial arts. Now, it could independently watch martial arts videos on a tablet and frequently spar with formidable wild Pokemon at the arena in the back mountains. All those relentless days and nights of training had finally culminated in a dazzling moment of glory. Not only did Scyther effortlessly neutralize Machop's seismic toss, but it also used the opponent's strength against it, flipping Mac Hop over its head. Qianwu's face turned pale as he shouted urgently, Mac Hop, counter with any move you can. But it was too late. A sharp gust of wind sliced through the arena, and Mac Hop crashed heavily into the protective barrier at the edge of the field, rebounding and collapsing to the ground, unable to continue the fight. The winner is Scyther's trainer Lin Bei. The referee waved a small flag, announcing the result of the battle. The audience erupted with excitement. Unbelievable. Yesterday's comeback was already astonishing, and now this counter-seismic toss. Exclamations of amazement filled the air. However, Yi Bijuan, the coach of 4th High, furrowed her brows deeply. As a fierce competitor of 1st High, 4th High had always aimed for the championship in the Chang'an Regional Tournament. Last year, they had to contend with the powerhouse Feraligatr with its sheer force ability, and this year, there was Liang Xiong's gigantic Nidoking. Now, Lin Bei with his exceptional talent had emerged as a new threat. She turned to her star student. Bai He, what level is your ace at now? Luxio is already level 24, Bai He replied after a brief pause. By the time the second half of the season rolls around, it should evolve into a Luxray. Yi Bijuan let out a small sigh of relief, but was quickly drawn back into the unfolding action. Xie Xian swiftly defeated her opponent's Sandshrew with lightning speed, while Zhao Wei's heavy slam filled the arena with dust and debris. Following closely, Zhou Yao's Charmeleon let out a thunderous roar, unleashing an intense blaze that forced its opponent to retreat step by step. Watching these scenes, Yi Bijuan sighed inwardly. When her mother called her back, she had thought she could settle into a comfortable office job. Little did she know that taking over the school team meant not only training this group of energetic kids, but also worrying about the lack of promising talent for the upcoming season. Lin Bai, have they decided on your next opponent? Qin Yuan asked casually as he returned to the viewing area. Lin Bai's expression grew complicated. Yes, but to face him this early. With that, he handed his phone to Qin Yuan. In the top 16 elimination round, his next opponent was none other than Zhou Yao, the Charmeleon trainer. Charizard trainer Zhou Yao, the name alone conjured an image of a wild and untamed spirit. Yet, standing before Lin Bai was a shy, bespectacled young man. As Lin Bai shook his hand, he couldn't help but scrutinize him from head to toe. They say a Pokemon mirrors its trainer's personality, but Lin Bai found it impossible to detect any trace of wildness in this reserved youth. Hello, Lin Bai, Zhou Yao said with a polite smile, lips pressed together. In such a handshake exchange, it was typically the perfect moment to throw out some sharp words and unsettle the opponent. Lin Bai, known for his talent in psychological tactics, usually excelled at this. Not because he was mean-spirited, but because it was part of the strategy. However, faced with such an earnest opponent, for once, he found himself at a loss. Zhou Yao, a good luck in the match, Lin Bai finally said after a moment of deliberation, cutting the interaction short. Behind Zhou Yao, his Charizard was a stark contrast. Its eyes locked onto Lin Bai's Scyther with a fiery, challenging glare. Scyther, meanwhile, remained indifferent, raising its chin slightly to cast a disdainful glance at Charizard, its lips curling into a faint smirk. Roar! What are you laughing at? Charizard roared, instantly enraged. The flames on its tail flared up dramatically. The sight made Lin Bai's pupils contract. This Charizard, with its blaze ability, could seemingly control the activation of its power at will. Is this some sort of unique innate talent? It's like a natural fire-type boost. Charizard, not yet. Hold on. Zhou Yao quickly intervened, grabbing Charizard by the tail as it prepared to charge into battle. Astonishingly, the fierce flames didn't harm Zhou Yao in the slightest. So the flames don't hurt a trainer it recognizes? Lin Bai chuckled softly. What a ridiculous ability. Let's go, Scyther. Time to enter the arena, Lin Bai called out. SCY, Scyther responded with a bored expression, averting its gaze before striding toward the battlefield. The second round of the elimination tournament, the first match of the top 16, Lin Bai versus Zhou Yao. Match begin. The referee's flag came down, and Scyther vanished from its position in an instant. Scyther, quick attack into slash. Lin Bai's command followed immediately. The pace of the battle was lightning fast. Yet Zhou Yao remained calm and composed. In stark contrast to his usual timid demeanor, it was only on the battlefield that he fully unleashed his passion. Charizard, wide-range heat wave directly ahead. Zhou Yao's voice was firm and commanding. Scyther had barely crossed the halfway point when a fan-shaped wave of searing heat surged forth to meet it. Did they train for release speed? Lin Bai's mind raced. Scyther, use vacuum wave to carve a path through the heat. Scyther reacted instantly. The pale glow on its blades transformed into a powerful surge of energy. Fighting-type energy coursed through its limbs as it raised its blades high, striking down with overwhelming force. Slash! A milky white wave of energy sliced through the air, splitting the incoming heat wave at the last second. The scene was nothing short of spectacular as the red-tinged heat was divided cleanly in two. Whoa, that heat wave is insane. My Beedrill would be knocked out if it so much as grazed it. No kidding, and the release speed is unreal. I can't imagine how they trained for that. The spectators murmured in awe. Everyone had received their Pokemon eggs during the summer break, carefully incubated them, and trained their Pokemon. Now, watching his opponent's Scyther unleash a sweeping heat wave, Zhou Yao couldn't help but smile wryly as Charmeleon still burned its own mouth using Ember. The gap in skill was painfully obvious. The tension on the sidelines was palpable. The early clash between the third and fourth seeds had the spectators from outside the school holding their breath. Even Bai He, known for his bold and battle-hungry personality, stood quietly beside the coach, though his hand gripping the pokeball trembled slightly with excitement. Meanwhile, Yi Bijuan raised her phone to record, already planning to use the footage to motivate the slacking reserve team members. If they didn't work harder, they'd soon be surpassed by their juniors. In the arena, a clear wind corridor split through the air. Zhou Yao's lips curved upward in a faint smile. This was exactly what he had hoped for. Charmeleon, aim down that path and use flamethrower with everything you've got. As the command rang out, the audience erupted in surprise. It became clear that the heat wave wasn't just meant to scorch or hinder Scyther. Instead, it created a brief, intense heat field, restricting the opponent's movement. Against a Scyther known for its incredible speed and elusive agility, letting it move freely was a surefire way to lose. This carefully planned heat wave tactic, though fleeting in effect, was enough to create a decisive opportunity. Charmeleon's eyes suddenly flared with a sharp, determined light. Its blaze ability activated, and fiery energy surged around its body like a tangible force. Every scale seemed to shimmer with a metallic glow under the heat. The ground beneath its feet ignited into a roaring ring of fire, as blaze, focus energy, and flamethrower synergized perfectly. From its wide-open maw, a fireball began to form, glowing like a miniature sun and growing increasingly intense. Just as the heat wave began to dissipate, Charmeleon unleashed its full power. Boom, boom, boom. The originally half-meter-wide column of fire swelled to more than double its size under the combined effects. The fiery stream churned through the air, forming spiraling rings of flame that tore through the corridor with ferocious momentum, starting the match with an all-out bombardment. Huh? Linbai muttered, rubbing his aching jaw. It was clear that getting through this unscathed was a pipe dream. Scyther, use air slash to shield yourself and move quickly. Faced with the dire situation of enduring the heat wave, Scyther didn't hesitate. It beat its wings furiously, creating swirling air currents around its body, barely evading the raging column of fire. However, the residual heat from the flames still carried scorching fire-type energy. Even with the protective air currents, Scyther was singed by embers, leaving it in a burned state. Yes, Zhou Yao clenched his fists in triumph. This wasn't a reckless attack born of underestimating his opponent, it was the carefully calculated first step of his strategy. Now, everything was going according to plan. Charmeleon, use belly drum, then eat your citrus berry. Upon hearing the command, the powerful Charmeleon's eyes sharpened with focus. Its abdomen rumbled like a war drum, veins bulging across its body as its muscles swelled. It grew visibly larger, its energy surging so fiercely that tiny beads of blood seeped through its skin. Without missing a beat, it quickly consumed a citrus berry, restoring a significant amount of stamina. The battlefield situation was now clear. On one side was a fully powered-up Charmeleon, and on the other, a Scyther struggling with its burn. And this was only the beginning of the battle. On the podium, the audience watched the two Pokémon facing off in the arena, their expressions filled with admiration. A middle-aged man with a slightly plump figure and a head full of white hair, Minister Song, smiled warmly. Principal Tion, your school truly has a wealth of talent. Back in the day, if we had even half the strength of this Charmeleon and Scyther, we would have been over the moon with pride. These two students not only have impressive strength, but also understand tactical strategies and remain so composed. I dare say they might pass the professional trainer exam right after high school. Principal Tion's face was full of smile lines as he waved his hand modestly. Minister Song, you're too kind. Your abilities back then were nothing to scoff at. Besides, passing the professional level exam isn't so easy. If these kids can become professional trainers before graduating college, that would already be an impressive feat. The surrounding principals and directors nodded in agreement. The professional level, being the first major threshold for trainers, required a perfect combination of theoretical knowledge, practical combat skills, and adaptability. While Zhou Yao and Lin Bai showed great potential, they clearly still needed time to hone their skills. The battle in the arena had reached an intense climax. Charmeleon, use Roar and follow it up with Fire Punch. Zhou Yao commanded. Charmeleon let out a thunderous roar that reverberated across the stadium, its draconic presence palpable. The sound wave struck Scyther, visibly weakening its offensive power. Lin Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes. How is this anything like the cute roar it's supposed to be? Despite the searing pain from the burn, Scyther stood firm and unmoved. Lin Bai knew he might lose today, so he immediately played his first trump card. Scyther, use reversal with everything you've got. In an instant, Scyther's entire body erupted with vibrant green bug-type energy, rising like boiling steam. The sunlight reflected off it, making its entire form appear as though it was engulfed in emerald flames. At the same time, deep brown fighting-type energy surged within its body, crackling like thunder, and its heartbeat pounded in Lin Bai's ears like a drum. Both trainers knew that neither Scyther nor Charmeleon could maintain this state for long. Lin Bai looked up and met Zhou Yao's battle-hardened gaze. The outcome would be decided in this very moment. Charmeleon, use Fire Punch. Scyther, use Fury Cutter. With a deafening roar, Charmeleon shot forward like a cannonball, its fists blazing with golden flames. Scyther vanished in an instant. Clang! Scyther's blade clashed with Charmeleon's fiery claws, sending shockwaves and an ear-splitting metallic screech through the arena. Charmeleon hesitated for a brief moment, stunned that Scyther's strength could surpass its own even after its belly drum power-up. But Charmeleon had not yet reached its limit. Roar! Charmeleon let out a furious roar towards the sky, its tail flame erupting in a dazzling blaze. The blaze ability amplified its fire-type attacks, doubling the power of its Fire Punch. Each strike landed with the force of a pile driver, ferociously hammering against Scyther's blade-like arms. Scyther, however, countered with its precise Fury Cutter, its razor-sharp blades slicing relentlessly and transmitting the piercing force of its strikes throughout Charmeleon's body. Despite its efforts, under the overwhelming suppression of the raging flames, Scyther was gradually forced to retreat. The murmurs of the audience echoed around the arena. Lin Bai, Scyther is going to lose, isn't it? I told you. Zhou Yao's Charmeleon is a natural counter to Lin Bai. This match is as good as over. The intensity of the battle had far exceeded everyone's expectations. Just as it seemed the scales of victory were tipping in Zhou Yao's favor, only Lin Bai remained calm and composed. At that moment, Coach Bai He, standing nearby, keenly noticed something unusual. Do you see it? Scyther's retreating speed is slowing down. While the other team members speculated that Charmeleon might be running out of stamina, Yi Bijuan fell into deep thought. She recalled Lin Bai's earlier command to use Endure. A move typically employed for defense appeared to have created a unique synergy when combined with Fury Cutter. On the podium, Minister Song, usually kind and composed, showed a rare expression of astonishment. As a seasoned professional trainer, he immediately grasped the critical detail. Transforming an offensive move into a strategic one achieving such advanced technique at the amateur level is remarkable. At this moment, the tide of the battle shifted. Scyther stopped retreating, and the effects of Endure began to manifest. Its combat power grew more fearsome as its health dwindled. Each slash of its blades left deep, gaping wounds across Charmeleon's body, blood dripping from the dragon's claws. Zhou Yao, instead of despairing, felt his fighting spirit ignite. He removed his glasses, shouting hoarsely, "Charmeleon, give it everything you've got. Unleash your ultimate blaze." Charmeleon locked eyes with its trainer, their hearts resonating in unison. It plunged its claws into its chest, and from the wounds erupted blinding flames of blood-red fire. The fiery inferno surged skyward, illuminating the astonished faces of everyone present. Seeing this, Lin Bai's eyes glistened with emotion. For the first time on the battlefield, he roared with unrestrained passion. "Scyther!" His voice carried a question. "Are we going to lose today?" Scyther glanced back with a cold, defiant gaze. The surging bug-type energy radiating from its body delivered the perfect response. Absolutely not. This battle was far from over. From the bench, Lin Bai closely observed the ongoing match on the field. His own battle had just concluded, with Scyther delivering a stunning victory. Using its precise footwork and seamless multi-slash technique, it managed to land 4 consecutive strikes on Charmeleon in the final second, completely draining its opponent's stamina. Currently on the battlefield, Chen Yuan's Squirtle was facing off against Snorlax. The audience was just beginning to recover from the intensity of the previous match. Squirtle launched into its signature opening combo, combining iron defense with a retreat into its shell. A sly smile crept across Chen Yuan's face, and Lin Bai knew exactly what that meant. This guy was about to deploy his infamous spinning shell tactic again. After extensive training, Squirtle had mastered an advanced version of the move, no longer needing to rely on ricocheting off wireframes. Instead, it could maintain a high-speed spin using only the propulsion of its water gun. The mere thought of that spinning, water-spraying shell made Lin Bai's stomach churn. Just then, Zhou Yao approached from the direction of the medical room. "Zhou Yao, you're here. Is Charmeleon's treatment complete?" Lin Bai asked. In the earlier battle, Scyther had shown no mercy, inflicting significant injuries on Charmeleon. Its body was covered in slash marks, some deep enough to penetrate its flesh, resulting in severe blood loss. "The treatment's done," Zhou Yao replied with a shy smile. Despite losing the match, he bore no resentment and, instead, had formed a camaraderie with Lin Bai through their fierce competition. As soon as he finished speaking, a heavily bandaged Charmeleon hobbled out of the medical room. Upon spotting Lin Bai, it snorted disdainfully, releasing a few erratic sparks from its nostrils. Lin Bai couldn't help but press his lips together to stifle a laugh at the sight of the walking lizard exhibit. At that moment, Scyther, still charred from the battle, peeked out from behind Lin Bai. Though it tried to act indifferent about its appearance, its scorched, blackened exterior clearly weighed on the usually meticulous Pokémon, which prided itself on its gleaming, emerald exoskeleton. However, seeing its opponent in even worse shape seemed to lift its spirits considerably. As Scyther nodded in satisfaction, Charmeleon erupted in fury, its eyes widening and the flame on its tail flaring up like fireworks. "Roar! What's that supposed to mean, you jerk?" "Charmeleon, calm down. The doctor said you need to rest." Zhou Yao quickly stepped in to restrain Charmeleon. But Scyther, as if deliberately provoking it, twirled one of its sides teasingly. This only made Charmeleon's scales flush red as the fire within it reignited with intensity. "Rest? I can't rest at all." "Well, its spirit seems to be in good shape," Lin Bai said with a sigh of relief. He then pulled the mischievous Scyther back to his side, cautioning it not to provoke Charmeleon any further. Scyther scratched its head with one of its massive blades, offering a sheepish grin. In truth, Scyther's injuries were superficial compared to Charmeleon's. The advanced slashing techniques derived from its leaf blade training had an unparalleled penetrating power, far beyond what fire could inflict. Even with Charmeleon's remarkable vitality, it would take at least a week to fully recover. As Charmeleon fumed helplessly and Zhou Yao struggled to keep it in check, Lin Bai changed the subject. "In this match, Squirtle versus Snorlax, do you think has the upper hand?" While holding Charmeleon in place with one large hand, Zhou Yao turned his attention to the match. "Squirtle, he mused. Zhou Yao adjusted his glasses, his gaze focused as he analyzed. Although Fatty Hari has a type advantage, I feel like that Squirtle has a better chance of winning. There's an inexplicable sense of danger about it. Lin Bai turned to look at him, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. This kind of instinctive judgment was a hallmark of a naturally gifted trainer. He nodded slightly in agreement. I think Squirtle will win too. Oh, a playful voice suddenly interrupted. A burly young man was casually twirling a pokeball in his hand, a contemptuous smile on his face. I don't think so. The man was Zhao Wei, a renowned contender specializing in rock-type Pokemon, ranked even higher than Lin Bai. Despite Lin Bai's outstanding performance today, most people believed he would struggle to defeat Zhao Wei. The reason was simple. Zhao Wei's Onix not only had a quadruple-type advantage against Scyther, but was also exceptionally well-trained, with devastating special attack moves. However, Lin Bai didn't seem particularly concerned about the Onix. In his perspective, compared to Abra, which was already countered by Scyther, this Onix with its quadruple advantage was actually easier to handle. After all, in real battles, type matchups weren't the sole determinant of victory. So, you're rooting for Fatty Hari? Lin Bai asked casually, leaning back in his seat in the preparation area, arms crossed. Zhao Wei shook his head. Zhou Yao, puzzled, asked, there are only two sides in a battle. What do you mean by not rooting for either? Lin Bai remained expressionless, while Zhao Wei smirked. It's not that I don't think Squirtle can win. I just don't think you can, Lin Bai. According to the brackets, we'll meet in the semifinals. He waved the pokeball in his hand. Want to have a match ahead of time? Lin Bai's face darkened. You don't think I can win, yet you want to battle me? Are you crazy, or do you think I am? Not wanting to waste time on someone so self-centered and immature, he added, if you want to learn about my Pokemon, go watch the battle videos in the group. If you're looking to prove yourself, why not challenge Xie? Beating her would definitely earn you more recognition than beating me. With that, Lin Bai stood up and brushed off his pants. His Scyther shot Zhao Wei a cold glance before silently following its trainer. Just as he was leaving, Lin Bai tossed out one final remark. As for you not believing in Mui, don't you first defeat that so-called insignificant Squirtle you just dismissed? Chen Yuan's match had already ended, and the day's battles had lost their excitement. Lin Bai himself had other priorities training his Pokemon and conducting his Magikarp evolution experiment, so he had no time to entertain pointless challenges. Zhao Wei's expression turned grim. As a scion of the Zhao family, ever since acquiring his Onix, he had never been treated with such disregard. A loud bang from the battlefield interrupted his thoughts. Fatty Hari had been struck by Euroball and was sent flying out of the arena, defeated. Chen Yuan's gaze cut through the crowd, locking with Zhao Weiss. It was clear now the semifinals between Lin Bai and Zhao Wei was inevitable. After all, it was just an Onix. In the second half of the round of 16, though only 4 matches remained, all the seeded players were gathered in the preparation area, their eyes fixed on the battlefield. The reason was simple. Xie had arrived. On the battlefield, Xie's Kadabra was facing off against the Heracross. This match was nothing short of a tactical masterpiece, with every move from Kadabra executed with precision and ease. Right from the start, Kadabra entered the field equipped with a flame orb, using its synchronized ability to transfer the burn status to Heracross. As a bug-type Pokemon inherently weak to fire, Heracross was immediately at a disadvantage. But Xie's strategy was far from over. Kadabra followed up with the move skill swap, taking away Heracross's Guts ability. This not only prevented Heracross from gaining an attack boost from its status condition, but also gave Kadabra a significant offensive edge. This match is just brutal, Chen Yuan said, watching the Heracross trainer, who was drenched in sweat, with a sympathetic sigh. On the sidelines, Zhou Yao quietly observed while holding his injured Charmeleon. Although he had already been eliminated from the competition, his performance had still earned the respect of those watching. Lin Bai nodded in agreement, but remained focused on analyzing the tactical aspects of the match. Despite Heracross's natural advantage as a bug type against psychic types, Xie's meticulous planning had completely negated that edge. Back on the battlefield, Kadabra's Psybeam struck Heracross with pinpoint accuracy, lifting the fighting-type Pokemon high into the air before slamming it back down with force. Thousands of spectators watched this harsh scene unfold in stunned silence, and even Lin Bai couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. In the audience stands, there weren't just the parents of participants. Many professional trainers had also come to treat the event as a high-level exchange. Among them, Lu Zhou, the senior disciple of the Tianqing Dojo, smiled faintly and turned to the burly man beside him. Uncle Peng, it seems my junior sister is going to win this match. The bearded man, none other than the father of the Heracross trainer and a renowned elite-level trainer from the Chang'an region, let out a hearty laugh, stroking his chin. But inwardly, he was fuming. Damn it. This brat is humiliating me in front of everyone. Just wait until we get home. I'm going to teach him a lesson he won't forget. In truth, the Heracross on the field, though formidable, was none other than the offspring of his own prized Pokemon. Among beginner Pokemon, quite a few are indeed acquired through this method. After all, training an inexperienced new Pokemon to surpass its peers in a short period is an extremely challenging task. By the sidelines of the arena, the bearded man looked at Lu Zhou with a playful gaze and snorted. Even though my boy lost, that little girl Xie Xian may not make it to the very end either. Oh, Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. Then who do you think will end up winning? Zhao Wei from the Zhao family with his onyx. That onyx is far from good enough. The bearded man shook his head dismissively. Compared to his father, Zhao Wei is still too green. Now his dad's onyx, that's the real deal. If Zhao Wei wants to go all the way, he's still lacking in experience. Lu Zhou's gaze shifted to the arena, a thoughtful expression on his face. So are you suggesting? Lin Bai. As the competition progressed, Lin Bai's background was gradually coming to light. Although he had always kept a low profile, he had never deliberately hidden anything. Especially when his mother came to pick him up from school riding an extraordinary Charizard, it inevitably drew attention. In all of Chang'an, there were very few who fit the description of a graceful female Charizard trainer. However, Lin Bai neither followed his mother in mastering fire types nor emulated his father in raising Pokemon like Slaking and Gardevoir. Instead, he chose Scyther, a decision that left many experts shaking their heads, believing he was squandering his innate advantages. Even after making it to the quarterfinals, such opinions continued to circulate. As the vice-captain of the university team at Moda University and a professional trainer about to take over as the main captain, Lu Zhou had encountered a wide variety of opponents. Because of this, he had some doubts about Lin Bai's choice. Could Scyther really surpass the offspring of his parents' exceptional Pokemon? If it were someone else, Lu Zhou might have admired the courage to forge a unique path. But having witnessed the incredible power of Su Qingtian's fire-type Pokemon firsthand, he couldn't help but waver. Lin Bai's mother was simply too formidable, and Lin Bai's current capabilities still lagged significantly behind her younger self. Still, compared to Xie Xian right now, Lin Bai is slightly inferior. Lu Zhou shook his head lightly. After all, our junior sister has never fully unleashed her psychic powers. Even our master has praised her remarkable talent. As for the opinions of others, Lin Bai seemed utterly indifferent, might not even have noticed them. At this moment, his entire focus was on the ongoing match, Absol versus Dragapult. Dragapult, with its ghost-type traits, moved in and out of visibility on the battlefield, showcasing impressive agility. However, it was up against Absol, a natural counter. Known as the disaster Pokemon, Absol possessed an innate ability to foresee calamities, which in battle translated into predicting its opponent's moves and positions. Soon, moves like Pursuit and Quick Attack landed one after another. The unfortunate Dragapult, suffering multiple super-effective Dark-type attacks, quickly fell. With this, the round of 16 matches at Chang'an High School concluded. In the upcoming quarterfinals, Lin Bai's opponent was confirmed the trainer of Absol, Yanling. Time flew by, and the quarterfinals had finally begun. The scorching sun shone brightly over Chang'an City, bathing the campus in its intense heat, but it did nothing to dampen the students' enthusiasm. Not only did students from within the school flock to watch the matches, but even students from other schools came along with their teachers, eager to witness the action and secretly gauge the gap in strength between themselves and these formidable contenders. Lu Jun, how are you feeling? A group of senior members of the 4th High School's varsity team, dressed neatly in their school uniforms, teased a younger teammate. You've watched the earlier matches, right? If you were to go up against Xie Xian, Lin Bai, or Zhao Wei, what are your chances of winning? The boy being questioned had a well-proportioned build, with sharp eyebrows and bright, confident eyes. Lu Jun smiled faintly and began analyzing. Xie Xian is practically a monster. Interestingly enough, her own superpowers are even stronger than her Pokemon. Against her, I honestly stand no chance. To be frank, I don't think anyone at this stage could defeat her Kadabra. He paused briefly before continuing. As for Zhao Wei, the way he has trained his Onyx is just insane. With its dual rock and ground typing and impeccable physical defense, it's nearly untouchable. My Fiero is at a severe disadvantage with its quadruple weakness to rock-type moves. It would be tough to gain any edge there. When Lu Jun mentioned Lin Bai, his gaze unconsciously drifted toward the seemingly nonchalant figure on the field. There was a hint of hesitation in his voice as he said, Lin Bai Scyther is undeniably strong, exceptional stamina, masterful skill execution, and the ability to seamlessly turn offensive moves into tactical ones. However, his tone suddenly grew firm. If my Gale Wing Fiero were to face it, the outcome would be hard to predict. Standing nearby, he glanced over subtly upon hearing this. He showed no disdain for his junior's confident remarks. After all, a trainer without confidence couldn't hope to succeed in battle. Yet reality often proves harsher than imagined. He knew all too well that while Lu Jun's abilities were indeed impressive, comparable even to Bai's own skills a year ago, Lin Bai's side was on an entirely different level. It had once defeated Bai's own Pokemon. Even now, if his Electabuzz were to face that Scyther again, he wouldn't be confident in securing a win. The gap in strength between the two Pokemon, once neck and neck, had gradually widened into a clear divide. For top-tier trainers, such a disparity could be fatal. Just like yesterday's match, where a Charmeleon, despite having a type advantage over Scyther, still lost even after going all out. That was proof enough. The apparent balance of power was merely an illusion created by Scyther to mislead its opponents and the audience. Take speed. For instance, while the Gale-Wing Firo naturally excelled in velocity and had the advantage of its flying-type traits, could it truly surpass Scyther in straight-line speed or short-distance maneuvers? The answer was likely not encouraging. He glanced at Coach Immortal, who stood on the sidelines with a furrowed brow, and couldn't help but shake his head. Coach Ye's timing was unfortunate. She had arrived during the peak of First High School's dominance, which left Fourth High School struggling to compete. Xie Xian, Zhao Wei, and Lin Bai were hailed as the golden generation of First High, and deservedly so. At that moment, Yi Bijuan had no time to spare for the students' discussions. Her full attention was locked on the match unfolding in the arena. The battle between Lin Bai and Yin Ling had already begun. As soon as a menacing Absol with the pressure ability entered the field, it unleashed an overwhelming dark-type aura, enveloping the entire arena in its oppressive presence. The Scyther simply scratched its head nonchalantly, its demeanor relaxed and composed. For it, this level of pressure was hardly worth mentioning, especially after having faced the suffocating killing intent of professional elite long-haired trolls in the past. Even its trainer, Lin Bai, appeared calm, forming a stark contrast to Yin Ling on the other side, whose face was tense and forehead dotted with sweat. Such a tough opponent. Yin Ling gritted her teeth silently. Her proud opening tactic had proven completely ineffective. As a cautious trainer, she had thoroughly studied Lin Bai's match recordings and noticed a crucial detail. The Scyther always cleverly stacked status moves during battles, making itself stronger while simultaneously weakening its opponents. Absol, use taunt. Yin Ling made a quick decision, aiming to block the opponent's status moves. In the center of the field, Absol flicked its snow-white fur gracefully, a contemptuous, almost human-like expression crossing its face. This sight made the Scyther tilt its head in confusion, as if to say, "With your strength, you dare to taunt me? White-furred cat, you've successfully angered me." Although it saw through the opponent's intention, the Scyther inevitably fell into the taunt state. Now's the time. Yin Ling clenched her fists in excitement. Absol, follow up with Mean Look, then Future Sight. It was a well-thought-out strategy. Mean Look would prevent the opponent from switching out and lock it in place, while Future Sight would predict its position, clearly setting up for a Perish Song strategy. Lin Bai chuckled and shook his head. This classmate is a bit too straightforward. Scyther, in the battle. From his perspective, Yin Ling's skill level didn't even match Zhou Yao's, and her entry into the quarterfinals was entirely thanks to Absol's predictive abilities. However, the power of foresight had a fatal flaw: it couldn't keep up with Scyther's speed, making any prediction futile. On the field, Scyther began showcasing an impressive display of speed. Its figure flashed across the arena, moving so fast it was dizzying to watch. Despite the dark energy surrounding Absol and its determined gaze locked on the predicted position, it couldn't capture Scyther's true trajectory. Absol, full power pursuit. Yin Ling, out of options, decided to gamble everything. Absol immediately unleashed its energy, its snow-white fur standing on end as black energy surged around it, radiating an intense dark-type aura. Yet, against the ferocious charge, Scyther stood its ground firmly. With a graceful sidestep, it dissipated the impact, and as Absol leaped into the air, Scyther struck with lightning speed, delivering 4 precise slashes. Boom! Absol crashed heavily onto the ground, unable to continue the fight. It was yet another awe-inspiring, one-sided victory. "Hello, Lin Bai. Do you have a moment for an interview?" After the match ended, Lin Bai had just shaken hands with his opponent and was about to leave the arena when he encountered an unexpected visitor in the contestants' passageway, a female reporter with a sweet smile, accompanied by a cameraman carrying professional equipment. "An interview?" Lin Bai glanced around and hesitantly pointed to himself. "Me? Of course." The reporter nodded affirmatively. Lin Bai was puzzled. Why would reporters show up for a minor elimination match? He scrutinized the pair until they presented official credentials for the tournament, confirming the legitimacy of the interview request. As his mind raced, a flicker of excitement stirred within him. After all, what teenager wouldn't be tempted by a chance to stand in the spotlight? Moreover, the fact that these reporters chose him first clearly meant they recognized his potential. With that thought, he agreed to the interview without hesitation. The reporter wasted no time. She swiftly pulled a microphone and notebook from her bag, signaling the start of the formal interview. "First question," she said, holding the microphone toward Lin Bai. "What are your thoughts on your opponent in this match, Yin Ling?" Lin Bai paused briefly, then answered carefully. "Yin Ling is an excellent trainer. Although I won this match, her Absol did give me a lot of trouble. I just managed to gain a slight edge." After finishing, he felt quietly satisfied with his tactful response. Second question. The reporter quickly jotted down his answer before flipping to a fresh page. "Regarding the upcoming semifinals, many people believe you won't stand a chance against Zhao Wei, the Onyx trainer. What's your take on that?" Recalling the moments in the lounge earlier, Lin Bei's lips curved into a faint smile. Zhao Wei is indeed strong, but I doubt he'll make it to the semifinals. Based on my assessment, my next opponent will likely be Chun Yuan, the Squirtle trainer. The reporter's eyes lit up, sensing an intriguing angle. Are you saying Chun Yuan will defeat Zhao Wei in the quarterfinals and then face you in the semifinals? Face me in the semifinals? Lin Bei's expression turned slightly amused. Truthfully, ever since the semifinals approached, he hadn't dared to even drink the water Chun Yuan offered, wary of any potential tricks. Still, in front of the camera, he maintained a professional smile and nodded. Final question, the reporter said, flipping to the last page. What's your opinion on Xie Xian, the so-called uncrowned king of the elimination rounds from the Tianqing style? If you meet her in the finals, do you think you can defeat her? The question caught Lin Bei off guard for a moment. In truth, neither he nor his scyther had yet revealed their full strength. But even so, when it came to facing Xie Xian's alakazam with its amplified psychic abilities, he wasn't entirely confident. Nevertheless, Lin Bei nodded firmly. Yes, I'm confident. I will defeat her in the finals. This was not just a response to the reporter, but a promise to himself would not lose in the finals. The reporter raised her eyebrows, visibly surprised. While she wasn't a professional trainer, years of exposure had given her a decent understanding of the contestants' abilities. The strength Lin Bei had displayed so far was indeed slightly inferior, yet he boldly claimed to have the confidence to defeat Xie Xian. That was certainly a newsworthy statement. The reporter's lips curved into a faint smile as they closed their notebook and put away the microphone. Turning to the colleague holding the camera, they signaled that the work was done. Thank you, Lin Bei, for the interview. Best of luck in your upcoming matches, the reporter said politely before taking their leave. Watching the reporter's departing figure, Lin Bei frowned in thought. The emblem on the reporter's chest looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. Shaking his head, he decided to set the thought aside for now. His focus needed to remain on the competition. Turning toward the lounge, Lin Bei quickly disappeared down the hallway. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit laboratory behind the mountain, Lin Bei's father's phone screen suddenly lit up. He opened the message he had received. It was an uncut video. Old Lin, I've sent you the video. But I suggest you don't go too far. He is your son, after all. Before the voice message could finish, Lin Bei's father ended the playback. Humph, precisely because he's my son, it's even more infuriating, he muttered through gritted teeth, recalling a recent phone call from his wife. As usual, she had nagged him, but this time she had also made a point to mention the agreement she had with Lin Bei for the elimination round finals, all while boasting about their improved mother-son relationship. This only fueled Lin Tian's irritation further. His own son didn't invite him, yet his mother, who lived far away, was coming all the way back just to watch the match? Treating his father like thin air. What kind of behavior was this? What do you mean by not caring about my son? Lin Tian paced back and forth in the lab. If I didn't know he needed Gardevoir as a training partner for the elimination rounds, I would have already called it back. Even with the lab's demanding work, he had made frequent appearances in front of Lin Bei, deliberately commenting on his battle videos, all in the hopes that his son would personally invite him to watch the matches. But now, even as the semifinals approached, Lin Bei remained indifferent, ignoring his father's well-meaning efforts. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with cunning. Lin Bei had been advancing through the rounds with ease. Aside from a slightly challenging match against Charmeleon, the rest had been landslide victories. This wasn't conducive to his growth. It was time to raise the stakes a little. With the Dawn Corporation's news agency freshly launched, why not arrange an exclusive interview? Then, with a little editing of his own. In the dim light, Lin Tian's lips curled into a sly, almost fatherly smile. He opened a nearby box, unlocking it with his fingerprint. From within, a deep red, phone-sized Pokemon floated out. The little creature blinked open its eyes, scanning its surroundings warily. System initializing. Holder identity verification. Iris scan. Skeletal structure analysis. After a series of complex authentication processes, the Pokemon finally confirmed. Holder identified as Lin Bei's father, Lin Tian. It looked curiously at Lin Tian. May I ask why I've been activated early? Is there something you need? I'd like your help with a small task, Lin Tian said with a smile. Video editing, splicing seamless work. That shouldn't be a problem for you, right? At those words, the Pokemon lifted its head proudly. Of course not. In the first generation Rotom phone. In the afternoon, the quarterfinals were already halfway through. Two competitors had emerged victorious and advanced to the semifinals. Lin Bei, using his scyther, and another trainer with a formidable forest lizard. At this moment, the battle for the third semifinal spot had just concluded. On the field, the beat Pokemon Simisage lay defeated, unable to continue, while the Kadabra in midair yawned nonchalantly. Xie Xian had once again triumphed with ease, securing her spot in the semifinals. However, this time, she didn't leave the field immediately as she usually did. Instead, she cast a meaningful glance in Lin Bei's direction. Huh. Lin Bei looked around in confusion, thinking he might have imagined it. Before he could make sense of it, the final quarterfinal match had already begun. Zhao Wei, as usual, had a carefree demeanor, casually tossing his pokeball as he confidently strode onto the battlefield. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan, the 10th-seeded competitor, appeared unexpectedly relaxed in the face of his second-seeded opponent. After all, Squirtle versus Onyx was a matchup with a clear 4x advantage for Squirtle. While Onyx boasted incredible physical defense, its special defense left much to be desired. Yet Zhao Wei's confident expression hinted that he had some tricks up his sleeve. "Let's go, my ace Onyx. Squirtle, let's enjoy the battle." With a deafening roar, an enormous Onyx coiled itself on the battlefield. As it moved, its massive body gouged deep trenches into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Amid the thick haze, its scarlet eyes stood out ominously. Even from behind the protective barriers, Lin Bai could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from it. On the other side stood Qin Yuan's unevolved, water-blue Squirtle. Despite not having evolved yet, its impressive defense and remarkable offensive power had carried it into the quarterfinals. "Squirtle, use Water Pulse. Cool things down for our opponent." Qin Yuan immediately commanded his strongest special attack move. Zhao Wei, however, merely smirked. "Onyx, combine Rock Climb with Rototiller." "Rototiller? Isn't that a utility move?" The audience erupted in surprise. This unexpected combination, never seen before, left everyone puzzled except for the professional trainers on the judges' panel, who looked on with astonishment. Rock Climb combined with Rototiller? Isn't that Zhao Yong's signature move? Exactly. Who would have thought Zhao Wei mastered it at such a young age? No wonder he's unfazed by Squirtle's 4x advantage. The massive Onyx leaped into the air, letting out an earth-shaking roar. The ground trembled as powerful forces surged through it. Rocks shattered and flew in all directions. The earth cracked open, and dust filled the air. Squirtle's water pulse was blocked by the rising rocks, and even at full power, it only managed to shatter a few. Meanwhile, Onyx skillfully hid behind layers of massive boulders. The previously flat battlefield had transformed into a rugged miniature mountain range, leaving the scene in complete disarray. Principal Tian smiled faintly. This Zhao Weihe might look like a carefree kid, but he's quite clever. Unable to fully master the original upheaval move, he's come up with this weakened variant. Still, it's more than enough to significantly reduce the effectiveness of water-type moves. Now, Squirtle's in real trouble. On the battlefield, Zhao Wei couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. Ever since Lin Bai admitted he couldn't defeat Qin Yuan, a fire of determination ignited within Zhao Wei. He began meticulously analyzing every battle video of Qin Yuan, watching them repeatedly. On the surface, Qin Yuan seemed reckless and impulsive, but his ability to make it into the elimination rounds among so many trainers at number 1 high school clearly indicated he possessed extraordinary skills. During countless days and nights of intense training, Zhao Wei focused on perfecting the combination move Heaven and Earth Upheaval. Although he hadn't fully mastered it yet, it was more than enough to counter moves like Water Gun and Water Pulse. "Onyx, use Rock Polish, then Harden," Zhao Wei commanded, signaling the start of the second phase of his strategy. As Onyx completed stacking its buffs, a cruel smile appeared on Zhao Wei's lips. Rock Tomb, Rock Throw, and Rock Blast, these 3 moves were going to make Qin Yuan suffer. Qin Yuan furrowed his brow as he observed the battlefield. The situation was indeed unexpected, but his expression remained calm and composed. "Squirtle, activate Torrent." His voice rang out clearly across the arena. "Torrent." A wave of puzzled murmurs rippled through the audience. Isn't Torrent a passive ability? Could this Squirtle be like Zhou Yao's Charmeleon, capable of controlling its ability at will? The answer came swiftly: no, it wasn't the case. Upon hearing the command, a flicker of hesitation crossed Squirtle's face, but it quickly nodded with resolve. To everyone's shock, it picked up a piece of broken rock from the ground and smashed it against its own forehead without hesitation. Bang! The dull sound of the rock shattering broke the silence in the arena. The audience erupted into chaos, and even the seasoned professional trainers on the referee panel showed expressions of disbelief. However, before anyone could comment, an overwhelming surge of water-type energy burst forth from Squirtle, shooting straight into the sky. "Now, Squirtle." Qin Yuan's voice was filled with passion. "Channel our shared aura and unleash our ultimate combo move, Turtle Aura Wave." Squirtle immediately adjusted its stance, slightly bending its legs and lowering its center of gravity. It placed its hands at its waist in a charging pose. In an instant, the water molecules in the air seemed to respond to its call. All flowing water came to a halt, then reversed direction, converging toward Squirtle. Even the water bottles held by the audience began trembling uncontrollably. What a powerful aura! Xie Xian could no longer contain herself, springing up from her seat as her eyes locked onto Squirtle in the arena. The professional trainers on the referee panel were equally stunned, clearly having never witnessed such an extraordinary Squirtle. "Onyx, use Rock Blast now." Zhao Wei's composure disintegrated, and he shouted desperately. Sensing the imminent threat, Onyx narrowed its eyes, channeling all of its rock-type energy to form massive rock projectiles around its body. But it was too late. The Turtle Aura Wave was fully charged. Squirtle thrust forward the condensed or infused water pulse in its hands, which was immediately enveloped by a roaring vortex of wind and water. The attack surged forward with unstoppable force, shattering every rock in its path and striking Onyx directly. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed as Onyx's massive body was sent flying, crashing heavily into the arena's barriers. It was knocked out instantly. Zhao Wei stood frozen in disbelief, unable to process the overwhelming defeat. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan's gaze had already shifted past him to the preparation area where Lin Bai was seated. The two young men locked eyes across the distance, their intense fighting spirits sparking in the air as if ready to ignite. At that moment, the quarterfinals officially concluded. The elimination semifinals were about to begin, and the first match would be none other than Lin Bai versus Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, is there something written on my face? On his way to school today, Lin Bai couldn't shake off a strange sense of unease. A chilling sensation crept down his neck, making him shiver involuntarily. This ominous feeling caused him to stop in his tracks and carefully inspect his belongings. His pokeballs were securely fastened to his waist. His phone was safely tucked in his pocket. Earlier in the morning, he had fed the experimental Magikarp in the stream with green energy cubes, and the Aaron at home had already had its ointment changed. He had even prepared his lunch in advance and packed it neatly in a designated lunchbox. But where was this unsettling feeling of being watched coming from? Just as Lin Bai was racking his brain to figure it out, an uncomfortable gaze sent a chill down his spine. Turning around, he saw Chen Yuan staring at him with an odd expression, as if he were looking at some rare Pokemon. Are you feeling sick or something? Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Bai frowned and asked. You really have no idea, do you? Chen Yuan's expression grew even more peculiar. It turned out that last night, while browsing the school forum in search of strategies to counter a Scyther, Chen Yuan stumbled upon a video interview that had unexpectedly shot to the top of the trending list, with its popularity still skyrocketing. Curious, he clicked on it, only to find it was an interview with Lin Bai conducted by the Dawn News Club. In the video, Lin Bai appeared arrogant and sharp-tongued, mercilessly critiquing other top contenders. Yenling Zabra? That little kitten that hasn't even been weaned yet? It won't take much to beat it. As for Squirtle, it's so easy to defeat. Anyone could win against that water-squirting turtle. My Scyther would take it down in 2 strikes. And Xie Xian with her Kadabra? Just a bunch of weaklings. The video caused an uproar on the forum. Although the moderators quickly removed it, it had already spread far and wide through various channels. Almost every student following the competition had seen this highly controversial interview. Looking at Lin Bai's puzzled expression, Chen Yuan couldn't help but doubt. He knew Lin Bai too well to believe that he would say such things, at least not on camera. But the tone and demeanor in the video were identical to Lin Bai's usual behavior. After pondering for a moment, Lin Bai let out a cold laugh. Chen Yuan, playing little tricks like this is just pathetic. Trying to mess with my mindset and throw off my game? You're underestimating me. When we get on the field later, don't expect me to go easy on you. With that, Lin Bai strode confidently into the school. However, as he glanced around, he couldn't help but notice that the strange stares seemed to have multiplied. It must be my imagination, Lin Bai reassured himself silently. In the audience, 2 tall and striking men stood out noticeably, wearing sunglasses and masks. Their deliberate attempts at concealment only made them seem even more out of place among the crowd. Lin Tian, you've got way too much time on your hands, grumbled Chen Shou, tugging irritably at his mask, now damp with sweat. Seriously, watching your son's match though, you really need to act all mysterious about it. You wouldn't understand. Lin Tian scoffed, crossing his arms over his chest. I'm here to put pressure on Lin Bai, not to be his emotional support. Think about it, if people find out that 2 legendary champions are here watching, who would dare mess with him over that video? At the mention of the video, Chen Shou's brows furrowed deeply. Speaking of that, Lin Tian, you're so childish. At your age, why are you still playing mind games with your son? Using Gardevoir's telepathy to fish for information, then having Rotom phone edit and dub a parody of him? And you're calling me out? Huh, what about it? Lin Tian shot his old friend a defiant look. Has Afu come home yet? You've been married for years, how hard is it to admit you were wrong and make peace? Lin Tian, you. Chen Shou was too frustrated to find the words. It had always been this way since they were kids. His lack of eloquence left him repeatedly outmatched by Lin Tian's sharp tongue. Even now, well into middle age, nothing had changed. By the way, didn't Chen Yuan invite you to watch the match ages ago? Lin Tian suddenly changed the subject. Chen Shou tilted his chin slightly, feigning composure. Humph, I've got a whole dojo full of disciples to train. Who has time for some small-time match? Then why are you even here? Lin Tian smirked, his tone dripping with mockery. Chen Shou, you're still the same old fool. Your son invites you out of kindness, and you act all prideful about it? No wonder Xie Yufu is on the verge of divorcing you. The words struck like a blade to the heart. Chen Shou fell silent, his gaze shifting to the arena. Watching his son step onto the field, his eyes briefly flicked toward the podium, a hint of sadness flashing across them. His hardened expression softened ever so slightly, and a rare trace of warmth appeared in his eyes. Enough talking. Just watch the match. Lin Tian leaned casually against the armrest, letting out a light scoff. This childhood friend of his so stubborn and temperamental had changed a bit. Truly, it seemed like Chen Chou was destined to grow old alone. Hello everyone. I'm your friend Molin, and today, once again, I will be hosting the competition for you all. The host from Chang'an TV station stood in the center of the stage, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. The elimination round of the Chang'an #1 high school competition has reached its climax, with only 4 contestants remaining after intense battles. They are the enigmatic force of the forest, the wilderness combat expert, and forest lizard trainer, Yibo. Then there is the successor of the Tianxing style, a psychic prodigy with extraordinary abilities that even surpass Pokemon Kadabra trainer, Xie. And to my left, the biggest dark horse of this elimination round, a master of creative combo techniques and an unparalleled genius in aura manipulation Squirtle trainer, Chen Yuan. The host gestured dramatically toward Chen Yuan, who was already on the battle platform. At this moment, Chen Yuan stood firm, fists clenched, his stance reminiscent of the martial arts training from his family dojo. He took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and his eyes sparkled with determination. Chen Yuan had been waiting for this match for a long time. Since the start of the competition, nearly half a month had passed without a duel with Lin Bai. Now, his scyther had visibly grown stronger, and Chen Yuan was eager to push its limits. On the other side of the stage stood the reigning Demon King of the elimination round, Lin Bai, who had crushed his opponents one after another and remained undefeated. Known for defeating strong contenders with ease, Lin Bai earned the nickname Demon King after the 4th-seeded Zhou Yao and 5th-seeded Yan Ling were both eliminated. This nickname also served as a reminder that the seed rankings were just for show true strength, knows no mercy. Lin Bai, however, seemed relaxed and calm, holding the pokeball containing his scyther, the source of his confidence and dominance. Although a few boos came from the audience when the host introduced him, Lin Bai's focus remained unwavering. Envy comes with talent, he thought to himself. Lin Bai was no ordinary talent. Yet, something felt off today. Why were all the seeded players gathered here? Not only had the eliminated ones returned to spectate, but even Xie, who rarely appeared outside of her matches, was standing with them at the entrance of the resting area, watching the battle. Lin Bai couldn't shake the feeling that several unfriendly gazes were fixed on him. Must be my imagination, he concluded. In the resting area, Zhao Wei leaned lazily against the doorframe, his tone mischievous as he spoke. Yan Ling, your Abra, which Lin Bai nicknamed Little Kitten. Any thoughts on that? Yan Ling, clearly displeased, wanted to retort with a sharp comeback, but the memory of her crushing defeat left her with nothing but a cold snort. And Xie, what about you? Zhao Wei's gaze shifted to the figure at the center of everyone's attention, Xie. The other seated players had complex feelings towards Xie. Facing her in battle felt like an insurmountable challenge. Her psychic abilities gave her Kadabra an overwhelming edge, elevating it to a level comparable to senior students. By contrast, the rest of them had only been training for about a month. How could they possibly compete with that? However, if Lin Bai won, it would be equally frustrating. It would only highlight how much weaker they were compared to him. Many people hoped for a scenario where both sides would be severely weakened, but deep down, they knew it was nothing more than wishful thinking. Zhao Wei, stop stirring up trouble. Zhou Yao warned, holding his Charmeleon tightly. If you're unhappy, challenge them after the elimination rounds. This kind of petty scheming is beneath you. And by the way, Lin Bai's judgment of you is spot on. Don't forget how you lost to Chen Yuan in the last match. Zhao Wei's face darkened, anger flaring in his eyes. He opened his mouth to accuse Chen Yuan of cheating, but when his gaze landed on Xie nearby, he swallowed his words. It was common knowledge that the real, overpowered player in the room was none other than Xie. Zhou Yao quickly caught on to Zhao Wei's intention of isolating Lin Bai and immediately stepped in to stop him. Everyone present understood the situation. While Lin Bai might be annoying, Zhao Wei's attempts to sow discord were even more distasteful. At that moment, a cold voice pierced through the silence of the lounge. I will utterly defeat Lin Bai in the finals. Xie words carried a barely concealed fury, leaving everyone stunned. The usually ice-cold girl had actually lost her composure. All eyes instinctively turned to Yibo, the trainer of the forest lizard. Unfortunately, he seemed to be the first in line to bear Xie wrath. Standing in the corner of the lounge, Yibo's face remained expressionless, but away from prying eyes, silent tears streaked down his cheeks. Lin Bai, you've ruined everything, he screamed internally. In the center of the battlefield, Chen Yuan and Lin Bai walked toward each other, preparing for the customary pre-match handshake. Lin Bai, you better watch out, Chen Yuan said with a bright, confident smile. Since the elimination rounds, I knew I'd face you, so I prepared a special surprise just for this moment. Lin Bai's lips curled into a smirk. Other than Aura Sphere, has your Squirtle made any progress? Classic Chen Yuan. He glanced at the data for Squirtle and noticed the prominent addition of Ice Punch, laughing to himself. So what if he's been holding back? You should be careful too, Qin Yuan, Lin Bai replied. You know I haven't gone all out yet. Facing you today, I'll show you the respect you deserve. With that, he pressed the button on his pokeball. Scyther, remove the training weights. A flash of white light revealed Scyther, who appeared on the battlefield with a bewildered expression. Upon hearing Lin Bai's command, it glanced at Qin Yuan with sharp eyes, then nodded resolutely. Scyther, it roared, its voice filled with determination. This opponent is worthy of my full strength. It lightly tapped its abdomen, deactivating its optical camouflage training device. As the mechanism whirred to life, the thin, almost invisible training weights began detaching from Scyther's body. The moment the device hit the ground boom, it created a massive crater, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. The audience erupted into chaos, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Even the seated players in the lounge couldn't hide their shock, their pupils contracting. Could it be that Scyther had been fighting all this time with such a heavy burden? Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Lin Bai smiled calmly. Now, this is the true strength of Scyther and me. Qin Yuan, are you ready? In the audience, two fathers watched the astonishing scene unfolding on the field, both revealing meaningful smiles. Lin Tian remained silent, smiling knowingly, while Qin Chou couldn't help but voice his thoughts. What does this mean? A straightforward-looking middle-aged man leaned closer to Qin Chou, his eyes filled with confusion. Qin Chou glanced around and noticed many curious eyes fixed on him. He explained unhurriedly. That boy Lin, by taking off the weighted training device at this moment, isn't just a simple tactical adjustment. If he wanted to go all out, he could have removed it before the match, catching his opponent off guard. But he deliberately chose to do it here in front of everyone. There's a deeper meaning behind this. Parents and students nearby instinctively perked up their ears. Qin Chou continued. First, it puts psychological pressure on Qin Yuan. Removing the training device so openly in front of the crowd is bold and calculated. It's bound to make his opponent nervous and doubtful. In a battle between experts, even the slightest emotional disturbance can shift the outcome. He gave Lin Tian a knowing glance and sneered. Second, this is just typical youthful arrogance. Like father, like son, this move is as much for the opponent as it is for the audience. To put it bluntly, it's just showing off. The listeners nodded in sudden realization, offering faint smiles. A student raised a hand and asked, but wouldn't doing this be considered pre-match interference, or even cheating? Qin Chou waved dismissively. Of course not. There are plenty of borderline tactics like this, and it's hard to definitively call it foul play. While it might not be the most honorable approach, it's not against the rules. His tone carried a hint of grievance, as though defending his own son. Meanwhile, Lin Tian's grin grew even wider. That's my boy. His fighting style is just like mine. What he didn't say aloud was that when he first pulled this stunt during his own high school cup debut, Lin's mother, Su Qing, had given him a harsh scolding. On the field, professional trainers were quick to catch on. Some chuckled and called Lin Bai cunning. Others shook their heads in resignation, and a few dismissed him outright. Yet none could deny the strength he displayed. After all, while the weighted training device could accelerate a Pokemon's growth, its significant weight also hindered movement. The speed Lin Bai's Scyther had shown earlier was already astonishing. Could it possibly get even faster? As the dust settled, Lin Bai's radiant smile came into view. Unable to hold back any longer, Qin Yuan asked, wait, you mean to tell me you've been wearing the weighted training device this whole time? Lin Bai gave a calm nod. Sometimes, raw strength speaks louder than words and serves as the ultimate intimidation. Back in the lounge, silence hung in the air. Zhou Yao opened his mouth, seemingly trying to say something in Lin Bai's defense. The memory of that exhilarating match remained vivid. Recalling how he had given his all, only to face an opponent's Scyther equipped with a forced training device, Zhou Yao fell silent. In the resting area, each contestant harbored their own thoughts. Zhao Wei pressed his lips tightly together, disbelief flickering in his eyes. He had once thought the gap between himself, Lin Bai, and Qin Yuan wasn't insurmountable, hoping to grow stronger and reclaim his pride someday. But now, that hope seemed to be pushed indefinitely into the future, perhaps even beyond his lifetime. Xie Xian, though expressionless, betrayed her inner turmoil with clenched fists. Her uncontrollable psychic powers coursed around her, refracting sunlight into a kaleidoscope of colors. A fleeting shade of deep indigo and violet flashed in her eyes before fading away. Meanwhile, in the corner, Yibo unexpectedly wore a relaxed smile. To him, Lin Bai's strength was undeniable, but it had nothing to do with him. After all, he was destined to be swept aside in the next round, and the championship was far beyond his concern. The other contestants, noticing his expression, assumed he had been scared senseless, though they weren't in much better shape themselves. On the battlefield, the match had already begun. Go, Squirtle. With the power of our shared aura. Qin Yuan's heart was heavy, but there was no time to dwell on emotion. She could only give it his all. Scyther, enjoy this battle. Lin Bai's smile faded as he pointed toward the arena. The white light dissipated, revealing a small, water-blue turtle. Facing the composed Scyther, the Squirtle appeared noticeably nervous. Squirtle, use Aura Sphere. Chen Yuan acted decisively. Against Lin Bai, who was familiar with his tactics, combo moves would only spell disaster. Standard techniques were unlikely to hit Scyther, leaving the guided and powerful Aura Sphere, imbued with the rippling energy of water, as his best option. Scyther, quick attack into slash. Lin Bai issued his command without hesitation. Scyther instantly transformed into a streak of green light, dashing across the field at incredible speed. The audience was left in awe. How could a Scyther of this level unleash such terrifying velocity? However, Squirtle, empowered by Chun Yuan's aura, had already launched its attack. Even infused with water's energy, the aura sphere traveled with lightning speed. Lin Bai's lips curled into a slight smile. Chun Yuan, feel despair. Scyther, use your full-powered slash to cut through that aura sphere. The entire arena was stunned by his command. Known for his speed-focused evasive strategies, Lin Bai had chosen a direct confrontation. In the next moment, Scyther's blade-like arms erupted with a dazzling brilliance. A professional trainer in the audience exclaimed, "This kite's been holding back until now." Indeed, the power of this slash far exceeded anything Scyther had shown before. As its blade swung, a radiant arc of energy filled everyone's vision. Under Squirtle's despairing gaze, its prized aura sphere was effortlessly split apart by the slash. The churning waters exploded violently, spraying in all directions, but the immense force was rendered insignificant in the face of Scyther. Cloaked in overwhelming bug-type energy, Scyther stood like a war god in the center of the arena. Its unrivaled presence exuded an oppressive aura that left the entire audience breathless. On the competition stage, Chen Yuan's face was filled with disbelief. His meticulously prepared ultimate move, the Turtle Chi Wave, was effortlessly shattered by his opponent's simple II slash. How could the gap be this vast? Inside the arena, the audience was silenced by the sheer dominance of that single strike. As he gazed at the slightly trembling figure of Squirtle in the center of the stage, Chen Yuan's thoughts involuntarily drifted to the past. His parents' arguments had been escalating recently, and if not for their concern for him as their only child, they might have already parted ways. His father, Chen Chou, spent his days immersed in the martial arts dojo, while his mother buried herself in her botanical research. It seemed that only by avoiding each other could this fragile family hold together. Every time Chen Yuan thought of returning to an empty home, an indescribable fear welled up in his heart. One ordinary afternoon, Chen Yuan was taking his usual walk behind the dojo when he wandered into the incubation room. As a martial arts school that trained humans alongside Pokemon, the dojo naturally maintained a collection of high-quality, fighting-type Pokemon eggs. However, after a recent buying spree, only a few unpopular choices remained, such as Mankey and Tyrogue eggs. That was when a blue speckled Pokemon egg caught his attention. Chen Yuan could sense faint aura emanating from the egg and gently placed his hand on it. In an instant, a pure, sky-like blue filled his mind, accompanied by a soft, childlike voice calling out, "Squirtle, Squirtle." It struck a deep, tender chord within him. Despite his father's suggestion to seek out the Lucario clan, or even use connections to select a descendant of a Camus from the dragon's nest, Chen Yuan insisted on choosing this Squirtle and never once regretted it. This timid little creature often snuck into his bed at night, leaving him no choice but to sleep hugging its damp shell. To spark Squirtless interest in battles, Chen Yuan racked his brain and came up with the Euroball strategy. Together, they had journeyed side by side, all the way to today's semifinals. "Squirtle, don't be afraid. I'm always here with you." Chen Yuan softly reassured the little turtle as he watched its slightly quivering shell. Squirtle didn't turn around, but slowly clenched its tiny fists. It wasn't afraid of Pine, it feared failure. It feared seeing the disappointment in Chen Yuan's eyes and feared all their efforts would be in vain. "Squirtle, maybe today we'll lose this match. But before that, feel my aura." In that moment, Chen Yuan felt all his burdens dissolve. The pressures of life, his family's quarrels, the struggles and the competition, every worry vanished like smoke in the wind. He spread his arms wide, and the aura he usually restrained burst forth like a storm, surging uncontrollably. On the battlefield, everyone's eyes were drawn to an unbelievable sight. Under the dazzling sunlight, a visible aura of energy was slowly flowing around Chen Yuan's body. This energy was not ostentatious, yet it contained an astonishing power, like a deep, hidden current. As the aura continued to build, a faint blue flame began to ignite around Chen Yuan. This strange fire extended across the arena, forming a mysterious energy connection with the Squirtle in the distance. The audience erupted in excitement, standing up in unison. Even the usually composed Chen Chou showed a look of shock. As a master of aura himself, he had never realized that his son possessed such an extraordinary aura talent. "Aura, be with me," Chen Yuan murmured softly, placing his hand over his heart. At the other end of the field, the Squirtle mirrored his action. In an instant, a brilliant light burst forth from the Squirtle's body. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the the small water-type Pokemon began to evolve. With a crisp Kami, the Squirtle's form noticeably grew larger. Not only had it increased in size, but its deep, water-blue scales now bore a tail as light and fluffy as a cloud. But this was only the beginning. The humidity in the air suddenly began to rise, prompting murmurs among the spectators. Even Lin's father, who had been acting indifferent, straightened his posture, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Is this rain dance? A collective gasp came from the professional trainers on the podium. In this baby cup match, such an advanced technique appearing was nothing short of astonishing. Rain dance, a core move for weather teams, required not only exceptional control of one's own energy, but also a deep sensitivity to natural forces. And yet, this newly evolved Wartortle had already mastered this skill. The once clear sky was quickly covered by dark clouds, and raindrops began to fall, their sharp taps against the metal railings ringing out. The retractable rain covers on the open-air stands started to unfold, but no one paid attention to these details. Every gaze was fixed on the center of the battlefield. At this moment, Chen Yuan's eyes shone like stars. Even from across the arena, Lin Bai could feel the intense fighting spirit radiating from his opponent. Suddenly, Chen Yuan raised his right fist and shouted loudly, "Wartortle, use our trump card. The move we prepared especially for Scyther Ice Punch." Ka! Wartortle let out a low growl as its aura energy surged. The falling raindrops seemed to be drawn by a mysterious force, gathering around it. A bone-chilling cold swept across the arena as Wartortle's fists became encased in nearly transparent white frost, its entire body covered in a shimmering layer of ice armor. Boom! Wartortle launched forward, leaving a deep crater in its starting position, charging toward Scyther with a gust of icy wind. "I can't believe this," Lin Bai said with a helpless shake of his head. "Why does it always get so intense when it's my turn?" Despite his words of complaint, the upward curve of his lips betrayed his excitement. Fixing his gaze on the Scyther standing ready in the field, Lin Bai laughed boldly. "Scyther, since our opponent has made their move, we won't fall behind. Use our ultimate technique, Hidden Power, Thunder Armor." The dark clouds gradually dissipated, and sunlight once again illuminated the earth. The echoes of the electrifying battle, marked by lightning and thunder, still lingered in the hearts of the audience. Against the formidable Scyther, especially when it revealed its trump card, its lightning armor Squirtle, despite giving its all, struggled to turn the tide of defeat. The moment the match ended, the entire audience rose to their feet in unison, their applause surging like waves toward the center of the arena. Chen Yuan shook his head with a wry smile and softly said to Squirtle, "We have to keep working hard from now on." With that, the trainer and his Pokemon walked off the battle stage together. On the VIP platform, Minister Song from the Education Department clapped enthusiastically, his palms reddened from the intensity. The strength displayed by the two young competitors and their bond with their Pokemon deeply moved him. The words, "rising stars," surfaced in his mind, but he chose to keep them to himself, fearing that premature expectations might place unnecessary pressure on the kids. Professional trainers watching the match couldn't help but reflect aloud. "Watching this battle really reminds me of my younger days." "Oh, come on," someone teased. "Give it 3 to 5 years, and these two kids will be beating you." "Old Wong, are you asking for trouble?" Clearly, the thrilling match had reignited the fighting spirit of these seasoned professionals. Principal Tian of No. 1 High School beamed with delight, occasionally stepping in to ease the lively banter. As he watched the two competitors leave the stage, he pondered silently. These two are rare talents. It's about time to bring out a few treasures from the deepest corners of the school's collection room. His gaze then shifted to Xie Xian, who was about to take the stage. He wondered who would ultimately claim victory. Xie Xian Sr., Lu Zhou, appeared deep in thought. As a fellow disciple, he naturally rooted for Xie Xian, but he couldn't deny that Lin Bai was a formidable opponent. Still, he thought, this might be for the best. Rather than an easy win, it's better to seek breakthroughs in a closely matched battle. As for the treasures in No. 1 High School's collection, to a disciple of a champion-level trainer, they were hardly impressive. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan and Lin Bai walked silently together down the competitors' tunnel. Despite both giving their all in the match, the sting of defeat was hard to shake. Just as Lin Bai was quietly savoring his victory, they crossed paths with Xie Xian and Yi Bo. Xie Xian stared at Lin Bai openly, her eyes brimming with obvious displeasure. "Are you looking at me?" Lin Bai asked. Xie Xian nodded coldly in acknowledgement. "Do you need something?" At that moment, Chen Yuan silently stepped aside, and even Yi Bo, who was usually unassuming, tactfully moved to the other side of the tunnel. He discreetly gave Lin Bai a thumbs up in encouragement. Lin Bai scratched his head in confusion, clearly puzzled by the situation. He really couldn't understand what was going on right now. "Lin Bai, you're quite strong." The girl's voice was initially as clear and crisp as wind chimes, but it suddenly turned icy cold. "But you shouldn't have provoked me. Tomorrow in the finals, I will defeat you." Lin Bai blinked innocently and turned to Yi Bo. "Did you hear that? What kind of talk is this? Today's match isn't even over, and she's already claiming victory for tomorrow. She doesn't even see you as a competitor. Yibo was about to explode, but froze in an instant. Xie Xian's eyes flared with a blue-violet psychic power, creating an invisible pressure in the narrow contestant hallway. Sensing the danger, Yibo wisely shut his mouth, made a feel-free gesture to Lin Bai, and quickly fled toward the arena. Faced with this overwhelming psychic power, Lin Bai was equally helpless and could only keep signaling to Chun Yuan, silently begging for help. Chun Yuan sighed, and a faint blue aura of wave energy enveloped him, isolating the oppressive psychic force. He stepped forward between the two, his gaze sharp as a blade as he stared at Xie Xian. Didn't your teacher ever tell you not to use special powers recklessly against ordinary people? Wave energy and psychic power clashed silently in the air. Xie Xian scrutinized this so-called loser carefully. You're strong. If there's a chance, perhaps we could spar sometime. Maybe, Chun Yuan replied, rubbing his temples before pushing Lin Bai out of the hallway. Meanwhile, in the spectator seats, Lin Tian yawned, watching the younger chasing and pummeling the Grovile in the arena. What do you think those two kids are up to right now? Chun Cho stood with his arms crossed, his face expressionless, though the wave energy was already surging toward the pokeball at his waist. He was silently debating whether to use Lucario to teach Lin Tian a lesson and vent his frustration on behalf of his son. Lin Tian noticed Chun Cho grinding his teeth, a bad habit he hadn't shaken, and rolled his eyes internally. I'm worried the kids might be at odds. I should go check. With that, he threw a pokeball. Before the audience could see which Pokemon it was, both men had vanished from their seats. Back in the lounge, under the wide-eyed stares of the other seated contestants, Lin Bai and Chun Yuan were locked in an intense scuffle. Seriously, Chun Yuan? You're going all out using Xingyi Banquan. Lin Bai shouted indignantly from beneath him. And you're any better? Chun Yuan grinned. Coming at me with moves like scooping the moon from the sea and monkey steals the peach real fair, huh? When Lin Tian and Chun Cho teleported into the lounge, they arrived just in time to witness the two boys battling it out with equal fervor. Lin Tian smiled faintly. Looks like things are going well. Both kids seemed full of energy. Behind the mountain near the breeding house, the Lin family's courtyard was bustling with life today. In the kitchen, Lin's father was fully engrossed in stir-frying dishes, the aroma wafting through the air. Although the dinner was ostensibly to celebrate Lin Bai's victory in the competition, Lin Bai knew the real reason it was because his mother was coming home tonight. Lounging lazily on the sofa by the dining table, Lin Bai leaned back with his two Pokemon companions by his side. On his left, the Scyther was intensely focused on watching martial arts videos, while on his right, Aaron was happily devouring its meal. Watching Aaron, which had seamlessly integrated into his life, Lin Bai began to seriously consider whether he should officially capture it. Suddenly, a notification from the class group chat broke his train of thought. He opened it to find a clip of an interview. The video had been deliberately edited to be completely out of context, which explained why classmates like Chun Yuan and Xie Xian had been giving him such odd looks recently. Lin Bai shot up from the sofa, his vision darkening with anger, and let out an involuntary shout of frustration. His gaze landed on the lower left corner of the video, where a logo of a sunburst caught his attention. It looked familiar, of course. It was the logo of the Dawn Corporation. He rushed back to his room, rummaging through his desk until he found the invitation his father had passed to him. His suspicion was confirmed. Just as he was about to storm into the kitchen to confront his father, a small red Pokemon suddenly flew out of the study. Rotom Phone, Lin Bai exclaimed in surprise. As a unique Pokemon capable of transforming into plasma and merging with various electrical devices, Rotom could adopt a variety of forms depending on what it inhabited. Lin's father poked his head out of the kitchen, explaining, Lin Bai, you noticed it, huh? This is a prototype from Dawn Corporation's new project. It works perfectly as a digital assistant. Hearing this news, Lin Bai immediately put aside his frustration over the video. His imagination began to run wild. With Rotom, he could effortlessly handle Magikarp's experimental data and reports. If Rotom could upgrade the Berry Crusher, it might even produce top-tier Pokeblocks. Pair it with Porygon and a few Metagross acting like supercomputers, and groundbreaking academic papers could practically write themselves. Blinking slyly, Lin Bai hinted at his father. Dad, your lab already has a Gardevoir. I don't think there's room for a Rotom, is there? Actually, I've been in need of a lab assistant recently. Lin's father leaned lazily against the dining table, his tone carrying a hint of probing. Lin Bai immediately understood the underlying implication behind those vague words. If you want something, you have to show some sincerity. Thinking about the prank video from before, he weighed his options. Compared to spending real money, sacrificing a bit of dignity seemed like the better choice. Not as much of a need now, but still. Lin's father stroked his chin, a sly glint in his eyes. Greedy, Lin Bai cursed inwardly, frowning. He glanced at the clueless Rotom Phone beside him and gritted his teeth. I'll trade something for it. Trade. Lin's father sneered. What could you possibly have that ID want? And by the way, what exactly does that stone tablet do? You still haven't told me. Lin Bai stared blankly at his father, who seemed so fixated on a simple stone tablet. The creation stone tablet of Arsu, such a secret was better kept by as few people as possible. But Lin Bai had another ace up his sleeve. A confident smirk appeared on Lin Bai's face as he turned to fetch a raw stone he had acquired from a gambling stone venue, hidden in the corner of the yard. A raw stone from a secret realm? Lin's father snorted dismissively. You're not seriously trying to fob me off with this, are you? Lin Bai didn't respond, simply handing the raw stone to Aaron. The little creature happily bit into it, gradually revealing its inner contents as the outer shell flaked away. Lin's father unconsciously straightened in his seat. Well, son, this stone seems to have something special. Let me have a closer look. Lin Bai ignored him. When the stone shell was fully removed, a triangular shard, deep and starry like the night sky and sparkling with brilliant points of light, was unveiled. Lin's father's eyes were glued to it, unable to look away. I thought it was something amazing, but it's just a comet shard. Lin Bai feigned disappointment, shaking his head as if to hand it over to the drooling Aaron. However, he firmly held the creature's head in place. Lin's father's expression began to soften. Fine, the Rotom phone is yours. But Lin Bai wasn't done yet. Dad, Scyther's grown up now and needs high-grade berries. He casually stroked Aaron's neck. You little rascal, are you extorting me? Lin's father bellowed, but his hands trembled as his gaze lingered on the dazzling comet shard. The final deal was struck. 10 of each type of berry insect Qilon berries, flying Wakan berries, rock koba berries, and steel babiri berries plus one opportunity to pick a collectible from Lin's father's stash. Though furious, Lin's father couldn't resist the allure of the comet shard and reluctantly agreed. Lin Bai tossed the shard to his father with satisfaction. Careful now, don't damage my precious collectible. Lin's father caught it gingerly, staring at its starry glow and feeling as if it burned his hands. He thought he might need gloves to handle it. Just then, the sound of the door opening echoed. Lin's mother walked into the living room, dusting herself off, followed by a group of imposing Pokemon. Am I late? She asked, smiling warmly as she took in the sight of the table full of food and the father-son duo. Then her eyes landed on the Rotom phone. Has your dad given it to you already? Do you like it? It's my gift to you for making it to the semifinals. A gift? The Rotom phone. Lin Bai froze. He glanced at his shifty-eyed father, and his mind exploded. Damn it, I just lost a comet shard for nothing. Final match, light rain. The stands for spectators from First High School were packed to capacity. Delegations from various schools and a large audience had filled the venue to the brim. At this moment, two figures were making their way through the noisy crowd toward the main stage. Su Qing, Lin Bai's mother, wore a gentle and serene smile, while his father, Lin Tian, couldn't hide his smug expression. Lin Tian, aren't you a bit too old to be tricking your own son? Su Qing sighed helplessly as she noticed the smug curl of her husband's lips. The argument from the previous night was still fresh in her memory. Lin Bai had insisted that his father had acted dishonestly during the transaction of a comet fragment and demanded a renegotiation of the price. Lin Tian, however, refused, citing cash on delivery as his justification, and even went so far as to provoke his son repeatedly, escalating their argument into a full-blown quarrel. Hee, I'm just teaching the boy a lesson. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow with a triumphant grin. Out in the real world, things like this happen all the time. A single comet fragment is nothing. Su Qing shook her head, deciding not to say more. She believed her son had matured and trusted that her husband knew his limits. The father and son wouldn't let things go too far. Right now, the competition was the priority. As they approached the main stage, Su Qing glanced around, her eyes glinting with amusement. It seems there are quite a few old friends here today. Lin Tian, let's head up together. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the two of them steadily ascended the stage. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the competitors' lounge was rather tense. Despite his crushing defeat yesterday, Yibo seemed in high spirits as he turned to Chun Yuan and asked, Hey, Chun Yuan, who do you think will win this match? Although he wasn't exactly close friends with Lin Bai, being classmates meant they were fairly acquainted. Chun Yuan thought for a moment before finally shaking his head. I don't know. A loss is a loss, a win is a win. What kind of answer is I don't know? Zhao Wei scoffed disdainfully, his tone laced with hostility. Earlier that morning, he'd challenged Chun Yuan again, only to be thoroughly beaten by his Wartortle. While the defeat had dampened his spirit somewhat, he still couldn't resist a jab. Zhou Yao, deep in thought, walked over to Chun Yuan and lowered his voice. You think Lin Bai will win, don't you? Chun Yuan raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised, but nodded in agreement. That's what I think. But I can't figure out how Xie Xian and her Kadabra could possibly lose. I heard from Lin Bai that your instincts are sharp. Any thoughts about the match? Zhou Yao asked. Zhou Yao shook his head, equally puzzled. Everyone in the lounge had a vague sense that Lin Bai's journey was far from over. But the real question was, how could he possibly triumph against a level 15 Kadabra, with its exceptional psychic abilities, masterful strategies, and Xie Xian's yet unleashed psychic amplifications? Against such a formidable opponent, how could victory even be achieved? No one could have imagined it. But as Lin Bai stepped onto the stage, the entire arena fell into a hushed silence. The strength of this young boy was like a mountain shrouded in mist, impossible to fully discern. And now, we present the highly anticipated Elimination Tournament Finals. The host's voice echoed throughout the venue. He turned to his left, gesturing with a sweeping motion of his arm. Here we have the undefeated queen of the elimination rounds, a prodigious talent, the undisputed top seed of the preliminaries, a brilliant successor of the Tianqing style, and the trainer of the psychic-powered Alakazam Xiexian. Under the spotlight, Xiexian's expression remained calm and composed. Today, she had deliberately set aside her school uniform and donned the ethereal meditation robes of the Tianqing style. The flowing, white robes billowed gently in the breeze, exuding an air of ancient elegance. The meditation robes of the Tianqing style, an informed spectator exclaimed from the stands. This attire signaled that Xiexian was fully committed today, ready to amplify her abilities with psychic power. On the VIP platform sat an elderly man with flowing white hair, the current grandmaster of the Tianqing style and a trainer of legendary status, Gu Lingfeng. Behind him stood his senior disciple, Lu Zhou, with a solemn expression. As the chosen successor to lead the next generation of the Tianqing style, Lu Zhou, along with the entire Tianqing dojo, had come to witness Xiexian's match in person. As the murmurs in the crowd subsided, the host turned to the other side. And here we have our elimination tournament's dark horse, the one who has fought through every round with stunning battles, the trainer of the side, Lin Bai. Lin Bai casually waved to acknowledge the crowd's cheers, but as his gaze swept over the VIP platform and landed on a familiar figure, a warm smile unconsciously appeared on his face. His mom had indeed come. Slowly tightening his grip on Scyther's pokeball in his right hand, he murmured, "Well then, let's give it our all in this match." The pokeball shifted slightly in his hand, as if answering his words. With a signal from the referee, the two contestants stepped toward the center of the battlefield. Facing the icy demeanor of Xiexian, Lin Bai couldn't help but scratch his head awkwardly as the memory of the earlier video incident came to mind. About that video. No need to say more. Xiexian interrupted him, her voice as sharp and cold as a winter gale. Right or wrong, strength or weakness, it will all become clear after this match. Words are meaningless. Startled for a moment, Lin Bai looked into the burning determination in her eyes and suddenly smiled. So, you're looking forward to this battle too, huh? Alright then, let's settle it on the battlefield. Amid the gentle patter of rain, the final match of the knockout round was about to begin. The raindrops fell like a curtain over the arena, adding an air of gravity to this critical showdown. Go, my psychic partner, young Jila. Xiexian commanded, her voice resolute. The pokeball arced gracefully through the air. In a flash of white light, a small creature with yellow fur, resembling an upright fox, appeared in the center of the battlefield. The moment young Jila emerged, a faint yellow psychic energy rippled outward like waves. Lin Bai's pupils contracted. The raindrops seemed to slow midair, as if time itself were distorted. He immediately realized this was an illusion created by psychic power, his eyes narrowing as he fixed his gaze warily on Xiexian. Sure enough, the girl's psychic abilities had been fully unleashed. Clad in white, she began to ascend gently, mirroring young Jila. A powerful mental pressure swept across the arena, and as the raindrops neared her, they were twisted by an invisible psychic force field, tracing strange trajectories in the air. Wow, her psychic power is stronger than the Pokemon's. Lin's father exclaimed from the stands, unable to contain his astonishment. He glanced at Lu Zhou, who wore a confident expression, and Gu Lingfeng, who remained calm and composed, silently marveling at how well Tang Xingliu had trained their disciple. Meanwhile, Lin's mother remained unfazed, her faith in her son unwavering. Scyther, it's all on you this time, Lin Bai declared as he retrieved a pokeball. Bring me victory today. Cha! With a determined cry, the battle-hardened Scyther appeared on the field. This time, it wasn't equipped with the force training device, but instead carried a great evolution stone, capable of boosting both its defenses by 50, theoretically raising its base stats to 580. The battle begins. Synchronize ability activated. Xiexian's voice rang out as an invisible wave of fire-type energy wrapped around Scyther, steadily draining its stamina. Lin Bai frowned. Scyther, endure it, and activate Thunder Armor. Faced with the burn effect, he knew he had to end the battle quickly. A deep brown fighting-type energy engulfed Scyther's body, its eyes turning bloodshot as its exoskeleton bulged, revealing its insectoid muscle fibers swelling visibly. This was the true essence of survival, fighting back with unyielding courage. But the transformation wasn't over yet. Overhead, golden lightning began to dance across the ominous sky. Scyther's body rapidly accumulated electrical charges, forming a field of electricity akin to a psychic force field. The audience in the stands rose to their feet, buzzing with excitement. Is it trying to summon lightning? That's way too risky. Even Lin's parents looked tense. Lin's father was awestruck by his son's daring, while Lin's mother subtly reached for her own pokeball, ready to intervene if necessary. Xie was equally stunned by the overwhelming energy field, which temporarily nullified Yang Jila's ability to swap traits. She realized that to land an attack, she would have to close the distance. In the blink of an eye, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky and struck down with a deafening roar. Boom! A thunderbolt as thick as an arm crashed down with a deafening roar, striking the center of the battlefield. The scyther crossed its bladed arms in a protective stance, knees slightly bent as it braced itself. Incredibly, it withstood the lethal strike amidst the ear-splitting thunderclap with unwavering resolve. Yes, Lin Bai clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The strategy of equipping the scyther with the evolution keystone had worked. This was precisely the preparation he had made to endure the lightning and unleash the full power of the thunder armor. Amidst the gasps of the audience, Scyther slowly straightened its body. Golden arcs of electricity danced and swirled around it, and the brilliant plasma enveloped its form like flowing molten metal. At that moment, Scyther resembled a warrior clad in the fury of the heavens, standing proudly on the battlefield. As the spectators held their breath, Scyther's figure suddenly vanished. Teleportation? That speed! Exclamations rippled through the crowd. Even the few sharp-eyed onlookers who managed to catch a glimpse of Scyther's movement couldn't help but gasp in shock. Its speed had surged to an entirely new level compared to previous matches. On the podium, the professional trainers exchanged glances, their attention shifting toward the Elite Four. Su Qing remained focused. Lin Tian wore a cryptic smile, but Gu Lingfeng spoke in a low voice. This is the power of lightning. As a seasoned Elite Four member, he quickly unraveled the secret. Lin Bai's thunder armor isn't just a defensive layer. It cleverly harnesses awakened energy to control natural lightning, using high-frequency currents to stimulate muscles and achieve extraordinary explosive power. Combined with the modified endurance and synchronized abilities burn effect, this is effectively a door-die technique. The revelation sent shockwaves through the audience. At that moment, the electrified figure of Scyther shot forward like an arrow, closing in on Alakazam. So fast, Xiexian's heart skipped a beat. In that brief moment of distraction, the battle had already tilted in Lin Bai's favor. Alakazam, teleport. Following her command, Alakazam vanished instantly, narrowly avoiding Scyther's dazzling, lightning-charged slash. This was the tricky advantage of a psychic-type Pokemon with Xie as its energy source. Alakazam could seemingly use teleport endlessly. What came next was even more unexpected. Alakazam's afterimage suddenly exploded, unleashing a powerful future sight psychic energy sphere that detonated with immense force. It was a trap laid earlier, catching the lightning-clad Scyther off guard. Electric flashes continued to streak across the battlefield as Scyther relentlessly pursued Alakazam. However, Alakazam maintained a Hitandran strategy, teleporting frequently while occasionally releasing future sight attacks, gradually wearing down Scyther's stamina. The audience was left in stunned silence. Even with Lin Bai's ultimate trump card in play, the tide had turned against him. Yet, the Scyther, wrapped in crackling lightning, showed no signs of exhaustion. It launched strike after strike, each one a declaration that the battle was far from over. On the battlefield, Eugela's figure flickered continuously, teleporting from one spot to another. Under the dual assault of lightning and flames, Scyther's stamina plummeted rapidly, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Yet, the reaction from the podium was perplexing. Lin's mother calmly returned to her seat, while Lin's father even wore a faint smile. In contrast, Gu Lingfeng, the master of the Taiyang Xingliu sect, had a face that grew increasingly grave. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Eugela's seemingly seamless teleportation faltered for a brief, unnatural pause, and the flawless psychic connection between Eugela and Xie suddenly broke. This fleeting vulnerability was enough to be fatal. Scyther's eyes gleamed, and with its blade-like arms crackling with electricity, it slashed through the air, sending a fierce gust of wind hurtling straight toward Eugela's abdomen. Eugela hastily unleashed its stored psychic energy, narrowly dodging a critical blow. However, the strike still left a wound on its abdomen, with crimson droplets of blood falling steadily onto the battlefield. For Eugela, whose defense was already not its strong suit, even a glancing injury like this was enough to shift the tide of the battle. The audience erupted into murmurs, speculating why Xie psychic powers had suddenly failed. Meanwhile, the trainers on the podium had already discerned the truth. It was the work of bug-type silver powder. As the clouds began to disperse and sunlight pierced through, illuminating the field, countless specks of silvery powder shimmered and danced in the light. Gu Lingfeng's eyes were fixed on Scyther's twin blades and scaled wings, and he finally understood Lin Bai's strategy. While the school placed no restrictions on the number of items Pokemon could carry, Scyther was already equipped with an evolution stone and, by rights, shouldn't have been able to use silver powder. However, Lin Bai had coated Scyther with an ample amount of silver powder before the match, allowing it to scatter the powder across the battlefield through its rapid movements during combat. This bug-type dust-suppressed psychic energy waves not enough to directly affect Ugula, but sufficient to sever Xie Xian's psychic enhancement to it. Without the external psychic boost, Ugula's power dropped sharply, leaving it at a clear disadvantage against Scyther. Gu Lingfeng's lips twitched as he begrudgingly acknowledged the cleverness of Lin Bai's tactic. To top it all off, even the weather seemed to favor Lin Bai. What should have been a steady drizzle to wash away the silver powder had ceased at just the right moment, allowing the strategy to play out flawlessly. But as the battle went on, the skies suddenly cleared. Gu Lingfeng glanced at Xie Xian, who still appeared flustered in the arena, and frowned slightly. This young trainer lacked experience and decisiveness during battles. Her previous opponents had been too weak to expose these shortcomings. Losing might actually be a good thing. It could serve as valuable experience. However, seeing the teasing look in Lin Tian's eyes made the veins on Gu Lingfeng's forehead twitch. This guy winning and still acting smug. At that moment, Lin Bai seized the opportunity to counterattack. Scyther lightning cage. Though Scyther was gasping for air, its gaze remained steadfast. With a sudden slash of its blades, its entire body was enveloped in a dazzling armor of electricity. Blinding arcs of lightning surged into the water pooled across the battlefield, rapidly spreading through the carefully planned trenches. In an instant, the entire arena was bathed in crackling electric light. The wild electricity danced in the air, clinging to the shimmering silver powder scattered everywhere, creating a terrifying silver whirlwind. This move severed the psychic link between Xie Xian and her Kadabra completely. Realizing the dire situation, Xie Xian urgently commanded, "Kadabra, use psychic to clear the silver powder." But it was too late. Lin Bai had anticipated. Tishi knew the silver powder wasn't the key to victory, but merely a gambit to seize the fleeting moment. Scyther, go for it. Lin Bai's roar echoed across the arena. Use our strongest move, vacuum slash. At that moment, every spectator stood up instinctively. Kadabra's crimson eyes flared, its usually half-closed fox-like gaze now wide open. The spoon in its hand twisted and deformed under the immense psychic energy it was channeling. Xie Xian pushed her psychic powers to the limit. Her hair floated as if caught in an invisible wind, glowing with a menacing purple aura. She desperately tried to re-establish the psychic link with Kadabra to make it teleport away in time. But a radiant blade of light had already cleaved through the sky. This slash embodied the unwavering determination of both Scyther and Lin Bai, cutting through the battlefield like an unstoppable force. It not only decided the outcome of the match, but also shattered Xie Xian's dreams of becoming the champion. As the dust settled, Scyther stood with its blades planted into the ground, barely able to remain upright. Meanwhile, Kadabra lay motionless in the trench that now split the arena, incapacitated. The announcer finally snapped out of their daze, their voice trembling with excitement. What an astonishing turn of events. Despite the early disadvantage, Lin Bai remained calm and composed, working seamlessly with Scyther to execute this breathtaking counterattack. The silver powder not only broke Xie Xian's psychic link, but also successfully delayed Kadabra's psychic attack. Ultimately, that extraordinary slash brought the elimination round to a dramatic close. He is the undisputed dominator of the elimination rounds, the trainer of the relentless Scyther, who overcame every formidable opponent. Lin Bai. Lin Bai? Lin Bai? Lin Bai? The deafening cheers echoed through the arena as the young boy stood frozen in place, his gaze slightly unfocused. On the rain-soaked ground, Kadabra lay defeated, while his Scyther, though battered and bruised, stood tall with piercing eyes, staring intently at him, as if conveying some unspoken message. Cha! The soft chirp of Scyther brought Lin Bai back to reality. This victory had not come easily, and only he truly understood the hardships behind it. Grueling daily training, testing, and refining strategies born from wild ideas, and the almost telepathic bond between trainer and Pokemon on the battlefield. Each element had been indispensable. At an age where everyone was still a novice, even a naturally gifted Scyther couldn't guarantee an overwhelming advantage, especially when opponents included the likes of Fire Charmeleon, or empowered Wartortle, and psychic-boosted Kadabra. Yet, against all odds, they had fought their way to the top. Scyther staggered toward Lin Bai. Snapping out of his daze, Lin Bai rushed into the arena and carefully supported his partner by the shoulder. Scyther, are you okay? Cha! Scyther rolled its eyes, as if to say, do I look okay to you? Lin Bai chuckled awkwardly and helped Scyther toward the medical room. His system didn't specialize in combat, so facing strong opponents often meant taking bold risks. The lightning armor formed by summoning thunder combined with the silver wind strategy had been their pre-planned tactic. Luckily, today's rain hadn't completely hindered the effectiveness of the silver powder. At the entrance to the medical room, Lin Bai carefully examined Scyther's injuries. While the surface wounds weren't severe, the burns caused by the lightning and Scyther's synchronizability had damaged its muscle fibers, necessitating several days of rest. Watching his partner being wheeled into the medical room, Lin Bai's thoughts had already shifted to his next goal. The experimental Magikarp in the mountain stream and the incubating Duraludin egg were both waiting for him. But first, He had to visit the school's collection room for some treasure hunting. Lin Bai licked his lips and revealed a sly smile. He wasn't expecting to find something as legendary as Arceus creation plate, but if he could get his hands on something like the Black Dragon Stone. What are you grinning about? A sudden, heavy slap on his shoulder snapped him out of his daydream. Turning around, he saw Chun Yuan, the formidable rival he had defeated in the semifinals. Nothing, nothing, Lin Bai quickly dismissed, replacing his grin with a more serious expression. How's that shiny Magikarp? In preparing for the experiment. So soon. Chun Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. All right, they'll send it over in the next couple of days. Oh, by the way, Lin Bai suddenly remembered. That raw stone I gave you, have you cut it open yet? Raw stone? Chun Yuan frowned, trying to recall. I think I still have it somewhere. Lin Bai stood outside the medical room, recalling the whereabouts of the A-grade raw stone. I remember putting it in the Magikarp's tank. No wonder it likes it so much. He suddenly realized why Chun Yuan hadn't come to thank him after so many days. The raw stone hadn't even been cut open. The water-type energy continuously emanating from the raw stone in the tank had caused the Magikarp's level to skyrocket. Using a water stone to forcibly boost levels, what a luxury, Lin Bai muttered with a shake of his head. Then, turning to Chun Yuan, he said, bring the raw stone back to me along with the tank. He planned to use the raw stone to enhance the potential of his 2-star shiny Magikarp, achieving his goal without revealing his Eye of Data ability. Chun Yuan agreed without hesitation. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the hallway. Zhou Yao came running, panting heavily, with a small dinosaur wrapped in bandages trailing behind him. Lin Bai, are you done? The awards ceremony is about to start, and you're still in here. Zhou Yao asked, struggling to catch his breath. Awards ceremony? Lin Bai was momentarily stunned, not expecting the school to treat this class placement competition so seriously. Do I have to go? He asked tentatively, glancing at the medical room door every now and then, clearly worried about the scyther inside. Zhou Yao thought for a moment. Maybe in previous years you could skip it, but not this time. The matches were incredibly so much so that some big names came to watch. Among them are 3 elite trainers. His eyes sparkled with admiration. Even Su Qing, the most powerful fire elite in the Northwest, is here. She's going to present you with the award in person. My mom's presenting the award? Lin Bai scratched his head awkwardly. He thought back to when his mother arrived. She hadn't mentioned this at all. Was this supposed to be a surprise? What if I lost? Could she really be that confident in me? While he was lost in these thoughts, the door to the medical room slowly opened. A nurse in white stepped out, followed closely by a cheerful Blissey. How's my scyther? Lin Bai rushed forward anxiously. The nurse shot him a stern look. Your scyther is seriously injured. Even if it knows awakened moves, recklessly drawing lightning during a battle is far too dangerous. Faced with her reprimand, Lin Bai lowered his head, silently reflecting on his rashness and overly strong desire to win. Seeing his remorse, the nurse's expression softened. The residual energy in Scyther's body has been cleared. With the help of Blissey's heal pulse and life dew, its condition has stabilized. It just needs rest now. She emphasized firmly. Remember, Pokemon are your partners, not tools for winning. Lin Bai nodded earnestly. At that moment, a bandaged Scyther emerged from the medical room. Its eyes lit up with anticipation when it saw Lin Bai. The nurse smiled. Your Scyther is eager to stand with you as champions. Now, go and embrace your championship moment together. That morning, Lin Bai, accompanied by his flying mantis, collected his well-deserved trophy. By the afternoon, he was already impatiently standing at the door of the principal's office. Lin Bai, Principal Tian, seated behind his large desk, looked at the eager student with a helpless expression. Why are you in such a rush? What's meant to be yours won't run away. Standing before the desk, Lin Bai scratched his head awkwardly. He knew full well that with the school's reputation and integrity, there was no way they would withhold his reward. But the thought of the legendary secret room, said to contain rare resources donated by generations of alumni, made him restless. So, after ensuring his injured flying mantis was settled, he hurried back to the school. Is there some kind of problem? Lin Bai asked, feigning concern as he blinked his bright, expressive eyes at Principal Tian. If it's inconvenient today, I can come back another time. But his gaze clearly conveyed a different message. If you don't give me what I want today, I'll camp out in your office and won't leave. Principal Tian rubbed his forehead, looking exasperated. All right, we'll handle it today. He opened a drawer and took out the key to the collection room, explaining as he did so. It's not that we're intentionally delaying your reward. The procedures for accessing the collection room are quite complicated. While making a phone call, Principal Tian elaborated, most of the items in the collection were donated by alumni. Technically, they don't entirely belong to the school. It's more like an accessible scholarship fund. Every time something is taken out, multiple school leaders need to be present, and it must be publicly disclosed to the alumni. Hearing this, Lin Bai suddenly understood. No wonder the school has so many valuable items. They're all alumni donations. He realized why the application process was so stringent. It was to prevent the school from misusing these rare resources. This made him feel a bit guilty, but it also heightened his anticipation for the collection room's treasures. After half an hour of phone calls and initial procedures, Principal Tian, with the key in hand, led Lin Bai to an unremarkable wooden door in the basement of the office building. As the door opened, the two descended a staircase. Lights gradually illuminated the space, revealing a unique underground structure. It's here? Lin Bai was struck speechless with surprise. He passed by this wooden door every day, but had never paid attention to it due to its plain appearance. Noticing the slightly smug look on Principal Tian's face, Lin Bai suspected that this clever design was his doing. Just then, a massive, long-haired mourning hound emerged from the shadows. Its head bore a tombstone nearly half the height of a person, and its gaping maw was menacing. Lin Bai's pupils contracted slightly as he realized it was a level 55 veteran mourning hound. Even more astonishing, a level 58 stalwart shield blade ghost, wielding a shield, slowly approached from the darkness. Despite recognizing Principal Tian, it maintained a vigilant stance. Lin Bai couldn't help but glance at the principal, his mind swirling with questions. He hadn't realized that this old man was so formidable. Ha ha ha, this isn't my little Pokemon, Principal Tian said with a laugh, pulling out a metallic, shiny key from his pocket and tossing it lightly toward the Aegislash. The Aegislash deftly extended its ribbon-like arm and caught the key with precision. In an instant, a faint gray ripple of spiritual energy emanated from its body. This was the unique innate ability of the Aegislash species, rumored to have the power to influence human minds. Under the mysterious influence of this energy, the surface of the key began to emit a faint glow. The Aegislash nodded in satisfaction before silently retreating into the shadows. Noticing Lin Bai's puzzled expression, Principal Tian explained, "These Pokemon are placed here by our alumni. Many of them capture various Pokemon while exploring secret realms, but since team sizes are limited, releasing them feels like a waste. So they came up with a win-win solution hiring Pokemon." He continued, "As long as sufficient resources are provided, a contract can be signed with the Pokemon, assigning them tasks like guarding vaults or treasures. This practice has become quite common nowadays." "I see," Lin Bai exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. However, he quickly frowned and asked, "But what if the Pokemon accept the payment but don't fulfill their duties? Can the contract really bind them?" Principal Tian smiled faintly and shook his head. "A contract is merely a formality. For Pokemon, a verbal promise holds more weight than a written agreement." His expression grew serious, and a trace of sentiment flickered in his eyes. Only humans are capable of deceit. To pure-hearted Pokemon, a promise made for 1,000 years is no different from an ordinary one. Seeing Principal Tian lost in thought, Lin Bai paused momentarily before chuckling at himself. "You're right." Letting go of his doubts, he began exploring the collection room. The shelves were filled with an array of evolution stones. Firestone Purity 66.42, Grade C. Waterstone Purity 72.17, Grade B. Dusk Stone Purity 74.96, Grade B. Sunstone Purity 80.58, Grade A. Leafstone Purity 68.05, Grade C. Thunderstone Purity 78.12, Grade B. Among these mostly grade evolution stones, the Sunstone, which barely reached in a grade with a purity of 80.58, stood out. Despite its modest purity, it had a market value of around 3 million and was highly sought after. Lin Bai suppressed his desire and continued browsing. Next, he came across various items. Fighting Gem Purity 71.42, Grade B. Revival Shard restores half the HP of a fainted Pokemon. Energy Root extremely bitter but greatly restores Pokemon HP. Red Flute cures infatuation status. Silver Sprayer repels weaker Pokemon, more effective than Repel. Keystonia core component of the Stone Tower, rumored to emit mysterious sounds. After examining these items, Lin Bai felt a tinge of disappointment. He thought to himself, how could truly rare and valuable top-tier items be donated to the school? Even if someone did, students at our level wouldn't be able to use them. High-quality evolution stones, on the other hand, are both valuable and practical. He patiently made his way to the final shelf, but suddenly stopped in his tracks. In the corner of the shelf, a stone radiating a rainbow glow with a spiral pattern caught his eye. This was a Mega Evolution Key stone he had been dreaming of. It was as if fate had led him here effortlessly. Principal Tian, having retrieved the key from Aegislash, stood in the school's collection room, meticulously inspecting each exhibit. His eyes scanned every display case with great care, and only after ensuring everything was in order did he gently close the door. It wasn't a matter of distrust, but rather his responsibility as a principal to safeguard public property. Lin Bai waited by the door, his palms damp with sweat as he clutched the newly acquired keystone tightly. His heart raced, pounding so fiercely it felt as if it might burst out of his chest. Unlike anyone else present, Lin Bai understood the true value of this stone. Mega Evolution. The term echoed repeatedly in his mind. The Pokemon Association had once discovered depictions of Charizard, Blastoise, and other Pokemon in vastly different forms on ancient murals within a mysterious realm. While some dismissed these as regional form variations, Linbai knew the truth. These were mega evolutions. By using a keystone to connect the bond between a trainer and their Pokemon, combined with a Pokemon holding its corresponding megastone, one could unlock astonishing latent power. Now, with the essential keystone in his possession, all that remained was to find the matching megastone. The thought sent a spark of excitement through Linbai's eyes as he began envisioning the moment he would command a mega-evolved Pokemon to dominate his opponents. Linbai, are you absolutely sure about this? Principal Tion asked, standing at the door with a puzzled expression as he looked at the young tournament champion. Are you certain you want to choose that colorful stone, which seems more like an ornament, over those high-purity evolution stones? As the principal, Tion was well acquainted with every item in the collection room. He vividly remembered the origins of the colorful stone. 5 years ago, an alumnus had discovered it in a newly emerged mysterious realm on the western outskirts. Finding it unusual, the alumnus had donated it to the school. However, despite extensive research, its purpose had remained elusive, leaving it to gather dust in the collection room. Linbai, while your Scyther doesn't require an evolution stone, you'll eventually need to raise a second Pokemon, Principal Tion said earnestly. Even for Pokemon that don't evolve, high-purity evolution stones can enhance their potential. You know how important that is. If Linbai chose to change his mind now, Principal Tion would readily allow him to make a new selection. But Linbai only tightened his grip on the keystone, his resolve unwavering, and shook his head firmly. Thank you for your advice, Principal, Linbai responded politely. But rather than an evolution stone, I want this colorful stone. They'll take full responsibility for my choice and won't regret it. Linbai carefully wrapped the multicolored stone in paper and gently placed it inside the inner compartment of his backpack. His movements were extremely cautious, as if afraid that the hard-earned treasure might suffer even the slightest damage. Unconvinced of its security, he shifted the backpack to his chest, his hand occasionally brushing over the spot where the stone was stored, ensuring its presence. The principal stood nearby, watching Linbai's meticulous actions, his brows slightly furrowed, as if he wanted to say something but held back. He wasn't just concerned about whether Linbai's decision was appropriate. He also faintly sensed that the boy seemed to know the purpose of the multicolored stone all too well. In the end, however, he chose to remain silent. After all, fulfilling the agreement by giving the stone to Linbai was better than leaving such a treasure to gather dust in the collection room. Well, since you've insisted, let's leave it at that, Principal Tion said with a sigh, turning to carefully inspect the locks on the collection room door. Then, he pulled out his phone and meticulously documented the process of transferring the item. Never expected the principal to be so busy and still take the time to personally help me pick out a competition prize, Linbai said casually, his mood visibly lighthearted. Hearing this, the principal gave a wry smile. You think I want to be this busy? The vice principal, who normally handles these matters, is tied up preparing for the December Scientific Research Summit. He's buried in his research projects all day and has no time for anything else. I had no choice but to take care of it myself. His tone was calm, and with a student he appreciated so much, he didn't mind chatting a bit more. Scientific Research Summit? Linbai raised an eyebrow. What kind of event is that? I've never heard of it before. You're interested in this too? The principal looked mildly surprised but patiently explained. It's the most important showcase of achievements in the field of spirit research, organized by the Daxiao Academy of Sciences. Each year, hundreds of research institutes apply to participate, but only 33 are selected in the end. With a hint of amusement, he added, people in the research community call it the national championship of the field. Those who make it in are considered top-tier researchers in the country. The principal's gaze briefly flickered toward Linbai's backpack. This summit not only attracts significant investment, but also gives participants an advantage when applying for rare research materials from the Academy of Sciences. Materials like the multicolored stone you're holding there are plenty more like it. He paused before continuing. This year's summit will be held in Shancheng in December. Your mother, Su Qing, was once the fire-type gym leader there. If you're interested, you could join our school's visiting group. Hearing all this, Linbai suddenly froze mid-step. Scientific Research Summit, large-scale investments, applications for rare materials, these keywords swirled rapidly through his mind. Principal, something urgent just came up at home. I have to go? Linbai's expression shifted unpredictably before he hastily said his goodbyes and sprinted toward the school gates. Watching Linbai's retreating figure, Principal Tion chuckled helplessly. That kid sure is full of energy. If someone didn't know better, they'd think he was preparing to attend the summit himself. The research summit is a must-attend event. Linbai thought firmly on his way back, while mentally organizing his plans for the coming days. Although the small competition had concluded, the training of his Scyther couldn't come to a halt. More importantly, the Gyarados evolution project needed to be prioritized. This research held immense practical value and was a rare topic even among past research summits. With this project, the chances of securing first place at the summit were quite high. Thinking about the summit rewards, which included various rare items, Lin Bai couldn't help but smile with anticipation. The association's collection of megastones, Z-crystals, wishing stars, and shimmering stones would soon be within reach. However, his smile quickly faded. After checking the registration details, Lin Bai realized the deadline was in early November, and it was already September. That left him with only 2 months. The Academy not only required a thorough review of the research paper, but also an on-site evaluation of the results to prevent fraud. Time was tight, but it wasn't impossible. Lin Bai began calculating the experimental subjects in the stream behind the mountain. 2 with 3-star potential, 5 with 2-star potential, and 5 with 1-star potential, plus the shiny Magikarp owned by Chun Yuan, which was likely to advance to 3-star potential. These Magikarps had already consumed intelligence-enhancing energy cubes, with the highest level reaching 15. With proper training, achieving the evolution required level 20 within 2 months was feasible. But before officially starting the research, another issue needed to be addressed: the matter of Rotom's identity. As a novice trainer, Lin Bai wasn't allowed to capture a second Pokemon yet. The only solution was to apply for an auxiliary Pokemon certificate for Rotom. However, once this identity was established, it would be difficult to change, so Rotom's consent was essential. With this in mind, Lin Bai quickened his pace home, planning to secure the keystone first. As he pushed open the door, the scene before him made him burst into laughter. Scyther was playing Gamoku with Aaron. While appearing to think seriously, one of its scythe arms was secretly operating a tablet under the table, copying the board's layout. No wonder Aaron had already lost 17 games and looked completely dazed. Hey, Scyther, you're cheating," Lin Bai called out, exposing the little trick with a laugh. Aaron. The simple-minded Aaron tilted its head in confusion. Ha ha ha, Rotom. Rotom couldn't hold back its laughter. What? Who are you calling a cheater? Scyther hastily turned off the tablet and raised its scythes, pretending to look threatening. Lin Bai gently pushed aside the arm blade and pinched the shoulder of the Scyther. The moment he touched it, the Scyther flinched in pain, earning a stern glare from Lin Bai. "Stop moving around while you're still injured. Rest properly," Lin Bai commanded firmly, leaving no room for argument. Ignoring the protest in the Scyther's eyes, he decisively took the tablet out of its hands. Lately, the Scyther had grown increasingly dependent on the tablet, and that needed to be addressed. After settling the other Pokemon, Lin Bai carefully retrieved a multicolored keystone from the depths of his backpack. The stone's surface gleamed with a mysterious radiance, immediately drawing the attention of the surrounding Pokemon. Aaron was the first to approach, sniffing curiously with its round nose. "Aaron, is it edible?" Scyther scratched its head, puzzled. "Scyther? What kind of evolution stone is this?" In its understanding, the most precious championship rewards were high-quality evolution stones, but this one clearly didn't belong to any known category. "It's a rainbow stone, Rotom," said Rotom, who resided in Lin Bai's phone. It adjusted imaginary glasses in a professional gesture it had learned from its Rotom school teacher. Facing the confused looks from Aaron and Scyther, Rotom lifted its head with a hint of pride and explained, "The rainbow stone is an exceptionally rare gem found in mysterious realms. Current studies indicate that it contains no elemental energy and seems to be just an ordinary mysterious gem. However, some theorize that it might be the result of a perfect balance of all elemental energies, though this hypothesis remains unproven." Lin Bai shook his head slightly after hearing this, understanding the situation. The lack of results was inevitable because the research was headed in the wrong direction. Compared to evolution stones, the study of keystones was far more complex. The bond between humans and Pokemon, the keystone itself, and the corresponding megastone for the Pokemon of these elements could be missing. The chances of discovering the keystone's purpose by accident were infinitesimal. It was no wonder researchers, after countless experiments, had come up empty-handed and shelved the stones. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Bai. "Rotom, since you're in the phone, can you help me search for information online and keep an eye out for certain items?" "Of course," Rotom replied confidently. "Not only can I search for information, but with user authorization, I can also handle transactions. Plus, I'm fluent in multiple languages, skilled in operating all kinds of vehicles, and even adept at programming. After all, I was the top student at Rotom School." Rotom glanced around proudly, its excitement evident. As the most exceptional model among the first generation of phone Rotoms, it was indeed highly capable. Originally, it had hoped to contribute to groundbreaking scientific research and assist top-tier researchers, earning recognition like the researchers at Dawn Corporation who developed the Rotom phone. However, it had ended up as a prize for qualifying in the Junior Cup, gifted to a child. Looking at Lin Bai's youthful face, Rotom made a silent vow. Even if he was just an ordinary person, it would do its best to help him achieve greatness. Meanwhile, Lin Bai was engrossed in laying out his plans. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh decisively. "That's it." He turned to Rotom, his eyes bright with determination. "First, I need you to search major platforms for unusual stones and Pokemon items. He'll provide you with a list. These are our research targets. Don't worry about funding. We'll recover the costs soon. As he spoke, Lin Bai pulled out a notebook detailing his Magikarp evolution experiments, his expression serious. Secondly, I'm conducting an important study on Gyarados breeding, and I need your assistance. He extended his hand toward Rotom, his gaze sincere. I am Lin Bai, the lead researcher at Linhai Research Institute. I formally invite you to join my research project as my assistant. Would you be willing to work with me to make breakthroughs in the field of research? Rotom froze, feeling as though its dreams were within reach. After several moments, it extended a slightly trembling appendage and placed it in Lin Bai's hand. Of course, Rotom. The preliminary competition concluded, and the school officially reopened. Lin Bai's life shifted from intense battles back to a state of calm, though the atmosphere in training class 1 remained lively and bustling during breaks. Amid the chatter and laughter in the classroom, 25 elite students gathered together. All the seeded players had been placed in this class, while the remaining 11 spots were filled by top performers from the points competition. Among them were the Moonstone trainer and the Swablu trainer. This number silently spoke volumes about Lin Bai's performance in the competition. This boss-level contender had defeated numerous formidable opponents on his way to the top. Lin Bai's seating arrangement seemed strategically planned. His deskmate was still Chen Yuan. His front-row neighbor was Li Yu, who controlled Duraludin, while seated behind him were Zhou Yao, the Charmeleon trainer, and Yi Bo, the Grovyle trainer. This tactical layout delighted Lin Bai, as it ensured that his scyther would never lack sparring partners. Within just a week of the new term, Li Yu, Chen Yuan, and Yi Bo had already learned the art of self-preservation, often taking detours to avoid Lin Bai. Only the spirited Zhou Yao continued to hold his ground, though he was consistently defeated with no chance of recovery. Lin Bai's scyther no longer needed to hold back. Whether it was Energy Ball, Shadow Ball, or Power Whip, it could finish opponents in one strike. Even Xie Xian, who had recently come for a sparring match, found her Kadabra utterly outmatched without its psychic abilities. The battle ended with her Kadabra fleeing helplessly, leaving the once confident prodigy visibly upset. Xie Xian left early again. She really doesn't care about school rules, does she? Chen Yuan leaned back in his chair, spinning a pen absent-mindedly. Noticing the empty seat ahead, he muttered his complaint in indignation. In truth, as the heir to the Taiyang Singlia dojo, Xie Xian spent most of her time learning the dojo's meditation techniques and specialized knowledge. The school had granted her special permission to skip afternoon practical classes. My family owns a martial arts school too. Why can't I leave early? Chen Yuan slammed his thick textbook on the desk in frustration. Lin Bai, sitting beside him silently, could only smile wryly to himself. His own request to leave early had been denied by the school due to his failing grades in theoretical exams. As a Pokemon researcher preoccupied with his Gyarados evolution experiments, Lin Bai was still technically an unlicensed rookie. At least Rotom helps monitor the experiments. Lin Bai felt a twinge of guilt, but quickly comforted himself. Taking things easy wasn't such a bad feeling after all. Choosing this Rotom had been a brilliant decision. Just then, Lin Bai's phone rang. Seeing the familiar caller ID, he promptly declined the call. Another recruiter from another school? Chen Yuan asked with a yawn. They still haven't given up on poaching the top scorer of the preliminaries? Lin Bai nodded helplessly. This was, indeed, his biggest headache recently. Ever since the competition ended, other schools had been eyeing the promising seeded players. In fact, the reason training class 1 had to recruit so many students from the points competition was because 2 of its original seeded players had already been lured away by other schools offering lucrative incentives. One of them was Zhao Wei. After witnessing Lin Bai's true strength and gathering information about his family background through various channels, this young man unexpectedly chose to transfer schools. Looking at Zhao Wei's transfer application form, Lin Bai couldn't help but shake his head. He was never one to hold grudges, and the conflict between him and Zhao Wei hardly qualified as deep animosity. However, Zhao Wei's departure sparked quite a stir on campus. As this top-performing student left, high schools across the region seemed to sense an opportunity, flooding Lin Bai's phone with calls from recruitment officers. Among them, the most notable was the prestigious Huai High School, which offered incredibly tempting conditions: 1.5 million in cash, a 3-star Pokemon, high-quality evolution stones, and an additional monthly training allowance of 50,000. Yet, behind these enticing offers lay numerous demands. Huai High School not only required Lin Bai to frequently participate in off-campus competitions throughout his high school years to bring glory to the school, but also intended to market him as a celebrity trainer. These conditions quickly sobered Lin Bai, who had initially been somewhat intrigued. I'd better just stay at my current school, Lin Bai calculated inwardly. As long as the military-sponsored research progressed smoothly and Gyarados successfully evolved, financial issues would naturally be resolved. For now, his focus was on Scyther's advanced training. Although the small tournament had ended, it marked the beginning of a new chapter. Lin Bai outlined 3 key priorities. First was the development of a new type of energy cube. To support Scyther's rapid growth, he needed cubes with better effects. Currently, High-grade berries such as lum berries were the best choice, but their limited quantity made experimentation difficult. Fortunately, Rotom had already mastered the operation of the berry crusher, ensuring precise control over the production process, which made testing new cubes much more efficient. The second priority was deciding on Scyther's evolutionary path. With its physical attributes nearing their limits, it was time to consider whether to maintain its current form or evolve it into Scyther or Cleaver. Linbai personally leaned toward Scyther despite its quadruple weakness to fire. Its bug-steel typing provided significant defensive advantages. Paired with hidden power electric, it offered great tactical flexibility. Of course, this decision would need to respect Scyther's preferences, and Linbai was looking for the right opportunity to discuss it with the Pokémon. The final priority was enhancing skill reserves. Previous battle experiences had revealed that Scyther's limited skill set often forced it to pay a higher price to secure victories. Among the many skills it could learn, Linbai's top choice was Swords Dance, a move that could directly boost attack by 2 stages and was considered essential for physical attackers. As soon as the school bell rang, Linbai rushed home eagerly. He headed straight to the backyard stream, where an unconventional training session was underway. The crystal-clear water revealed everything beneath its surface, and Rotom, housed within Linbai's phone, was intently observing the experimental subjects in the water. On the bank, the Aran, now recovering from its injuries, was repeatedly ramming into the rocks, trying to shed its cracked armor and replace it with a brand new steel shell. Upstream, Scyther maintained a meditative stance, its arms crossed in front of it, eyes shut in deep concentration. Its entire body radiated a sharp, intense aura. Suddenly, Scyther's eyes snapped open, and its blade-like arms gleamed as it unleashed a full-force strike at the tranquil water's surface. Boom! A fierce slash tore through the water, sending towering waves several meters high. The residual force of the strike penetrated to the stream bed, shredding dark green algae and churning up sand and silt. The once calm stream turned turbulent and murky, with ripples spreading across the surface like scales on a fish. This was Linbai's unique, wave-cutting training method. A group of Magikarp struggled against the swift currents, attempting to push through the waves and reach Scyther's position. However, just as they were about to succeed, another surge of waves would knock them off balance, scattering them in disarray. The brilliance of this training method lay in its dual purpose. It simultaneously helped Scyther practice its Swords Dance, while also enhancing the strength of the Magikarp. Just yesterday, Linbai had discovered an important note about Swords Dance in his grandfather's training journal. This skill required Pokémon to channel normal-type energy through intense, rhythmic movements to ignite their fighting spirit. Additionally, observing the sharp features of high-level Pokémon, such as claws or blades, could significantly enhance the learning process. With this in mind, Linbai planned to visit his grandmother's Garchomp in Kyoto during the October holiday to study its razor-sharp fin blades. However, before that, he needed to solve the issue of building momentum for the Swords Dance. After much thought and observation, inspired by a comment from his mother, "Your Scyther always exudes a strong aura during pre-battle standoffs," Linbai finally found the answer. Instead of inventing new movements, he could leverage Scyther's natural talent for meditation and focus to build momentum. This idea stemmed from their previous leaf-cutting training. Every time Scyther crossed its arms and meditated with its eyes closed, its fighting spirit would peak. This was why Linbai specifically designed the wave-cutting training to enhance this sense of momentum. At this moment, Scyther's aura grew increasingly fierce, signaling that it was close to mastering Swords Dance. However, just as Linbai was feeling proud of his progress, Rotom's words snapped him back to reality. The experimental Magikarp showed minimal improvement. This cast a shadow over Linbai's once proud, with an Estone training strategy. Taking the evolution curve provided by Rotom, Linbai frowned deeply. The data showed that while the Magikarp group had made significant advancements in intelligence and even awakened self-awareness, their evolution speed was far from meeting expectations. At the current rate, the first Gyarados wouldn't appear until mid-December, long after the research summit had concluded. Analyzing the experimental data carefully, Linbai quickly identified the root of the problem. The current training method involved placing specially designed energy cubes in front of Scyther to encourage the Magikarp to swim against the current. However, the more intellectually developed Magikarp had already realized they could never actually obtain the bait. Furthermore, since Linbai never reduced their food portions during meal times, they had completely lost the motivation to make any effort. "We need something more drastic," Linbai murmured, resting his chin on his hand as an idea suddenly struck him. What motivates Magikarp the most? Gyarados. He recalled a wild Gyarados that his father had once captured and released into the lake behind the mountain. While the previous research using it had been inconclusive, the Gyarados should still be there. "Rotom, can you communicate with the Gyarados?" Linbai asked eagerly. "Oh well." Rotom hesitated, looking conflicted. Although Gyarados' language system is fairly simple, wild Gyarados are extremely temperamental and perpetually enraged. Even their trainers struggle to communicate with them effectively. Lin Bai rubbed his temples, recalling how his father had attempted to use Gardevoir's telepathy to communicate with that wild Gyarados. The result? Half an hour of nothing but profanities, leaving Gardevoir so infuriated she nearly lashed out. It seems our research is stuck at this point, Lin Bai sighed, then turned to comfort the disheartened Rotom. Don't lose hope. This is just a delay, not a failure. As for the research summit, it's not something we need to force. Rotom nodded lightly in understanding. But behind Lin Bei's calm smile, his slightly narrowed eyes gleamed with sharp determination. Perhaps there was still another way to break through. At the entrance of the Hunters Guild in the northern part of the city, Lin Bai stood with a Rotom phone floating behind him. When he saw the tardy arrival of Chun Yuan and Zhou Yao, he immediately frowned. It's already 8:15. You're late again, Lin Bai said, glancing at the Rotom behind him, which promptly displayed the current time. Why do you have to say again? Chun Yuan retorted loudly. I'm rarely late. Besides, why are we here so early on a weekend? Behind him, his Wartortle staggered unsteadily, its eyelids drooping as if it might fall asleep on the spot. Zhou Yao stood nearby, scratching his head awkwardly, while his Charmeleon raised its head high, snorting tiny sparks of disdain from its nostrils. Chun Yuan, don't tell me you made Wartortle do your homework again, Lin Bai remarked, his expression a mix of envy and disdain. This unusual Wartortle, with its exceptional aura abilities, had developed remarkable intelligence and could independently complete written assignments. Every day, Chun Yuan handed over his homework to it while he relaxed and played games. This habit left Lin Bai both jealous and helpless. He glanced at his own Pokemon, a temperamental Scyther, a Beldum without hands, and a Rotom busy with experiments. He couldn't bring himself to make them help with his work. Ahem, what's wrong with letting it do a bit of homework? Chun Yuan said defensively, though clearly embarrassed. It's all about building a stronger bond through our shared aura. Huh, Lin Bai scoffed, thinking that if Uncle Chin knew how his son was training aura, he would probably lose his temper. All right, let's just go register, Zhou Yao interjected, trying to diffuse the tension. The three stopped arguing and headed into the Hunters Guild Hall. Their purpose today was to register as city hunters. Along the way, Qin Yuan grumbled incessantly. Just our luck. They couldn't have changed the rules earlier or later had to be right when it's our turn. Last week, the Education Department issued new regulations to standardize the behavior of underage trainers. Anyone wanting to qualify for amateur trainer certification before the college entrance exams and raise a second or even third Pokemon had to first earn an exam qualification. One way to achieve this was by completing city tasks for the Hunters Guild. Completing 7 rank tasks would allow a trainer to test for the amateur beginner level and obtain a second Pokemon, while completing 30 rank tasks would make them eligible for the amateur intermediate level and a third Pokemon. This new rule made the already demanding training schedules even more stressful. Students from the first training class, who were already packed with summer camps and intensive courses during holidays, now had to use their weekends to accomplish these tasks. Forget it, stop complaining. Just think of it as doing some good deeds, Zhou Yao said with a forced smile, though his tone betrayed his own frustration. Still, he had a point. Most Drank City tasks involved simple jobs like finding lost Yamper or chasing Rattata out of farmland. Though tedious, time-consuming, and offering meager rewards, these tasks were low in difficulty and perfect for beginner trainers to gain practical experience. The Hunter Alliance headquarters stood imposingly before them, a grand and majestic structure. At the entrance, 2 massive marble columns, each a meter in diameter, supported a wide portico. In the center was a large door, wide enough to allow a dozen people to pass through at once. The hall buzzed with activity even in the early morning. A massive electronic screen hung above, continuously scrolling through various task updates. A rat infestation in the northern part of the city required 6 amateur low-level trainers for capture and control. A nearly 4-meter-tall adult Arbok had been spotted in the outskirts of a park to the west, estimated to be level 26, needing a team of intermediate amateur trainers to handle. And reports of ghost-type Pokemon causing disorienting ghost wall phenomena in the Southern Blossoms residential area were awaiting investigation and resolution. The hall was bustling with trainers, some searching for teammates, others inquiring about task details, creating a lively and bustling scene. Don't the patrols handle these things? Lin Bai asked, a little surprised as he observed the busy environment. Of course they do, Qin Yuan replied irritably. Patrols are responsible, but only for situations that city hunters can't manage. Look at that screen, there are tens of thousands of city tasks every day. The patrols couldn't possibly handle it all on their own. He gestured toward the scrolling task information and continued. About a decade ago, patrols started outsourcing smaller, easier-to-solve problems to the Hunter Alliance. With just a small budget allocation, they can mobilize a large number of part-time trainers to help maintain social stability. Lin Bai nodded thoughtfully. Clearly, Pokemon had brought not only transformation and evolution, but also a host of new challenges to tackle. All right, let's sign up to become city hunters first. With that, the 3 of them headed to the counter in the hall. The staff member behind the counter was focused on their computer screen, fingers typing rapidly on the keyboard. Without looking up, they asked, "Hello, are you here to inquire about a task?" "Hi, would like to register as city hunters," Linbai replied politely. The staff member nodded. "Do you have trainer certification proof?" Does beginner trainer status count?" Linbai asked awkwardly, forcing a smile. At this, the staff member finally looked up, scrutinizing the three teenagers standing before them. "Beginner trainers need to pass a practical assessment to register," they said with a trace of skepticism in their tone. "The opponents in the assessment are experienced amateur trainers capable of commanding level 15 Pokemon. Are you confident you can pass?" Linbai tightened his grip on the Pokeball in his hand and exchanged a determined glance with Chun Yuan and Zhou Yao. "Well, we should be able to. Since that's the case, let's head to the arena." The unyielding attitude of the three teenagers made Gan Yongjia, a staff member of the Chang'an Hunter Alliance, frown slightly. He removed his glasses, clipped on his name badge, and stepped out from behind the counter. "In addition to being a staff member of the Hunter Alliance, I'm also an advanced amateur trainer." He pulled out a Pokeball. "Since this is the lowest level test, I'll use this to evaluate you." The group made their way to the arena on the second floor of the Hunter Alliance. The spacious and bright venue was bustling with activity. Hunters accompanied by various Pokemon were sparring and exchanging techniques, their laughter and chatter filling the air. "Let's loosen up a bit, will you?" Gan Yongjia stepped onto the battlefield, his demeanor transforming sharply into one of precision and aggression. The Pokeball arced through the air, releasing a flash of white light that revealed a pink sheep-like Pokemon. It stood upright on two legs, with its neck and head covered in snow-white wool. Wooloo let out a soft, adorable cry. Despite its cute appearance, its body was brimming with potent, high-voltage electricity. Linbai smirked inwardly. For his Scyther, an electric-type Pokemon like this wouldn't pose much of a challenge. He glanced at Chun Yuan and Zhou Yao, raising an eyebrow. "He'll go first, then." Seeing Lin Bei's eager expression, Chun Yuan and Zhou Yao exchanged helpless looks. It seemed Gan Yongjia was in for an unlucky turn. "Time to meet your new opponent, Scyther," Linbai said as he tossed his Pokeball. "Cha!" A sharp, resonant cry from the Scyther echoed across the arena, immediately drawing the attention of everyone nearby. The surrounding trainers paused their battles and began to gather around. "Isn't that old Gon, who specializes in electric types? Why is he battling kids? That Scyther is well trained. Its color is so vibrant. Old Lu, that's about all you ever notice." Someone recognized Chun Yuan and Zhou Yao, exclaiming in realization, "Oh, they're here for the City Hunter assessment." Though the Hunter Alliance had long prepared for the education reform, it was still surprising for high school sophomores to participate in the assessment so early. Gan Yongjia's gaze fell on the imposing Scyther on the field, and he couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. The Scyther's condition was indeed exceptional, far superior to his Wooloo. Even so, he wasn't convinced he would lose. Following standard battle rules, the match begins when the coin hits the ground, Gan Yongjia announced, flipping a coin into the air. Clang. The instant the coin hit the steps, Scyther moved. Its legs tensed, and its emerald green figure vanished like a phantom from its starting position. So fast, everyone's pupils contracted as their gazes locked onto the lightning-fast figure in the center of the arena. The speed of this Scyther was beyond anything the seasoned hunters present had ever seen. To move this fast at such a low level was utterly unheard of. Fluffy Sheep, use Cotton Spore. Despite his shock at facing such a swift opponent, Gan Yongjia relied on his years of battle experience to instinctively issue the optimal command. Fluffy Sheep responded immediately, clenching its fists as a greenish energy enveloped its fluffy wool. However, just as the energy was about to be unleashed, the Scyther's figure appeared like a phantom right in front of Fluffy Sheep. Its sharp, blade-like arms flashed through the air, leaving a chilling streak of light. Gan Yongjia's pupils trembled in disbelief. This speed, it didn't even give them a chance to execute a move. Bang! The consecutive slashes struck Fluffy Sheep with immense force, sending it flying across the arena. "Yes, we won." Two young boys on the sidelines cheered in excitement, but the seasoned hunters around them exchanged knowing smiles. "Win? Not so fast," one of them muttered. Linbai turned his attention back to the arena upon hearing this. As the dust began to settle, the faint pink figure of Fluffy Sheep slowly rose to its feet. Though a deep, menacing scar marred its chest, it had not yet been defeated. "It can take that much damage?" Linbai frowned slightly, his eyes catching sight of the floating cotton spores scattered across the battlefield. He suddenly understood. This was Fluffy Sheep's proud signature Techniquian extreme mastery of its wool, capable of nullifying most of an opponent's attack power. Gan Yongjia's confident expression revealed his satisfaction, but Linbai remained unfazed. To him, this was merely a subpar version of cotton defense. Besides, could such a defense really withstand the Scyther's slashes? Fluffy Sheep was clearly struggling now, panting heavily. After its evolution, it had shed most of its wool to store powerful electricity. Aside from its head and neck, its body was covered in a rubber-like skin that was both insulating and remarkably resilient, significantly boosting its defense. Against physical attackers in the past, Fluffy Sheep's defensive system had always frustrated its opponents. Yet this time, a single strike had left it battered and scarred. Even Gan Yongjia hadn't anticipated this outcome. Lin Bai's lips curled into a faint smile. All those days of relentless leaf-cutting training hadn't been in vain. The Scyther's innate, bone-deep precision and penetrating force were far beyond what mere will could deflect. Scyther, in this match use Fury Cutter. Seeing Fluffy Sheep's weakened state, Gan Yongjia realized things were going south. But with the situation already critical, he could only go all in. Fluffy Sheep, use the Iron Tail we've trained so hard for. He firmly believed that the powerful Iron Tail would overpower the seemingly fragile Fury Cutter of the bug type. But Lin Bai had anticipated this. Scyther Slidestep Fury Cutter. In the blink of an eye, Scyther fluidly sidestepped Fluffy Sheep's heavy iron tail with effortless grace. Then, under the stunned gazes of the hunters, it elegantly pivoted. Clang, clang, clang. 3 slashes in a single second, swift and precise, drained the last ounce of Fluffy Sheep's strength. Boom. Fluffy Sheep collapsed heavily onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The massive arena fell into a deathly silence. Lin Bai extended his hand, breaking the stillness. So, does this mean I passed the assessment? Charmeleon, use Flamethrower. In the crowded arena, a group of hunters surrounded Lin Bai and his companion's platform, leaving no space unfilled. All eyes were fixed on the intense and breathtaking battle unfolding before them. A young boy commanding a majestic Charmeleon in a fierce clash against a formidable pincer. Charmeleon roared mightily, unleashing a blazing column of fire as thick as a barrel straight from its jaws, targeting the intimidating pincer on the opposite side. Faced with the oncoming inferno, Pincer scrambled to dodge, its movements clumsy and frantic. A glint of disdain flashed in Charmeleon's eyes as it flicked its head slightly. The fiery column shifted direction, spreading into a fan-shaped inferno midair, cutting off all of Pincer's escape routes with precision. Trapped within the sea of flames, Pincer let out a piercing cry before erupting into a spectacular explosion midair. The scorching heat wave swept across the faces of everyone present. Gan Yongjia broke out in a cold sweat, while Zhou Yao stood with a smug expression, brimming with confidence. As the smoke and dust settled, the defeated pincer lay motionless on the ground. Qin Yuan appeared unsurprised by the result, while Lin Bai, standing at the back of the crowd, offered a meaningful smile. The surrounding hunters, however, were stunned, their expressions filled with disbelief. After all, Gan Yongjia had been recruited by the Hunter Alliance due to his exceptional strength, yet against these kids, even with a level 15 Pokemon, he was utterly outmatched. Reflecting on the test, Gan Yongjia felt numb. In the first round, his prized Flaffy was effortlessly defeated by Lin Bai. Even after becoming more vigilant and sending out Parasect and Pinsir, the outcome remained unchanged. They were taken down in a single move. Despite his best efforts, he had been reduced to a mere prop in this battle. All right, the test is over, Gan Yongjia announced, forcing a strained smile to maintain some semblance of dignity despite the crushing defeat. As he stepped off the platform, the muffled laughter of the hunters behind him made every step feel unbearably heavy. It's all your fault. You two went too hard and showed no sense of restraint. Lin Bai scolded Qin Yuan and Zhou Yao, clearly upset by their performance. The two boys twitched at the corners of their mouths. In response, how could they have won too quickly? It was Lin Bai who had single-handedly dealt a devastating blow to Gan Yongjia's Flaffy during the test, leaving a severe wound that wouldn't heal anytime soon. This forced Gan Yongjia to resort to less experienced public Pokemon, and even then, their battles weren't exactly brief. With Lin Bai walking ahead, radiating an air of self-assurance, the two exchanged resigned glances and sighed. Lin Bai hasn't changed a bit, still as insufferable as ever. At the counter, Gan Yongjia furiously typed on the keyboard, eager to get it over with as quickly as possible. 10 minutes later, he let out a long sigh of relief. All right, your hunter qualifications have been approved. Log in to the Hunter Alliance app, complete your personal profiles, and your digital hunter certificates will appear. Gan Yongjia quickly finished speaking, blinking a few times in quick succession before impatiently urging, anything else? If not, get lost, you fish-freeing bastards. Under his sharp gaze, the three had no choice but to leave reluctantly. As they walked, they worked on completing their personal information. Qin Yuan was the first to finish and frowned at the electronic certificate that was generated. Why is it just a temporary hunter's license? I thought it would be permanent. Zhou Yao adjusted his glasses and explained, well, we're still underage. The strict requirement for officially registering as a hunter is being 18 years old. For now, we can only take on low-risk drank missions. Qin Yuan pursed his lips, looking rather unenthused. As he turned his head, he noticed Lin Bai staring intently at his phone screen with wide eyes and an excited expression. Lin Bai, what are you looking at? Qin Yuan asked curiously, leaning over. It turned out that Lin Bai was browsing the official forum of the Hunter Alliance. The forum not only featured a wealth of hunter-related inquiries, but also a section for identifying rare and peculiar items. Lin Bai's gaze was fixed on a yellow, diamond-shaped crystal. If he wasn't mistaken, it was a Z crystal, a key item in the battle system as crucial as Mega Evolution. The surprises just kept coming. First, they discovered the keystone, and now Lin Bai spotted the invaluable Z crystal on the forum. Unfortunately, none of his messages received a response. When he checked the user's profile, he realized the account owner had entered a secret realm over half a month ago. Hopefully, it's still in his possession, Lin Bai thought with a sigh. Hey, Lin Bai, you still haven't told me what you're looking at. Chen Yuan had been staring at the screen for a while, but couldn't understand why Lin Bai was so captivated by a seemingly ordinary gemstone. Lin Bai didn't explain and instead turned to Zhou Yao. Hey Zhou, are you done? Yeah, all done, Zhou Yao replied, holding up his phone. I'm looking for tasks suitable for our level. Why are most of them grayed out? Chen Yuan asked as he scrolled through the task list. Because we can't take them with our hunter rank, Lin Bai said with a grin. But don't worry, you guys don't need to find one yourselves. Leave it to the professionals. With that, he snapped his fingers. A bright red figure flew out of his pocket. Hello, everyone, Rotom at your service. Seeing the surprised expressions on their faces, Lin Bai proudly introduced, Rotom is my assistant. It can use its plasma state to help us search for tasks we're eligible to take on. Turning to Rotom, he said, Rotom, find us a mission. We need a short-term task with a clear objective, preferably one we can complete today. Roger that, Rotom. Rotom saluted adorably, its screen flickering rapidly. Searching for drank tasks, filtering for amateur low-level qualifications, compiling a list of short-term missions. Within seconds, a highlighted task popped up on the screen. The three of them leaned in to read the mission details. On September 4th, Mr. Lee from the Blossom community encountered a ghost wall while jogging home at night. Elevator surveillance showed him being confused by ghost-type energy, which was preliminarily determined to be a prank by a ghost-type Pokemon. The mission objective is to investigate the ghost-type Pokemon in the community, identify its details, or capture and expel it. The task must be completed by 5 p.m. on September 5th. Lin Bai nodded thoughtfully. A mischievous ghost-type Pokemon, huh? Sounds interesting. The three exchanged a look and smiled, saying in unison, let's take this one. The Prosperity Garden residential area stood in the southern suburbs of Chang'an, its aging buildings bearing the marks of time. Cracks sprawled across the concrete pavement at the entrance, and the stone bricks by the greenery were weathered and worn, exuding an air of decay and decline. When Lin Bai and his companions finally arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood after their long bus ride, the scorching 2 p.m. sun was mercilessly beating down on the ground. Chen Yuan eagerly leapt off the bus, stretching his stiff limbs with a series of cracking sounds from his joints. Ugh, I didn't expect it to be this far, he grumbled, rubbing his sore back. 3 hours on a bus nearly made me sick. Zhou Yao adjusted his glasses, which had slipped down during the bumpy ride, his face showing clear signs of exhaustion. Yeah, it was quite a journey, he agreed, his voice heavy with fatigue. Hang in there, we didn't have much of a choice, Lin Bai said with a weary smile, trying to stay optimistic. The other hunters always take the closer assignments. We're not in a position to be picky, so we had to go a bit farther. His gaze swept over the small shops at the base of the residential buildings, and his eyes lit up. At least the area is not short on restaurants, even if the transport's inconvenient. Let's grab a bite before we get to work. The three of them stepped into a noodle shop. Although the place was small, it was clean and well kept, with the owner meticulously wiping down the tables. Chen Yuan rushed inside eagerly, calling out, Boss, one bowl of your signature beef noodles, please. Lin Bai and Zhou Yao exchanged amused glances and ordered the same. As the owner busied himself in the back kitchen, the trio huddled together, speaking in hushed tones about the task ahead. Do you guys feel like there's something off about this assignment? Zhou Yao asked cautiously, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. Lin Bai gave a silent nod of agreement, while Chen Yuan remained as nonchalant as ever. What's up? If there's something to say, just say it, don't make it all mysterious, Chen Yuan said, raising an eyebrow. Zhou Yao adjusted his glasses again, lowering his voice even further. Have you noticed the pattern with this Mr. Chen's requests? Since August, he's been repeatedly posting similar tasks. This is already the 11th ghost prank incident. Every time city hunters investigate, they find nothing. But as soon as they leave, those ghostly Pokemon reappear, almost as if they're targeting him specifically. And, Lin Bai chimed in, his gaze sharpening. The task requirements are always just to drive them away or gather information about the ghost Pokemon. It's almost like he just wants us to go through the motions. Zhou Yao finished the thought immediately. Chen Yuan's grin faded slowly, and after a moment, he asked in a low voice, So, are you saying there's more to this than meets the eye? Lin Bai nodded, adding, It's very likely that Mr. Chen knows exactly what's going on, but he doesn't want anyone else to find out. And Zhou Yao's expression grew tense. And we eat first. Lin Bai suddenly broke into laughter. The city hunters are all seasoned veterans, they must have noticed something strange too. But since the tasks keep getting posted, it shouldn't be anything too serious. Besides, he added with a mischievous wink, I've got a secret weapon. What secret weapon? Qin Yuan asked curiously, but Lin Bai only responded with a cryptic smile. By the afternoon, the three of them had entered the Prosperity Garden neighborhood. September had already taken the edge off the summer heat, and the old residential area, home to mostly elderly residents, was unusually lively at this time of day. In the neighborhood during the afternoon, the elderly residents gradually woke up from their naps and gathered in small groups around the area. Under the shade of trees, a few seniors were deeply engrossed in games of Chinese chess, while in the pavilion, the sound of card games filled the air. Various Pokemon-like creatures darted playfully among the people, adding a lively touch to the tranquil atmosphere. Lin Bai, look, someone whispered. That Apom is secretly switching cards. The three of them entered the neighborhood and couldn't help but be influenced by the relaxed atmosphere, their tense expressions easing slightly. Qin Yuan glanced at Lin Bai, anticipating the secret weapon he had mentioned. Lin Bai smirked slightly and walked directly toward a crowded area. There, a group of elderly women were animatedly discussing something. Lin Bai quickly identified his target, a calm and confident old lady fanning herself, actively participating in every topic. She was undoubtedly the information chief of the neighborhood. Ma'am, I'd like to ask you about someone. Lin Bai began straightforwardly. Do you know Mr. Chun Jinshu from Unit 4? Xiao Chun. The old lady looked up, scrutinizing Lin Bai suspiciously. Are you here for that ghost-type Pokemon too? In Xia Kingdom, Pokemon were already rare, and ghost types were even rarer. The fact that a ghost-type Pokemon wandering into the human world hadn't been snatched up by hunters was exactly what Lin Bai found peculiar. What Pokemon? Lin Bai feigned indignation. My family's heirloom clay pot has gone missing, and someone said Qin Jinshu took it. Impossible. The old lattice expression darkened. Xiao Chen has lived here for over a decade. He may tinker with some odd things, but he's an honest and decent man. Odd things? Lin Bai's eyes lit up as he pressed further. My clay pot is a strange-looking antique. Maybe he bought it from the black market. Rubbish, the old lady snapped angrily. Xiao Chen works at the nearby fruit shop. Where would he get the money to buy antiques? Then what exactly is he tinkering with? Lin Bai continued to probe, sensing that the truth was within reach. Earlier, they had deliberately circled the neighborhood, but apart from the vegetable gardens tended by the elderly, there was nothing particularly unusual. These gardens might attract bug, grass, or normal-type Pokemon at best, but ghost types couldn't sustain themselves on such minimal sources of scare energy. Clearly, something else was drawing them here, and the source was tied to Qin Jinshu. The elderly women fell silent. It wasn't that they were unwilling to speak, but they couldn't immediately recall such a trivial matter. I remember it's some kind of armor. A young woman's voice suddenly came from behind. A woman picking vegetables raised her head and said, it was a dark purple suit of armor that Tang, the antique dealer at the street corner, bought from a market. It was slightly smaller than normal human size, and everyone said he got scammed. When he had it examined by an expert, it turned out not to be an antique, but a craft piece made from Pokemon keratin. Tang was so angry he had a stroke and ended up in the hospital. His wife threw the armor into the trash, and later, old Chin picked it up. Ever since then, he's been encountering mischievous ghost-type Pokemon. A dark purple suit of armor? And it attracts ghost-type Pokemon. After leaving the street intelligence group, Lin Bai and his two companions discussed this peculiar case as they walked. Zhou Yao was the first to speak. It's not uncommon for things like Sinistia being drawn to specific teacups, Polteageist to different teapots, or Gimmigal to coins. Even ghost-type Pokemon are attracted to objects like spell tags or Reaper cloths. But a counterfeit suit of armor luring ghost types? That's a first. Maybe the straps on the armor are made from Reaper cloth? Shun Yuan's eyes lit up as he speculated, then added with exaggerated drama. I bet the owner of the armor was some bloodthirsty general, which is why it left behind such a sinister aura. But didn't the experts already confirm it's not an antique? Zhou Yao frowned, sensing something off, but unable to pinpoint it. Could it be something about the materials used? Qin Yuan pressed on. Lin Bai remained silent, his mind racing. Based on the accounts from the locals, ever since Mr. Chun had acquired this counterfeit suit of armor, he had been continuously harassed by ghost-type Pokemon. Even hiring hunters hadn't resolved the problem. This left only two possibilities. Either the armor had no connection to the ghost types, and it was all just a coincidence, or Mr. Chin knew full well that the armor was the source of the trouble, but chose to endure the disturbances rather than part with it. Clearly, the latter seemed more likely. Dark purple, small-sized armor, attracting ghost types. These three clues reminded Lin Bai of an important item, the cursed armor. Also known as the hexed armor, this piece of equipment was crafted from shards of Polteageist and was dark purple, covered in scars, and imbued with a potent curse. It was the key item required for Charcadet to evolve into Ceruledge. Thinking about Cerulidge's striking appearance wielding flaming swords, clad in deep, shadowy armor, With fiery eyes glowing through the visor, Lin Bai couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He discreetly tightened his grip on the card in his pocket. If Mr. Chun knew the armor was causing the trouble, yet refused to let it go, could it be that he was hoping to sell it at a high price? Lin Bai just hoped he wouldn't demand an outrageous sum. Before long, the three of them arrived at the door of Mr. Chin's apartment on the 7th floor. After ringing the doorbell several times with no response, Lin Bai had no choice but to call him. Hello, is this Mr. Chin Jinshu? We're from the Hunters Guild. Yeah, I know. The voice on the other end interrupted impatiently. Why don't you wander around the complex for now? Maybe check the basement. He'll be back home by 6. We'll talk then. With that, the line went dead. Listening to the busy tone, Lin Bai frowned deeply. No wonder other hunters were avoiding this task. Not only was there no profit to be made, but you also had to put up with this kind of attitude. Lin Bai wanted to rewind, but considering the curse armor of the Chen family might interfere, he sighed helplessly and gave up. Let's follow the employer's instructions first and check the surroundings and the basement. He patted Chen Yuan and Zhou Yao on the shoulders and led the way downstairs. The moment the three of them left, from behind the security door across from the Chen house, a pair of lake blue eyes stared intently at Lin Bai's back until he disappeared from view. Inside the dusty room, a faint, uneven breathing echoed, like a flickering candle in the wind, growing weaker and weaker. The basement of the old residential complex was filled with dust. Fortunately, Zhou Yao had come prepared and brought masks for everyone. Charmeleon led the way at the front, the flames on its tail lighting the path with an assertive stride. Lin Bai and Scyther stayed at the rear, vigilant against any sudden incidents. In the middle, Qin Yuan's eyes glowed blue as his aura radar continuously scanned the surroundings. After searching for a long time, the three found nothing. Is this even going to work? Qin Yuan asked impatiently. Lin Bai chuckled. Ever heard of driving them away? If we scare the Pokemon off, doesn't that count as a success? Turning the corner of the staircase, they were met with a mountain of discarded cardboard and plastic bottles, taking up most of the passage, a result of the frugality of the elderly residents. Suddenly, Qin Yuan stopped in his tracks. Wait a second. His aura surged like a tide, sweeping through every corner. Did you find something? Zhou Yao immediately stepped back, and Charmeleon readied itself for action. After half a minute, Qin Yuan frowned. The aura did detect a brief anomaly, but my aura isn't specialized for tracking. If a ghost-type Pokemon is deliberately hiding, there's not much I can do. His aura continued to search, but it yielded no results. Zhou Yao's expression was grim. Ghost types are the hardest to deal with. Their ability to hide in the shadows makes them nearly impossible to guard against. Lin Bai remained silent, but his seemingly casual gaze suddenly sharpened, locking onto a doll in the corner. Pokemon, Banette. Potential. Held item. Cursed charm grade. Incomplete. Type. Ghost. Gender. Female. Ability. Cursed body has a chance to disable the opponent's move when hit. Level. 19 amateur, low tier. Moves. Astonish, Screech, Nightshade, Grudge, Will-O-Wisp, Shadow Sneak, Calm Mind, Confuse Ray, Disable. Scyther. Use Fury Cutter on that doll. Lin Bai commanded suddenly. Without hesitation, Scyther's blades gleamed with a cold light as it slashed at the seemingly ordinary doll with full force. Banette was startled and instantly retreated, leaving behind the tattered doll. Simultaneously, its eyes flashed with a chilling light, aiming straight at Lin Bai's pupils. Lin Bai quickly shut his eyes to avoid it. However, the confused ray was merely a feint. As Scyther shattered the doll with a single slash, Banette immediately cancelled its move. Taking advantage of the moment Scyther pulled back to guard, it vanished into the shadows in a flash. Damn it, that little thing has no sense of honor. Lin Bai gritted his teeth. It even dared to attack a trainer directly so skilled at it too? Chase it down. I refuse to believe we can't catch it. Huff, huff. Lin Bai, have you found that shadow doll yet? In the dimly lit basement corridor, three teenagers regrouped once more. The sun had set, and twilight was deepening, but they were still empty-handed. Lin Bai bent over, gasping for air, utterly exhausted from an entire afternoon of chasing. Nearby, Zhou Yao leaned against the wall, too drained to even speak. Even Qin Yuan, usually the most physically robust of the three, was pale-faced and breathing heavily. This cursed thing is playing games with us, Qin Yuan said through clenched teeth. All afternoon, it's been darting in front of me. Every time I almost grab it, it vanishes in an instant. Lin Bai nodded in agreement. The shadow doll was incredibly cunning, moving effortlessly through the dark passageways. For someone like Lin Bai, who was used to direct confrontations, this kind of opponent was beyond frustrating. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the shrill ring of a phone. Lin Bai pulled out his phone. It was a call from Chen Jinshu. Hey, you hunters, have you caught that ghostly little creature yet? Chen Jinshu's tone carried a hint of mockery, as if he had already anticipated their failure. After all, the previous hunters hadn't succeeded either. Still working on it. We'll have it sorted out soon. Lin Bai replied curtly, clearly displeased. Heh. A cold chuckle came from the other end of the line. Chen Jinshu didn't say much more. only adding, even if you can't catch it, at least scare it off. I don't even dare walk at night anymore. Got it, Lin Bai said flatly. The call should have ended there, but Lin Bai didn't hang up. Instead, he asked tentatively, Mr. Chun, do you have any idea why this little creature is so fixated on you? There was a brief silence on the other end. What are you trying to say? Chen Jinshu's tone suddenly became wary. Sensing something, Lin Bai's lips curled into a slight smile. I was actually wondering, have you looked into the origins of that set of armor, Mr. Chen? What does that have to do with you? Chen Jinshu retorted. I'm quite interested in that armor, Lin Bai said bluntly. Would you let me take a closer look at it? After his words hung in the air, Lin Bai waited patiently for a response. He knew Chen Jinshu would agree. If the armor truly meant something to him, Chen Jinshu wouldn't have entertained the topic at all. But if it was merely something he intended to sell, the fact that he still had it after all this time likely meant he hadn't found the right buyer. Even Chen Jinshu himself might not be sure if it was a valuable antique or just a piece of magical gear. Sure enough, after a long pause, Chen Jinshu relented. Come upstairs. I'm at home, he said before abruptly hanging up. Yes. Lin Bai clenched his fists in excitement. Finally, today's ordeal was nearing a resolution. If it turned out to be the cursed armor, he'd make an offer and complete the mission. But if it was just an ordinary set of armor, then the three of them, unable to deal with the shadow doll, would have no choice but to drive it away and call it a day. Lin Bai turned to his companions. So, are you guys going to keep looking for that shadow doll, or are you coming upstairs with me to check out this mysterious armor? Lin Bai's gaze shifted to Chun Yuan and Zhou Yao, a questioning look in his eyes. Chun Yuan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with defiance and determination. I'm still going after that Bennett. I don't believe a wave guide user like me can't catch a mischievous ghost. Lin Bai nodded in understanding. If that's the case, he'll stay here too. Zhou Yao adjusted his glasses, his tone calm and composed. Leaving Chun Yuan alone in the basement wouldn't be wise. He'll help search for that mischievous Bennett as well. All right, Lin Bai said with a smile, offering a reminder. Stay in touch if anything happens. With that, he turned and stepped into the elevator, heading straight to the 7th floor. Pushing open the half-closed door to Mr. Chen's apartment, Lin Bai was met by a scruffy-looking young man with a stubbled beard. Chen Jinshu sized him up skeptically, his tone carrying a hint of doubt. You're the city hunter? You look younger than me. Lin Bai didn't bother to explain. Instead, he tilted his head slightly. A scyther, its exoskeleton gleaming like emerald and its blade-like arms glinting with a cold sheen, silently emerged, standing menacingly in front of him. And now, Lin Bai raised an eyebrow, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Chen Jinshu pressed his lips together, saying nothing. Though Lin Bai was slightly irked by his attitude, he got straight to the point. Let me see that set of armor. Chen Jinshu shot Lin Bai a glare, but eventually sighed in resignation. Follow me. The armor's in the bedroom. Navigating through the cluttered room, they reached a corner where a dilapidated set of armor stood quietly opposite a bed piled with clothes. The edges of the armor glimmered with an eerie dark purple light, exuding an oppressive and unsettling aura. Lin Bai felt a surge of excitement. This was exactly what he was looking for. The evolution item for Charcadet, the cursed armor. However, he kept his composure, furrowing his brow as he pointed at the armor. Why is there a gap on the shoulder plate? Just as they began negotiating, Lin Bai's phone suddenly rang. Rodom answered the call, and Chun Yuan's urgent voice came through. Lin Bai, we've discovered that what the Bennett stole isn't the cursed charm, it's a mutated cursed blood charm. That's what prosecutors use to track down high-profile fugitives. Before the words had fully sunk in, the door of the neighboring apartment creaked open. Lin Bai froze, locking eyes with a pair of lake blue irises. Damn it, I told you not to put it on speaker. Lin Bai muttered under his breath. He knew exactly who it was, the sole surviving fugitive from the champion Duan Jian's relentless pursuit, the phantom overlord, Zoroark. In the dimly lit hallway on the 7th floor of the Fan Hua residential complex, Lin Bai stood frozen in place, as if paralyzed, not daring to make the slightest move. Zoroark's lake blue eyes were locked on him with an unwavering intensity, sending cold sweat trickling down his back. As a notorious outlaw, Zoroark could easily unleash a dark pulse and send him straight to the afterlife. Are those prosecutors just sitting around doing nothing? Lin Bai cursed inwardly. This fugitive was supposed to be critically injured, on the verge of death. They had boasted about capturing him alive or dead, yet somehow, the chase had led the criminal right to his doorstep. Staring into those familiar eyes, Lin Bai gradually pieced together the situation. Shadow Fox hadn't been fleeing blindly. This was a meticulously planned counterattack. Not only had he identified the special cursed sigil used for tracking, but he had also embedded it within the curse armor. Using the powerful emotions tied to the curse, he successfully masked his presence from his pursuers. It wasn't until today, when the sigil was accidentally removed by the Wraith doll due to its incomplete state, that the trail resurfaced. Lin Bai, who was merely on a city patrol mission, had the misfortune of stumbling upon Zoroark hiding nearby. What are you doing? Why are you just? Chen Jinshu, noticing Lin Bai standing motionless in the hallway, began to speak but abruptly stopped as Zoroark's eyes flashed with a faint, dark glow. The moment their gazes met, Chen Jinshu froze, his expression turning blank. Without another word, he mechanically stepped back into his apartment and shut the security door. Lin Bai, who had been preparing to make a run for it, froze in terror at the sight. Zoroark's mastery of illusion was terrifyingly advanced. Just a single glance was enough to trap a grown man in a hallucination. Excuse me, do you need something from me? Lin Bai finally asked cautiously after a long silence. If Zoroark wasn't here to kill him, then he must have a purpose. Zoroark scrutinized Lin Bai for a moment before stepping aside to make room in the hallway, motioning for him to enter the apartment. Cha! Instantly, Scyther leapt in front of Lin Bai, ready to protect him. However, under the oppressive aura radiating from Zoroark, even Scyther couldn't lift its head. Fine, I'll go in with you, Lin Bai said through gritted teeth, agreeing reluctantly. He understood all too well that he didn't even have the luxury of stalling for time. What could possibly be so urgent that you'd block my way? Don't forget, back at the pharmacy, I was the one who paid for you. Lin Bai called out as he walked, trying to jog Zoroark's memory. The words seemed to catch Zoroark off guard for a brief moment, but it was clear he no longer had any other options. As they stepped into the dimly lit room, Zoroark flicked on a hanging lamp. The sight that greeted Lin Bai made his blood run cold. On the sofa lay a man with a stern face, his entire body wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, resembling a grotesque, bleeding mummy. Dark red blood seeped continuously from the wrappings, staining the sofa a deep crimson. Both of the man's legs were severed at the thighs, his left arm twisted unnaturally like a pretzel, and his body bore no uninjured skin. Sokka. That's Shadow Fox Sokka. Lin Bai woke up with a start, his fingers tightly clutching the keychain in his pocket. Though the sharp-edged metal had dulled, a forceful swipe across an artery could still be fatal. Zoroark slowly approached Sokka, its steely gaze betraying a deep, unspoken sorrow. It stared at Lin Bai, a hoarse, mournful whimper rising from its throat. You want me to save this person? Lin Bai pointed at the battered body sprawled on the sofa. Zoroark nodded gently. Ever since the attack on the breeding facility, they had been on the run for 2 weeks. At first, Sokka managed to stay conscious, relying on the company's potent drugs to direct Zoroark in evading the prosecutors hunting them. But his wounds had been left untreated, and now Sokka was at death's door, slipping in and out of consciousness. Zoroark, desperate and frantic, had resorted to taking Lin Bai hostage after he happened to pass by. Lin Bai's fingers remained tightly wrapped around the keychain. Save him. The idea was absurd. Not only did he lack the skills for such complex medical intervention, but even if he could, he would never waste the precious phoenix ashes in his backpack on a wanted criminal like Sokka. Perhaps Zoroark was pitiably naive, forced into robbery and attacks, even innocent enough to believe Lin Bai might help. But Sokka was a different story. His hands were stained with the blood of innocence, his crimes unforgivable. With this in mind, Lin Bai gripped the keychain tightly and took deliberate steps towards Sokka. Zoroark, unsuspecting, shifted aside to clear a path. Lin Bai's gaze fixated on Sokka's neck. Even though he had resolved to end him, his legs trembled slightly with hesitation. At that critical moment, Sokka's eyelids twitched faintly. He was waking up. Lin Bai's expression hardened, and without a second thought, he lunged forward, the key aimed at Sokka's throat. But even in that instant, Sokka's instincts as a fugitive kicked in. His eyes snapped open, bulging with intensity. In a lightning-fast move, he shoved Zoroark toward Lin Bai and, ignoring his own injuries, rolled off the sofa onto the floor. As he fell, his hand fluidly reached for the gun at his waist, and by the time he landed, he had already aimed it at Lin Bai. It's a petrification gun. Lin Bai's pupils shrank as he recognized the distinctive weapon, but it was too late. Zoroark collided clumsily into Lin Bai, causing the keychain in his hand to veer off course and stab into the linen sofa instead. Damn it! Pain shot through his knuckles, and Lin Bai gritted his teeth, but he didn't hesitate to hurl the keychain at Sokka. Bang! The first gunshot rang out. The keychain struck the petrification gun, throwing off its aim. The sharp metal grazed Sokka's scarred hand, leaving fresh cuts, but he didn't even flinch. Bang! The second gunshot echoed. This madman didn't care that Zoroark was still obstructing his line of fire. Luckily, adjusting his aim took a moment, and Lin Bai took the chance to dive behind the sofa in the living room. Crack, crack, crack. The sofa in front of him rapidly turned gray and solidified under the impact of the petrification beam, crumbling slowly like a dried-out sand dune. Now, there was nothing left between Lin Bai and Sokka. Life and death would be decided in the next heartbeat. In the room, Lin Bai and Sokka were locked in a tense standoff. Wait! Lin Bai shouted, his eyes darting around urgently. The nearest cover was a coffee table over a meter away, but at the speed of the petrification gun, there was no chance he could make it in time. If he were hit, he would be reduced to dust. What do you want? Money? Medicine? We can negotiate, Lin Bai quickly said, his body tense, every muscle ready for a desperate fight. Sokka lay in a pool of blood on the floor, his face expressionless. The hand gripping the petrification gun was steady as a rock, veins bulging on the back of it, but showing no sign of trembling. His gaze was fixed on the Zoroark in Lin Bai's arms, a flicker of sorrow flashing in his eyes before it was replaced by cold determination. Bang! The third petrification beam charged and fired, slicing through the air. Sokka knew all too well that his injuries were beyond the help of conventional medical treatment. Even if he managed to escape, it would only prolong his suffering, and he would inevitably face abandonment and pursuit by Lingdu Corporation. When that time came, his beloved Zoroark would become nothing more than a commodity auctioned off on the black market. Let's go to hell together. Sokka gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain that tore through his body. Every muscle spasmed and twisted unnaturally, but what crushed him more was the bleak future that awaited if his plan failed. The Shadow Fox was dead. All that remained was a broken man called Sokka. As Lin Bai stood helpless, the Zoroark in his arms suddenly began to struggle violently, its sharp claws tearing through his sleeve. The fox-like creature, standing as tall as Lin Bai's shoulder, curled itself into a tight ball, its powerful legs pressing firmly against Lin Bai's chest. Their eyes met, and Lin Bai saw an astonishing resolve in Zoroark's gaze. In the next moment, Zoroark launched itself with all its might. Thud! Lin Bai was sent flying backward, narrowly avoiding the petrification beam. Zoroark, however, leapt directly into the deadly path of the attack. Zoroark let out a hoarse cry, its eyes locking onto its trainers through the blinding light of the beam. In its final moments, it recalled its days as a Zorua in the southern primal forests, where its kind lived in secrecy, rarely revealing themselves to others. The Zoroark clan reigned as the rulers of the forest, masters of illusions who could vanish without a trace among the trees. However, fate took a cruel turn when a tribe of black-furred apes, clad in vine-like armor and exuding an eerie dark aura, migrated into the woods. Overwhelmed by these formidable adversaries, the Zoroark were forced into retreat, and a young Zorua was driven to the forest's edge, left to fend for itself. It was at this moment that the wheel of destiny began to turn. Sokka, a boy working as an errand runner for a gang, encountered the lone Zorua at the forest's edge. Unlike his peers, who were bloodthirsty and aggressive, Sokka possessed an unsettling calmness and a near-pathological indifference to life. This made him an outcast, often the target of beatings. During one such beating, Sokka, bruised and battered, found himself unconscious and starving, only to cross paths with the equally famished Zorua. The two lonely souls instantly connected. Sokka shared his food without expecting anything in return. From that day forward, Sokka devoted himself to earning money to care for Zorua, allowing it to focus on training. Despite the scorn and humiliation he endured from others, Sokka kept Zorua hidden and safe. Eventually, an opportunity arose. The local black market boss acquired a batch of rare and valuable Pokemon, drawing the attention of rival gang leaders. Sokka and Zorua, who had been waiting for this moment, sprang into action. Zorua's illusions sowed chaos among the gangs, igniting a violent clash. Amidst the turmoil, Zorino nearing professional-level strength as a Zoroark unleashed a devastating assault on the black market, annihilating all in its path. Meanwhile, Sokka quietly made off with the prized Pokemon. After that, Sokka disappeared for years. When he resurfaced, he had become a fearsome professional-level trainer, carving out a place for himself in the chaotic southeastern region. Known as the Shadow Fox, Sokka gained notoriety, while Zoroark's power continued to grow. Yet the lack of resources during its early years left Zoroark's potential stunted, a limitation that constantly loomed over them. Determined to break through this barrier, the cunning Shadow Fox set his sights on a breeding facility in Chang'an. But this time, he faced an unyielding opponent. Champion Duan Jian defeated Sokka in a crushing battle, leaving him maimed and forced into hiding. Consumed by despair, Sokka spiraled into decline. Through it all, Zoroark never abandoned him, even risking its life to plead for Lin Bai, a passing trainer, to heal Sokka. But this final act of hope proved futile. In a desperate battle, Sokka, resolved to die, faced Lin Bai once more and was defeated again. Lin Bai's moment of hesitation put him in danger, and Zoroark, for the second time, inadvertently caused everything to fall apart. As the blinding light of a petrifying energy wave filled the air, the torment and struggle in Zoroark's eyes faded into weariness and release. Zorua, it murmured softly, as if to say, let it end here. It had given everything for Sokka, though it still owed 2 debts to Lin Bai. There was no time left to repay them. In its final moments, the dark fox turned to Lin Bai, offering a tired smile before diving unhesitatingly into the dazzling light. Zoroark, Lin Bai instinctively reached out, but his hand grasped only empty air. In the next instant, the brilliant light engulfed everything, and the entire building shook violently, erupting with a thunderous explosion. In the northern regions, September brings mild weather, not too hot, not too cold. The residents of the Fanhua residential area were enjoying their leisurely evening, with small groups strolling and walking their dogs, scattered across the neighborhood. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the tranquil dusk. The windows on the left side of the 7th floor in Unit 4 burst into shards with a thunderous crash. Debris and fragments of brick rained down like a storm, stirring up a cloud of dust. Panicked residents hurried into the hallways, voices filled with alarm and speculation. Was it a gas stove explosion? It seems to be Xiao Chen's apartment. At that moment, an eerie phenomenon began to unfold. The evening sky seemed to darken unnaturally, and the shadows within the neighborhood began to flow like liquid, converging toward the source of the explosion. Inside the blasted apartment, Lin Bai stood frozen in shock, staring at the scene before him. In the middle of the living room loomed a towering, pitch-black figure, its massive hand gripping a fox whose fate was uncertain. Black Knight Phantom, Lin Bai exclaimed in astonishment, then exhaled deeply. This was a being he had seen in the secret Archivia, a powerful entity left behind by his father as the ultimate trump card. The Black Knight Phantom, possessing strength equivalent to a king-class warrior, had been hiding in his shadow all this time. Lin Bai wanted to question why the Black Knight Phantom had waited until now to intervene, but quickly realized he wasn't its trainer and had no authority to command it. A wave of weakness swept over him, and he slid down against the wall, his chest heaving as temporary blindness from the earlier flash overwhelmed him. Thank goodness, it acted in time. Lin Bai panted, understanding that this must have been his father's command to remain hidden unless a life-or-death situation arose. True to its orders, the Black Knight Phantom had only revealed itself at the critical moment, just as the petrifying light wave was about to engulf Zoroark. With a casual flick, it obliterated the formidable petrifying wave and subdued the fox with precision. The swirling shadows of the Black Knight Phantom effortlessly absorbed the explosion's aftermath, demonstrating its absolute control over a battle of this magnitude. Meanwhile, the attacker, Sokka, suffered catastrophic backlash. His petrifying gun exploded in his hands, leaving his remaining right arm a mangled, bloodied mess. He collapsed in agony, unconscious and hovering between life and death. Lin Bai, a familiar, frantic voice suddenly called from outside the door. A loud thud followed as the reinforced door bulged outward, accompanied by the dazed cries of a war turtle. That idiot Chun Yuan. He actually told War Turtle to use Iron Head to break down the door. Lin Bai muttered helplessly, trying to get up and open it. Yet his body trembled uncontrollably from exhaustion, leaving him unable to muster the strength. Black Knight Phantom, could you help me open the door? Lin Bai pleaded with the powerful guardian. However, the Black Knight Phantom ignored him. Instead, it raised its massive hand, and a rapidly spinning shadow sphere, no larger than a walnut, began to form in its palm. Boom! The shadow ball shot out of control, causing the entire building to shake violently once again. Amid the dense smoke and dust, Sokka's figure was completely consumed by the explosion, leaving not a single trace behind. Lin Bai leaned against the wall, his clothes soaked with sweat. He sighed inwardly. The combat style of this dark spirit was so cautious it bordered on ruthless, ensuring a kill with a finishing blow at the first opportunity. The dark spirit's piercing gaze swept across the surroundings like a radar, only relaxing once it confirmed that all threats had been thoroughly eliminated. It gave a small, satisfied nod, casting a calm glance at Lin Bai before swiftly tossing the unconscious Zoroark aside and opening the door with composure. Under Lin Bai's watchful eyes, its figure gradually became translucent, eventually vanishing entirely. This was an advanced shadow stealth technique, comparable to phasing or even divine abilities. But Lin Bai had no time to ponder such things. The moment the door opened, a familiar wave of aura energy surged into the room like a tsunami. Even from a distance, Chen Yuan's anger and anxiety were palpable. Chen Yuan, stop releasing your aura. The enemy's already been dealt with. Lin Bai croaked weakly, feeling as though an invisible hand was gripping his throat. Don't end up killing me with your aura after I survive the petrification gun. The aura energy suddenly paused. Lin Bai, what's wrong? Don't die on me. Chen Yuan's head popped into view. Spotting Lin Bai slumped in the corner, he rushed over immediately. Zhou Yao followed close behind, his Charmeleon on guard as they scanned the area cautiously. The living room before them was unrecognizable. The windows and balcony were gone, transformed into what looked like a massive open viewing platform. Relax, Zhou Yao. Lin Bai forced a faint smile with the last of his strength. What a lousy day. I actually got targeted by Shadow Fox, an escaped convict. He held me at gunpoint to help him escape, but Zoroark I had crossed paths with before had a debt of gratitude to me. It questioned his plan, and things escalated into a fight. At the critical moment, the dark spirit my dad assigned to protect me stepped in, took down Shadow Fox, and saved us. Lin Bai's voice grew weaker, his eyelids heavy. When the association arrives, remind them that Zoroark is on our side. Tell them not to act rashly. I'm going to rest for a bit. Wake me when they get here. Before he could finish, Lin Bai slid down the wall into unconsciousness. As his awareness faded, he reflected silently. Today had been harrowing, but at least it ended without disaster. Ugh, Why does my head hurt so much? A gentle late summer breeze brushed through the snow-white curtains. Lin Bai slowly opened his eyes, and what greeted him was a spacious and well-lit hospital room. The white walls, the smell of disinfectant, and the rhythmic dripping of the floor next to his bed all served as reminders that he was in a hospital. Wait, am I missing any parts? Lin Bai suddenly bolted upright from the hospital bed, frantically checking his body. After confirming that all his limbs were intact, he let out a long sigh of relief, his tense body gradually relaxing. Well, the young Master Lin is finally awake. A familiar laugh came from the doorway. Lin Bai looked up and saw his father leaning casually against the doorframe, a relaxed smile on his face. Seeing his father so at ease, Lin Bai's heart finally settled. Lin Bai, are you seriously this fragile? His father strolled into the room, his tone teasing. A half-dead criminal managed to scare you so badly you fainted for an entire day and night? And I even had the shadow spirit protecting you. Hearing this, Lin Bai grumbled inwardly. You could have just told me beforehand. Would have saved me all the stress. But knowing his father's mischievous nature, he could only complain silently in his mind. By the way, what happened to that Zoroark? Suddenly recalling the illusion fox that had shielded him from danger, Lin Bai hurriedly asked. The illusion Zoroark. His father walked to the bedside, casually picking up an apple from the table and taking a bite. Don't even think about it. A criminal's Pokemon, even if it's just an accomplice, can't be set free, let alone handed over to you. Of course I know that. And I have no intention of capturing Zoroark. Lin Bai met his father's gaze directly. I just want to know what kind of punishment will Zoroark receive under the association's rules. His father paused, slightly taken aback. He had assumed his son wanted to claim the Zoroark for himself, and had even considered pulling some strings to make it happen. But seeing the sincerity in Lin Bai's eyes, he realized he had been too cynical. According to regulations, a criminal's Pokemon accomplice will be confined to a specific location based on its crimes, his father said, his tone now serious. Given Sokka the Shadow Fox's offenses, Zoroark could easily face execution. However, considering its final act of remorse, the association is likely to sentence it to life imprisonment. After completing a probationary period, Zoroark will be released into a monitored wildlife sanctuary. Lin Bai listened quietly, a look of disappointment crossing his face. Though he had expected this outcome, the thought of possibly never seeing Zoroark again still saddened him. Just then, the door to the hospital room was flung open. A figure wrapped in layers of clothing darted in, their chest conspicuously and awkwardly puffed out. Chen Yuan, did you go and get a gender change? Lin Bai quipped, eyeing the person's suspicious demeanor with mock annoyance. Chen Yuan ignored Lin Bai's joke and instead fixed his gaze on Lin Bai's father with an intense expression. Lin Bai's father chuckled knowingly and waved his hand. All right, I'll leave you two to chat. I'll go handle the discharge paperwork. The doctor will come by to check on you soon, and if everything looks good, you can head home. As he reached the door, Lin Bai's father turned back. Oh, by the way, if you're interested, we can register as Zoroark's guardians. While it won't allow us to bring it home, we'd be able to visit regularly without any issues. Of course I'd love that. Lin Bai replied, his voice full of excitement. To him, and perhaps to Zoroark as well, this was the best possible outcome. Father Lin smiled and nodded, quietly stepping out of the hospital room and gently closing the door behind him. The room finally quieted down, and Chen Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. He quickly unzipped his jacket and pulled out two rough-textured, greenish-blue fruits from his pocket. A rich, sweet fragrance instantly filled the room. Lin Bai's eyes lit up, though there was a hint of hesitation in them. Chen Yuan, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly held the fruits out to him. These were none other than the most premium and rare type of tree fruit, the legendary Shaolin fruits, said to contain the power of the sky. These two are yours. Chen Yuan's eyes flickered with a trace of struggle and pain, but he firmly placed the fruits into Lin Bai's hands. This afternoon, I'll bring the shiny Magikarp and the Water Stone. You have to help it evolve into a Gyarados. Lin Bai looked down at the two priceless Shaolin fruits in his hands, his heart burning with excitement. This was indeed the deal they had agreed upon earlier, exchanging the Shaolin fruits for Lin Bai's help in evolving the Gyarados. However, considering the tight security at the Chun family's orchard, Lin Bai hadn't pressed the matter. He hadn't expected Chen Yuan to take such a bold risk and steal not one, but two fruits. Maybe you should return one, Lin Bai said with some concern. On the market, Shaolin fruits were worth 2 to 3 million each, and one was more than enough to cover the cost of evolving the Gyarados. Two seemed excessive. Besides, knowing how much Aunt Xia valued these fruits, Chen Yuan would undoubtedly face severe consequences. Chen Yuan hesitated for a moment before his expression turned resolute. Lin Bai, what are you talking about? Once a gift is given, there's no taking it back. He leaned in closer, winking playfully. We're good brothers, don't be so formal. If you feel guilty, just remember to share good stuff with me in the future. Get lost, Chen Yuan. Where did you even learn this nonsense? And stop trying to charm me, it's disgusting. Lin Bai shoved him away in exasperation. He understood that Chun Yuan probably felt guilty about what had happened yesterday. After all, in a dangerous situation, the three of them should have faced it together, but only Lin Bai had been there. Still, Lin Bai knew it wasn't Chun Yuan's fault. Even if all three of them had been present, their situation against the Dusknoir wouldn't have improved much. In fact, the creature might have been even more cautious with more people around. Gazing at the precious Sha Lin fruits in his hands, Lin Bai made a silent vow to himself was still too weak and needed to grow stronger quickly. He had to turn his advanced knowledge into tangible results and fully utilize his experimental achievements. He couldn't afford to keep treading so carefully anymore. For instance, the energy cubes he had developed could be tested on his parents' Pokemon to help them grow stronger. Chun Yuan, here's the deal, Lin Bai said with a sly smile, raising an eyebrow. Since I've accepted the Shaolin fruits, I'll give you something good in return. There's no need for a return gift, didn't make it so formal. Chun Yuan replied, waving his hand dismissively, though his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Lin Bai chuckled helplessly and pointed to the scyther guarding the door. Haven't you always wondered why it's growing so fast? The truth is, I developed a special supplement. I'll bring you a box tomorrow so you can see its effects. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Bai remembered his greatest asset, the insect plate from Arceus. Recently, Scyther had reached the stage where it needed to focus on learning new moves, so the insect plate would be in use for a while. Meanwhile, his mom's Volcarona was just one step away from reaching the champion level. Perhaps the insect plate could give her the boost she needed. In the southeastern region, there lies an unassuming coastal town, its surface mundane, but hiding beneath it the world's largest black market hub. Behind the glass curtain walls, Kalia stood in his lavish office, his arms hanging limply at his sides, his head bowed low. The blue glow from the projector cast a cold light on his face, making the chairman of Lingdu Corporation and the uncrowned king of the underground world appear even more pallid. On the projection, a shadowy figure sat on a throne, tapping rhythmically on the armrest. The sharp tap, tap, echoed in the silent room, each sound intensifying the cold sweat running down Kalia's back. As the ruler of this decadent yet meticulously ordered underground empire, Kalia had never been more humiliated. In this world, as long as the price was right, anything from the most commonplace goods to human lives and dignity could be traded. Yet now, this once mighty underground emperor was being scolded like a drenched dog by the figure on the screen. Mr. Arthur, this was my mistake, Kalia said, his voice laced with unprecedented humility. He was acutely aware of his precarious position. The power he wielded in the underworld, the shadow regime he had built capable of influencing the entire southeastern region, was not solely the result of his own skills and cunning. It was largely due to the tacit approval and backing of these true power brokers. They were like the sword of Damocles, perpetually hanging over his head, one day offering him formidable operatives as support, the next day ready to effortlessly replace him if he stepped out of line. Kalia, this time you've handled things terribly, the voice from the projection said, calm yet cutting like a blade. A top-tier trainer is dead? So be it. But your gravest mistake was letting one of them survive and fall into the hands of the Daxiao Association. This turns a straightforward criminal case into a convoluted international incident. If Daxiao seizes on this as an excuse, ITLL create problems for everyone. A chill ran through Kalia's entire body, piercing to the bone. I will resolve this issue. I won't let this matter tarnish the hands of you and the other esteemed gentlemen. And how do you plan to handle it? Kalia's mind raced as he bowed even lower. Please, give me your command. Then activate the covert network and eliminate Kirill, the shadowy figure said nonchalantly, as though assassinating a heavily protected high-profile target in Daxiao were an everyday task. Mencius Satyr Kalia. The figure slowly articulated Kalia's most guarded secret, sending a shiver down his spine. Can you do it? Of course, Mr. Arthur. Kriya could only nod reluctantly, pledging with utmost determination to complete the task. The person on the other end of the communicator hung up without a trace of expression, leaving the cold screen to fade into darkness. This silent warning loomed over him like a sword hanging by a thread. If this mission failed, those powerful figures would have no reason to protect him, and his fate would be sealed. The chilling gaze of the person behind the scenes seemed to linger in Kriya's mind. Trembling, he pulled out a handkerchief from his chest pocket and wiped the cold sweat beading on his forehead. Slumping into his leather office chair, his brows furrowed deeply. Mobilizing covert agents to eliminate the captive of the Xia Nation Association was like dancing on the edge of a blade. A simple command from above left him to face insurmountable obstacles. At this moment, Xia Nation was surely on high alert, monitoring the captive closely in hopes of extracting more intelligence. Even if a covert agent could infiltrate, how would they find the opportunity to strike? A sharp click of high heels broke Kriya's train of thought. He looked up toward the corner of the office, where his secretary stood, a familiar figure. She was dressed in a neatly tailored professional outfit, holding a stack of files in her arms, her face filled with fear. Kriya recalled that it was she who had connected the fateful call for him just half an hour earlier. What a pity, Kriya murmured softly, then snapped his fingers. From the shadow beneath him, a grotesque, gaping maw emerged, lunging toward the corner to devour the secretary. It was his ace spirit, a king-class spiritome that fed on human souls, its eerie nature enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Kriya shook his head slightly. I was quite satisfied with this secretary, but unfortunately, she saw what she shouldn't have. With a dull thud, the young woman's body collapsed to the floor. The once diligent and attractive secretary was now devoid of her soul. The files in her hands scattered across the ground. Kriya walked over expressionlessly and picked up a photo from the mess. It was an image of last night's chaos at the Huahua residential complex, shockingly clear and even featuring close-up shots. The company's cleanup team, still a step too late, Kriya muttered coldly to himself. His thoughts shifted to Sokka, the cunning fox who had outmaneuvered Kiril during the mission, launching a diversionary attack on the Chang'an breeding facility. What was even more audacious was Sokka's decision to remove his molar and discard the company's tracker after the mission failed. A sardonic smile tugged at Kriya's lips. If you had truly succeeded, perhaps you could have stood on equal footing with me and your Tyranitar. But alas, Sokka, I would never allow that to happen. The Western champion arrived just in time, didn't they? You sly fox, I hope you enjoy the gift I sent. In the shadowy corner of the office, the man sat alone, his expression unreadable. He murmured softly, "It's just a shame about the Zoroark. It would have made for an excellent addition to my collection." Behind the breeding house, in the small courtyard on the hillside, evening. Linbai, what are you up to? Why all the mystery? Lin's father asked casually, lounging in his chair as he observed his son, who was busily working. At that moment, Linbai stood in front of a massive berry crusher, meticulously inspecting each component. From time to time, he reminded Rotom beside him, "Don't mess this up later, okay?" Lin's mother, Su Qing, sat quietly nearby. Although she was equally puzzled by her son's actions, she recalled his confident demeanor at the dinner table half an hour ago and decided to wait patiently. Back then, Linbai had mysteriously declared that he had something special to show his parents. While Lin's father had initially dismissed it, he was eventually dragged into the study by his son. Su Qing, with nothing else to do, followed along. "Mom, Dad, don't be too surprised by what's about to happen," Linbai said with a smug smile, raising an eyebrow as he signaled to Rotom to begin. "Got it, Rotom." Rotom replied seriously, then transformed into its plasma state, flying out of the phone and directly into the berry crusher. This scene took Lin's father by surprise. In just a few days, Rotom can already switch devices at will. While astonished, he also realized that the development of the plasma capabilities was progressing much faster than expected. Still, he couldn't figure out what this had to do with the crusher. Su Qing narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, a gentle smile playing on her lips as she watched her confident son. "Rotom, start the berry crusher." Linbai's palms were sweaty, but his instructions were steady and orderly. Rotom opened the machine's lid, and Linbai poured in the prepared berry pieces. As Rotom skillfully closed the lid and the indicator lights turned on, Lin's father and mother exchanged puzzled glances. "It feels like he's using a rice cooker," Su Qing remarked softly, clearly still unable to see anything remarkable. "A berry crusher?" Lin's father frowned. "I've tested this machine before. It only produces useless berry pulp, and if you're not careful, it might even explode." Linbai, however, simply smiled mysteriously. "Patience, Dad. The machine will need about 10 minutes. In the meantime, why don't we talk about the evolution experiment?" "Evolution experiment? You?" Lin's father looked at his son with a skeptical expression, pointing at him. "Of course," Linbai replied confidently, pulling out 2 sets of experimental notes and handing them to his parents. "The method for evolving Magikarp into Gyarados. I know this has been a tough nut for you to crack, Dad. I did a little research and made some interesting discoveries." Lin's father studied the notes carefully, gradually falling silent. Linbai's lips curled into a subtle smile, thinking to himself that tonight, his father might have a rare sleepless night. Father Lin flipped through the experiment records over and over, his frown growing deeper with each pass. His fingers trembled slightly as he stared in disbelief at the data before him. Nearby, Mother Lin, Su Qing, quickly skimmed through the experiment log and then observed her husband's reaction. It didn't take her long to realize that something extraordinary was at play. The evolution of Magikarp, a problem that had baffled the Pokemon evolution research community for years. A challenge even the most esteemed evolution scholars couldn't conquer had been solved by their 16-year-old son. Su Qing raised her head to carefully study her son, her eyes filled with a mix of warmth and pride. However, the tender moment was soon interrupted by Father Lin's skeptical voice. "This experiment, did you really do it? You must have stolen Rotom's research results." His eyes were unfocused, his face pale. It was one thing to be surpassed by his son, but this? This was being left so far behind it felt like a crushing blow. Seeing the faint smile on his son's face, Father Lin could only press hard on the acupressure point between his nose and upper lip to steady his trembling figure. "Oh, well, this experiment was indeed pretty tricky," Linbai said, feigning nonchalance. It took me over a week just to find a direction, and more than half a month to produce any decisive results. A week? Half a month. Those words hit Father Lin like a hammer. He recalled how he had spent 6 months observing the evolution of wild Gyarados, and 4 whole years collecting data and conducting experiments. During that time, he'd gone through 2 entire batches of Magikarp, yet made no progress. Seeing the despondent look in his father's eyes, Lin Bai quickly tried to comfort him. Dad, don't be like this. There's still a lot of room for improvement in this experiment. Honestly, I just got lucky a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, he said sincerely, helping his father to his feet. Father Lin sighed deeply and worked to adjust his mindset. If you're this talented, then let your old man give you some proper guidance. Guidance? Lin Bai smiled faintly and pulled 2 additional experiment logs from his bag. Dad, I think you might have misunderstood. He spread the logs out, revealing research on Scyther's evolution into Sizer and an analysis of evolution items related to the mysterious Cerulege and Armarouge. Magikarp's evolution was just a minor breakthrough. The real technical achievements are in these studies. Lin Bai gestured to the berry crusher behind him, which began to hum as Rotom presented a tray of glistening blocks. And this is the invention that can truly revolutionize the Pokemon world. I call it the Energy Cube. He picked up one of the blocks and gently crushed it between his fingers. A rich berry aroma instantly filled the study. Its effect is 25 times that of eating raw berries directly, and 10 times stronger than the expensive berry extracts on the market. This little thing has the potential to spark a revolution in Pokemon nutrition and dominate the global market. Lin Bai glanced at his parents, who stood frozen in shock. His face carried a smile of restrained pride. This is my true masterpiece. As for Magikarp's evolution, that was just a side project. In the classroom of Chang'an No. 1 High School, the young teacher Mr. Wei was wrapping up his lecture on the unique traits of Pokemon. Dressed in a casual jacket, he stood at the podium, tapping the chalkboard that was already covered in detailed notes. Traits are the innate hidden talents of every Pokemon. Whether in battle or daily life, discovering and developing these traits is a fundamental skill for every trainer, he said, his tone firm as he scanned the room. While theory is important, practice is the key to truly understanding traits. Remember, theory and practice must go hand in hand. Class dismissed. As soon as the words left his mouth, Mr. Wei turned and left the classroom, leaving behind a chalkboard crammed with information and a room full of students who looked utterly drained. Slumped in his chair, Chen Yuan shook his aching right hand and sighed. Mr. Wei is incredible. How does he manage to fill an entire chalkboard in 40 minutes? He turned to Lin Bai, sitting next to him, and frowned. Lin Bai, did you take the wrong medicine today? How are you grinning like that during class? Your smile's practically reaching your ears. Caught off guard, Lin Bai quickly pressed his lips together, but the joy in his eyes was impossible to hide. Last night, he had finally shared a small part of his research plans with his parents. Even that tiny glimpse had been enough to leave Lin's father and mother utterly astonished. Back at home, Lin's father was still sprawled on the sofa, staring blankly and muttering, "Why was I born a father if I have such a son?" Meanwhile, Lin's decisive and action-oriented mother had already committed to fully supporting her son's research endeavors. The top priority was the Magikarp Evolution Project. Given the tight timeline, which might not align with the December Research Summit, Lin's mother had promptly assigned Lin's father to the research team, including his prized high-potential Magikarp. Though initially exasperated, Lin's father ultimately chose reason over resistance, accepting the arrangement for the sake of the experiment. Lin's mother also reminded Lin Bai to speak up about any needs he might have. When Lin Bai requested a well-trained Gyarados to inspire Magikarp's fighting spirit, his mother thought for a moment before agreeing, promising to provide an answer by tonight. Even more exciting was their research into the Cursed Armor and the Celebratory Armor 2 items that could evolve Charcadet into Armarouge and Cerulege, respectively. As a Fire-type Pokemon champion, Lin's mother, Su Qing, was particularly intrigued by this project. Despite Charcadet's general lack of popularity due to its weak base stats, she believed that with enough effort, they could find suitable specimens. Just last night, the Lin family had rushed back to the Flourish Heights residential area, securing a set of cursed armor for an additional 50,000 yuan hush fee and a confidentiality agreement. At the same time, Lin's parents began leveraging their connections across the Pokemon community, both domestically and internationally, to locate high-potential Charcadet. Their plan was to make Charcadet a signature Pokemon of their breeding facility. If they could master the techniques for crafting both armors, the Lin family might even dominate this niche market in its early stages. The news of Lin Bai revealing the evolution pathways caused a wave of excitement within the Lin family. Although they lost the advantage of exclusivity, the enormous benefits of seizing the initiative still filled the family with anticipation. Su Qing's eyes gleamed with determination as she secretly planned to tame a Crimson Lotus armored knight. When Lin Bai unveiled the 2 evolutionary paths for the flying mantis in one go, his parents were left speechless in astonishment. The Bugsteel-type Sizer and the sharp axe mantis equipped with a razor-sharp rock axe both seemed to possess combat power surpassing the original flying mantis. Even with unchanged base stats, the value of these two evolution pathways was enough to send the market into a frenzy. In fact, the red sizer had already been spotted in certain steel-type secret realms. Newly developed secret realms also featured unique Pokemon forms, with the sharp axe mantis being one of them. Su Qing wisely refrained from questioning how Lin Bai acquired such obscure information, while Lin Bai's father, though doubtful, chose to remain silent. To them, it was normal for a child to have secrets, as long as he stayed on the right path. Ever the go-getter, Su Qing exchanged for the newly discovered black odd stone overnight. This rare mineral, originating from the southern secret realms, was scarce but had a stable supply from mining veins. Its unclear purpose made it relatively easy to acquire. Lin Bai's father, on the other hand, brought out his treasured metal Kawada synthetic liquid metal long mastered and popularized by Blue Planet's industries. Although primarily used for coating or metal component preservation, it had never ventured into the Pokemon field, given that the real world already offered plenty of steel-type minerals as substitutes. Lin Bai casually mentioned that Onyx could evolve into Steelix without the traditional underground nurturing method. A simple coating of metal coat placed in a specific magnetic field could achieve a swift and flawless evolution. This revelation left his father stunned. What sounded like an epic evolutionary breakthrough was spoken by his son, as if it were nothing. Faced with his father's shock, Lin Bai only smiled mysteriously. His gaze briefly passed over the keystone in the drawer, and he recalled the Z crystals he had glimpsed on the Hunter Forum. He thought to himself, the truly groundbreaking discoveries have yet to be revealed. Even the energy cubes had already proven to be a headache for his parents. This revolutionary Pokemon food was bound to trigger a global transformation. Though the Lin family was but a small player in this wave of change, securing reasonable profits was entirely possible if the terms were right. After some discussion, his parents decided to first use the energy cubes for their own Pokemon and revisit this major topic during the family gatherings over the holidays. Lin Bai, the teacher wants to see you in the office. A sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. Standing at the door was Peng Jiannan, who had commanded a Heracross in the elimination match. Old Peng, what's up? Lin Bai asked curiously as he walked over. Peng Jiannan raised an eyebrow and flashed a mysterious smile. It's probably something good. Looks like it's time for your flying mantis to shine again. In the office, a group of top students had gathered together. Xie Xian, who usually rushed back to the Tianqing Flow dojo right after class, surprisingly stayed behind today. She stood at the back of the crowd, quietly chatting with her deskmate, Yin Ling. Since becoming classmates, everyone had come to realize that Xie Xian wasn't as cold as her appearance suggested. Her long hours of meditation and training had simply given her an air of detachment. At her core, she was just a quiet high school girl. Teacher, we're here. The last to enter the office were Chun Yuan and Yi Bo. The two had just taken a quick trip to the restroom, only to be called back so soon. It seemed the homeroom teacher indeed had something important to announce. All right, now that everyone is here, let's get straight to the point and not waste any time. The homeroom teacher, affectionately referred to as Old Chi by the students, was a middle-aged man. As he took off his glasses, he handed a stack of documents to the students to pass around. First of all, congratulations to all of you, Old Chi said, his tone carrying a hint of excitement. As this year's cohort of rookie trainers, you're quite lucky. In mid-September, the Steelflow Secret Realm in the Northwestern Electric Highlands will open. It's the largest Steel-type secret realm in our country, and even across Asia. During the initial phase, only amateur-level trainers are allowed to enter, meaning Pokemon no higher than level 20 can participate. While this might not be of much interest to professional trainers, it's a rare and golden opportunity for rookie trainers like you. When the document reached Lin Bai, his heart skipped a beat. The Steelflow Secret Realm, its name alone suggested its specialty, steel essence stones rich in concentrated steel-type energy. These stones produced a silvery liquid steel flow, a highly valuable steel-type resource. Even a drop of this steel flow, the size of a soybean, could fetch 3 million on the market. Its enhancement effect on steel-type Pokemon was almost comparable to that of an A-grade evolution stone. Though slightly inferior, it remained an incredibly rare Pokemon resource. But that wasn't what left Lin Bai so stunned. Even if the association rewarded him with an entire bottle of steel flow for his experimental achievements, it wasn't something he desperately needed. What truly excited him was the thought of the wild, red flash Sizora Pokemon with a body shimmering in red metallic brilliance and explosive power which was first discovered in this very secret realm. This suggested that the Steelflow Secret Realm might harbor the natural resources needed for Scyther to evolve into Sizer. Lin Bai's curiosity burned. Could it be a naturally occurring metal coat? However, Old Chi's tone shifted as he brought up another matter. Last year, the Sakura Island Association sold us a batch of rare and special Pokemon. In exchange, our Daxia Association promised them some entry slots for certain secret realms. Naturally, the Steelflow Secret Realm has caught their attention. Leaning back in his chair, Old Chi glanced at his students, who were all brimming with excitement, and smirked inwardly. Deals like this are always about mutual agreement. Since Da Xiao made the promise, we'll uphold it. However, Sakura Island has now requested to send a rookie trainer observation team to enter the Steelflow secret realm early, without using any of their allocated slots. This clearly exceeds the original terms of the agreement. After negotiations, it was decided that a secret realm contest will be held to determine the early entry slots. The moment he said this, everyone immediately understood. In the classroom, everyone subtly clenched their fists, their gazes unconsciously shifting back and forth between Xie Xian and Lin Bai. Lin Bai noticed the stares and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Internally, he chuckled. This bunch was really impatient. The opponents from Sakura Island hadn't even arrived, and they were already planning to stand up for him. Standing at the podium, Mr. Chi observed the eager expressions of his students, a hint of satisfaction appearing on his face. With a serious tone, he said, as the prefecture-level city closest to the Lulu Steel secret realm, the strength of Chang'an is undeniable. In this upcoming secret realm competition, the leaders of the Ministry of Education were impressed by our school's outstanding performance in the elimination rounds and specifically named us to participate. He paused briefly before continuing. This Saturday, 32 exchange students from Sakura Island will arrive at our school. They will compete with us for 6 entry slots. The association has also prepared some rare rewards to encourage outstanding participants. If you want to join, sign your name on the notice. If not, you may leave now. After speaking, he took a sip from his teacup, trying to hide the slight upward curve of his lips. I'm in. Yi Bo, one of the top 4 in the elimination rounds, was the first to rush forward. The rewards are secondary. I am determined to be the first to teach those folks a lesson. You stay right there, Chen Yuan said, grabbing Yi Bo's hoodie and pulling him back. With your skills? Let my aura-guided war turtle handle it instead. Just then, a slender hand firmly pressed down on the notice. Usually quiet, Zhou Yao now had a resolute look in his eyes, his entire demeanor radiating fighting spirit. Xie Xian's gaze met Lin Bei's, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. Clearly, Xie Xian was eager to redeem herself from her previous loss. Lin Bei let out a helpless chuckle, had no choice but to join this competition. It wasn't just about the association's rewards. More importantly, it was an opportunity to closely observe a wild Scyther in its natural habitat. He wanted his Scyther to interact with it, understand its instincts, and learn how wild Scythers evolved into Scythers. Clutching the pokeball in his hand, Lin Bei thought to himself, I hope Scyther's strength won't leave you all too devastated. After school, everyone was gearing up, eager to showcase their skills in the competition for spots. Lin Bai, want to head to the training hall with us? Chen Yuan and Zhou Yao cheerfully invited him. However, Lin Bai shook his head, his mind occupied with more pressing matters. The experimental results announced last night must have already shocked his father, who was likely now poring over the research notes. Discussions about the energy cube's effects, production methods, mass production plans, and the daily quantity of berries required were all crucial. With these thoughts swirling in his head, Lin Bai quickly headed home. As he pushed open the door, he froze in surprise. Seated in the living room was an unexpected guest, a young man with long jet black hair and a sharp, imposing presence. Behind him loomed a massive Hydreigon, its 3 heads glaring menacingly at the doorway. Su Chong, Lin Bai exclaimed, staring at his uninvited uncle in surprise. What? You couldn't even give us a heads up before coming back. Su Chong let out a soft scoff, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Oh, so now the Lin household is under your command, Lin Bai? Do I need to file a report before returning? His gaze shifted to the Scyther behind Lin Bai, its emerald body as if carved from jade. He raised an eyebrow. This is your starter Pokemon? Not bad. He patted the Hydreigon behind him, which immediately fixed its fierce eyes on Lin Bai. But compared to a pseudo-legendary, it's still got a long way to go. Faced with the obvious provocation, Lin Bai remained silent. The Hydreigon was already at its peak, while Scyther's journey had just begun. Such comparisons were pointless. Lin Bai was confident it wouldn't be long before Su Chong would eat his words. You still haven't said why you suddenly came back, Lin Bai said as he opened a drawer, intending to grab some energy cubes for Scyther. However, after rummaging through 4 drawers, he found nothing but emptiness and a faint lingering sulfuric smell. Seriously? Did someone rob us? Lin Bei's sharp gaze instantly landed on the Hydreigon. The colossal creature actually looked a bit guilty, lowering its heads as it pressed the button on its pokeball, retreating into it. With the Hydreigon gone, Lin Bai turned his attention to Su Chong, who awkwardly scratched his head. Well, when we arrived, Aaron was eating, and the smell of its food attracted my Pokemon. I asked Abra to help find the stored energy cubes, but, you know, my Pokemon have pretty big appetites, especially that Snorlax. Hearing this, Lin Bai felt a wave of frustration. Those were supposed to be Scyther's meals for the entire week. Scyther, who had been idly fiddling with a tablet, immediately sprang into action upon hearing its food was gone. Brandishing its sharp scythes, it lunged at Su Chong, seemingly intent on giving him a buzz cut. Su Chong deftly flipped backward to dodge. Lin Bai, call it off. I brought you a gift this time. Su Chong was dodging the attacks of the flying mantis while fumbling to pull a paper-wrapped bundle out of his pocket. What kind of junk is that, wrapped in newspaper? Lin Bai sneered and signaled the flying mantis to continue its assault. In desperation, Su Chong tore open a corner of the newspaper, revealing a dark purple gemstone. Didn't you say during our chat that your flying mantis would pair perfectly with a life orb? This isn't a rank life orb. Your uncle went through a lot of trouble to exchange for it at the club. Before he could finish, Lin Bai swiftly slid in front of Su Chong, clasping his hands together to catch the flying mantis's sharp blade-like arms with precision. With a quick turn, he effortlessly flung the flying mantis onto the sofa, diffusing the dangerous situation. By the time Su Chong realized what had happened, the life orb had already vanished into Lin Bai's pocket. You're way too skilled at this. Have you been rehearsing? Su Chong asked, his lips twitching. Lin Bai raised his head proudly and patted his pocket. Nephew's energy cubes come at this price. Thanks for your contribution. That's daylight robbery. Su Chong exclaimed, half laughing, half exasperated, and pointed to a box in the drawer. Just a few measly compressed biscuit-like cubes, and you expect to trade them for a life orb worth millions? What if it's more than just a few? Lin Bai replied with a mysterious smile, glancing toward his parents, who were walking into the courtyard. Ah, Chong, you're back already, Lin's mother said warmly as she entered the living room. Her gaze lingered on her son briefly, a hint of approval in her eyes. Lin's father followed, looking a bit dazed, seemingly at a loss for words over his son's impressive performance. Su Chong quickly adjusted his demeanor. Yes, the club's on break, and there aren't many meet and greets right now. I came back as soon as I got the call. He turned to his sister, Su Qing, and asked curiously, is there something to celebrate? Why does brother-in-law look so complicated? At that moment, Lin Bai gave his father a meaningful look. Dad, aren't those energy cubes amazing? Way better than your second-rate supplements, right? Lin's father avoided his gaze, his occasional sharp glances seeming to say, this son is too much to handle. Lin's mother chuckled. These two are always like this. She took out a container the size of a glasses case from a box. Inside were neatly arranged, deep purple crystalline energy cubes. These are energy cubes made from Qilon berries, rich in dark-type energy. We crafted them this afternoon in the lab with Gardevoir's help. Before she could finish, Su Chang's poke balls automatically opened one after another. Hydreigon, Absol, Houndoom, Onyx, Drapion, Pangoro, and Snorlax swarmed around Lin's mother, drooling at the sight of the energy cubes. Uncle, you're a dark-type specialist. Why do you have a Snorlax and an Onyx? Lin Bai asked, barely able to suppress his laughter at the two outliers. I couldn't help it just clicked with me. Su Chong replied with a hearty laugh, before shifting his attention to the energy cubes in his sister's hands. Sis, these little cubes seem really popular. Are they brother-in-law's new Pokemon food invention? Ahem. Lin's father cleared his throat loudly. It's not Lin Tion's invention. It's your nephew Lin Bai's research, Lin's mother clarified. Who? Lin Bai. Su Chang's eyes widened in shock. Lin's mother shook her head, recalling her own reaction when she learned the truth the previous night. Let's let the Pokemon try the energy cubes first. Later, we can test their effects with the lab equipment. But before that, she turned to Onyx. Lin Bai's research suggests that combining a metal coat with a special magnetic field can rapidly evolve an Onyx into a steel and ground-type Steelix. We happen to have a high-quality metal coat at home, and your Onyx is in perfect condition for it. Let's validate this experiment. Lin Bai and his group walked through the forest on the back mountain, where the dense foliage above intertwined into a green canopy. Su Chong glanced at his nephew, who was walking ahead, still struggling to believe what had happened. Not long ago, this seemingly ordinary and even somewhat unmotivated young man had suddenly transformed into a genius researcher. Not only that, Lin Bai was now on track to become the youngest Pokemon doctor in Historia, rare and prestigious title in the entire Dexia region, rivaling even the status of an elite trainer. Quickening his pace, Su Chong caught up to walk alongside Lin Bai. Lin Bai, how did you figure out these evolutionary pathways? Lin Bai's lips curled into a faint smile as he let out a small hum. Isn't it obvious? Take the evolution of Onyx into Steelix, for example. He spoke confidently. It can be achieved through a metal coat and a special magnetic field. I started by studying the habitats of wild Steelix and found that they mostly reside deep underground in areas with unique mineral veins that generate strong magnetic fields. This led me to hypothesize that the high-temperature, high-pressure environment underground, combined with the surrounding strong magnetic field, must be the key conditions for Onyx's evolution. The interaction of these two environments gradually forms a uniform metallic layer on the surface of Onyx, which acts just like a metal coat. As he spoke, Lin Bai's gaze unintentionally drifted to his father, who was walking ahead, his expression contemplative. We have a metal coat in the lab, but does the back mountain have a place that generates a strong magnetic field? Although he considered himself quite familiar with the back mountain, He had never heard of any special magnetic field areas there. Lin's father, walking at the front, appeared absent-minded, but was actually pondering his son's explanation. While it sounded logical, it lacked rigorous evidence. Starting with a conclusion and then finding proof is entirely different from deducing conclusions from complex data. If Lin Bai already knew the conditions for onyx's evolution and then analyzed the habitats of wild steelix, it would naturally lead to a seemingly plausible conclusion. However, in the field of serious research, such reverse reasoning wouldn't hold up. That said, Pokemon research often involves a bit of luck, so such minor details weren't worth scrutinizing too much. Alright, we're here. Lin's father's voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. The trees ahead grew even denser, with a massive tree in the center that would require 3 or 4 people to encircle it. Lin's mother nimbly leaped onto the back of a Charizard. Lin's father summoned his Gardevoir, and Su Chong climbed onto the head of an Onyx. Left standing awkwardly on the ground, Lin Bai hesitated before reluctantly following his mother and climbing onto the Charizard. Roar! The Charizard swished its tail at Lin Bai in mild annoyance, but didn't actually throw him off. Lin's mother, her gaze fixed on a tree hollow halfway up the massive tree, smiled faintly. Lin Bai, what do you think of our family's breeding house? Breeding house. Lin Bai was momentarily puzzled about how this related to today's trip. But seeing his father's meaningful smile and the slight upward curve of Su Chang's lips, he seemed to recall something. The breeding house is great, of course, he replied cautiously, but our breeding house is more like a retail store for Pokemon eggs. All the eggs are purchased from the main Pokemon Center. Humph. Lin's father snorted coldly, clearly dissatisfied with his son's response. It was true that other breeding houses each had their specialties. For example, some focused on raising starter Pokemon species like Charizard and managed to produce a dozen Charmanders each year for customers to choose from. Even those with less experience can present Pokemon like Eevee. Unlike the Sunny Day Breeding House, which sells secondhand Pokemon eggs, the Pokemon in the back mountain are fewer in number, but of exceptional quality. The group soared through the air and landed atop an ancient tree. There, a seemingly ordinary tree hollow came into view. Lin Bai leaned closer to inspect it, and couldn't help but gasp. Though the tree hollow's exterior appeared decayed, its interior seemed bottomless, as if it led to another world. Lin Bai's mother gently pulled out a thin string from her sleeve, with a breathtaking key attached to its end. The key was an intricately polished piece of multicolored crystal, radiating a dreamlike brilliance under the sunlight. Lin Bai's data, I immediately revealed the key's information. Key to the Secret Realm, a mysterious tool that unlocks specific, stable secret realms. Crafted from special crystals dropped by the guardian Pokemon of the Secret Realm, it is refined in unique conditions. It carries partial authority of the realm's guardian and can open designated Pokemon secret realms. A secret realm. Lin Bai's mind churned with shock as he quickly scanned his family members' calm expressions. He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Am I the only one who was kept in the dark? Lin Bai's mother, unaware that her son had already gleaned the information through his data, waved the key to the secret realm in front of him and patiently explained. Over the years, we chose to stay in Chang'an instead of settling in the capital. Besides our relatives being here and the capital lacking festive cheer, the main reason is that your grandfather accidentally discovered this secret realm years ago. According to the Secret Realm Management Treaty, secret realms without clear exits, accessible only through specific tokens, can be privately managed. Our family is the guardian of this crystal secret realm. Crystal secret realm? Lin Bai's eyes lit up. Does that mean it's filled with crystals? Are we about to strike it rich? Could there even be some tiny diamonds? In truth, he was more excited about the possibility of encountering the legendary Diancie. Stop dreaming. Lin Bai's father sneered before his expression turned serious. While there are indeed some crystals, the realm mostly contains minerals. Remember, we are merely guests of the realm's guardian. If you wish to obtain resources, they must be exchanged for items from the outside world. Absolutely no plundering. Do you take me for that kind of person? Lin Bai protested loudly, though he couldn't hide his slight disappointment. Fine. It's not like we need the money anyway. A little virtue won't hurt. Lin Bai's mother gently tossed the key to the secret realm into the tree hollow. Strangely, no sound of it hitting the ground followed. Suddenly, a faint breeze rose from the depths of the hollow, and Lin Bai's mother held his hand tightly. In the next moment, a powerful force pulled them into the hollow. Wait, you still haven't told me why it's called the Crystal Secret Realm. Lin Bai shouted in panic as they were sucked in. You'll find out soon enough, his father's voice replied, tinged with a knowing laughter. When Lin Bai opened his eyes again, the sight before him made him hold his breath. A colossal figure was gracefully gliding through the air. Its entire body was as transparent as the finest crystal, refracting dazzling, brilliant light. Sharp, angular edges on its cheeks exuded an icy, cutting aura. The sheer pressure it emitted was overwhelming, making Lin Bai feel as though he could barely breathe. Is this? Lin Bai's gaze trembled violently, his voice filled with disbelief. Is this a crystal onyx? In the crystal realm, a massive crystal steelix floated gracefully under the influence of an electromagnetic field, resembling a legendary dragon gliding through the air. It slightly parted its enormous jaws, revealing a mysterious key to the realm that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Its gaze was gentle as it looked at the visitors before it. Yet, the juxtaposition of its kind demeanor with its menacing maw made Lin Bai involuntarily shiver, as though it might devour him in the next moment. The attribute panel of this crystal steelix left Lin Bai utterly speechless. A 5-star mythical class Pokemon, equipped with the invaluable steer item, the Heartstone. It possessed the sheer force ability, allowing it to unleash moves with greater power at the cost of additional effects. At level 82, this champion-tier Pokemon boasted an intimidating arsenal of skills, ranging from basic moves like Bind and Tackle to devastating ones such as Iron Tail and Dig, and even destructive techniques like Stone Edge and Double Edge. It also excelled in environmental control, moves like Sandstorm. What was even more astonishing was its near-perfect defense. It was immune to poison and electric-type attacks and resistant to flying, rock, steel, fairy, psychic, dragon, bug, and normal types. Its specially tempered crystal body was rumored to have even overcome its traditional weakness to water-type moves. Lin Bai turned to his father with anticipation, only to be met with an awkward smile. "Don't look at me like that," Lin's father said, scratching his head. "The crystal steelix doesn't belong to our family. We're only allowed to enter this realm because your grandfather once saved its child. But remember," he added in a serious tone, "we are always just guests in this realm." Lin Bei's initial disappointment caused him to lower his head, but soon after, he felt a sense of relief at least he wouldn't have to bear the pressure of commanding such a powerful Pokemon. At this moment, Lin's mother stepped forward gracefully. "Honorable Crystal Lord, we've come here, seeking your realm's power to help this Onyx from your kin complete its evolution," she said, gesturing toward the Onyx behind her. The crystal steelix gazed warmly at Su Chong and his Onyx, letting out a soft hiss. Though gentle, the sound swept over the group like a typhoon's gale. Through Gardevoir's telepathic translation, Lin's father understood the crystal steelix's inquiry. To evolve into a steelix, Onyx would need to hibernate deep underground for decades, or even centuries. Considering the short lifespan of humans, it kindly asked whether they were certain about accelerating the evolution process. From its perspective, Onyx leaving the realm with a human was merely a journey of growth, and by the time they returned to evolve, their trainers often had already passed away. "Esteemed Crystal Lord, please don't worry. We've discovered a new method of evolution," Lin Bai's father said with a confident smile, his gaze shifting to his son, Lin Bai. He continued, "This method doesn't require a long period of dormancy. Instead, it only takes a brief exposure to a specific magnetic field to trigger the transformation." The crystal steelix let out a low growl, a hint of curiosity flashing in its eyes. A new method of evolution? This certainly piqued its interest. After all, a way to accelerate the evolution of the Onyx species would be a significant breakthrough for the entire group. Suddenly, the proud Crystal Lord did something unexpected. It lowered its massive body willingly. This uncharacteristic gesture even surprised Gardevoir, who hesitated momentarily before translating for Lin Bai's father. "The Crystal Lord invites you to climb onto its back. It will take you to the most suitable mine for the transformation." Lin Bai's father was stunned. Such an occurrence was unprecedented after all. The crystal steelix was notoriously proud. Aside from Lin Bai's grandfather, who had done it a great favor, even Lin Bai's father, despite their long-standing bond, had never been able to truly get close to it. The crystal steelix let out another impatient growl, and an invisible pressure swept through the air. Even a powerful elite-class Charizard was forced to land under its immense presence. Well then, it would be rude to refuse, Lin Bai exclaimed with excitement as he eagerly leapt onto the crystal steelix's back. His parents and Su Chong exchanged smiles before following suit. Once all four were seated, the crystal steelix slowly began to rise. A gentle gravitational field enveloped them, keeping them securely in place as they navigated through the underground caverns. Along the way, jagged rock formations were effortlessly shattered by the serpent's massive body. Even the slightest brush of its crystalline edges left deep gouges in the rock walls. Yet Lin Bai and the others remained completely unharmed. Incredible control. Truly worthy of a champion-level steelix, Lin Bai marveled, sitting at the front and watching the debris scatter around them. Lin Bai's mother wore a serious expression. As a trainer striving to reach champion level herself, every encounter with such top-tier Pokemon reminded her of the insurmountable gap. Her Volcarona had reached level 79, just one step away from the champion tier, but that final step felt like an unbridgeable chasm. Any champion-level Pokemon could easily decimate her entire team. Being a champion meant breaking through limits and entering a divine realm of transformation. Even many legendary Pokemon without divine status could only reach champion level at best. The 5 champions of Daxiao had already set one foot into the realm of the gods. Although Su Qing had rarely witnessed their battles, 3 years ago, during her assignment to the northern region, she had seen the northern champion, Gao Han, and his starter Pokemon a light blue bird accidentally stranded in the mortal world and adopted by Gao Han as a child. It was only later revealed to be Articuno, the god of winter. At champion level, Articuno had merely flapped its wings, unleashing a chilling storm that engulfed an entire city. While the crystal Steelix before them was slightly less formidable, even its casual movements carried the power and speed of a high-speed bullet train, instilling awe and fear. Suddenly, the path ahead brightened. In the dim underground caverns, a dazzlingly radiant pit appeared before them. The pit was filled with exposed minerals and crystals, with a vibrant natural pool of stalactite water at its base. Ruhr, the crystal Steelix, slowed its pace. This was the largest and most resource-rich magnetic field mine within the Crystal Sanctuary, and its home the Crystal Pit. In the crystal mine, Lin Bai and the group stood frozen in place. The sight before them left even Lin's parents, who were no strangers to extraordinary events, utterly speechless. Everywhere they looked, the mine was filled with exposed mineral veins, shimmering with a spectrum of colors. Gems of steel, ground, and rock types were scattered all around, and a casual grab could yield a large chunk of raw gemstone. Evolution stones, hard stones, light stones, and smooth rocks were embedded densely across the rock walls, almost too numerous to count. This can't be real. It's impossible, Lin Bai muttered to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could a single mine contain such an abundance of intersecting veins? It defies all logic. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such a miraculous scene could exist. His gaze eventually settled on a stone pool in the center of the mine. The liquid within the pool looked like flowing fragmented jade, glimmering with iridescent brilliance under the light. A strong intuition rose in Lin Bai's heart. This pool was undoubtedly the key to everything before him. A system notification suddenly appeared. Geological wonder, natural crystal stone milk. Effect, enhances the potential of Pokemon. Prolonged immersion or consumption can form a natural crystal shell. A masterpiece of nature, a miraculous convergence of secret realms and reality, 1 in 10,000. The stone milk pool exuded a misty aura, and even from several meters away, Lin Bai could catch a refreshing and intoxicating fragrance, rich and luxurious like the finest perfume. Can you feel it too? Lin's mother asked with a smile as her son snapped out of his daze. This is the most extraordinary treasure of the crystal secret realm, the crystal stone milk. As she spoke, she pulled out a small vial about the size of a thumb and handed it to the crystal Steelix. The Steelix skillfully dipped the vial into the milk pool, filled it, and handed it back. Lin Bai, you've probably wondered why our family, unlike other families of elite trainers, doesn't obsessively pursue Pokemon with 4-star potential, yet we've still reached the ranks of the Elite Four, Lin's mother said, passing the bottle of stone milk to Lin Bai. The reason lies in the crystal stone milk that the Crystal Lord trades to us annually. Its energy is both gentle and immense, and when combined with high-quality evolution stones, it can almost guarantee a 100 boost in a Pokemon's potential. Over the years, all of our Pokemon have benefited from it. Now, it's time for your Scyther to have its turn. Lin Bai took the bottle, his hands feeling unusually heavy. A guaranteed boost in potential? That's way too overpowered. His heart raced with excitement, but he quickly considered that his parents' Pokemon were all 4-star potential, so it made sense. However, for his Scyther, which had already been enhanced by the Jade Insect Plate, the effects of the crystal stone milk might not be as pronounced. As Lin Bai pondered, the others had already begun experimenting. Su Chong was the first to release her Onyx. Lin Bai glanced at its data. Pokemon, Onyx. Potential, held item, Hardstone. Level, 66 veteran professional tier. Type, rock, ground. Gender, male. Ability, sturdy armor defense decreases when hit by physical moves, but speed increases significantly. Moves, bind, tackle, harden, mud sport, thunder fong, ice fong, fire fong, curse. A powerful and seasoned Onyx demonstrated an impressive array of moves on the battlefield. Rocks rained down like a storm, creating an impenetrable web of stone barriers. Its furious roar echoed across the arena, intimidating all who watched. It skillfully used stealth rock to set the battleground, and its lightweight body allowed for swift and agile movements. With a devastating Euro ball sweeping through opponents, precise rock slides paired with scorching dragon breaths, and unstoppable slams accompanied by deafening screeches, the Onyx was a force to be reckoned with. Adding to its arsenal were crushing rock blasts, ferocious crunches, its iron tail whipping like a long whip, ambushes from dig, piercing stone edges, a relentless double-edged charge, and a sandstorm engulfing the entire field. Su Chong, Lin Bai's uncle, showcased his exceptional skills as a star trainer of the Golden Club. His level far surpassed that of trainers from secondary clubs, and he was already on the verge of reaching the Elite Four's tier. At that moment, Lin Bai opened a portable case and took out a glass container as thick as an arm. Inside, a liquid metal resembling mercury swirlet was the rare and precious A-grade metal coat. His mother, Su Qing, immediately brought out detection equipment and carefully measured the surrounding magnetic field strength. Nodding with satisfaction, she confirmed, the conditions for evolution are met. We can begin the experiment. Nearby, a crystal steelix hovered silently, observing everyone with intense focus. Meanwhile, Lin Bai's gaze wandered around, deep in thought. This area is where mineral veins converge. There must be plenty of rare minerals here. Even if there aren't any shiny stones or Z crystals, there's a good chance of finding keystones or megastones. His eyes eventually landed on the central stone pool, where he was astonished to see that the edges were entirely built with high-grade energy minerals. The sheer extravagance of it made Lin Bai's mouth twitch in disbelief. "Excuse me, Crystal Lord, may I examine those minerals?" Lin Bai cautiously asked the crystal steelix. The crystal steelix turned its head, sniffing Lin Bai's scent carefully, and conveyed its thoughts through Gardevoir's telepathy. Since you are a descendant of that person, you are permitted to take a look. Additionally, you may choose one mineral as a welcoming gift." Lin Bai's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing this, and he exclaimed, "Thank you for your generosity, Crystal Lord." With that, he eagerly dashed toward the central stone pool. He meticulously examined the quality of each mineral: waterstone with 76.92 purity, rated class; leafstone with 82.17 purity, rated A; firestone with an impressive 92.96 purity, rated class; sunstone with 88.58 purity, rated A; duskstone with 78.05 purity, rated B; and thunderstone with 88.12 purity, also rated A. The quality of these evolutionary stones was astonishing, with even the lowest grade ones worth millions. And this was just a surface-level glance. Many more treasures lay hidden beneath. Suddenly, a startled cry interrupted Lin Bai's exploration. The mighty onyx was now tightly coiled, its entire body enveloped in a silvery metallic sheen, radiating a gentle glow of evolution. Even the crystal steelix curiously leaned forward to observe this young member of its kind. As the light gradually faded, a massive, silver-white, and menacing steel beast emerged before the crowd. The success of the first experiment left everyone present thrilled and amazed. Meanwhile, Lin Bai had made a groundbreaking discovery of his own. Trembling with excitement, he held up a gemstone intertwined with fiery red and bright yellow spirals. Overwhelmed with joy, he could hardly contain himself, had found a Garchompite. Saturday, at the Chang'an No. 1 High School Battle Arena. At the center of the venue, a special exchange match was about to begin. Today, exchange students from Sakura Island would compete fiercely against students from Chang'an No. 1 High School for the coveted spots to enter the flowing steel secret realm. The rules of the tournament were simple and direct. Whoever could become one of the 6 unbeatable champions would earn the qualification to enter the secret realm. The audience seats were packed, with students who hadn't been selected to compete eagerly awaiting the event. However, in the back rows, the expressions of the school team members were far from cheerful. They whispered among themselves, occasionally casting glances at their stern-looking coach, feeling somewhat resentful that these younger students were getting such a spotlight. While the secret realm spots were easily accessible to them through seniority, the chance to showcase their strength on such a stage was something they envied. The coach, with a furrowed brow, paid no attention to his team's grumbling. His gaze remained fixed on the slightly inexperienced students preparing to compete. This wasn't a regular school match. Sakura Island exchange students were notorious for their ruthless methods. Even if they didn't intentionally go all out, their matches were far from ordinary sparring. Silently, he prayed that the referees would do their job well and protect these promising students from sustaining serious, long-lasting injuries. At that moment, on the other side of the arena, the Sakura Island exchange students began to enter. Their haughty gazes swept over Lin Bai and his peers, their disdain evident. This attitude instantly infuriated Chun Yuan, who leapt to his feet, his aura surging like a blue flame. Beside him, his wartortle also sprang up, its large, water-blue eyes glowing with aura. Li Yu, Zhou Yao, and Yi Bo quickly stood and gathered around Chun Yuan, the tension between the two groups palpable. "Lin Bai, are you out of your mind? Get over here." Chun Yuan suddenly realized something was off. Scanning the area with his aura, he spotted Lin Bai still napping on a chair in the resting area. Has the match started already?" Lin Bai slowly woke up, stretching lazily as he stood. Grabbing the pokeball containing his scyther, he yawned and rubbed his drowsy eyes while walking over. "What's going on? Are we having a real fight before the match?" This remark caused the tense atmosphere to falter momentarily, as everyone turned to Lin Bai with strange expressions. "That was the kind of thought you kept to yourself. Who would actually say it out loud?" "Humph." The leader of the Sakura Island team, a valiant girl dressed in a martial arts uniform, responded in fluent Chinese, her tone icy. "Is this how Xia treats its guests? How disgracefully careless." Chen Yuan was about to retort when he caught a glimpse of Lin Bai still looking completely nonchalant. Frustrated, he bit his tongue. Hey, Lin Bai, can you take this seriously for once? The match is about to start, can you at least show some enthusiasm? Faced with his friend's piercing glare, Lin Bai sighed helplessly and reluctantly joined the group, putting on a semblance of solidarity. He couldn't help it, was just too tired. Since the successful evolution of the Steelix was confirmed, the Lin family has been operating at full speed. Lin Tian, leveraging the connections of the Dawn Group, quickly secured the largest domestic production lines for metal films. With substantial financial investment, the production lines operated around the clock. Simultaneously, he began purchasing large quantities of metal films on the market. In just a day and a half, all high-quality metal films in the vicinity of Chang'an were swept clean. Meanwhile, Lin's mother, Su Qing, and his uncle, Su Chong, along with Lin Bai, carefully selected the finest metal films and sent them to the secret realm. The Crystal Steelix Lord gathered dozens of powerful onyx to conduct a large-scale evolution experiment. The successful evolution of over 20 Steelix left the Crystal Steelix Lord highly satisfied. It promised to pay for the metal films using ores from its underground mines. Faced with this proposal, Lin Bai had a sudden inspiration and suggested a new payment plan: 3 metal films in exchange for 1 megastone. For the Crystal Steelix Lord, who found megastones unpalatable, this was a bargain. Even Lin's father thought the deal seemed like a loss. However, with Lin Bai's insistence, Su Qing ultimately agreed to the trade. After all, the number of onyx in the secret realm was limited, and the current market price of metal films was not high. Even if the megastones turned out to be worthless, it was a loss the Lin family could afford. From that point on, examining the megastones submitted by the onyx became part of Lin Bai's daily routine. While most of them were ordinary ores, within just 3 days, he had already acquired an Agron megastone and a Steelix megastone. This gave him confidence in his goal of collecting all the megastones, even though he had to work late into the night to complete his tasks. At this moment, Lin Bai's attention was drawn to an exchange student from Sakura Island standing before him. With his Scyther's growing talent, defeating these novice trainers was a piece of cake. However, one Pokemon in the opposing lineup caught his eye: a Frogadier with the Protean ability, which allowed it to change its type based on the moves it used. The grandstand was already packed, with school leaders and senior trainers from the association taking their seats. Although Lin's father and mother were absent due to other commitments, Gu Lingfeng, the master of the Tianqing style, had been entrusted by the association to oversee the event. Sakura Island had sent Ichiro Hattori, a champion-level trainer specializing in fighting-type Pokemon, to represent them. Gu Lingfeng, with his flowing sleeves, exuded an aura of psychic power that instantly enveloped the entire venue. In contrast, Ichiro Hattori, dressed in martial arts attire with arms crossed, radiated an equally imposing champion-level presence. The two powerful energies clashed in the air. That blue frog Pokemon must be your trump card, right? Gu Lingfeng said with a faint smile. Its Protean ability is certainly a difficult challenge for novice trainers. Ichiro Hattori nodded without hesitation. Since Sakura Island discovered and captured the Greninja species, countries worldwide had coveted this unique Pokemon. Although Sakura Island resisted fiercely, they were eventually forced to trade away a significant number of Greninja. Reflecting on the fact that the Great Xia Kingdom possessed the Dragon Nest secret realm, the Free Federation controlled Dragon Roar Canyon, Great Britain was renowned for its Hydreigon, and even the White Bear Nation had recently discovered an ice-type dragon. Ichiro Hattori's expression darkened. The realization that Sakura Island couldn't even protect its Greninja left him seething. He silently hoped that the young trainers from Sakura Island would unleash their fury in the upcoming matches. Chang'an No. 1 High School Battle Arena. Today, the referee's seat was occupied by Shang Feng, a professional elite psychic-type trainer from the Chang'an Association branch. His sharp, cropped hair swayed lightly in the breeze. Though not a psychic himself, years of working with psychic-type Pokemon had given him an aura of natural intimidation. Floating silently beside him was a Metacam, its presence faint yet undeniably powerful. This Metacam was no ordinary Pokemon. With upgrade potential enhanced by a life orb, it boasted dual fighting and psychic attributes and a formidable level of 55. Its ability, Pure Power, doubled its physical attack strength. Its move pool was extensive, ranging from the 3 elemental punches to various fighting techniques and psychic abilities, all mastered to perfection. Lin Bai quietly observed the Metacam, his thoughts clear. The association evidently placed great importance on this exchange match. After all, young trainers often let their emotions get the better of them, risking unnecessary harm. A Pokemon like Metacam, with its sharp senses, exceptional speed, and overwhelming offensive power, was the perfect choice for maintaining order on the battlefield. The rules for today's match have already been explained by your team leaders, right? Shang Feng began bluntly, his tone crisp and no-nonsense. I'll reiterate, there are only 6 spots for advancement in this arena battle. Once you've become the reigning champion, you're not allowed to compete further. And for the rest of you, keep your battles within bounds. His sharp gaze swept over the exchange students from Sakura Island. The weather's nice today, and neither I nor the Daxiao Association behind me want to see anything unpleasant happen. This statement immediately caused a stir among the Sakura Island students. A short but arrogant-looking boy stepped forward, his tone defiant. Are you threatening us? Shang Feng merely stared at him coldly, his expression calm and unreadable. The silence in his gaze made the exchange students instinctively hold their breath, suddenly reminded of whose territory they were on. Oh, Ho Chun Yuan, standing nearby, whistled smugly, only to receive a sharp glare from Shang Feng. The look seemed to silently warn him. Don't stir up trouble, you little troublemaker. At that moment, Gu Lingfeng suddenly teleported to the center of the battlefield, a faint smile playing on his lips. Everyone noticed that another figure, King Hattori, was visibly displeased. All right, enough of this nonsense. Don't make a scene and embarrass yourselves, Gu Lingfeng chided, though his tone was light and casual. Let's start the match and not waste any more time. With that, he teleported back to the judge's stand. Shang Feng nodded in agreement and walked slowly to the referee's seat. Meanwhile, the young trainers in the arena began sizing each other up, whispering among themselves about the order of battle. I'll go first, declared a girl from the Sakura Island exchange group, dressed in a martial arts uniform. Her voice carried a hint of arrogance, clearly aiming to intimidate her opponents. Isn't that overkill? One of her companions teased with a chuckle. You're our ace in the hole. Going first won't exactly help us take down their main players. If you're too strong, they might avoid the fight altogether. Someone voiced their concern, their tone laced with confidence in victory. They won't back down. They will definitely step onto the stage. The girl in the martial arts uniform stood at the edge of the arena, arms crossed, her gaze sharp and unwavering. With her chin slightly raised, she analyzed firmly. This is Daxia's home ground. If I perform so well that no one dares to challenge me, it would bring disgrace to the local association. Logically and emotionally, they will fight for this first win. This way, not only can I crush their morale, but I can also gather intel for the upcoming matches. Her eyes shone even brighter as she declared, know your enemy and yourself, and you'll win every battle. Our goal is to secure all the secret realm slots. Her words left everyone present in awe. As the acknowledged leader of the exchange students, she was not only powerful, but also decisive and strategic. Such a commanding presence was fitting for a prized disciple of Master Hattori. If not for Master Hattori overseeing this exchange competition, with her strength, she wouldn't have to worry about any secret realm slots at all. All right, let's go with this plan. The exchange students nodded in agreement with the strategy. Meanwhile, on Lin Bai's side, a completely different scene was unfolding. It looks like today, Yi Bo, can finally fight to my heart's content. The thick-browed, wide-eyed Yi Bo had barely finished speaking before he tried to dash toward the arena. However, several hands shot out instantly, holding him firmly in place. Can you handle it, Yi Bo? Yin Ling glanced at the martial arts girl on the other side, her brows furrowing slightly as she noticed the imposing Galisopod standing behind her. Even though the opponent is water type. Of course I can. Yi Bo, hearing the mention of type advantage, immediately jumped up in excitement. Today, I'll let my forest lizard teach them a lesson and secure the first win. Zhou Yao silently stepped in front of Yi Bo. I think my Charmeleon, with its type advantage, can also defeat the opponent. Let me handle this. Chen Yuan couldn't sit still anymore. This is a water-type duel. You guys don't understand the true nobility of water types. Even the usually silent Xie Xian seemed eager. Her master was watching from the main stand, and perhaps sweeping the exchange team today could redeem her from the embarrassment of losing in the earlier competition. At that moment, Lin Bai's phone suddenly chimed with a notification. It was a message from his mom. Lin Bai, I consulted your grandpa and found a ranger who specializes in communicating with wild Pokemon, especially water types. We're planning to visit them tonight. It might help with your Magikarp's evolution. What time does the exchange match end? Do you need me to pick you up? Yes. Lin Bai replied quickly. He looked up at the martial arts girl who had stepped onto the battlefield and the cold, imposing Galisopod by her side. The match? It should be quick. Come pick me up in half an hour. Lin Bai's eyes ignited with fierce determination. In a gauntlet match, fighting 16 people, half an hour is more than enough. Then let me be the first to take the stage as the arena master for the opening match. Lin Bai pushed through the crowded throng with a composed stride, stepping onto the battlefield. Clutching the pokeball of his scyther tightly in his hand, a faint smile played on his lips as his gaze swept across the noisy audience, waiting for the first challenger to appear. The audience erupted into murmurs. Lin Bai's going first. Against the Sakura Island exchange team, shouldn't we start off cautiously? Even the school team coach frowned not because he doubted Lin Bai's strength, but because the true level of the Sakura Island exchange team remained uncertain. The competitors, who had been arguing moments ago, fell silent almost instantly. Xie Xian, who had just taken a step forward, froze in her tracks. In the past half-month since the semester began, Lin Bai's prowess as the great demon king had left an indelible mark on everyone. At this moment, no one dared to challenge him. On the far side of the battlefield, a girl in a martial arts uniform stepped forward gracefully, followed by a nonchalant-looking Greninja. "So, you're the first one up from Chang'an. The martial arts girl cast a disdainful glance at Lin Bai. "Doesn't look like anything special." Lin Bai chuckled helplessly, thinking to himself that this kind of pre-battle trash talk was old news and no longer fazed him. He waved his hand casually, signaling her to get on with it. "Scyther, we're on a tight schedule today, let's speed things up," Lin Bai said, tossing the poke ball into the air. A flash of white light revealed an emerald green figure on the battlefield, its sharp and intimidating presence commanding attention. This Scyther, now leveled up to 16, had learned new moves like agility, swords dance, and aerial ace. Combined with its life orb and reversal ability, its combat prowess was now on a whole new level. "So it's just a weak, bug-type Pokemon." The martial arts girl smirked, clearly unimpressed by her opponent. "Go, Greninja. Let's give our Eastern friends a dazzling display of our ninjutsu." Lin Bai raised an eyebrow. "Ninjutsu? Unless it's something on the level of Susanoo. Bring it on, I'll take them all." Greninja leapt lightly into the arena, and in an instant, thick white smoke filled the battlefield. "That smoke tactic again," Chen Yuan remarked with a casual expression, though his glance toward Jiang Yu, the Swablu trainer beside him, carried a hint of intrigue. The sight reminded him of the earlier small-scale ranking tournament, where Lin Bai had faced off against a Swablu adept at using mist. Now, Jiang Yu had fought her way into the top 16 competitors. Lin Bai's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. Amid the swirling smoke, the Guada frog's figure seemed to fade like water, seamlessly blending into the mist. This was no mere invisibility. It was an assassination technique fused with traditional ninjutsu. The Scyther stood tall and unmoved, unfazed by the tactic. It closed its eyes slightly, attempting to sense the movements of the wind to locate the Guada frog. However, to its shock, the Guada frog's presence had completely vanished. The Scyther glanced at Lin Bai with a look of confusion. Lin Bai immediately understood the trick. It was the opponent's clever use of an adaptive ability, instantly transforming itself into a flying type to evade detection through air currents. As he observed the hazy smoke on the field, a confident smile tugged at the corner of Lin Bai's lips. "We're not who we used to be. Scyther, use swords dance with thunder armor." He gave a direct command to attack. The martial arts-clad girl on the opposing side seemed to adopt a more cautious approach. Guada frog, set up toxic spikes, then use gunk shot. She aimed to wear down her opponent's stamina through poison, but Lin Bai remained calm. Scyther, reversal release vacuum wave with full force. The spectators were still puzzled about what was special about this seemingly ordinary move when a sharp, resonant sound like a sword's cry pierced the air. Even within the thick smoke, the overwhelming sharpness of the energy was palpable. A streak of brown energy flashed, followed by a blinding white shockwave that swept across the field, instantly dispersing all the smoke. The martial arts girl stood frozen in disbelief. With just one strike, all of the Guada frog's tactical setups had been dismantled. Even with its camouflage activated, the Guada frog's figure flickered faintly in the dissipating smoke. Scyther seized the fleeting opportunity, delivering a swift and precise slash that sent its opponent flying out of the arena. The crowd fell silent. Lin Bai's lips curved into a faint smile as he calculated silently. The life orb drained health, but significantly boosted move power. The awakening power and thunder armor enhanced muscle strength for greater attack. Reversal grew stronger as health decreased, paired with swords dance raising physical attack by 2 levels, and the technician ability granting a 50 power boost to moves. This single strike had stacked every possible buff to its absolute limit. Lin Bai glanced at his phone to check the time, then looked around the arena with a playful tone in his voice. "Next challenger. Let's hurry it up. I'm on a tight schedule." Roar. With an unwilling roar, the massive iron-armored rhino collapsed to the ground. Its body, clad in iron armor, was covered in fierce slash marks, a testament to the intensity of the battle. On the other side of the field, the Scyther was panting, its wings trembling slightly. Its eyes revealed exhaustion, yet it remained in a combat stance. In the resting room of the Sakurajima exchange team, the atmosphere was so heavy it was suffocating. Every member wore a grim expression, their clothes soaked with sweat, but no one bothered to wipe it away. No one spoke, fully aware of the uproar this match's outcome would cause back home. At the back of the group, a girl in a martial arts uniform stared blankly at the proud figure on the field. The belief she had always held unwaveringly was now shaken for the first time. Could this Scyther truly be unbeatable? Reality's answer was despairing. One after another, the Pokemon sent by the Sakurajima team had fallen. The Fire-type Kalava and Braixen that tried to exploit type advantages, the tactical Nidorina and Drapion, the physically powerful Hariyama, the agile Staravia, and now the iron-armored Rhino. Only 3 members of their team had yet to compete. In Chang'an High School's resting room, Chen Yuan and the others shook their heads helplessly. Lin Bai's performance was so dazzling that this exchange competition had essentially become his one-man show. While they felt proud of their teammate, They couldn't help but worry if the gap between themselves and Lin Bai was too vast. On the podium, Gu Lingfeng wore a broad smile. In stark contrast, Hattori Ichiro's face was dark as a storm cloud. Is this Xiaogua's show of dominance? Hattori Ichiro gritted his teeth and muttered angrily. Hiding such a skilled trainer in a mere exchange match, is this supposed to be amusing? The Sakurajima team, once brimming with confidence, was now crushed by a student from an ordinary high school. The blow was difficult to accept. Just as the tension in the air reached its peak, a soft female voice broke the silence. Did I miss something? Everyone turned toward the voice to see Su Qing, the fire-type champion, making an elegant entrance. Principal Tian quickly stepped forward to greet her, while Gu Lingfeng cast a meaningful glance at Hattori Ichiro. After all, the undefeated young trainer on the field was none other than Su Qing's son. Su Qing nodded slightly at champion Hattori, her lips curved in a faint smile, though her eyes carried a chilling sharpness. Champion Hattori. The two were somewhat acquainted. As top-tier trainers of major nations, they had crossed paths a few times in public secret realms. Hattori Ichiro's expression darkened slightly as his gaze landed on Su Qing. It's been a while, King Su Qing. Although Lin Bai was currently dominating the Sakura Island team's trainers in the arena, Hattori Ichiro dared not say much. The elegant quiver dance of the Volcarona and the ferocious inferno of the Charizard still made the scar on his chest ache faintly. King Su Qing, please join us as a guest observer. Principal Tian said warmly, bringing over a chair. Su Qing, Lin Bai's mother, glanced at her son, who was radiating confidence on the field. A faint smile appeared on her lips, but she shook her head gently. There's no need for me to watch. I'm just here to pick up my child. The exchange match has nothing to do with me. Since the competition seems to be wrapping up, I won't disturb you any further. With that, she descended the podium at a measured pace. Her actions caused the Sakura Island Association members to bristle with anger, leaving without even a proper greeting, as if treating the place like a zoo. However, King Hattori restrained his subordinates before they could act out. He silently watched Su Qing's departing figure, fully aware of the disparity even among top trainers. Some kings were bound by their associations, constantly on the move, while others, those who had touched the threshold of championship, in a sense represented the rules themselves. Was today's match exhausting? Lin Bai's mother took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from his temples. With your incredible talent in research, why don't you specialize in Pokemon evolution studies? Great Xia has far fewer Pokemon professors than king-level trainers. That's completely different. Lin Bai waved the Pokeball in his hand with a spirited grin. I aim to achieve both the championship title and the honor of being a Pokemon professor. It's all or nothing. Besides, the research topics at home need to be kept under wraps for a while longer to maximize their value. Before that, I still need to conduct field studies in the Flowsteel's secret realm. Lin Bai's mother was well versed in the details of the Flowsteel's secret realm. Are you planning to study the evolution mechanisms of Wild Sizer? Of course. It's a fascinating topic. Lin Bai nodded enthusiastically before suddenly changing the subject. By the way, Mom, who is the expert you mentioned that can help Magikarp train quickly? How could Chang'an have such an extraordinary ranger? A knowing smile appeared on his mother's face. This expert is an old veteran who once worked alongside your grandfather. Though your grandfather retired, he remained stationed by the Wei River, living a semi-reclusive and semi-guarding life. Throughout his career, he only ever captured a single mudkip that was deemed innately weak, yet he raised it into the guardian deity of the Wei River region. Some say that Swampert has reached championship-level strength. She looked at Lin Bai. Most importantly, he once successfully raised a Gyarados, and the process might provide you with valuable insights. The Wei River, historically known as Weishui, is the largest tributary of the Yellow River. Its extensive water system is interwoven with numerous smaller tributaries. This region is more than just a river. It serves as a habitat for countless water-type creatures. As winter fades and spring arrives, the river currents reverse, attracting powerful creatures from the deep mountain lakes upstream. These untamed beings often come into conflict with humans, which is why rangers are stationed here year-round to maintain order. On the northern outskirts of Chang'an, a humble riverside village comes into view along the banks of the Wei River. Lin Bai, riding his Charizard, surveys the scene from above, spotting neatly arranged houses lining the shore. Once Lin Bai and his mother dismount from the Pokemon, they proceed into the village on foot. Excuse me, could you tell me where Mr. Chi Yuan lives? Lin Bai's mother politely asks an elderly man fishing at the village entrance. The old man looks up, removing his straw hat with a slight frown. Are you here to see Captain Chi Yuan, the ranger? Is there trouble? Lin Bai steps forward and explains courteously. We were introduced by Lin Bing. We'd like to ask Senior Chi for some guidance. Lin Bing? Bingzi. The old man suddenly perks up, sitting upright as he scrutinizes the mother and son before him. Didn't he say an expert on Pokemon evolution would be coming? Which one of you is the expert? That would be me, Lin Bai replies with a somewhat shy nod, aware that he is yet to earn an official Pokemon research certification. He pulls out a prepared research notebook from his bag and hands it to the seemingly ordinary old man. You must be Mr. Qi Yuan. I specialize in studying Magikarp evolution. I'm also the grandson of your old friend, Lin Bing, and this is my mother. Oh, I see. Qi Yuan, advanced in age, accepts the notebook with slightly slow movements. His gaze shifts to the Charizard behind Su Qing, and a faint smile of surprise crosses his face. Young folks these days sure are impressive. Qi Yuan rises to his feet, dusting off his pants and packing up his fishing rod. If you're Lin Bing's grandson, then you're family. Don't just stand there, come on, let's head home. Lin Bai pauses, slightly taken aback, as the remark wasn't directed at him. Suddenly, the calm river surface darkens, and a massive figure stirs beneath the water. In the blink of an eye, a colossal creature bursts forth, towering before Lin Bai. The air grows damp, and its glossy black dorsal fin, tough and textured skin, golden eyes glowing like searchlights, rippling muscles, and gently inflating air sacs all exude an aura of immense power. Even Lin Bai's mother halts in her tracks, and the Charizard at her side assumes a guarded stance. Clearly, none of them had detected the Swampert's presence until now. Lin Bai's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at the data panel of the Swampert before him. A 5-star aptitude Swampert, carrying a 55 incomplete droplet plate. With an 85 level Championeer strength, it mastered a vast array of moves, ranging from basic ones like Tackle and Growl to powerful techniques like Hydro Pump, Hyper Beam, and the devastating Hyper Beam. Its ability was damp, which could moisten the surroundings, rendering all explosive moves unusable. How is this possible? Lin Bai's heart felt as though it was gripped by an invisible hand. It wasn't just the terrifying strength of the level 85 Swampert that shocked him, but also the presence of the incomplete droplet plate. How could Arceus's creation plate be damaged? What kind of catastrophic battle could have caused this? Haha, not scared, are you? Qi Yuan laughed heartily like a mischievous child. Looks like Lin Bing's grandson truly has guts. He affectionately patted the Swampert's bulging air sac. This guy's strength is greater than heavy machinery. Lin Bai forced a dry smile and nodded. Who didn't know the immense power of a Championeer Swampert? Even without Mega Evolution, it could easily lift a small mountain. He couldn't help but marvel at the depth of the Ranger Alliance. His grandfather had once said it was no less capable than the Trainer Association, and now it seemed undeniably true. Come to this old man's place for a cup of tea, Qi Yuan offered, leading the way. The massive Swampert followed carefully behind. Lin Bai watched each of the Swampert's steps nervously, fearing it might accidentally crush something or someone. The Swampert seemed to sense his unease, and a gentle, warm glint appeared in its golden eyes. Soon, they arrived at Qi Yuan's nearby residence. To Lin Bai's surprise, the door was wide open, with no sign of precautions. From inside, the cheerful sound of splashing water echoed. Qi Yuan and the Swampert exchanged a slightly awkward glance. The Swampert then used its abilities, lightly flicking its dorsal fin, and a playful figure was suddenly enveloped in a water ball and floated out. What incredible water-type control! Lin Bai's mother, Su Qing, exclaimed in amazement. Such precise and effortless manipulation of energy had already surpassed the realm of elite trainers. Lin Bai, however, remained unfazed. After all, this was an 85-level Championeer Swampert, carrying the droplet plate. Its immense power was only to be expected. Suddenly, the little creature inside the water ball sprayed a jet of water toward Lin Bai. Although the Swampert intercepted it in time, Lin Bai instantly recognized the mischievous culprit. It was the very mudkip that had frequently stolen fish at the aquatic base. Well, it's not exactly stealing, Qi Yuan said awkwardly, scratching his head. I settle the bill every month. When Lin Bai turned a questioning gaze toward the Swampert and the mudkip, the Swampert gave a gentle nod. To Lin Bai's astonishment, this 4-star aptitude mudkip was actually its child. In the modest and simple hut, Qi Yuan's fingers gently brushed over Lin Bai's experimental notes, his gaze darting back and forth between the pages. A slight frown appeared on his forehead as his fingers paused on a particular page. An experiment on the intelligence evolution of Magikarp. Qi Yuan murmured, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. He looked up, his gaze falling on the young man before him, his expression carrying a hint of admiration. For someone so young to conduct such in-depth observations and experiments on a specific Pokemon, this level of focus and initiative was truly impressive. What inspired you to pursue this line of research? Qi Yuan set the notebook down, leaning forward slightly, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Haven't you heard a certain perspective in the academic world? Some believe that Gyarados evolution is a form of aberrant evolution. An aberration? Lin Bai raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with disdain. People who say such things are far too full of themselves. What right do they have to judge such a wondrous creature with their shallow understanding? The ferocity and intelligence level of Gyarados are not flaws, they are nature's choice. Standing to the side, Su Qing watched her son speak with eloquence, her eyes filled with pride. Lin Bai's confidence did not waver as he continued to elaborate on his theory. let me first explain what natural selection is. Wild Magikarp have low intelligence. Most of them survive purely on instinct, feeding on plankton in the water, existing in a simple, unthinking state. For such Pokemon, growth through training is nearly impossible because they lack the capacity to comprehend the concept of growth. He paused briefly, then shifted his tone. However, nature is fair. Evolution is the miracle of Pokemon. Every single one harbors untapped potential. Noticing the skeptical expressions on Qi Yuan and Su Qing's faces, Lin Bai did not offer further explanation but pressed on. When Mega Evolution, Z moves, Gigantamax, and Terrestrialization become widespread, you'll come to understand there are no incapable Pokemon, only incapable trainers. Lin Bai's voice grew increasingly firm and resolute. I firmly believe that Magikarp's evolution is by no means aberrant. Their aggressive temperament post-evolution is not a negative side effect of the process. According to my theory, quite the opposite. Only those Magikarp that are already brimming with aggression, nearly consumed by rage, can fight against the surging waves amidst their fury, thereby unlocking their evolutionary potential. In other words, evolution is not the cause of their aggression. Aggression is the cause of their evolution. The room fell into a profound silence, broken only by the playful splashing of a mudkip in the water. Even Lin Bai's mother, who had heard this theory before, found herself deeply moved once again. Qi Yuan was utterly stunned, taking a long moment to recover. Evolution is not the cause of aggression. Aggression is the cause of evolution? Qi Yuan murmured. This hypothesis is so bold. Even as an outsider, I can sense the brilliance of this theory. Qi Yuan studied the young man before him intently, nodding to himself. Lin Bing's grandson was indeed extraordinary. It seemed there was no way he could refrain from stepping in to help. At that moment, the elder stood up, exuding an aura that was in no way inferior to Su Qing's. It was like an oceanic abyss, calm and profound, yet capable of erupting into chaos, with faint echoes of the earth's rumbling cracks. Beside Qi Yuan, the massive, muscular Swampert curled its lips into a slight smile. Despite its advanced age, it remained his most reliable partner, with its battle prowess undiminished. Qi Yuan straightened his back and looked at Lin Bai in front of him, his eyes filled with a kind and gentle smile. Good child, let me take you to a place where you'll find something that can help you. Lin Bai stood up in a daze, unsure of what to do. Before he could react, the Swampert had already sprung into action. With its powerful body, it leapt high and crashed into the river, sending water splashing several meters into the air. A playful Feebah followed suit, joyfully jumping into the water and darting around energetically. What surprised Lin Bai even more was that Qi Yuan could walk on the water as if it were solid ground. Soon, a massive figure began to emerge from beneath the surface. The Swampert had risen up, carrying Qi Yuan steadily on its back as it floated on the water. Come on, Lin Bai. Qi Yuan called out to him, waving his hand. Then, turning to Lin's mother, Su Qing, he explained, I'm afraid you'll have to wait here. That creature is territorial and doesn't allow other powerful trainers to enter its domain. Su Qing nodded lightly, evidently familiar with this kind of cooperation between the Ranger Alliance and wild, formidable Pokemon. Can I really stand on the Swampert? Lin Bai asked, barely able to contain his excitement. The experiences of the past few days had been eye-opening for him. From the Crystallonyx to this champion-level Swampert, each encounter left him in awe. Qi Yuan laughed heartily. Of course you can. Swampert is gentle by nature. As my junior, it will take care of you. Cautiously, Lin Bai stepped onto the Swampert's broad back. Observing the colossal beast up close, its sheer presence was far more overwhelming than he had imagined. Its wide dorsal fins shimmered with a metallic sheen in the clear river water, and its powerful body moved with the current, creating ripples with every motion. What stood out most were its golden eyes, bright and piercing, like underwater spotlights, even through the veil of water. The Swampert carried them forward at an incredible speed. The scenery along the riverbanks blurred, retreating rapidly, yet its movements were as steady as a rock. Before long, the surroundings transformed from lowlying trees to towering, ancient forests. Finally, the Swampert surged forward with a powerful current, entering a deep, serene blue lake. Lin Bai felt a strange sense of pressure enveloping him, an inexplicable weight pressing down on his chest. We're here, Qi Yuan said as he stepped onto the shore with deliberate solemnity. He raised his voice and called out, Please, reveal yourself, Suicune of the Wei River. Weha River Suicune. Lin Bai murmured to himself, puzzled. How could a small spirit dare to use such an imposing title, and even gain the recognition of a champion-level trainer like Qi Yuan? He didn't ask further, simply waiting in silence. Suddenly, a white mist began to rise above the lake, and a frosty northern wind carried the chill of snow. Golden light shimmered within the mist, scattering like fragments of stars across the air. Lin Bai's body froze in an instant. The surface of the lake rippled gently, and an elegant figure emerged, a divine beast with a snow-white body, surrounded by an aura that resembled frost and snow. Its head was adorned with a crown of ice crystals, while its back was graced by flowing, light purple, radiant mane. It walked gracefully across the glimmering water, approaching them step by step. Linbai was struck speechless. So this Weha River Suakun was truly the legendary Suakun. Seeing Lin Bei's stunned expression, Qi Yuan explained in a low voice. This is one of the three legendary beasts and the totemic divine beast of Desyasakun. This lake is where it first descended and where it has long resided, making it a sacred site. That's why we rangers respectfully address it as the Weha River Suakun. Linbai nodded blankly, a flash of white light passing through his eyes as he immediately accessed Sukun's detailed information. 6-star aptitude, genderless, level 92 legendary Pokemon, carrying its great item, the Crystal of North Wind. It possesses the pressure ability, significantly reducing energy consumption for moves. Its repertoire includes over 20 powerful moves, such as Tailwind, Leer, and Mist. Legendary. 6-star aptitude. Lin Bei's pupils constricted. This Suakun truly lived up to its status as one of the three legendary beasts, its strength reaching a godlike level, far beyond even champion-level Pokemon. No wonder the mighty Swampert had bowed its head in its presence. Suakun remained silent, its deep crimson, amber-like eyes gazing at Lin Bai for a brief moment before shifting its focus to Qi Yuan. It seems you've passed Suakun's test, Qi Yuan said with a smile. As a legendary Pokemon, Suakun can see into a trainer's heart. If someone harbors ill intentions, it would never allow them to remain here. Lin Bai felt a cold sweat run down his back, relieved that he hadn't done anything he might regret. Facing Suakun's inquisitive gaze, Qi Yuan's expression turned serious. Suakun, this is my junior, a promising young Pokemon researcher. He's come here seeking your assistance. He's developed a new theory about the evolution of Magikarp. By enhancing their intelligence and awakening their self-awareness, they could unlock their own evolutionary power. This method could potentially result in Gyarados that retain their rationality. Unlike Lin Bai, who was considering the vast commercial potential, Qi Yuan, as a ranger, was more concerned with addressing the widespread aggression of wild Gyarados. Most river traffic accidents and breaches of riverbanks are closely tied to the reckless behavior of Gyarados. Ranger Qi Yuan deeply understands that if rational Gyarados could take a dominant role within their groups, this dire situation could be significantly alleviated. For this reason, he had no choice but to humble himself and seek the aid of Suakun. After hearing his plea, Suakun fell into deep thought. The evolution of Magikarp was indeed a significant issue that could not be ignored, but there was also a familiar aura emanating from this young man that caught its attention. After a long pause, Suakun nodded gently and turned, signaling the group to follow. Lin Bai and Qi Yuan were overjoyed at the sight and quickly followed Suakun's glowing footsteps. Strangely, they found themselves able to move effortlessly through the water as if walking on solid ground. As they progressed, the mist thickened until it became so dense that they could barely see their own hands. Finally, Suakun stopped. The scene before them left Lin Bai in awe. They had arrived at the edge of a towering cliff, where dense trees blocked out the sky, and a sinister miasma permeated the forest. A massive rock, sharp and imposing like an unsheathed sword, pierced through the thick canopy, creating a narrow gap. Standing proudly atop the moss-covered rock was Suakun. Even Qi Yuan, who had never been here before, was scanning the surroundings, trying to piece together clues. Suddenly, the massive rock began to tremble violently, emitting an earth-shaking rumble. A powerful aura enveloped the area as purple psychic energy surrounded the entire rock, causing it to quiver intensely. Swampert stepped forward, positioning itself protectively in front of Sha Shua and Fei Chun. Lin Bai could only catch glimpses of deep, penetrating eyes through the swirling dust. This was Suakun's divine power. Lin Bai was utterly astonished. Was this legendary power capable of lifting such a colossal boulder? Yet Swampert remained calm and composed, which only deepened Lin Bai's curiosity. In the next moment, the sandy surface of the massive rock began to crack and crumble, revealing the skeletal remains of a dragon's head nearly 10 meters tall. The sight of the enormous dragon bones sent a chill down Lin Bai's spine. He immediately activated his data eye. Item name, Jaw Fossil. Item quality, S. Item description, a fossil of an ancient Pokemon that once roamed the earth. This is a complete fossilized dragon skull, including the lower jaw. Additional notes, its original owner was a level 89 Tyrantrum, at the pinnacle of champion tier strength. Lin Bai was left speechless with shock. The remains of a level 89 Tyrantrum were so massive that, over countless years, they had transformed into a cliff. The overwhelming primal aura seemed to surge forth, and Lin Bai could almost hear the Tyrantrum's defiant roar echoing through time. The dragon's bone can awaken the instincts of Magikarp. Suakun's telepathic voice resonated in Lin Bai's mind. Gazing into Suakun's ruby-like eyes, Lin Bai instantly understood its intention. Placing the dragon's bone into the stream would, much like the appearance of Gyarados, unleash the primal instincts of Magikarp, greatly enhancing their training potential. Lin Bai stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed there was still hope to make it to the research summit. But now the real dilemma: what discovery should he present? What a difficult decision. The Swampert carried the massive dragon's skeleton as if it weighed nothing, gliding effortlessly through the waters of the Wei River. Lin Bai gently ran his fingers over the precious jaw fossil on its back, his heart filled with excitement and awe. Remember to keep today's events a secret, the elderly Qi Yuan instructed solemnly, noticing the boy's exhilarated expression. Of course, Lin Bai nodded in agreement. At that moment, he noticed several mudkips playfully swimming nearby. Puzzled, he asked, Grandpa Qi Yuan, these mudkips seem to have exceptional potential, don't they? Back in Chang'an, Pokemon of this caliber, comparable to the starter trio, are quite rare. Aren't you worried someone might capture them? Capture them? Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, then shook his head with a wry smile. He patted Lin Bai on the shoulder, but didn't answer directly. Instead, he began recounting a story from the past. 15 years ago, New Apricot Harbor in the Lighthouse Nation suffered a catastrophic thunderstorm. Hundreds of lives were lost, thousands were injured, and countless buildings and structures were reduced to rubble. By the time the rescue teams from the Lighthouse Nation's Pokemon Association arrived, the entire city had been leveled by lightning. Qi Yuan said, his tone heavy with emotion. Do you know the truth behind this disaster? Qi Yuan suddenly turned to Lin Bai, his gaze sharp as a blade. Lin Bai shook his head, confused about how this was connected to the mudkips. This wasn't a natural disaster, it was man-made. Qi Yuan's voice turned cold. The Wilderness Exploration Division of DK Corporation discovered the nesting grounds of the Zapdos species on a remote, unassuming island. While the adult Zapdos were asleep, they stole a single Pokemon egg. Zapdos? Lin Bai gasped, immediately grasping the terrifying implications. Exactly, Qi Yuan continued. A few hours later, a flock of enraged Zapdos descended, bringing with them the full fury of the storm. In just 15 minutes, they reduced the entire city to ashes. As legendary Pokemon that have ascended to the divine realm, they can effortlessly sense the presence of their kin's bloodline. As he spoke, Qi Yuan proudly patted the Swampert beneath him. While Swampert hasn't reached that level, its damp ability ensures that no mudkip within a 100-mile radius can escape its influence. Lin Bai stood frozen, utterly stunned by what he had just heard. At that moment, he finally understood why Qi Yuan was so composed and gained a newfound respect for the immense power of Pokemon. The championship, a distant peak whose sharp edges could only be faintly discerned on the horizon, materialized vividly in Lin Bai's mind for the first time. Gazing at the elder before him, who commanded the mighty Swampert with ease, Lin Bai couldn't help but marvel at the immense power of those who neared godlike mastery. The ability to wield the forces of nature was enough to send shivers down one's spine just by imagining it. Grandpa Qi Yuan, your strength is truly impressive, Lin Bai remarked with a nervous chuckle, a glint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. But I remember my mom mentioning that this Pokemon was initially deemed inherently flawed. Do you happen to have some kind of special training secret? To Lin Bai's surprise, Qi Yuan responded with hearty laughter, far from the evasive or cryptic reply he had anticipated. What kind of secret training could I possibly have? Qi Yuan said, patting Swampert's sturdy back with a grin. My training notes? Just some cheap, run-off-the-mill stuff anyone can buy for a few $100. This big guy here, he's the one who worked hard and proved himself. Swampert seemed a little bashful, releasing a faint puff of pale blue mist from its air sac. Speaking of which, your grandfather and I joined the Ranger Corps in the same cohort, Qi Yuan said, his gaze growing distant with nostalgia. Your grandfather was incredibly lucky, stumbled upon and managed to capture a lost Trico during patrol. I was so envious of him back then. Lin Bai listened quietly, watching as Qi Yuan became lost in his memories. One day, the Chang'an Alliance informed us that a mudkip had been found deep within the swampy woods. However, this mudkip was born with inherent flaws. It couldn't use water-type moves, and even its evolution was uncertain. Swampert, carrying the dragon bone on its back, slowed its pace, as if paying silent attention to its old friend's story. I signed up immediately, Qi Yuan continued. For someone like me, a nobody, getting the chance to train one of the starter Pokemon was already an incredible stroke of luck. Who cared about inherent flaws back then? At first, we went through a lot of hardships. That so-called inherent flaw felt like a curse hanging over us. No matter what methods I tried, there was no progress. I was even prepared to retire with Mudkip and step away from the front lines. A flash of pain crossed Qi Yuan's eyes. The turning point came during that year of relentless rain. The Wei River's water levels surged, and we patrolled day and night to prevent flooding. But what was bound to happen eventually did. Late one night, the riverbanks gave way. His voice grew somber, as though the memory of that night still haunted him even after all these years. The flood struck so suddenly, and we were swept apart. By the time I was rescued, your grandfather told me it was Mudkip who had saved me, Qi Yuan said, his tone filled with deep gratitude. Back then, it was just a small fish, Yet it held onto the hem of my clothes and swam through the raging currents for over 30 kilometers an entire day and night. When we were finally rescued, it had passed out from exhaustion, but during its unconscious state, it completed its evolution. From that moment on, every obstacle vanished. Its strength grew by leaps and bounds until it became the champion-level Pokemon you see today. The golden rays of the setting sun illuminated Swampert's dorsal fin, shimmering through the mist like flowing liquid gold. Linbai could clearly feel the profound bond between the Elder and his Pokemon, and he couldn't help but think that if they had access to a Mega Evolution Stone, they might succeed in a single attempt. Grandpa Chi Yuan, thank you for your time today, Linbai said, bowing deeply as he spotted a fiery figure in the distance. If my experiment yields results, I'll make sure to thank you properly. He lightly brushed his hand over Swampert's rough skin. And of course, I'm very grateful for your help too, Swampert. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the young man disappeared into the riverside village. Meanwhile, Chi Yuan, the guardian of the river, remained by Swampert's side, tirelessly protecting this place for eternity. By the stream behind the breeding house, Linbai stood with his arms crossed, his eyes filled with astonishment. The water before him churned as though boiling, with countless Magikarp leaping frantically out of the surface, creating waves upon waves. Particularly striking was Chun Yuan's shiny Magikarp, which was so excited that it repeatedly slammed into the rocks along the shore, producing a series of dull thud sounds. Watching this exhilarating scene, Linbai felt a surge of joy. The research summit now had promise. He suddenly realized that the key to unleashing Magikarp's wild instincts wasn't the call of Gyarados, but rather the stimulation of Dragon-type energy. He quickly signaled Rotom to document this discovery. This finding meant that with Dragon Energy-rich items, anyone could mass cultivate Magikarp, greatly enhancing their research value. Nearby, Lin's father gazed at the enormous dragon bone, towering like a mountain, with a troubled expression. This wasn't just any ordinary dragon-type item. In the secret dragon's nest, such a high-grade dragon bone was considered a treasure of the nest, and using it to cultivate Magikarp seemed excessively extravagant. Ordinary dragon-type items likely wouldn't achieve the same effect. However, Lin's father soon eased his worries after all. Enhancing intelligence and awakening Magikarp's self-awareness remained the mainstream goals. Without the dragon bone, the experiments would just progress more slowly. Linbai, do you still remember that Zoroark? Lin's father suddenly asked. Linbai immediately turned his head, firing off questions like a machine gun. Has the verdict been announced? What's the punishment? Is it really a life sentence? When can I go see it? Calm down. Lin's father patted his son's shoulder and then pulled up the association's document on his phone, showing it to Linbai. The verdict was indeed a life sentence, but after serving 10 years in a special prison and successfully undergoing rehabilitation, Zoroark could be transferred to a designated retirement-style custody. The area behind the breeding house was a suitable option, but they would have to wait another 10 years. Hearing this, Linbai felt a pang of sorrow. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, the thought of an old friend leaving still saddened him. Yet rules were rules, and no one could defy them. If you want to visit, you'll have to wait until December, Lin's father added. The special secret prison for Pokemon is only briefly open at that time to ensure security. They're actually using an entire secret realm as a prison. Linbai was stunned by the sheer power of the Daxiao Association. At that moment, the sound of a snapping branch broke through the air. Linbai turned toward the noise and saw his uncle, Su Chong, approaching. Behind him followed a Hydreigon with a curious expression. What's going on here? Making Magikarp stew? Hydreigon drooled as it stared at the boiling-like stream and the leaping Magikarp. Looks like the experiment's coming along well, Su Chong remarked with interest. How long until the first Gyarados is ready? Lin's father hesitated to give a definite answer. Linbai, however, checked the Magikarp's levels. The highest had already reached level 16. Calculating at a rate of 1 level per week, he replied, next month, probably. Linbai spoke slowly. Around mid-next month, or at the latest, early November, the first Gyarados will appear. So soon. Su Chang's eyes lit up as he turned to Linbai with a look of excitement. Do you think I should try to capture a Gyarados? This dragon-like Pokemon really fits my aesthetic. As soon as he said this, the Hydreigon beside him bristled with anger. All three of its heads displayed furious expressions. It opened its mouths, dark energy radiating ominously from the corners, clearly preparing to unleash a tri-attack of Dark Pulse to obliterate this Magikarp soup talk. Seeing this, Su Chong quickly turned to calm his partner. Linbai, however, remained unperturbed. He understood well that while Hydreigon was fierce by nature, it wasn't as cruel and violent as the Pokédex described thanks to its upbringing since it was young. Uncle, Linbai said thoughtfully, raising a Gyarados is definitely worth considering. Once it mega evolves, it gains water and dark types, which align perfectly with your specialization. But let's wait until its evolution is successful before making a decision. He paused, then added in a serious tone, capturing a Pokemon isn't a small matter. You should think it through carefully and discuss it with your current Pokemon first. Just as he finished speaking, a fiery red figure streaked across the sky like a meteor, heading straight toward them. Lin Bai squinted and recognized it as his mother's Volcarona. Seeing the Volcarona excitedly circling in the air, he immediately understood what it meant. Charcadet has arrived. Let's go check it out, Lin Bai exclaimed, rushing down the mountain eagerly. In his eyes, the twin Pokemon Ceruledge and Armarouge were not only stunning in appearance, but also extraordinarily powerful. He firmly believed that once these Pokemon made their debut, they would spark a frenzy not just in Daxia, but around the world. Capturing one of them would be a dream come true. Suchong followed closely behind, but he noticed something peculiar. Why does it feel like Volcarona's colors are getting more vibrant? He muttered to himself, puzzled. Lin Bei's father trailed behind silently. As an experienced Pokemon breeder, he had already noticed the unusual signs. Likewise, Lin Bei's mother, Su Qing, as Volcarona's trainer, was well aware of the situation. But since Lin Bei hadn't brought it up, they chose not to mention it either. It seems that Stone Tablet really is an extraordinary artifact, Lin Bei's father thought to himself. We'll need to upgrade the security levels for the back mountain significantly. With that thought, he quickened his pace to catch up with his son. Like the others, he was equally curious about Charcadet, which could don armor to evolve. Tan. In the sunny courtyard of the breeding house, 6 little charcoal companions huddled closely together, warily observing their unfamiliar surroundings. Their tiny, frail bodies emitted faint sparks of fire, which symbolized their very essence of life. These little creatures were rare Pokemon that Lin's mother, Su Qing, had painstakingly sought out throughout Chang'an City. As a unique species among fire-type Pokemon, the charcoal companions' lives are sustained by the burning embers of charcoal. They are resilient by nature, refusing to give up even when their strength falls short. This fiery determination should have made them outstanding battle Pokemon. However, reality had dealt them a harsh blow. One of their stats exceeded 50 points out of a total base stat of 255, leaving them at a significant disadvantage in the modern Pokemon world. People had tried to find alternative roles for the charcoal companions. Logistics work? Unfortunately, their sparks often ignited nearby objects, and they couldn't tolerate being doused with water. Industrial applications? Those tiny sparks were far less practical than a simple lighter. Gradually, this species was forgotten, abandoned in the shadows. The 6 little ones before them were descendants of 2 charcoal companions from a restaurant, and even profit-driven breeding houses refused to take them in. This will be your home from now on, Su Qing said gently, pulling out a large bag of charcoal berry energy cubes from a cabinet in the courtyard. The moment she tore open the packaging, a wave of rich, warm aroma wafted through the air. These cubes, designed to enhance fire-type energy, were perfect for the growth of young charcoal companions. Tan. Despite the enticing treat within reach, the charcoal companions remained motionless. They had never experienced such high-quality food before, and their unease in this new environment kept them frozen, afraid that one wrong move might result in being cast out of this newfound refuge. For these fragile lives, wandering the streets often meant their sparks extinguishing and their lives fading away. Su Qing smiled knowingly at their timid behavior, not pushing them. As an experienced fire-type master, she understood they needed time to adapt to their new surroundings. Mom, are the charcoal companions here yet? The sound of hurried footsteps and an anxious voice grew louder. Su Qing sighed and shook her head with a wry smile at her son Lin Bai's impatient demeanor. This boy's grown up, but still can't stay calm. Wow, charcoal companions. Lin Bai burst through the courtyard gate, his eyes lighting up as he spotted the tiny creatures in the corner. Noticing the open bag of energy cubes, he quickly grabbed it and approached the charcoal companions. All right, everyone line up. It's mealtime. Though their bodies stiffened slightly, the charcoal companions obediently formed a line. Watching Lin Bai carefully place an energy cube into each of their small hands, his analytical eye for data began to activate. Lin Bai carefully examined the 6 small spirits in front of him, mentally filtering through their stats one by one. Among them, the most eye-catching was the 3-star Charcadet, standing quietly with a unique aura emanating from it. The data on this Charcadet was quite impressive. Aptitude, no specific type, fire type, male. Its ability was flash fire, allowing it to absorb fire-type moves and enhance the power of its own fire-type skills. Though it was only at level 12, it had already mastered moves such as Leer, Ember, Astonish, Clear Smog, Fire Spin, and Disable. 2 1-star, 3 2-star, and 1 3-star. Lin Bai calculated silently, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Finding a 3-star Charcadet is pretty lucky. Its flash fire ability would pair well with Mom's team. If it evolves into an Armarouge, the flash fire trait will be even more advantageous. With that thought, Lin Bai turned to his mother, unable to hold back his curiosity. Mom, how's the collection of the malicious armor and auspicious armor going? Since we found the first piece of malicious armor at the antique market, there should be Charcadet groups near the Chang'an region's secret areas, right? These armors shouldn't be one of a kind, should they? Lin Bai's mother smiled confidently. That's my brilliant researcher. Always sharp-minded. You're right, there are indeed Charcadet groups in the secret areas near Chang'an. I didn't spend too much effort looking for domesticated Charcadets, because I've already issued a task through the association to relocate the wild group to the breeding house's back area. She paused before continuing. As for the armors, we've acquired another piece of malicious armor from the antique market. Even more exciting, I found 4 pieces of auspicious armor and 2 pieces of malicious armor in the Chang'an Association's collection, and I've exchanged all of them using contribution points. As she spoke, Lin Bai's mother scanned the group of Charcadets, her eyes carefully assessing them. At that moment, Lin Bai decisively picked up the level 16 3-star Charcadet leader of the group. The Charcadet, though initially uncomfortable with the sudden closeness, instinctively squirmed for a moment before settling down. Just then, Lin Bai's father and Su Chong arrived, slightly late, each carrying a set of antique-style armor. One was a pristine scrayed auspicious armor, radiating an overwhelming celebratory energy, while the other was a slightly damaged grade malicious armor, the very one acquired from Qin Jinshu. We can evolve it right now. Lin Bai gently set the Charcadet down and took the fiery red auspicious armor from his father. Speaking softly, he said, "Charcadet, behave yourself now. Once you wear this armor, you'll no longer be an ordinary spirit. Remember, you're to become my mom's shield of protection where the shield stands, so too must you." The Charcadet tilted its head in confusion but nodded slightly, unaware that this moment would forever change its fate. Under everyone's expectant gaze, it slowly donned the celebratory armor. In an instant, a dazzling light of evolution burst forth, spreading brilliance across the room. Emerging from the light was a valiant and agile flame knight, clad in resplendent golden armor, surrounded by fiery red and psychic energy. Blazing flames surged skyward, accompanied by an overwhelming psychic aura that swept across the space. The newly evolved Armorouge knelt on one knee, its gaze resolute and earnest as it solemnly declared, "Char, I vow to serve as the Red Lotus Shield, protecting the one I stand before." The Daxia Association, Chang'an Branch. "Dad, why did you bring me here today?" Lin Bai asked as he followed his father, curiously glancing around the interior of the Chang'an Association. The spacious hallways were filled with staff hurrying back and forth, but to him, there didn't seem to be anything particularly special about the place. Lin Tian looked at his son, who was busy taking in the surroundings, and couldn't help but chuckle as he flicked his forehead lightly. "You country bumpkin. To participate in the research summit, you first need to pass the initial screening by the local association. Coming here for an evaluation is much more convenient than registering online." But, Lin Bai frowned. "Our Magikarp evolution experiment hasn't yielded any results yet. At the earliest, we might see the first Gyarados by next weekend. You wouldn't have forgotten our experiment timeline, would you? Coming here to register without results is just absurd." A sly smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. "Of course, I haven't forgotten. But there's an unspoken rule about the research summit: you can use other research achievements as a guarantee. While the Magikarp evolution hasn't succeeded yet, haven't we already completed 2 other experiments?" "You mean Steelix and Cerilage?" Lin Bai suddenly understood. "Which one are we presenting?" As Lin Tian navigated the Chang'an branch with practiced ease, he explained, "We've decided to present the research on Steelix." He paused briefly before adding, "The cursed armor and celebratory armor are still in the process of being developed, and the fragments of Grim Tea are still being collected." As they walked, Lin Tian detailed the characteristics of Steelix. Onyx may have some advantages in its initial form, but once it evolves into Steelix, the transformation is revolutionary. Not only is it immune to poison and electric types, but it also has incredible physical defense, excellent resistances, and the ability to burrow underground or even float using electromagnetic levitation. In the rocky and rugged terrain of the Northwest, Steelix is comparable to the Gyarados of the Eastern Sea. It's just not widely recognized yet. The father and son entered a massive training room. The room was unusually quiet, with only a few people standing on the sidelines, seemingly waiting for something. Lin Tian handed a pokeball to Lin Bai. "Son, it's your turn to perform. Your uncle Steelix is the ace of his club and isn't available for display, so we borrowed a descendant of the Crystal Lord to assist. As the researcher who discovered the evolution pathway, it's only fitting that you take the stage for such an important occasion." Lin Tian patted his son's shoulder reassuringly, both comforting and encouraging him. From the sidelines, Lin Bai noticed his mother watching with a gentle smile, her eyes filled with pride. Su Qing waved her hand gently, and Lin Bai nodded solemnly in response. His gaze swept across the training room, his heartbeat quickening slightly. This would be his first official appearance on the stage of Daxia's research field. The pokeball in his hand carried a faint warmth, the presence of Steelix within. Lin Bai took a deep breath, his eyes unconsciously drifting toward the observation area. Aside from his slightly nervous-looking parents, 4 distinguished figures were present. There was President Liu, a tall man whose glasses couldn't hide the sharp intelligence in his eyes. He was an old friend of Lin Bai's father and also the president of the Chang'an branch. Beside him, a woman with a stern expression was focused on her tablet. An elderly man with white hair stood nearby, his unassuming face radiating kindness. The most striking figure was the middle-aged man with sharp features. Though his appearance was ordinary, the imposing aura of his bisharp behind him was enough to make anyone's heart race. Looks like they're all big shots from the association, Lin Bai thought to himself as he stepped onto the training platform. At some point, a bright red rotom-shaped walkie-talkie had quietly clipped itself onto his collar. Today, I will be presenting my experiment on the evolution of onyx, Lin Bai began, his voice slightly dry at first but quickly gaining confidence. The spotlight shone directly on him, casting a faint glow around his figure. Since I was a child, the mystery of Steelix's evolution has fascinated me, he continued, his tone becoming more fluid. As we all know, under specific conditions, onyx undergoes a remarkable transformation after long periods of dormancy. Underground, its rocky body turns into steel, and its type changes from rock ground to steel ground. Lin Bai's voice grew firmer. The ways Pokemon evolve are incredibly diverse, but the truth often lies in the details. At this moment, the young man was brimming with energy, his eyes shining with determination. Through extensive research, I discovered that magnetic fields play a crucial role in this evolution. In areas with dense magnetic fields, Steelix appears significantly more frequently than in other regions. Another important finding is that onyx unearthed accidentally by excavation machinery often come from ore-rich zones, suggesting they are instinctively drawn to such areas. The audience nodded in approval, though Lin Bai's parents exchanged a silent glance, a hint of helplessness in their eyes. They knew their son hadn't conducted many experiments and had succeeded on his first attempt. Still, this wasn't the time to reveal that. To test this hypothesis, I experimented with various steel-type energy-rich items: metal coat, meteorite steel, steel slurry, and steel sap, but none of them triggered evolution. Lin Bai paused, a spark of excitement flashing in his eyes. Until I considered liquid metal. In nature, onyx exposed to the high temperatures and pressures underground often forms a metallic layer on its surface even without evolving. So I thought, why not simulate this process directly with liquid metal? Lin Bai's eyes sparkled with confidence, and his voice was filled with a sense of accomplishment. After countless liquid metal experiments, the long-awaited moment had finally arrived. Let everyone witness your new form. Lin Bai lightly tossed the pokeball, a faint smile gracing his lips. Our steel colossus Steelix. Roar! Amid the deafening roar, a massive figure crashed to the ground. It was a steel behemoth as enormous as a high-speed train, and its arrival caused the entire training room to tremble. With the screeching sound of metal grinding against the floor, Steelix elegantly slithered its enormous body, lifting its head proudly to survey everyone present from above. The piercing noise of its metallic frame scraping the ground sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it. President Lu's face was etched with astonishment. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, the overwhelming presence of this colossal creature left him utterly stunned when it appeared before his eyes. Beside him, a bespectacled woman stood with her mouth slightly open in amazement, though her hands remained professionally swift as she recorded every detail. A smile of deep satisfaction appeared on the face of an elderly man with white hair. His gaze lingered not only on Steelix but also on Lin Bai, filled with profound meaning. Xiao Su, it seems you've raised an excellent son. The most striking figure in the room, however, was the stern-faced middle-aged Manduan Jian, the Western champion and commander of the Northwest military, known as the nation's sword. At this moment, a rare, gentle smile crossed his face, though the commanding aura of his authority remained undiminished. Steelix holds immense significance for both the Northwest military and the association, Duan Jian said in a deep, resonant voice. This special Pokemon resource, the metal coat, now has an even greater purpose. This is a groundbreaking discovery. We must ensure this resource remains firmly under our control. With just a few words, Duan Jian outlined the future of the metal coat and Steelix, solidifying their importance. Behind him, his bisharp stood silently, its expression unreadable. Yet the mixture of respect and apprehension in the eyes of everyone present made it clear how formidable Duan Jian's position truly was. Meanwhile, behind the bespectacled woman's screen, a host of influential figures quietly observed the scene, marveling at what was unfolding. At this moment, it was evident to Alan an emerging star was rising, destined to shine brilliantly in this era. In the classroom of training class 1 at Chang'an No. 1 High School. Lin Bai, what were you so busy with over the weekend that you didn't even have time to complete the mission? Chun Yuan asked lazily, resting his chin on his textbook as he slouched over the desk. Lin Bai's lips curled into a faint smile at the question, but he didn't reply. His thoughts drifted back to the hectic day before. Champion Duan Jian had only stayed in Chang'an for a single day due to his tight schedule, leaving even the experiment with the Steelix feeling rushed. The association urgently summoned an onyx trainer to secretly replicate the experiment. By that afternoon, the production lines for metal coats across Xia and even worldwide had been heavily purchased. The association also stockpiled a large number of onyx eggs from breeding centers, clearly aiming to develop this into a unique species for Xia. Seizing this rare opportunity, Lin Bai had thickened his skin and asked Duan Jian for guidance on cutting techniques. For the sake of his scyther's improvement, he was willing to go all out. To his surprise, the seemingly stern and aloof champion turned out to be an approachable, patient mentor. Not only did Duan Jian demonstrate techniques for scyther, but his guidance also seemed to resonate deeply with the Pokemon. Thinking about the shiny Magikarp tirelessly ramming into rocks in the back mountain, Lin Bai couldn't help but remind Qin Yuan, you'd better hurry up and finish the City Hunter mission. Don't wait until my Gyarados evolves, and you still haven't earned the right to capture a second Pokemon. That soon, Qin Yuan's eyes widened in shock. He had already prepared for the worst, thinking that if all else failed, he could use a water stone to forcefully evolve a Gyarados and then release it back into the local Magikarp waterfall colony. But now it seemed that Lin Bei's research was progressing faster than expected, fast enough to start pressuring him. Qin Yuan initially felt a surge of motivation, but it quickly deflated. City missions are so time-consuming and tedious, and the rewards are so meager. Plus, we still have school, so we can only take on missions on weekends. Even if I work my hardest, I won't hit the target until the end of the year. If I can pass the written exam and practical test before the new year and earn the qualification to capture a second Pokemon, they'll consider that a miracle. Under Xia's strict regulations, even Qin Yuan couldn't find a loophole. Just then, Yibo burst into the classroom, beaming with excitement. Old Yi, what's got you so happy? Tell us about it. Qin Yuan asked curiously. Lin Bai also glanced over with interest. Yibo scanned the room cautiously. Once he was sure no one else was paying attention, he lowered his voice and leaned in with excitement. You guys are my bros, right? I wouldn't share this with anyone else. His words immediately piqued Qin Yuan and Lin Bei's curiosity. Both leaned closer, ears perked. Yibo gestured for them to come closer still. The three boys huddled together, whispering conspiratorially. Do you guys know why Vice Principal Wei, the one in charge of academic quality, hasn't been around school much lately? Qin Yuan and Lin Bai shook their heads. To them, the whereabouts of a vice principal weren't exactly a pressing concern after all. It wasn't like he was one of their teachers. Yibo's lips curled into a subtle smile as he leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice to share a secret with Qin Yuan and Lin Bai. Do you know about what happened last year? Principal Wei led a team into the secret realm for training and discovered an exceptionally well-developed earth wolf dog. Yibo said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Every time they almost caught it, that creature always managed to escape at the very last moment. Qin Yuan looked puzzled, but Lin Bai seemed thoughtful and nodded. You're talking about the earth wolf dog's escape trait, right? It's a special ability that allows them to evade capture no matter the obstacle, he said, pausing briefly before adding. A lot of people confuse it with the speedster trait, but they're completely different. Yibo's eyes lit up. Exactly. Principal Wei discovered this new trait and even prepared a research paper on it. Lin Bai seemed to recall something. Oh right. During the prize selection for the competition, Principal Tian mentioned something about the research summit. He also said our vice principal is preparing for the summit too. What does that have to do with us? Qin Yuan asked, looking at Yibo in confusion, while Lin Bai also cast him a curious glance. Yibo could no longer contain his excitement. He snapped his fingers, speaking quickly but in a hushed tone. This is our chance. He glanced around cautiously before continuing. The Daxiao Ministry of Education recently issued a directive to assess amateur trainers in advance, requiring them to complete city tasks regularly. But here's the catch, there's a little-known shortcut. Completing a high-level city task can count for several regular tasks. With a hint of pride in his voice, Yibo added. Earlier, an upperclassman accidentally let it slip. There's a task to assist Principal Wei with his research, and it's already listed on the Hunter Alliance board with a rating as high as C. If we can join Principal Wei's research group, we can immediately pass the amateur-level assessment and qualify to raise a second Pokemon. Qin Yuan and Lin Bai suddenly understood. No wonder Yibo was so thrilled. Being able to raise a second Pokemon earlier than others would undoubtedly give them a significant advantage in future battles. Then what are we waiting for? Qin Yuan exclaimed, jumping to his feet. Who knows, we might even get the chance to attend this year's research summit. Even just going to experience it would be amazing. However, Lin Bai's expression turned somewhat peculiar. He hesitated, a faint trace of smugness in his tone. I think I'll pass on this one. As for the research summit, in his mind, Lin Bai silently added, we will indeed meet at the research summit in Modu, but not as mere spectators. By the stream behind the breeding house, the sound of splashes echoed continuously. Amid the spray of water, a scyther sat cross-legged on a rock in the middle of the stream, exuding a calm and composed demeanor. Stimulated by the dragon bone, the Magikarp in the stream leaped out of the water excitedly, no longer needing the scyther's assistance to break the waves. This scyther's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Not only had it gained invaluable insights from a champion-level Galade, but it had also reached level 18, a milestone far exceeding Lin Bai's initial goal of level 20 by the end of the first semester. Clearly, both Lin Bai and others had underestimated the potential of this Pokemon. Even without the boost of the insect plate, it demonstrated astonishing growth, with projections suggesting it could reach the threshold of an intermediate-level amateur trainer within a month. At that moment, the Crimson Armored Knight stood by the stream, hands clasped together, its eyes burning with fierce determination. The golden shoulder plates on either side of its body began to shift, transforming into cannon-like structures. A resonant hum filled the air as the metallic barrels vibrated intensely. Within the gilded cannon tubes, a searing psychic energy, as molten as magma, rapidly compressed and condensed. Boom, boom, boom. The Crimson Armored Knight unleashed a blazing psychic beam. The scorching energy caused even the nearby Magikarp to feel an oppressive heat. However, just then clang. A sharp, resonant sound sliced through the air. The Scyther, still seated on the rock, suddenly opened its eyes, and an unparalleled, razor-sharp aura surged skyward. With a single, effortless slash, it cleanly bisected the seemingly unstoppable psychic beam. Boom! The residual shockwave of the psychic explosion reverberated through the forest. The scene was breathtaking. Despite activating its flash fire ability and amplifying its special attack through a meticulously developed fire-based ultimate technikia collaboration between Lin Bai's father and mother, both masters of fire and psychic types, the Crimson Armored Knight appeared powerless before the Scyther. Although their levels were comparable, the disparity in strength was undeniable. As the dust settled, the Scyther's gaze remained as calm as still water, as if the earlier strike had been a mere casual gesture. A monster. It's an absolute monster. Su Chong, who had been watching from the sidelines, was left utterly speechless. Even Lin Bai's typically confident parents, both seasoned experts, fell into an unusual silence. Only Lin Bai maintained his composure, his expression as serene as his Scyther's, radiating a subtle yet unmistakable air of confidence. When Lin Bai first chose Scyther, Su Chong had dismissed the decision entirely. To him, it seemed like nothing more than a spoiled rich kid's attempt to prove he wasn't dependent on his family's wealth, a reckless choice made out of pride. Su Chong believed that someone raised in the comfort of a greenhouse could never comprehend the harsh realities of the world. Lin Bai's father had only mentioned Scyther in passing. After all, as a master breeder, high-quality Pokemon eggs were readily available to him. Even Lin Bai's mother had prepared to pick out a fire-type Pokemon for him once he inevitably hit a wall. After all, in a family like theirs, losing a year or two would hardly matter. But who could have imagined that Lin Bai would actually succeed? This Scyther truly made Lin Bai proud. With its unparalleled talent and strength, it had overcome countless challenges without the support of family resources, leaving second-generation trainers far behind. Even the Crimson Armor Knight newly trained by Lin Bai's mother had been effortlessly defeated in the recent battle. Scyther, what are you doing? Lin Bai asked, feigning disapproval despite his inner pride. The Crimson Armor Knight is your junior. How could you use your Leaf Blade technique against him? Judging by your performance, you probably only used 30% of your strength, didn't you? That's just bullying. Despite his words, Lin Bai couldn't hide the satisfied smile tugging at his lips. Su Chong, standing nearby, quietly observed her sister and brother-in-law's reactions. Lin Bai's father remained calm, clearly accustomed to such situations. However, Lin Bai's mother, Su Qing, began to look more serious. As the Flame King, Su Qing had always been a standout among her peers. At this moment, she set aside her characteristic smile and walked slowly toward the panting Crimson Armor Knight. An invisible pressure seemed to spread around her, causing even Lin Bai's father to take a step back and stand beside Su Chong. It's over for Lin Bai now, Lin Bai's father said with barely contained excitement. He knew all too well how competitive his wife was in Pokemon battle. She had challenged every trainer of her generation, training relentlessly after each loss until she finally emerged victorious. Among the 18 elite kings, only the Water King could match her in battle, and even then, it was largely due to a type advantage. Crimson Armor Knight, don't be discouraged, Lin Bai's mother said, ignoring her son and comforting the Pokemon instead. This isn't your fault. We've only been training for a month. I think Lin Bai's Scyther has only been trained for an extra month, Lin Bai's father interjected at an inopportune moment. And the Crimson Armor Knight is actually one level higher, Su Chong added helpfully. Lin Bai's mother paused for a moment. She suddenly remembered that this Crimson Armor Knight had already shown exceptional potential back when it was a Charcadet. By the time it was sent to the breeding house, it had already reached level 18, and after evolving, it was indeed a level higher than Scyther. Lin Bai, you've grown up, Lin Bai's mother said as she helped the Crimson Armor Knight up, her tone filled with pride. She shared a meaningful look with the Pokemon and said earnestly, today's defeat isn't necessarily a bad thing. Your other teammates are too high-level to spar with you. Having an evenly matched opponent is exactly the kind of challenge you need to grow. Lin Bai breathed a sigh of relief and was about to leave to find the hunter with the Z crystal when his mother called out to him. Wait. Her expression grew softer, but her hand slowly reached for the pokeball at her waist. As your mother, I haven't properly guided you in a battle yet. Doesn't that make me a bit of a neglectful parent? Since I happen to have some time today, why don't you show me the true strength of your scyther? Before she even finished speaking, the pokeball was already in the air. In an instant, a blazing sun seemed to rise behind the breeding house's hillside. The scales of the fire deity scattered like embers, painting the autumn breeze a bloody red. It's over. We're doomed. Scytherthus is a disaster. In a quiet cafe downtown, Lin Bai and Su Chong sat across from each other at a long table in the corner. Lin Bai was fully covered, wearing sunglasses and a mask, wrapping himself up tightly. Lin Bai, why are you all bundled up like that? Sunglasses and a mask. Su Chong looked at the overly cautious Lin Bai across from her and couldn't help but ask, what do you think? Lin Bai shot Su Chong an annoyed glance. Through the sunglasses, the noticeable swelling around his left eye was faintly visible. The injury was the result of two recent clashes with his parents. First, a battle with his mother's Pokemon. Her Volcarona had merely flapped its wings, and the explosion from its fiery scales had sent his scyther flying and knocked it unconscious. Then, his father, full of enthusiasm, insisted on an unregulated sparring match, leaving the mark on Lin Bai's left eye. Real Pokemon battles are like this. It's not just the Pokemon. The trainer has to step up too. His father's words still echoed in his ears. At the time, an infuriated Lin Bai had considered letting Scyther teach his father a lesson. But even Scyther's strongest, fully charged slash was effortlessly caught between the two fingers of his father's slaking, rendering it immobile. This experience made Lin Bai realize just how much he and Scyther had to grow. The bell above the cafe door suddenly chimed, and a woman wearing sunglasses, a mask, and a beige trench coat walked in. She headed straight to Lin Bai's table and sat down across from him. The two fully disguised individuals stood out in the cafe, as if engaged in some sort of secret rendezvous. Lin Bai cleared his throat and slightly lowered his sunglasses, scrutinizing the woman in front of him. May I ask, what is your relation to Mr. Tan? Are you the one I've been communicating with on the forum? The Hunter Forum didn't distinguish between genders, but Lin Bai couldn't sense the aura of a seasoned hunter accustomed to the danger and brutality of the wilderness from this woman. I'm his younger sister, the woman said, her voice tinged with sadness. My brother, Tan Feng, passed away in an accident in the wilderness last month. I'm only here to handle some of his belongings. My condolences, Lin Bai said softly. He knew very well that while wilderness hunters earned a lucrative income almost like picking up money every time they ventured out, the mortality rate was also alarmingly high. They not only faced fierce and dangerous wild Pokemon, but also had to guard against the schemes of other hunters. After a moment of silence, Lin Bai got straight to the point. Let's cut to the chase. I'm very interested in that yellow diamond-shaped crystal. If you're willing, I'd like to buy it. He paused briefly before adding, I saw your brother post about it on the Hunter Forum. He was looking for a suitable buyer. Su Chong sat quietly to the side, listening to their conversation. This was my brother's favorite gemstone, the woman said, her voice filled with hesitation. Lin Bai frowned slightly. He had always disliked unnecessary haggling. 500,000. He'll pay 500,000 for the yellow gemstone. He leaned back slightly, his tone turning colder. Miss Tan, I believe this is a very fair offer. If you look into the market, you'll see that this is a sincere and reasonable price. Ms. Tan was silent for a moment before finally gritting her teeth and saying, could you raise it just a bit more? This gemstone. It's practically something my brother risked his life to obtain. Su Chong stood silently to the side, the corners of her lips slightly upturned. Meanwhile, Lin Bai's expression grew darker, his brows furrowed as he locked his gaze onto Miss Tan seated across from him. What do you mean? You're saying I should pay for your brother's life? Lin Bai asked bluntly. If this Z-Pure crystal is truly so important to you, or holds some extraordinary significance, would you really be willing to sell it? His words caused Lin Bai's breathing to quicken noticeably. He crossed his hands on the table, his fingertips lightly tapping the smooth surface. The ease in his demeanor had long disappeared. The Z-Pure crystal was undeniably priceless, but if he acquired it at any cost right now, wouldn't that be as good as announcing to the world that this gem concealed an earth-shattering secret? How much do you think this gem is worth? Lin Bai asked in a low voice. Miss Tan hesitated for a moment, her delicate fingers trembling slightly as she raised 3 of them. Her voice faltered with uncertainty. 3 million. How about that? Heh. Su Chong couldn't suppress a cold laugh from the side. Lin Bai, however, seemed lost in thought. Ever since gaining the data eye, his observational skills had surpassed those of ordinary people. At this moment, he could clearly pick up on every subtle detail in Miss Tan's expression, her trembling hands, the unnatural contraction of her pupils, and the fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Was this abnormal tension a result of the thrill of successfully extorting someone, or the fear of being coerced? 3 million is indeed quite steep, Lin Bai said, feigning deliberation. Did you bring the gem with you? I'd like to examine its quality up close. Yes, I did. Miss Tan nodded hastily, quickly pulling a rosewood box out of her bag. The box's golden inlays shimmered elegantly under the light, its size just fitting in one hand. She carefully placed it on the table and looked at Lin Bai with anticipation. Just as Lin Bai's right hand was about to touch the wooden box, a sharp, piercing pain suddenly struck his forehead. Bang! The cafe's glass windows shattered with a deafening crash. Thick white smoke instantly engulfed the space, spreading rapidly like an unexpected blaze. From afar, it looked as though a sudden fire had erupted. Chang'an, a modern metropolis, had its long-standing tranquility disrupted by a sudden explosion in the city center today. Amid the dense smoke and dust, a pair of slender, articulate hands parted the haze, revealing 3 pairs of blood-red eyes gleaming ominously in the darkness. Ms. Tan collapsed to the ground, paralyzed with fear as a deadly stinger hovered menacingly near the back of her neck. Ms. Tan, stay calm, Lin Bai said as he emerged unscathed from the dissipating smoke, followed closely by a 3-headed dragon exuding a menacing aura. With practiced precision, he gestured, and Rotom immediately infiltrated the opponent's phone, searching for residual telecommunication signals. Suddenly, a massive purple hand swelled into view, filling Lin Bai's entire field of vision. Unfazed, he remained composed, and in the next moment, an ear-splitting dragon's roar reverberated through the streets. A dazzling dragon-shaped beam of light shot forth, obliterating the giant hand instantaneously. In its wake, a fiery, dark aura surged upward as 3 concentric waves of dark energy roared outward. The 3-headed dragon's full-force attack compressed the Grimer hiding in the wooden box into a confined space, rendering it immobile. The entire sequence of events unfolded in the blink of an eye. As the dust settled, only the foul stench of decay lingered, permeating the cafe. Fortunately, Lin Bai was wearing a mask. A glint of light flashed in his eyes as he calmly analyzed the situation. A professional-level Grimer? They must think highly of me to set such an elaborate trap. He glanced at the vigilant Absol by his side, shook his head in resignation after activating his precognitive abilities, and muttered, "What bad luck, getting involved in another dangerous mess." All of this, just for an ordinary gemstone sending out Pokemon skilled in poison and ambush tactics. Ruthless. Lin Bai's gaze sharpened as he turned to Ms. Tan. "Do you have anything to say about what just happened?" His cold, unwavering expression made the disheveled woman tremble even more. "No, it wasn't me." Ms. Tan stammered, her voice shaking. "Last night, someone approached me." A few minutes later, Lin Bai had pieced together the sequence of events. This was trouble that had indeed stemmed from him. Currently, the global metal coating market was largely dominated by Xia Nation. Naturally, this move had drawn attention from various factions, but the Daxiao Association's defenses were impenetrable, leaving foreign organizations unable to obtain any valuable intelligence. Through market analysis, however, they had discovered something unusual. Lin Tian, Lin Bai's father and a resident of Chang'an, was one of the earliest buyers to acquire metal coatings in large quantities, even purchasing a substantial production line concurrently. Shortly afterward, Daxiao followed suit. It was evident that the Lin family knew something. After failing to gather information through other means, these groups decided to target key members of the Lin family to uncover the lead. Given the Lin family's small size, Lin Bai, who had only recently become a trainer, was deemed the most vulnerable entry point. His active presence on the Hunter Forum, where he openly expressed his desire for Z crystals, quickly caught the attention of the relevant parties. And so, a meticulously crafted trap was set in motion. A covert operation had been meticulously planned by a foreign organization. 3 minutes, that was the time limit they set for themselves. If they could extract information from Lin Bai within this brief window and vanish with the intel before the Chang'an Association could react, the mission would be deemed a success. However, Lin Bai was already prepared. Ever since his unexpected encounter with Zoroark in a bustling neighborhood, he had grown particularly wary of his own luck. Just in case, he had not only arranged for his father's Dusknoir to stay hidden in his shadow, but had also enlisted his idle uncle as a bodyguard for this transaction. At this moment, Lin Bai sat calmly in the center of the ruins. Though smoke and dust filled the air and police sirens wailed incessantly, the coffee cup in front of him remained untouched, its surface tranquil as if it existed in another world apart from the chaos. "Good work, Hydreigon," Lin Bai said, reaching out to rub the dragon's heads. The 3-headed Pokemon bared its teeth in mock annoyance, pretending to snap at him. Among his allies, including Slaking and Volcarona, Hydreigon was the one who truly understood him. Just before the crisis erupted, Lin Bai had sent a timely warning to his uncle. His uncle, quick to grasp the situation, already had a Pokeball at the ready. When Mook launched its sudden attack, Hydreigon instantly activated its Protect move, erecting a pale green energy barrier that effortlessly neutralized the poison jab. It even managed to shield the coffee cup in the process. The stark difference in strength between the two Pokemon was evident in that moment. "So, you really are Mr. Tan's sister, but you were being coerced?" Lin Bai asked, turning his attention to the woman slumped on the ground. Miss Tin nodded repeatedly, her eyes filled with desperation. This ordinary girl, who had lived under the protection of her trainer brother, was clearly unprepared for such peril. Ever since those suspicious individuals had approached her, she had known that her peaceful and privileged life was over. A flash of pink psychic energy outside the window signaled Lin by that his father had arrived. However, the priority now was to root out the hidden enemies. Gardevoir quickly extended its psychic powers to conduct a citywide search. What about the yellow gemstone? Do you still have it? Lin Bei's piercing gaze fixed on Miss Tan. She nodded absent-mindedly and pointed to a satchel lying on the ground. They made me bring the gemstone to ensure you'd show up. I'm willing to give it to you. Just please don't blame me for what happened earlier. Let's keep things separate, Lin Bei interrupted her, raising a hand. I'm not some penny pincher. He signaled to Hydreigon with a glance. While the central head turned away stubbornly, the right head deftly reached out, its sharp fangs gleaming as it precisely sliced open the satchel. Amid the scattered items, a finely crafted pouch stood out. After confirming it was safe, Lin Bei retrieved a dazzling Z crystal from within. The golden, diamond-shaped gemstone shimmered with a mysterious glow in his hand. The Z-move, an alternative to Mega Evolution and a power of universal significance, had now revealed its secrets before Lin Bei. Well, today wasn't a total loss, Lin Bei said with a satisfied grin. Not his was a major win. Lin Bei walked slowly through the back mountain. The autumn breeze was bleak, and golden leaves drifted down in waves, crunching softly under his footsteps. Today's the day the Steelix clan settles accounts again, Lin Bei murmured to himself, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Ever since the foreign forces' attack had been thwarted, the entire covert network unearthed, and the mastermind traced back to the Free Federation, his situation had become noticeably safer. Even so, the Dusclops sent by his father still shadowed him closely, guarding him at all times. The young man's gains were substantial: a key stone, 3 megastones, and an electric Z crystal. He had already planned out the megastones allocation in his mind. Agron's would be kept for himself, Garchomp's would go to his grandmother, and Steelix's was reserved for his uncle. However, thinking about his mother's Charizard and Salamence, his father's Gardevoir, and his own Scizor, all of whom still lacked resources, Lin Bei grew even more eager for today's haul. Arriving at a familiar tree hollow, a shadow flitted past him. It was the Dusclops, signaling that the area was secure. Lin Bei removed the key to the secret realm from his wrist and gently placed it into the hollow. With a faint hum, a burst of multicolored light enveloped him, and in an instant, he was transported to the cavern. The disorienting sensation of spatial transfer left Lin Bei momentarily dazed. As he regained his composure, he found a crimson, solitary eye staring directly at him. Even though he had encountered it many times, it still startled him. Elder Steelix, how many times do I have to tell you? Don't get so close with that intimidating stare, Lin Bei grumbled, giving the guardian a light pat. Failing to scare him, the Steelix sulked back into the corner, curling up into a coil. This one-eyed elder, a king-tier powerhouse, had once suffered injuries from a failed evolution during hibernation. However, with Lin Bei's help and the use of a metal coat, it had finally realized its dream of evolving, forging a special bond with him. As one of the rare strong individuals in its clan, it bore the responsibility of guarding the secret realm's entrance and overseeing the megastones. After all, the vast crystal cavern was home to more than just the Steelix clan. Lin Bei himself had spotted Excadrill roaming the area before. Gazing at the Steelix before him, Lin Bei silently recalled its information: 4-star potential, equipped with a hard stone, and possessing the sturdy ability to prevent one-hit KOs. It had mastered dozens of powerful moves, from Bind to Sandstorm. In a soft voice, he asked, "Is this the latest collection of offerings?" Seeing the pile of rocks stacked like small mounds beside the one-eyed Steelix, Lin Bei rubbed his hands together in excitement. Gently patting Aaron on its steel head, he spoke softly. "Aaron, it's all up to you now. Just like always, carefully eat away the outer layers of these minerals and leave the treasures at the core intact." Having worked together for a long time, Aaron was already well-versed in Lin Bei's instructions. It nodded adorably and let out a cheerful "Aaron" before striding confidently toward the pile of rocks. Its sharp steel jaws began to bite through the stones methodically. Before long, the first rock revealed a shimmering, colorful glow. What a great start. Looks like luck is on our side today. Lin Bei carefully picked up the megastone and wiped it clean with a handkerchief. His data scanner immediately displayed the information. It was an Abomasite, a megastone that allowed Abomasno to undergo mega evolution during battle. Although the Abomasite wasn't particularly useful for Lin Bei, the thought of collecting a full set of megastones filled him with excitement. It has great value as a collectible too, he mused to himself. Meanwhile, the one-eyed Steelix squinted slightly, seemingly puzzled by this human's fascination with colorful stones. To it, the true beauty lay in the hard, unyielding steel and rock. Aaron's hydraulic-like steel jaws continued their work, revealing more treasures hidden within the rocks. Suddenly, Lin Bai's gaze was drawn to a particularly striking stone, its dark blue surface intertwined with azure and deep black patterns. His heartbeat quickened. This is a Charizardite X. This special megastone allowed Charizard to transform into a powerful Mega Charizard X with the Tough Claws ability, which boosted the power of contact moves. Its breathtaking blue flames and dual Fire Dragon typing made it an exceptional dual attacker. Just as Lin Bai was reveling in his discovery, Aaron nudged his leg gently with its head. It opened its mouth to reveal another stone, primarily yellow with red and blue patterns intertwined. Lin Bai was momentarily dazed. Another surprise? This is a Heracronite. Mega Heracross, a bug-fighting type Pokemon, was known for its incredible strength after Mega Evolution, even if the process caused it some discomfort. Lin Bai was confident that proper training could help it overcome this challenge. He thought about his grandfather's powerful Heracross and realized this would make the perfect gift. Lin Bai began to calculate. Mom's Charizard, Uncle's Steelix, Grandpa's Heracross, Grandma's Garchomp. He felt like he might be forgetting someone, but then shrugged it off. If I can't remember, it probably isn't that important. Lin Bai, why are you so happy today? In the classroom of Training Class 1, Chen Yuan stared at Lin Bai's face, which was beaming with smiles, and couldn't help but ask. Even the upcoming opening of the Flowing Steel Secret Realm this weekend didn't seem enough to explain Lin Bai's constant cheerful mood. Recently, Lin Bai had indeed been acting unusually. His usual gaming hours had significantly decreased, and he seemed to be shrouded in mystery. Faced with Chen Yuan's curiosity, Lin Bai simply responded with a cryptic smile. He did have a reason to be happy. Just last night, after some effort, he had managed to purchase a multicolored spiral stone from across the ocean. If everything went smoothly, the stone would arrive by the weekend. This would be his second Mega Evolution Keystone. The first one had been selected from the school's collection room. Through this purchase, Lin Bai had gained new insights about the Keystones. Unlike Mega Evolution stones, Keystones appeared to have their own independent mineral veins. This discovery intrigued him. Mega Evolution stones were typically found as companion minerals to other ores, with one or several appearing in the essence of a mineral vein. Keystones, however, as a unique mineral that connected the spiritual power of humans and Pokemon, seemed to have a completely different origin. In comparison, Mega Evolution stones were more like catalysts for vitality. This realization set Lin Bai's mind racing, from Mega Evolution waves to autonomous Mega Evolution. Although these were higher-level research topics beyond his current reach, they sparked his imagination. Hey, Lin Bai. Chen Yuan waved his hand in front of Lin Bai's face. Are you even listening to me? Annoyed, Lin Bai swatted Chen Yuan's hand away. Don't interrupt me. Do you have any idea how precious the thoughts of a top-tier researcher are? Oh, please, Chen Yuan shot him a sideways glance. That only applies to actual top-tier researchers, not you. You self-proclaimed genius. Get lost. Lin Bai huffed, but the thought of their upcoming encounter at the research summit in a little over a month quickly calmed his irritation. He silently vowed, one day, you'll be on your knees admitting my brilliance. Changing the topic, Lin Bai asked, who from our class is going to the Flowing Steel Secret Realm this weekend? Ever since he had dealt with the exchange group that day and left on his own, he hadn't kept track of who else would be joining the expedition. Out of the 6 slots, our school took 4, Chen Yuan replied. Xie Xian, me, Zhou Yao and you. This result surprised Lin Bai. It was expected that Xie Xian would secure a spot with her explosive psychic abilities, and Chen Yuan's aura talents gave him a clear edge in battles. It made sense that even the strong exchange group could only claim less than half the slots. But Zhou Yao's inclusion was unexpected, given his single fire-type attribute, which made him an easy target in arena battles. That's thanks to you, Chen Yuan said, a complicated expression crossing his face as he recalled the events of that day. You went first and fought so ruthlessly that by the time Zhou Yao took the stage as the second defender, the opponents were already demoralized and injured. It was nothing, Lin Bai said nonchalantly, though his tone carried a hint of pride. Chen Yuan's face twisted into an expression of exasperation. What he didn't say was that after Zhou Yao stepped down, the exchange group finally recovered their composure, and the subsequent matches became exceptionally fierce. Even Xie Xian struggled when facing the Guadated Frog, her performance riddled with difficulties. Chen Yuan and his Wartortle were on the verge of being eliminated, barely hanging on by a thread. The Sakura Island exchange team showcased exceptional strength, and their determination to rise after setbacks exerted immense pressure on everyone. Chen Yuan observed the situation on the field, hesitating to speak. In stark contrast to his teammates' grueling battles was Lin Bai's dazzling and effortless dominance. At this moment, everyone clearly realized one undeniable truth: Lin Bai's abilities had already surpassed their level entirely. Could it be? Lin Bai is ready to join the school team. The thought flashed through Chen Yuan's mind, causing his heart to race. After all, at a top-tier academy like Chang'an No. 1 High School, even the most gifted trainers typically required at least a year of preparation before qualifying for the school team. Yet Lin Bai seemed poised to shatter this tradition. Glancing at his composed friend beside him, Chun Yuan felt a mix of emotions. The sense of being left behind struck a deep blow to his usual confidence. I have to train extra hard tonight, he resolved, clenching his fists. From now on, not just homework, even basic multiple-choice questions will involve war turtle. We need to improve our synergy and aura connection. Lin Bai noticed the conflicted look in his friend's eyes and couldn't help but smile faintly. His thoughts soon shifted to his scyther, still immersed in training. With the Steelflow's secret realm about to open, the time for evolution was drawing near. However, he had yet to have a serious discussion with Scyther about this pivotal decision. I need to bring this up tonight, Lin Bai decided. It's the perfect opportunity for it to experience the Steelflow secret realm firsthand and make a choice for its own future. A sudden wave of nervousness washed over him, prompting a deep breath to steady himself. While the Bugsteel-type Scyther was undoubtedly powerful, staying as Scyther was also a viable path. Regardless of the choice, the little Scyther that once waited for hope in the darkness would always remain his first partner. Lin Bai thought back to the moment he first encountered Scyther, the emerald silhouette, those eyes glimmering like polished glass. From that moment on, their fates had been intertwined, inseparable ever since. The small courtyard behind the breeding house was unusually quiet today. The usually bustling yard was now left with only Lin Bai. Everyone else was busy with their own tasks. His father was handling the aftermath of the metal film industry. His mother and the Red Lotus armored rider were undergoing intense training at the Mountain Training Hall, and his uncle, Su Chong, had taken the Steelix to the Crystal Secret Realm, rich in minerals and magnetic fields, for some rigorous training. Opening the door to the house, Lin Bai immediately spotted Rotom busily working in front of the computer. The diligent little Pokemon merely waved one of its red appendages casually as a greeting. At this moment, Rotom was truly the nuclear-powered workhorse of the laboratory, simultaneously refining the research paper on Steelix's evolution while monitoring the progress of the Magikarp experiments. Watching his capable assistant, Lin Bai smiled with satisfaction, knowing he had prepared a special surprise for Rotom. In the living room, Scyther and Aaron were nestled on the sofa, their eyes glued to the tablet screen, so focused that they didn't even notice Lin Bai's return. Curiosity piqued, Lin Bai took off his coat and leaned in to take a look. On the screen were images of Scyther. This discovery caught Lin Bai off guard, and for a moment, he stammered. Where did you find this video? A wave of unease swept over Lin Bai. He had always been especially cautious about Scyther's evolution, not wanting his fiercely independent, yet deeply loyal partner to make a decision solely to accommodate him. To Lin Bai, Scyther's true desires were far more important than any resistance traits or mega evolutions. After all, this was his very first partner, destined to climb to the pinnacle of the Pokemon world alongside him. Despite his inner apprehension, Lin Bai forced himself to sit down and, in a light-hearted tone, said, So, what do you think? Isn't that red clawed Scyther cool? That's your evolved form. You know. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized they might not have been phrased appropriately and quickly added, Actually, Scyther is more like a regional variant of the same species as you. While its attributes change, its overall potential remains the same. Each form has its own strengths. Lin Bai carefully chose his words, saying, Well, you could transform into this form if you wanted. There's also another evolution, the Cleaver, which has rock and bug attributes. Its ability is sharpness, and it can use the Stone Axe move, which makes it pretty strong too. Of course, staying as a Scyther, a technical expert like you, is also an excellent choice. Even after saying all this, Lin Bai still felt his explanation wasn't perfect. Scyther, however, remained silent, its gaze fixed on the video of the figure known as the Red Lightning, its expression deep and unreadable. Lin Bai felt the atmosphere was a bit stifling, so he deliberately joked in a light-hearted tone, What a pity. Whether it's the scythe-like arms of the Scyther, the pincers of the Scyther, or the dual axes of the Cleaver, these weapons aren't exactly convenient for daily life. Guess I'll have to feed you bubble tea myself in the future. As soon as he said it, Lin Bai's thoughts began to wander. Could the pincers hold a bubble tea cup? Would such an idea influence Scyther's choice? No. Even with its sharp scythes, as long as Scyther was willing, it could use the flat edge of the blade to lift the cup. Maybe offering to feed it was just a way to express closeness. Cha-cha, Scyther responded softly, pulling Lin Bai out of his musings. Before he could say anything, Rotom, with its usual agility, had already transferred itself from the computer into the tablet. Cha-cha, Scyther called again. Although Lin Bai couldn't understand, Rotom clearly did. With a sly smile, it nodded and said, Of course, Rotom. In the next moment, the tablet automatically logged into Lin Bai's account, displaying a detailed comparison of the three mantis-like Pokemon forms, Scyther, Scyther, and Cleaver. From abilities to move sets, offensive options to defensive coverage, even Lin Bai's self-designed base stat calculation system was laid bare. This was part of Lin Bai's new project, the Pokemon Encyclopedia. Yet, it was clear that such security measures were no match for Rotom. What surprised Lin Bai even more was that Scyther seemed fully aware of this, and even Aaron showed no sign of surprise. You all. Lin Bai frowned. about to say something, but when he met Scyther's clear, innocent eyes, all his words of reproach got stuck in his throat. Fine. Go ahead and look, he sighed helplessly, though a tinge of disappointment crept into his heart. Pokemon being so independent almost made the trainer feel redundant. Rotom began explaining in detail. Scyther, a bug and steel-type Pokemon, has abilities similar to Scyther, with its hidden ability being light metal, which halves its weight. Its dual bug-steel typing grants it incredible resistances, with 8 resistances and 1 immunity. Its only major weakness is a 4 times vulnerability to fire. Compared to Scyther, it trades some speed for greater physical attack power, making it more of a warrior than an assassin. Wait. Lin suddenly interrupted. Aren't those my words? Who's the real trainer here? Is this some kind of robotic uprising? His mind was in chaos, but Rotom continued its explanation undeterred. As for Cleaver, Rotom said, mimicking the gesture of adjusting non-existent glasses, it's a bug and rock-type Pokemon. While it loses the technician and steadfast abilities, it gains sheer force and sharpness. The sharpness ability is particularly powerful, increasing the damage of slashing moves. It also has an exclusive move, Stone Axe, a versatile and powerful attack. However, Linbai couldn't hold back any longer. He stepped forward decisively and said, however, choosing these 2 forms means giving up the flying type. Though your bug-type energy has always suppressed your flying-type energy, that situation has been improving lately, hasn't it? Scyther nodded slightly, and Linbai knew it was thanks to the effects of the insect plate. The stone tablet was no longer in Scyther's possession, and over this period, the lightness stemming from the flying-type energy had become increasingly evident. Its agile movements and graceful actions unmistakably showcased this transformation. Rotom tactfully paused its commentary, and Linbai's expression grew serious. He fixed his gaze on Scyther, speaking in a steady tone. Evolution is not an absolute path. As you've seen, the base stats remain the same across all 3 forms. There's no need to be troubled by this. Even as you are now, you possess the potential to soar to unimaginable heights. Confronted with his trainer's words of reassurance, Scyther remained silent. Its clear, unwavering eyes locked onto Linbai, revealing a maturity far beyond its years. It understood the sincerity in Linbai's every word, but also sensed that there was more left unsaid behind them. Linbai wished for Scyther to grow without burdens, but Scyther's aspiration was to become Linbai's most reliable ally and strongest partner. Even if new Pokemon joined Linbai's team in the future, Scyther was determined to prove itself as the irreplaceable ace through its strength. A true ace isn't defined by empty words, but by undeniable power. Every step toward progress is invaluable, and even the pain akin to a butterfly breaking free from its cocoon is a price worth paying. Seeing the resolve in Scyther's eyes, Linbai understood more than words could express. Some say life is like a series of diverging paths, where choices shape destiny. Others believe that destiny is preordained, guided by your personality, beliefs, environment, and challenges. Even when countless possibilities lie ahead, you ultimately choose the answer your heart has always known. This unwavering determination was not only a part of Linbai, but also deeply etched into Scyther's very soul. I respect your choice, Scyther, Linbai said with utmost solemnity. Even if this path proves to be wrong, I, Linbai, as your trainer, will stand by your side. Together, we will climb to the pinnacle of the world. Rotom, how's the research on the keystone material going? Linbai asked casually as he walked ahead. Today was the day the secret realm would open, and he was eager to dive into studying the second keystone he had acquired just last night. Not great, Rotom replied, his voice tinged with exhaustion. The dark circles under his eyes betrayed his recent lack of rest. We still don't have any substantial findings on the essence of the Rainbow Stone. To replicate it artificially, we need a lot more experimental data. Linbai nodded thoughtfully. The revelation of Mega Evolution was already groundbreaking. There was no need to tackle everything at once. Let's put this experiment on hold for now, he decided firmly. We'll focus on the Magikarp experiments instead and prepare for the evolution experiments with Scyther and Haxorus. Thinking of the magma amplifier and electric amplifier in his father's vault, Linbai couldn't help but sigh. Being a genius is such a hassle. My ideas come faster than I can execute them. Rotom gritted his teeth. That's because I'm the one doing all the experiments. Inwardly, he mulled over the division of labor in the Lin family. Linbai's father was busy developing new industries, from procuring charcoal and metal coating to stocking up on Scyther eggs. His mother was focused on her path as a trainer, working with her evolving Volcarona and the rapidly advancing Ceruledge. As for Linbai's uncle, Su Chong, he was at the peak of his career but knew next to nothing about Pokemon research. That left all the experimental work squarely on Rotom's shoulders. Why did I ever agree to Linbai's invitation? Rotom lamented, all the while multitasking, operating the phone, running multiple experiments, and monitoring the Magikarp stream. Linbai subtly gave Rotom a thumbs up, silently praising him for being so reliable. Just then, Chen Yuan approached with his Squirtle, both sporting sunglasses. Aren't you specializing in water types? Linbai asked curiously. Why are you heading to the steel-type secret realm? Besides Empoleon, there aren't many water-steel dual-type Pokemon there. Don't tell me you're a Piplup fan. Chen Yuan smiled mysteriously. You're not in the know. My mom got some insider info from the association. Apparently, this newly developed secret realm is home to a bunch of Pokemon with unique forms, including a Gudra I've had my eye on. Gudra. Linbai was slightly taken aback, recalling his father's gentle and adorable Gudra. After his father retired, he had released it back to the dragon's den to accommodate its social nature. Every holiday, they would make a special trip to visit their old friend. And the special form of Gudra, is it the Hisuian Gudra, a dragon and steel type? Linbai blurted out instinctively. Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow and looked at him, a hint of surprise in his tone. Oh, are you particularly interested in this kind of Pokemon? Not really. Linbai shook his head and explained. It's just that a new Hisuian form appeared in the southern secret realm. All the information about these Pokemon is stored in my memory. He paused for a moment. Though I must admit, I am a bit intrigued by Cleaver. The way its axe-like arms display a raw beauty of power, it kind of reminds me of a... He suddenly realized he was rambling and quickly stopped himself, shaking his head. At that moment, Zhou Yao and Xie Xian arrived at the front gate of number 1 high school, where the 4 of them were waiting for the transportation arranged by the association. Zhou Yao, aren't you planning to specialize in fire types? Chen Yuan asked out of boredom. Zhou Yao gave a shy smile. Actually, I was initially planning to specialize in dragon types. This statement left everyone present astonished. Specializing in dragon types was no small matter. After all, most pseudo-legendary Pokemon were dragon types, which not only showcased their immense strength, but also meant the cost of raising them was extremely high. Xie Xian cast a curious glance at him, waiting for him to elaborate. I used a family member's spot to enter the dragon's den, but most dragon Pokemon there were too proud, Zhou Yao said calmly. Charmeleon was different though. From the moment we met, we had a special bond. This time, I'm heading to the Steel Flow secret realm mainly to collect steel liquid to strengthen its iron tail. Linbai nodded in agreement. The Dragon's Den, being a sacred place for dragon Pokemon, indeed had limited spots. To make the most of the opportunity, it was best to have a strong initial Pokemon before selecting a second or third partner. After all, dragon Pokemon were naturally combative, and even the hatchlings would only acknowledge trainers who could defeat them. Linbai turned his gaze to Xie Xian. The successor of the Xinglia Dojo is here too. What's your goal? I plan to observe wild Metagross, Xie Xian replied in a calm, yet not cold tone. The other 3 immediately understood. As a pseudo-legendary Pokemon with psychic and steel types, Metagross's power was undeniable. While the Xinglia Dojo was renowned for its extreme enhancement techniques with Alakazam, that didn't prevent them from pursuing pseudo-legendaries. However, wild Metagross were notoriously aggressive. Only highly experienced trainers or those with access to the Metagross breeding facility at the Academy of Sciences could handle them. Come to think of it, Metagross has 4 brains, doesn't it? Linbai mused, recalling how many lab assistants preferred Metagross over precision-oriented Pokemon like his father's Gardevoir, due to its computational power rivaling that of a supercomputer. No wonder the iron-bellied beldam bred by the Academy of Sciences was always in high demand, leading to frequent conflicts between trainers and researchers over limited spots. Watching the ever-busy Rotom at his side, Linbai thought to himself, I can't keep overworking Rotom like this. I need to find it an assistant. How about a shiny one? He quickly added in his mind. Not because I'm tempted by Metagross's incredible form or anything purely for the sake of employee welfare. The Lugang secret realm was originally an unremarkable medium-sized mystical zone. However, over a decade ago, a discovery by the World Spirit Alliance completely changed people's perception of it. Using replicated spatial fluctuation detectors developed through secret realm technology, they unveiled its most astonishing secret. Beneath the seemingly ordinary lake lay a mesmerizing underground world, enigmatic and elusive like a mirror within a mirror. At this moment, Linbai and his group were standing before the lake. At the forefront of the team, a Galarian Meowth with dull fur but exceptionally sharp claws caught Linbai's attention. During this special period, when high-level Pokemon were prohibited from entering, only patrol rangers and native Pokemon of the secret realm could serve as guides. The data of this Galarian Meowth immediately surfaced in Linbai's mind. 2-star aptitude, equipped with a D-grade steel gem, steel-type male. Its ability is Pick Up, which allows it to collect items dropped by opponents during battles and occasionally find unexpected treasures during expeditions. It was at level 22, with amateur intermediate strength, and had mastered moves such as Growl, Fake Out, Hone Claws, Scratch, Payday, Metal Claw, Taunt, Swagger, and Thrash. A glimmer of white light flashed in Linbai's eyes as his gaze shifted to a professional elite-level berserker not far away. This berserker, sporting a bushy beard and wearing a horned helmet, looked like a medieval Viking pirate, imposing yet somewhat amusing. The exploration team was small, 2 rangers, one responsible for patrolling and the other serving as a guide. Since rangers were not primarily focused on capturing Pokemon, each explorer could only have one Galarian Meowth as a personal companion. A middle-aged ranger with a kind face looked at the group of young people glancing around and offered a warm smile before explaining the exploration rules. This initial 7-day exploration is structured as follows. Since none of you are professional trainers yet, you cannot act independently. The first day will be an introduction to the secret realm, followed by 6 days of focused exploration. Each of you will have 1 day to propose a specific exploration goal, and we will accompany you to help fulfill your wishes. The 6 members of the exploration team, including a Sakurajima girl dressed in martial arts attire and a crew cut boy, nodded in agreement despite previous conflicts. The ranger was pleased with their cooperation. In truth, the Lugang secret realm rarely welcomed minors. For one simple reason: it was too troublesome. These young people, who had only just acquired their Pokemon, often lacked an understanding of the dangers, and the risks within the secret realm were not to be underestimated. Now, you will pass through the gate of the mirror within a mirror. Don't worry, they'll be waiting for you on the other side, the ranger said briefly before leaping into the vortex at the center of the lake. Watching the figure disappear into the whirlpool, even Lin Bai, who was accustomed to entering Crystal's secret realms, couldn't help but swallow nervously. But such a crude entrance to the secret realm, and the way to enter it still left everyone secretly astonished. Standing before the swirling vortex, the group hesitated, unsure of their next move. Seizing the moment, Chun Yuan stepped forward. No wonder kids aren't welcome here. Since everyone is hesitating, let me set an example. The trainer of the sunglasses wearing Wartortle strode forward confidently. Clearly, his expertise in water-type Pokemon and martial arts had enabled him to adapt quickly to the rhythm of the secret realm. With a leap, he plunged into the vortex with a loud splash, disappearing through the mysterious gateway. "TCH, is that all?" scoffed the girl from Sakura Island, dressed in her martial arts uniform. Her trademark proud expression returned as her Greninja stepped out of its camouflage state. Without hesitation, the pair followed suit, jumping into the swirling vortex. The remaining members exchanged a glance, stealing their resolve, and one by one, they leapt into the entrance of the secret realm. After a disorienting whirl of motion, Lin Bai was the first to regain consciousness. Opening his eyes, he saw that the group had arrived at an ancient, grand temple. Despite the weathered marks of time, the temple's former glory was still evident. On the solemn murals that adorned the walls, 3 massive dragons were depicted entwined in a majestic and powerful display. Lin Bai gazed at the mural, narrowing his eyes slightly as he fell into deep thought. "Truly magnificent," exclaimed Yoshida, an exchange student from Sakura Island and a trainer of a Rhyhorn. As a descendant of a family renowned for breeding Tyranitar for generations, his strength was undeniable. This reminded Lin Bai of the Tyranitar Evolution Itima special piece of armor stored back home. However, his recent experiments had left him with little time to study it. Such sacred dragons, what kind of divine powers might they hold? Zhou Yao, an aspiring dragon-type Pokemon master, was clearly captivated by the mural, especially by the legendary dragon Pokemon depicted. At that moment, everyone remained silent, immersed in the primal and awe-inspiring aura emanating from the artwork. "Uncle Bai, do you know the origins of this mural? What exactly are these 3 dragon Pokemon?" Lin Bai suddenly asked, drawing everyone's attention to the ranger surnamed Bai. The ranger gently shook his head. "The origins of legendary Pokemon are beyond my knowledge. All I know is that they are extraordinary." Lin Bai nodded quietly. Extraordinary indeed. These were Palkia, the god of space, Dialga, the god of time, and Giratina, the ruler of antimatter and the most volatile of the 3. They were the powerful entities created by Arceus to manage space, time, and antimatter. If their signature orbs were gathered, they could even transform into their origin forms. Lin Bai firmly believed they possessed the power to destroy the world. The true enigma of the Flowsteel secret realm lay in this mystery. Although the mural was the only clue left behind, Lin Bai suspected this was no ordinary steel-type secret realm. It reminded him of his memories of the Lake Guardians, as if a deeper connection was waiting to be discovered. "All right," the ranger interrupted everyone's thoughts. "The entrance to the secret realm is here. It's time for us to head to the first location." After a brief pause, he continued, "There are many powerful steel-type rulers in the Flowsteel secret realm. Our first destination will be the Mithril Cavern." Lin Bai was all too familiar with this Placia domain, where metallic stalactites stood dense as forests, and rivers of molten steel flowed like liquid mercury. It was also the territory of one of the 3 great dominant species in the Flowsteel secret realm, the Agron. Starting with such a thrilling challenge left Lin Bai feeling both nervous and excited. He knew that wild Agrons were notoriously ferocious, known to attack human settlements, devour steel beams, and demolish concrete structures, earning them the nickname Beasts of Destruction. Thinking of his own errand back home, still in its initial form, Lin Bai couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity about the mighty Agron clans he was about to encounter. Perhaps he could glean new insights to help nurture his own Pokemon. Boscadora, the iron armor Pokemon with dual steel and rock attributes, is known for its tough demeanor and strong territorial instincts. These creatures often claim an entire mountain as their domain, patrolling tirelessly day and night to fend off intruders. Linbai chose Aaron not only because of its personality, which resonated with his own, but also due to its final evolution form that captivated Hema massive steel-clad body exuding a commanding presence, starkly different from the fiery aura of Flareon. As a paragon of defensive Pokemon, Boscadora boasts an impressive base physical defense stat of 180, while its quadruple weakness to fighting and ground types, along with a relatively weaker special defense, poses a significant challenge. The natural balance between physical and special defenses in the real Pokemon world ensures it remains an unyielding defensive stronghold. Within the Mithril Cavern, streams of molten steel meander like rivers. Though lacking the rare steel essence, the cavern's resources are still abundant. Several Aaron and Lyron frolic by the steel streams, occasionally gnawing on tough steel or drinking the nourishing mineral deposits, leading a life of plenty. Thanks to his time spent with Aaron, Linbai immediately recognized the exceptional potential of these Pokemon. Such gleaming steel armor. Yoshida's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a descendant of a family specializing in Rhyperior, he had extensive knowledge of ground and rock types and a keen understanding of steel types. Raised on the nutrients of the steel streams, these Pokemon undoubtedly possessed 3-star potential or higher, stirring the excitement of everyone present. Linbai squinted thoughtfully. These Lyron were indeed outstanding, with solid foundations. However, his own Aaron, raised on premium Pecha berries, was no less impressive. The only drawback was its cracked steel armor, which had yet to shed as it continued to grow. Just as Yoshida could no longer hold back and prepared to send out his Rhyhorn, the ground suddenly trembled violently, sending shockwaves through the area. In the shadows of the distance, a pair of deep blue, beastly eyes locked onto Linbai and his group. The ranger merely smiled faintly. With an earth-shaking roar, a colossal figure lifted its massive legs, effortlessly crushing the hard steel rocks beneath its feet. Kicking up clouds of fine dust, it approached the group. Its immense body cast a shadow that darkened the area, forcing everyone to look up at its cold, indifferent eyes. Each step it took carried the weight of a mountain. When the towering figure finally stopped before them, its presence under the dim light radiated an almost divine and demonic aura of intimidation. The Pokemon status surfaced. Boscadora. Potential. Held item. Fallen steel A grade. Type. Steel rock. Gender male. Ability. Heavy metal doubles its weight. Level. 77 Elite 4 level. Moves: Headbutt, Tackle, Harden, Mud Slap, Metal Claw, Rock Tomb, Protect, Roar, Iron Head, Rock Slide, Take Down, Metal Sound, Iron Tail, Iron Defense, Double Edge, Autotomize, Heavy Slam, Metal Burst. Linbai gazed into its calm, ancient blue eyes, noting a jagged scar etched across its gleaming steel faceplate. Moreover, the body of this Elite 4-level Boscadora was covered in countless battle scars, each one a testament to its storied history. Despite its massive size, this Agron exuded an undiminished aura of dominance, with its defenses remaining impenetrable. Standing before it, Linbai felt as though he was facing a towering mountain of steel, a wave of helplessness welling up within him. The menacing and ferocious aura radiating from this steel behemoth far surpassed anything he had encountered in other Pokemon. Everyone present instinctively held their breath. Just then, the cheerful laughter of Ranger Oldby broke the tense atmosphere. Ha ha ha, Chief Agron. You've scared them stiff with your imposing appearance. A few of the younger trainers still trembled slightly. The corners of Agron's rugged mouth twitched ever so subtly, as if it were silently laughing. Behind it, several Aaron huddled in its vast shadow, curiously observing Linbai and his group. Oldby approached the Agron and whispered a few words. After a brief moment, the steel giant seemed to understand their purpose. A hint of disdain flickered in its eyes. It turned out they were merely on a casual outing. Without a word, it turned around and, with heavy footsteps, disappeared back into the shadows. Don't take it personally, Oldby said with a smile. Chief Agron is the most battle-hardened of the 3 rulers of this secret realm. It challenges every trainer who dares to venture here. But you're too weak. It doesn't even consider you worth the trouble. He gestured toward the steel milk river before them. Did you bring containers? Each of you can take a small bottle as a gift from the chief. You have half an hour of free time before we move on to the next stop. The group exchanged delighted glances. A small bottle of steel milk, though not as valuable as the rare steel essence, could still sell for 30 to 50,000. It seemed the association had been quite generous this time. Everyone eagerly pulled out containers and rushed toward the riverbank, except for Linbai, who calmly found a clean rock to sit on. Aaron Lyron. Not far away, 7 or 8 Aaron and Lyron cautiously approached him, their curiosity piqued. They sniffed the air with their small noses beneath their iron armor, seemingly detecting a familiar scent. Lin Bai smiled and took a small metal box, about the size of a tea tin, out of his backpack. It was filled with pale yellow poke blocks. Come on, have some treats, he said, breaking the poke blocks into smaller pieces. A delightful aroma, a blend of citrus berry, mago berry, and pecha berry, wafted through the cavern. These poke blocks, specially crafted for Aaron, not only accelerated the development of their steel-type energy, but also enhanced their physical resiliency, a temptation they could hardly resist. The Aaron's initial caution melted away under the enticing scent, and they soon edged closer to Lin Bai, their eyes fixed on the poke blocks. In the shadows, the Chief Agron's gaze flickered momentarily. This was its territory, and it was confident in its ability to control any situation. Finally, the Aarons couldn't resist any longer and began nuzzling against Lin Bai's legs. He placed the crushed poke blocks on a piece of paper, and the little armored creatures immediately crowded together, scrambling to eat. Lin Bai gently tapped their iron armor, savoring the crisp metallic sound. By the way, Lin Bai said, lifting one of the Aaron in his arms, have any of you ever shed your iron armor? Do you know how to shed it faster and more healthily? The little one turned its head away and protested it wasn't done eating. Lin Bai quickly handed it a few more poke blocks. Satisfied, the Aaron jumped to the ground and motioned for Lin Bai to follow. It's asking us to come along, Rodham translated. Although Lin Bai hesitated to venture too far, he thought about the Aaron back home that was in the process of shedding its armor. Reluctantly, he followed. They hadn't walked far when the Aaron climbed onto the shoulder of a scarred, battle-hardened Agron, puffing out its chest in pride. This Agron was none other than the elite-level Chief Agron. Looks like that's its child, Old Bai called out from a distance. You're lucky. It's not often these pampered Aarons warm up to someone like this. Lin Bai stayed silent. Despite Old Bai's reassurances, the fierce glint in Chief Agron's eyes made his heart race. It's not going to bite me, right? I just gave them some poke blocks, not poison. Do you need intense battles while consuming large amounts of minerals? Lin Bai and his group had just left the Mercury Cavern and were heading toward their second destination of the day. Thanks to Rodham's translation, he had finally come to fully understand the situation with Agron. For this species, molting their armor was indeed essential, but it didn't happen often. For a wild Aaron, a fractured steel armor signified a severe injury, almost a death sentence in their natural habitat. Lin Bai, are you planning to capture an Aaron as your second Pokemon? Zhou Yao asked, standing beside Lin Bai with a curious glint in his eyes. His question immediately drew everyone's attention to Lin Bai. After all, every move made by this remarkably skilled trainer was always a focal point of interest. Yeah, Aaron is pretty adorable, Lin Bai replied candidly, not bothering to hide his intentions. While everyone had their own plans for raising Pokemon and wouldn't choose their targets just to counter his choices, Lin Bai still hesitated slightly when he noticed the eager look in Qin Yuan's eyes. You said you're building a rain team, right? You're sticking to it and not going to change your mind on a whim, are you? As the group chatted, they reached the territory of wild Metagross. In the flowing steel secret realm, Agron, Metagross, and Bisharp formed the three dominant species. While there were other strong individuals among different species, none could match the overall strength of these three. Among them, Metagross, as a pseudo-legendary, held an even more commanding presence, which was why everyone was so excited about this destination. Boom, boom, boom. Before they even reached the steel-silver ridge, deafening explosions echoed through the air, causing Lin Bai and his group to experience ringing in their ears. Ranger Lao Bai's expression turned serious, and the Galarian Meowth behind him narrowed its eyes in alertness. Kongjing. Suddenly, a flash of white light streaked before them, and a metallic beast with a silvery gold sheen was hurled out of the forest, crashing heavily onto the ground in front of them. The Metagross roared in fury, its steel claws slashing deep grooves into the earth, leaving behind a chilling sight. Lin Bai's eyes gleamed as data flooded into his mind. Pokemon, Metagross. Potential, held item, adamantite stone. Type, steel psychic. Gender, genderless. Ability, clear body prevents its stats from being lowered by opponents' moves or abilities. Level, 79 elite 4 level. Moves, hammer arm, tackle, confusion, metal claw, bullet punch, explosion, hone claws, zen headbutt, magnet rise, flash cannon, double edge, psychic, scary face, meteor mash, iron defense, agility, hyper beam. Lin Bai's pupils shrank. Suddenly a pseudo-champion level Metagross. With its pseudo-legendary status and such an advanced level, even ordinary champion level opponents would struggle against it. But what shocked him even more was the question lingering in his mind. Who could be powerful enough to send this Metagross flying? Could there be an even stronger Metagross here? Perhaps a champion-level pseudo-legendary? The group fell into silence. Even without Lin Bai's data analysis, the oppressive aura emanating from Metagross was enough to make anyone's heart race. This was the true nature of a wild Metagross, cold, ruthless, and fiercely aggressive. Kongjing. The Metagross blood-red metallic eyes locked onto Lin Bai's group. Lao Bai stepped forward, shielding the others, and spoke in a calm and gentle tone. Metagross leader, it's been a while. The relationship between the ranger and the Pokemon is very harmonious. The association's decision to appoint the ranger as the guardian of this secret realm is a testament to Lao Bai's capabilities. Kangjin's massive Metagross responded with a low rumble. Judging by Lao Bai's relaxed expression, it was clearly a friendly greeting. However, in an instant, the Metagross's body became enveloped in a dazzling steel-type energy, and a suffocating pressure filled the air. Retracting its four massive claws, it hovered midair like a magnetic levitation train before suddenly blasting off in the direction it had come from. Meteor Mash. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. This was Metagross's most formidable move, rumored to be capable of easily piercing through entire mountain ranges. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions echoed continuously. Clouds of dust surged toward them, forcing Lin Bai and the others to retreat to safety. At the heart of the dense forest, silvery metallic energy intertwined with pale, yellow psychic energy, rising into the air. Suddenly, a beam of light as thick as a barrel tore through the smoky haze. Although the distance made it hard to discern whether it was a flash cannon or hyper beam, the sight of collapsing trees made it clear that the attack's power far exceeded what most Pokemon could endure. Are all the Pokemon in the secret realm this aggressive? The martial artist girl asked, her face pale. Lao Bai explained matter-of-factly. Pokemon in the secret realm are generally more ferocious than those outside because they constantly compete for resources to evolve and survive. However, battles of this scale are rare. The scars on that Agron were all from its growth process. Once it reached the Elite Four level, it became much more composed. The group seemed deep in thought, but Lao Bai's mind was filled with questions. Is the dominant species undergoing a shift? But why start with the strongest Metagross? That quasi-champion level Metagross is practically the most powerful being in the secret realm. Who could possibly push it to such a desperate state? In the distance, the battle gradually subsided. No one dared to approach recklessly. After a while, a crimson figure emerged from the forest, accompanied by an unusual energy fluctuation. How is this possible? Lin Bai exclaimed, his voice trembling with disbelief. Since acquiring his data eye, this was the first time he had ever lost his composure like this. His data eye immediately displayed detailed information. Pokemon, Sizer. Potential, held item, adamant orb. Type, steel bug. Ability, swarm. Level, 77 Elite 4 level. Moves, false swipe, wing attack, and various other skills. It was indeed a Sizer. While Sizer was relatively rare in the flowing steel secret realm, what truly shocked Lin Bai was the item it was holding, the crystal clear, mirror-like gemstone that shimmered brilliantly. It was none other than the adamant orb, Dialga's exclusive item, imbued with immense temporal power. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.